After the analysis of experts, our city is likely to have a random underground city. The level is not yet determined. Please be careful, citizens. After 20 years of continuous research and development, our country has successfully upgraded the basic practice method again. It is expected to be fully promoted next month. Master Ma of Kyoto created his own magic skill, Lightning 5 Whips, became famous in the Kyoto martial arts competition, and became the most prestigious master in the Kyoto Martial Arts Hall. The assets of the U Group in our city have been officially acquired by the Qian Group, becoming the first enterprise in Jiangcheng. He turned off the radio, looking haggard. His eyes can't see, and there are strips of cloth wrapped around his eyes. It looks like he has received a serious injury. The young man smiled bitterly. His name is Yu Qingfeng, a time traveler who traveled to this world 3 months ago. He learned that this is a world of spiritual energy revival, and he was blinded before he had time to rejoice. But fortunately, there is always a way out, and he awakened the system the day after he was blinded. He suppressed his original despair and turned to joy, but was soon poured cold water. His system actually had a startup time. As for how long he would have to wait, Yu Qingfeng didn't know, but he was sure that it would start sooner or later. Otherwise, why would he be bound to it? So as long as he could live until the day it started, it would be fine. And the body he traveled through was the eldest son of a large company in Jiangcheng. Isn't this a coincidence? Living is easy. At least that's what he thought at first. 10 days later, his company went bankrupt. His assets were frozen, he was homeless, and he had a lot of enemies. He also became a stray dog. This was something he never expected. Originally, there was still a chance to cure his eyes, but because the company went bankrupt, it was completely lost. Not only that, but he also owed a large amount of medical bills. After all these ups and downs, Yuking became a Buddhist, commonly known as, I am a Buddha. Thinking of this, he sighed decadently and complained, System, it's been 3 months, why hasn't it been successfully started? Even if it's a knockoff, you can't play it like this. Will it work? As usual, the system didn't respond, and Yu Qingfeng felt that he was asking for trouble, so he planned to have a good sleep. Just as he was sleepy, he heard the mechanical voice of the system. Stop! The system chat group has been successfully started. This voice pulled Yu Qingfeng back from his trance, with an expression of disbelief on his face. Is the system started? In order to verify that this was not an auditory hallucination, Yu Qingfeng tried to call out, System? I'm here! The system responded immediately. It really started successfully. Awaken! Qingfeng slapped his cheeks with both hands, and after making sure that he was not dreaming, he hurriedly asked, System, what is your role? This system is a system chat group system, that is, a system chat group of the system. The host can call me the system chat group. What the hell? What are you doing here? This system can invite thousands of systems to join the group chat, and the host is the group owner and can use all the systems in the group. Fool, is it so awesome? Does the host turn on the chat group function? Yu Qingfeng's mood was ups and downs. Thinking of the life in the past 3 months, he couldn't help but roar in his heart. 3 months! 3 whole months! Do you know how I spent these 3 months? Yes! The chat group has been opened, and group members are being invited. Invitation successful. System chat group, the godly rich system has entered the chat group. The supernatural lottery system has entered the chat group. The chef system has entered the chat group. The devouring system has entered the chat group. Godly rich system, shocked JPG as a system, I have entered the system chat group. At all staff, all functions of this chat group have been uploaded. You can find them in the group announcement. The other systems that originally wanted to pop up opened the group announcement as soon as possible to see what other functions this group has besides chatting. Yu Qingfeng also checked it out. The functions of this group chat are as follows. 1. The group owner can use all the systems of the group members at will. 2. New systems will be invited to join every month. 3. The system bound to the group owner can stay with the group owner for 1 month. 4. As the group owner improves his strength, the corresponding level of the system will also be upgraded. 5. The system levels are listed behind the name. The higher the level, the stronger the system. 6. The system also has sign-in, red envelopes, files, KTV. Yu Qingfeng didn't read the rest. It was a densely packed area with all the functions that a normal group should have. There was nothing special. After closing the group announcement, he saw more than 10 messages refreshed. Super rich system. Is this true? Fool, The system can actually upgrade with the host? Devouring system. This is too good. This is the first time I've heard that the system can be upgraded in the millions of years since I existed. In my opinion, the system has been finalized after it was created and cannot be upgraded again. Superpower lottery system. Yes, that's what I thought too. Damn, where is the group lottery system? At Groupon, please choose me. I want to upgrade my level. As long as you choose me, I will arrange an S-level superpower novice gift package for you on the spot. Chef system boss, I saw a level 2 boss. 2 of them. Trembling. Super rich system. Trembling +1. Looking at the group members who have adapted to the chat group and entered the state, Yu Qingfeng also has a general concept of the system. The system also has different levels. This level is equivalent to strength. A high level means high status and high strength. A low level means low status and low strength. These systems have already determined their levels when they are born, and they cannot be upgraded even if they want to. It's destined. His chat group is different. It can actually help the system and the host improve their strength together. Mutual benefit and complementarity. It's simply a perfect cycle. With these systems, isn't it easy for me to gain a foothold in this world? You received from the group member Supernatural Power Lottery System. A panel suddenly appeared in front of Yu Qingfeng. Seeing that someone in the chat group added him, he immediately withdrew his thoughts and came to the chat group. Chat group Superpower Lottery System, where is the group leader? Group leader, come out, come out. Are you still worried about the system? Choose me, I want to be your system. Is my good brother here? Superpower, it's the superpower you want. Choose me and it's done. Superpower Lottery System, as long as you choose me, my novice gift package will give you the entire SSS-Level superpower. New book. Yu Qingfeng was a little surprised to see the message in the group. In his memory, the world he traveled through was called Blue Star. There was no essential difference from the Earth before he traveled through it. It was basically a parallel world. The only difference was between countries and the global events 20 years ago. The gap between countries was that Blue Star had 3 superpowers. They were Kyushu, Bear Country, and Lighthouse Country. The global event 20 years ago was the emergence of supernatural powers. 20 years ago, mysterious space secret realms appeared inexplicably on Blue Star. There are many terrible monsters and lost castles in the secret realm. As long as the secret realm appears, the monsters inside will rush out of the secret realm to hurt people, causing damage to humans again and again. And those who have come into contact with the secret realm and survived have awakened superpowers. After discovering it, all countries immediately sent elite troops to explore. In just 2 years, there was a breakthrough discovery, and they understood how superpowers awaken. It was also at this time that all countries officially named this secret realm Dungeon. In the 5th year, the most basic cultivation method was found, and began to explore the dungeon on a large scale. In the 6th year, the dungeon information was being announced. The world was boiling as more and more people awakened superpowers. Each country also divided superpowers into a level, divided into FS. It is said that the highest level is SSS, but in the current development, the highest can only detect S-level superpowers. So Yu Qingfeng was surprised. If he awakened SSS-level superpowers, he could instantly reverse the current situation and enjoy a lot of resources. Wait until the inspection level of Blue Star is improved, and then take off directly. After all, this is an unprecedented SSS-level superpower. Thinking of this, Yu Qingfeng also said to Yu Qingfeng in the group, "Are you serious? Superpower lottery system, 2? Really, don't look at me as a level 2 system, but at least I can have SSS-level superpowers. Each of my SSS-level superpowers takes at least 1,000,000 years to condense. Aren't you tempted? I think the group leader should choose me. As long as he chooses me, he can eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks. Everyone can enjoy the new silky smoothness." Godly rich system. These days there are still systems that give out gift packages to novices. Shouldn't you keep them for yourself? Group leader chooses me. All kinds of delicious food can be enjoyed by everyone. As long as you spend money, you can enjoy everything. Devouring system. A bunch of lickspittles. Looking at the self-recommendations of the systems one by one, Yu Qingfeng didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and at the same time he was secretly happy in his heart, and couldn't help but feel a little Versailles. Alas, those systems that others would never encounter are rushing to bind to me in front of me. Life is real and boring. Except for the devouring system. He basically knows the functions of the other systems. The most useful one for him now is the superpower lottery system. As long as the superpower can be restored, the eyes may be completely repaired. As for the devouring system, Yu Qingfeng knew it was a devouring type when he saw the name of the system, which is useless to him at present. Yu Qingfeng thought about it and chose the superpower lottery system. He told the system in a private chat that he told it about the current embarrassing situation and wanted the system to give him a superpower on the eyes. After hearing this, the superpower lottery system also said that there was no problem. Yu Qingfeng opened the panel of the system chat group, found the superpower lottery system in the group chat list, gently clicked its avatar, and then a selection panel appeared. Do you want to bind the superpower lottery system? Yes! The moment Yu Qingfeng pressed it, a system mechanical sound came from his mind. Order! The supernatural power lottery system is successfully bound. Yu Qingfeng's eyes lit up when he heard the system in his mind. Order! Congratulations to the host for winning the novice gift package. Open, Yu Qingfeng answered directly as if he knew the next sentence of the system. Order! Open the novice gift package. Get the SSS-level talent annihilation. Do you want to use it? Confirm to use it. His tone was a little trembling. He also removed the gauze on his eyes with his hands, revealing the festering eyes. The next moment a black energy surged into his body, slowly transforming his body. This is a very powerful force, and he endured the severe pain to feel that energy. The genes in Yu Qingfeng's body were collapsing, reorganizing, and then collapsing again. After about half an hour, the excess black energy gathered in Yu Qingfeng's eyes. At this moment, Yu Qingfeng, who could still hold on, couldn't help but scream. Damn, what's going on? I remember that awakening superpowers wasn't so painful. In the original owner's memory, didn't those who awaken superpowers awaken successfully in an instant? Why am I in so much pain? This is not scientific. This is not reasonable. The screams attracted the neighbors around, and they all leaned out and looked at the dilapidated rental house with sympathy. A bald middle-aged uncle walked to the group of ants nearby and asked, was Qingfeng retaliated by the Qian group, or did the debt collectors come to the door? The ants were also chattering. We don't know either. Qingfeng's family is also miserable. They are obviously the controllers of the Yu group, but they ended up like this. Yes, we can only say that things are unpredictable. By the way, let's call Yu Wenyao, otherwise it will be bad if his son is beaten to death. Yeah, that makes sense. Yu Qingfeng had already awakened successfully at this time and was lying on the bed sweating profusely. The words coming from outside were clearly heard by his ears. At this time, his body and talent were greatly improved. His hearing was also several times higher than before, from the noise of cars outside to the whispers of mosquitoes. At this time, he was no longer blind. Lying on the bed, he saw the long-lost ceiling clearly. Even though the ceiling was very dirty, it was very kind in Yu Qingfeng's eyes. Why do I feel that my eyes are not open? Before he had time to think about it, a strong sense of powerlessness came over him, and the ceiling in front of him became blurred. Yu Qingfeng fell asleep in this sense of powerlessness. I don't know how much time has passed. When Yu Qingfeng regained consciousness, he heard two anxious voices in his ears. Qingfeng, are you okay? Qingfeng, the ambulance will be here soon. Hold on a little longer. Wenyao, you're finally back. Is the ambulance here yet? Yu Wenyao comforted his wife and said, the ambulance call was made not long ago. How could they be back so soon? I just bought some lifestones from someone else. Give them to Qingfeng first. Okay. He could tell from their voices that they were his parents. Hearing how anxious they were, he felt a warm feeling in his heart. In his memory, Yu Qingfeng was the most troublemaking and the most dissolute. He would make his parents angry from time to time. Even though his eyes were disabled and he was penniless, his father still took him to see the best doctor and never gave up on him. With the infusion of the pure energy in the lifestone, Yu Qingfeng's body functions recovered quickly. When he opened his eyes, he saw a mature and beautiful woman looking at him anxiously, and a man sitting next to her holding the lifestone with a serious and anxious look on his face. These were his parents. When they saw their son, their eyebrows moved, and they were inexplicably excited. But when they thought of Qingfeng's eyes that were no longer blind, they suddenly felt guilty. It's all my fault. If I had known, I wouldn't have gone out to buy fruit and let those bastards from the Qian family take the opportunity to come to our house. Look at the mess in this room. He must have suffered a lot. Seeing his wife blaming herself so much, Yu Wenyao comforted her and said, it's okay. Look at Qingfeng's face now. It's much better. Just go to the hospital for a checkup. But those beasts from the Qian family are really dared. Our Qinger is already like this, and they won't let him go. Do you really think I don't know anything? Now I have already used my remaining connections to investigate clearly. Qinger's eyes were secretly plotted by them. Yu Qingfeng felt a little confused when he heard the words of his parents. Didn't I open my eyes? I'm still looking at you. Fog Grass, you won't give up on me. Or are my eyes too small? It shouldn't be. Ouch, it hurts. Yu Qingfeng wanted to get up, but he felt the weakness in his body and he was immediately furious. He called out in his heart, "System, are you here, the supernatural lottery system?" "Yes, this system is here. Does the host want to draw a lottery?" The system's voice was very cold, and it was completely different from the silly atmosphere in the group. "System, what's wrong with you? Are you so social in the group? Why are you so shy? You are submissive in real life, but you let yourself go in the group?" No matter what Yu Qingfeng said, the system always said the same few words. "Does the host want to draw a lottery?" "I'm going to beat you. Weren't you very silly in the group? Why did you become like this after binding?" "Wait, binding?" Yu Qingfeng seemed to have thought of something at this time. Could it be that the system level is not high, it can't talk to the host, and only has basic operations? But chatting is different. Otherwise, it would not be called a system chat group, but a system upgrade factory. Forget it, forget it. According to my current physical function, I should be able to recover soon. I'd better ask the system how to draw the lottery now. Is the system here? Yes. Does the host want to draw the lottery? Yes. The next moment, Yu Qingfeng's eyes changed dramatically. A new panel appeared in front of him. This panel looked extremely gorgeous. It had the momentum of flying dragons and dancing phoenixes. There were only 2 buttons on the panel, one for single draw and the other for 10 consecutive draws. The specific prizes could not be detected. Seeing this, Yu Qingfeng used his consciousness to try to click on the single draw. Yes, the current host does not have enough lottery points. Please get the lottery points. How to get the lottery points? As soon as he finished speaking, the system immediately replied, "Yes, as long as the host kills enemies or animals, you can get lottery points. Is that the case? But it's okay. When I recover almost, I will go to the dungeon and test it further." However, it is basically confirmed that as long as the system is bound, only instinct is in operation. The system's consciousness should be there but unable to communicate. It is not difficult to guess from the novice gift packs that were distributed before. Then as long as the level of the supernatural power lottery system is upgraded, it should be possible to communicate with me. This cannot be confirmed for a while. I will go to the group to ask about the supernatural power sampling system in a month. After roughly understanding the function of the system, Yu Qingfeng felt his body again. This time, he no longer felt the weakness he had before, but there was still some pain, especially in the waist. It felt like he had gone through a long period of exercise. Don't think wrongly, it's normal exercise. After finding that he could move, he quickly used both hands to prop himself up and leaned back, trying to lean against the head of the bed. Yu Wenyao, who was originally in a heavy mood, saw that his son had woken up and was trying to lean against the head of the bed and hurriedly supported him. "Qingfeng, are you awake? How do you feel now? Is there anything wrong with your body?" Seeing the concerned expression on his father's face, Yu Qingfeng's eyes were inexplicably sour. "Dad, it's okay, I'm much better now. By the way, where's Mom? I just heard her voice." "Your mom went out to see if the ambulance has arrived." "Ambulance?" At this time, he remembered that his parents seemed to have misunderstood and called an ambulance. He quickly said, "Dad, don't call an ambulance, I'm fine. I feel much better now. If you don't believe me, just look." He raised his hands and was about to say something, but because his arms swung too much, his waist was twisted. This made his waist, which had not yet recovered, even worse. "Dad, it's mainly because I feel." Before Yu Qingfeng finished speaking, "Awakening, yes, I understand." Yu Wenyao saw that his son didn't want to go to the hospital even if it meant damaging his body, and suddenly he seemed to have thought of something. "I remember that in a few days, Qingfeng, you will respond to the country's call and start awakening your superpowers on a voluntary basis." "That makes sense." An invisible energy pumped through Yu Wenyao's body, and then quickly suppressed it. "Son, you are being threatened, right? The people of the Qian family are so vicious. Not only did they come to bully us, they also tried to conceal the threats. First, they came to bully Qingfeng, and then threatened us. Not only can they overdraw our family's last fortune, but they can also prevent Qingfeng from going to school to awaken his superpowers. Even if he makes up for it later, he won't be able to awaken any good superpowers due to the damage to his body. It is very likely that he won't be able to awaken any superpowers. Okay, I really didn't expect that. I was threatened? Why didn't I know? Just when he was about to say something, he heard his father's caring and comforting tone. You were threatened. It's okay, we are all here now. This kind of thing will never happen again. Don't worry. You still don't dare to say it? I really can't imagine how much psychological trauma the Qian family has caused you in just a few hours. It may take some time to erase this memory. I hesitate. If you are threatened and dare not resist, just blink your eyes. Dad, I was not threatened. The mess in the room is caused by my awakened superpowers. Yu Qingfeng said it in one breath. He was afraid that his father would make up something again. Yu Wenyao opened his eyes wide and looked at his son. Have you awakened superpowers, or awakened on your own? Yu Qingfeng did not speak, but simply nodded. Seeing his son's affirmation before he had time to be happy, he seemed to think of something and said, That's not right. I heard the neighbors say that you screamed miserably. Even the nearby Da Huang didn't dare to get close. After hearing that, I quickly ran out of the dungeon. Yu Qingfeng also smiled bitterly. I don't know what's going on. Maybe my awakened ability is special. Look at me, I can see now. Yu Wenyao looked into Qingfeng's eyes, frowned slightly and said, What? You can see? I see your eyes are not open yet. Yu Qingfeng was stunned for a moment when he heard this. Before he could figure out what his father meant, he saw his father took out a small mirror. He took the small mirror and looked at it. In the mirror, he saw his appearance, graceful, handsome, and extraordinary, with a noble temperament of a young man who is unparalleled in the world, and a noble lady like Jade. When he looked at his eyes, he found that his eyes were not open. No wonder his parents didn't notice anything unusual about him when he opened his eyes before. But he seems to be quite handsome this way. Yu Wenyao saw the slightly changing expression on his son's face, and he was sure in his heart that Qingfeng could see. Close your eyes and see the world objectively. It should be about the superpowers of the eyes. Fortunately, he was also thinking about what superpowers Qingfeng had awakened. It seemed that there was no matching superpower in his memory. It would be better to ask Qingfeng. Can you see outside even if your eyes are not open? Qingfeng nodded. Then, can you open your eyes? Hearing his father's words, Yu Qingfeng also opened up a new idea. Yes, since I can see outside with my eyes closed, what will happen if I open my eyes? Will I release my supernatural powers? Thinking of this, Qingfeng wanted to try it. But when he was about to open his eyelids suddenly felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. The residual energy of the life stone that his body had just absorbed seemed to be mobilized and condensed together. The next moment his eyes suddenly opened. An indescribable momentum burst out. The airflow rolled in the room and blew up pieces of clothing and furniture. At this time, in Yu Qingfeng's eyes, it was as if a layer of realistic filter was added. Everything around him became extremely slow. The surrounding trajectories could be clearly seen. When he focused his attention on the picture in front of him, the originally colorful picture gradually lost its color, until it was completely gray. All the objects in front of him were completely shattered into ash. His eyes closed automatically. All this happened in less than 1 second. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw his son open his eyes, and then the next moment, the walls and furniture in the house turned to ashes. The already poor family became even worse, and then ice on frost, and then snow on top of frost. Mixu Ice City. This. Yu Wenyao, who had reacted, saw that Qingfeng's superpower was so powerful, and at the same time he was deeply shocked. Looking at the power of this superpower, it must be at least S-level. Why have I never heard of it? Did my son awaken a new S-level talent? Yu Qingfeng was also dumbfounded at this time. I knew from the superpower lottery system that this was an SSS-level skill, and I couldn't wait to integrate it after getting it. As a result, I didn't even know the specific ability of the superpower. But after my own experiments, I didn't expect this superpower to be so amazing. It was unstoppable at a glance, and it annihilated everything. The name of annihilation is well deserved. It's just that the consumption of this superpower is a bit high. The energy just absorbed from the life stone was almost consumed in an instant. Dad, you should believe it now. I really awakened my superpower. I believe it. I believe it. How could Yu Wenyao not believe it at this time? He patted Yu Qingfeng on the back happily, with tears in the corners of his eyes. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, he said to Qingfeng earnestly, Qingfeng, don't go to the compulsory awakening at school the day after tomorrow. Go to the Ability Bureau now to fill in the information, and don't tell anyone else about the level of your awakened supernatural talent. Improve your strength as soon as possible. Having said that, he called his wife and brought Yu Qingfeng to the Ability Bureau. Since Yu Wenyao was the controller of the Yu group before, he naturally knew a lot of connections. Relying on this remaining connection, he contacted the director of the Ability Bureau, and in the director's shocked eyes, he passed the talent test and uploaded the information confidentially. Except for some military and higher education institutions, basically no one has the right to query. Not only that, the original alienated meaning of the director also disappeared and turned into a little flattering. He was naturally aware of his father's approach. Exposing talents too early would only cause hatred from enemies, and not only that, it would also attract assassinations from other countries. Although the country has detected many talents with S-level abilities, most of them died early. Only with a certain level of strength can you gain a foothold. After all, compared to protection, one's own strength is the most important. After getting the ability certificate, Qingfeng and his son did not return home immediately. Instead, they went to the nearby underground city site. I want to take this opportunity to improve Qingfeng's basic combat power. I came to the store, bought a hat and a mask, and followed my father to the southeast of Jiangcheng. After entering the bustling city, I gradually came to the remote outskirts of the city. As I got farther and farther away from the city, Qingfeng was surprised to find that the flow of people in the wild suburbs should be getting less and less, but more and more. Is this the charm of the underground city? As people of all kinds passed by him, Qingfeng was also curious whether these people were all superpowers. Soon they came to an abandoned factory. Although it was abandoned, the prosperity here was no less than that of the city center. There were weapons for sale, colorful crystals for sale, and maps and strategies for sale. There was an extremely huge crack in the center of the factory, and the internal situation could be clearly seen through the crack. In the gray sky, there were a few crows circling in the sky from time to time, and the ground was dark purple. At first glance, you can tell that this is not a blue star. The only feeling of intimacy was that there was no difference between the ground and the outside, and there were many vendors selling something. There were also several soldiers in military uniforms guarding under the crack. Seeing this, Yu Qingfeng was a little confused. Why are there soldiers here? Is it for criminals to enter? Seeing Qingfeng's doubts, Yu Wenyao explained. If you want to enter the crack, you must show them your superpower ID. This is to prevent ordinary people who are curious and don't care about their lives from sneaking in. In addition to this, there is another function, which is registration. After entering the underground city, you will be given an identity card. If a superpower dies in the underground city and is seen by others, you can take this identity card and give it to these soldiers. And get a little reward. These rewards still depend on who the owner of the identity card is. If it is a person who has made great contributions to the country, then the reward will naturally be more generous. Once you enter the underground city, your life is like walking on a single plank bridge. Once you take the wrong path, you will never be able to recover. Yu Qingfeng was also shocked when he heard this. He knew that the dungeon was very dangerous, but he didn't expect it to be so dangerous. No wonder it was voted as the most dangerous profession in the world. People who come here are basically desperate people, except those who want to become stronger. Okay, let's go into the dungeon quickly. Yeah. He handed the psychic certificate to the soldier, and then the soldier operated on the notebook and took out an ID card from the side and gave it to them. He took the ID card in his hand. He went straight into the dungeon. As soon as he entered the dungeon, Qingfeng felt the changes. The air he breathed became a little blocked, and the gravity seemed to have increased, but he quickly adapted. Old Yu, didn't you rush home to see your son? What's wrong? Your son should be okay, right? A voice suddenly came, attracting Qingfeng's attention. Looking in the direction of the voice, there was a group of burly men walking towards them with smiles on their faces. Yu Wenyao also saw them, and when he heard what they said, he smiled and said, "The matter over there has been resolved, and my son has nothing to do." So I hurried back. After hearing this, the big man also laughed and then said with a serious face, "Hey, if you have the opportunity to accompany your family, you should hurry up and accompany them. My little daughter is looking forward to me accompanying her every day." Hey, by the way, who is this? He turned and looked at Yu Qingfeng. Yu Wenyao smiled and said, "This is my employer. I just accepted his commission to help him improve his strength, so I'm afraid I can't go with you this time. The big man waved his hand. It's okay, you should go quickly too. Don't let your employer wait anxiously. I'll treat you to a drink when you're done in a few days, okay? By the way, old you, do you remember the Black Tiger Gang? They seem to be targeting you recently, so be careful. The big man glanced at Qingfeng and then turned away. Hearing this, Wen Yao's smiling face gradually fell. Seeing his father's appearance, Qingfeng was also curious and asked, "What is the Black Tiger Gang?" He looked at his son, thought for a while, and then said in a deep voice, "Let's talk while we walk." Then he walked forward. As Wen Yao and his friends left, several vendors who were selling things next to them looked at each other, then hurriedly packed up their stalls and left. After walking for about 10 minutes, Wen Yao looked around and found that there were not many people around, so he spoke. The Black Tiger Gang is a gang organized by this underground city, specializing in killing and robbing to get money. Their targets are basically newcomers or those who are alone. Their skills in killing and robbing are extremely superb. The authorities have checked them many times, but each time there is insufficient evidence. The most important thing is that their leader's strength has reached the gold level. Gold level? If I remember correctly, the levels in this world are black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum crystal, diamond, star glory, extraordinary, proud, and king. Gold level is the 4th level. No wonder, those who have reached the gold level are basically regarded as the leaders of a region. You should know that the general strength of people nowadays is bronze and silver. There are no more than tens of thousands of gold in a city. There are no more than a few thousand platinum crystals. Wait, why does this realm look so familiar? The person who created this realm cannot be an internet-addicted teenager. Forget it, forget it. Don't think about these people for now. Thinking of this, Qingfeng said with some concern, "Dad, how about we hide?" "Hey, it's okay," Wen Yao said a few words mysteriously. "It's good that we are near the entrance of the underground city. Even if they come, it's no problem for me to leave with my strength. Let's go. I know a remote place that suits your current situation." Seeing that his father was so familiar with the route, Qingfeng didn't say much. Soon they came to a remote canyon in the southeast direction. There are not many people here. It's close to the entrance of the dungeon, and the monsters are only bronze level at most. Before Wen Yao finished speaking, a line of purple-gray wolves slowly walked out of the wall in front of him. They were about 2 meters in size, with bared teeth and dark eyes that made people's backs cold. The drops of saliva clearly reached Qingfeng's ears. "Qingfeng, this is a purple ghost wolf. Its strength level is black iron, and the highest is bronze. They are good at speed and group attack. Qingfeng, come here and pick a weapon." Hearing his father's words, Qingfeng walked to his father nervously. Then Wen Yao took out weapons from nowhere and dropped them to the ground one by one. There were spears, daggers, long swords, and machetes. Basically, there are all the cold weapons that should be there. Without too much hesitation, he chose a tang sword. The reason is very simple. First, he likes swords, and second, it is because swords are the easiest weapons to use. Seeing that his son chose a sword, he asked curiously, "Why did you choose a sword? This sword is not bad either. I chose it on purpose because I thought you like it." Qingfeng thought for a while and said, "Only sissies play with swords. Real men play with knives. Those who play with swords are basically pretenders. Only knives are plain and practical." Wen Yao's face was full of black lines when he heard this, and he silently moved his weapon back a little. Then he agreed. Qingfeng picked up the tang sword and walked in front of the purple wolf, not noticing the strangeness on his father's face at all. When the purple wolf saw the weapon in Qingfeng's hand, it showed a fearful look and walked back and forth around the canyon, as if it wanted to find Qingfeng's flaw. Qingfeng was not in a hurry, holding the tang sword tightly with both hands and making a gesture to respond at any time. Even if 1 or 2 purple wolves were behind, Qingfeng was not panicked. At this time, Qingfeng knew the movement trajectory of the purple wolf clearly. After the awakening of the superpowers, both hearing and vision perception were greatly improved. Even though his physical fitness was extremely poor before, it has now returned to the level of ordinary people. In addition, this is the first time to come to the dungeon, and the adrenaline secreted by the tension of the body has improved his insight and function to the best state. Soon, a purple wolf behind him couldn't wait and pounced on Qingfeng at an extremely fast speed. He instantly felt something strange behind him, and quickly reacted by dodging to the side. The moment he dodged, he saw a huge purple ghost wolf passing by him. and Qingfeng immediately broke out in a cold sweat. He also knew the situation just now. If he was half a second late, he would definitely be attacked. Only his father could save him at that time. He held the Tang sword in his hand tighter and tighter. He kept a close eye on the purple ghost wolves. After only a few minutes of stalemate, Qingfeng knew that this was not a solution. If it continued like this, there would probably be more and more monsters. Author side note: as a new author, the early performance of the new book is very important. If you have votes, please vote. Thank you very much. Also, if there are any typos, please point them out. In this way, no matter what, it is a dead end. If you want to get out of the predicament, you have to take the initiative. Thinking of this, Yu Qingfeng's eyes flashed with a cold light. He quickly locked the target on the front, a relatively weak purple ghost wolf. It felt Qingfeng's gaze and also looked at it with a covetous look. It is not very big and should be the weakest among the purple ghost wolves. Qingfeng tightened his calves and rushed forward quickly. When the purple ghost wolf saw Qingfeng rushing towards it, it howled to the sky and rushed straight towards Qingfeng. The two sides quickly approached each other. The purple ghost wolf jumped up, and its dark eyes were fixed on Yu Qingfeng's neck. When the sharp claws were about to grab Yu Qingfeng's neck, he dodged the attack in a weird and embarrassed manner. While it was in the air and had not yet landed in the air, Qingfeng instantly raised the tightly grasped Tang sword in his hand. The purple ghost wolf howled miserably, and a large amount of blood flowed out, staining Qingfeng's collar red. Because of the injury in the abdomen, the purple ghost wolf did not stand firmly and fell heavily to the ground. Qingfeng naturally did not intend to let go of such a good opportunity. He quickly ran to the side of the purple ghost wolf, picked up the Tang sword, and stabbed it fiercely at the aorta. Then he was afraid that the wolf was not dead and stabbed it repeatedly a few times. Order: congratulations to the host for killing a black iron 1-star purple ghost wolf. Obtain 0.1 lottery points. Hearing the voice of the system, Qingfeng instantly turned around and continued to stare at the remaining purple ghost wolves. After the battle just now, he also knew his own shortcomings. For example, when he attacked physically, the Tang sword in his hand suddenly became like a 100 jin iron rod. It was not that the weapon in his hand suddenly became heavier, but that his physical strength was consumed too quickly. In addition, the attack range was too large. If he had not been on guard all the time, if there had been a purple ghost wolf nearby just now, it would have definitely knocked him down the moment he swayed after the attack. Yu Qingfeng was sweating profusely at this time, and his mind was also running rapidly. One by one, the attack ideas were all reviewed in his mind, but almost all of them were certain to die. Damn, since they were all dead, then I would use my last trump card. Anyway, I can't die, and my dad will save me when the time comes, just in time to see how much damage my ability can do to creatures. Yuan Yao, who was not far away, was also surprised to see his son kill a purple wolf. Even the weakest wolf in the wolf pack has reached the black iron star. It is not something that ordinary people can deal with, but Qingfeng killed one without any help. Originally, Yuan Yao wanted to take Qingfeng to feel the horror of the monster and let him know how much he weighed. Then he would teach him well. But the current situation was something he had never thought of. Just when he wanted to deal with the rest of the purple wolves and praise his son, he saw that the originally cautious Yu Qingfeng seemed to have taken the wrong medicine and rushed towards the wolf pack. Then in Yu Wenyao's eyes, he saw his son take off his mask. Then a strange area appeared in front of him, as if this area would appear wherever he saw it, and the color in this area gradually faded until the color disappeared completely. The wolf pack in front of him dissipated instantly like dust. All this happened in less than a second, and Yu Qingfeng's power was instantly drained, and he fell straight down on the spot. In his mind, the voice of the system was prompting frantically. Order: congratulations to the host for killing one black iron 7-star purple ghost wolf. Order: congratulations to the host for killing one black iron 1-star purple ghost wolf. Obtained 0.1 lottery points. Order: congratulations to the host for killing one black iron 3-star purple ghost wolf. Obtained 0.3 lottery points. Those purple ghost wolves provided Qingfeng with a full 3.3 lottery points. Yu Wenyao saw his son fall to the ground and instantly arrived beside him and killed the purple ghost wolves behind Qingfeng in seconds. He took out a few black crystals from his arms. Then he took out a few life stones. After absorbing the energy of the life stones, he saw his father handing over a few more black stones. He didn't know what these stones were for, so he asked, "Dad, what are these?" When Yu Wenyao saw that his son was fine, he put his worries aside and explained, "This is a spiritual stone. It is also the main thing that psychics and warriors use to improve their strength. We can't improve our strength by getting energy from the air like in novels. If we want to improve our strength or get energy, we must go to the dungeon and kill these monsters. The monsters will drop spiritual stones after they die." Yu Qingfeng was also suddenly aware of this, but he keenly heard the word warrior and asked curiously, "Warrior? What is that?" Hearing his son's question, Yu Wenyao looked at Qingfeng with a look of a fool. Under this gaze, there is also a trace of pity. "Warrior? I remember that when I was a child, I often heard you say that you wanted to be a warrior. Now you don't even know what a warrior is? Did the Qian family hurt your head?" Yu Qingfeng, warriors are people who cannot awaken their superpowers. They can also obtain energy from spirit stones to improve their strength. Their realm levels are the same. They can also start absorbing energy at the age of 18. Psychics must be awakened after the age of 18 before they can absorb the energy from spirit stones, otherwise they will likely become a vegetable. The same is true for warriors, but he is a little more demanding than psychics. That is, he must practice martial arts all year round. Improve your body's toughness and endurance to absorb spirit stones. For example, at the Beijing martial arts competition a few days ago, Teacher Ma used a superb lightning 5 whip to repel many A-level psychics of the same level, and won the championship in the martial arts competition. Become the most prestigious warrior in Kyoto. The martial arts gyms he opened are all over the place, with both genuine and pirated ones. Don't take it lightly if you encounter a warrior in the future. Their actual combat power is not lower than that of a superpower, or even higher. Yu Qingfeng nodded after hearing his father's explanation. No wonder there are so many martial arts schools in this world. This is the reason. If you practice martial arts so early and then awaken a superpower, wouldn't it be a great success? Yu Wenyao seemed to have seen through Qingfeng's thoughts, and he also smiled and said, "If you practice martial arts early and awaken superpowers, you will be a little popular at the beginning. After all, you practice more. But it's just that your body is stronger than ordinary people. Superpowers are not the main means of attack. I will teach you martial arts when you go to college." Superpowers who don't go to college can also go to martial arts halls to learn. This kind of martial arts is called spiritual skills. So once you practice, it's actually the same. In the end, they all end up in the same place, but superpowers have an additional innate spiritual skill. Isn't this world very unfair to warriors? The world itself is not fair. If you like it, please vote. If there are typos, please point them out. Once a warrior becomes a silver level, the hardships behind it are self-evident. Thinking of this, Qingfeng's eyes became firm, and he picked up the spiritual stone in his father's hand and began to practice. Yu Wenyao saw that his son quickly got into the state and nodded with satisfaction. Time passed slowly. Several black iron level spirit stones were also consumed, and Qingfeng's strength also reached black iron 4 stars. Feeling the strengthening of his own body, he had an illusion that he could punch through the mountains with one punch. Yu Qingfeng knew that this was just an illusion of increasing strength too quickly. After all, it was just a feeling. Yu Wenyao saw that his son had absorbed the spirit stones and smiled and said, "How do you feel? With your talent for absorbing spirit stones for the first time, you should have reached black iron 1 star. He looked at his father and nodded. "I have now increased my strength to black iron 4 stars. Whether it is strength or speed, it feels more than 10 times faster than before." "You are black iron 4 stars? Seeing his father's face full of disbelief, Yu Qingfeng also nodded and then released all his momentum. Sure enough, under Yu Wenyao's perception, it was confirmed that his son had entered the threshold of black iron 4 stars. Could it be that my son's talent is SS level? At this speed, won't he be able to enter the bronze realm soon? Ha ha ha! Okay, Qingfeng, you should have no problem dealing with those purple ghost wolves with your current strength. Go ahead and improve your combat skills." Well, he walked back into the canyon. Purple ghost wolves appeared one by one. With the experience of the first battle, Qingfeng was no longer too nervous. Holding the Tang sword in hand, he rushed towards the purple ghost wolves. With the strength of black iron 4 stars, his physical strength, endurance, and attack power were all improved. As the purple ghost wolves fell to the ground, Qingfeng's combat experience was also madly improving. 2 days passed slowly. The lottery points of the supernatural power lottery system also reached 52.3 points. It is conceivable that in just 2 days, the purple ghost wolves in the entire canyon lived a life like this. From one person dealing with 2 or 3 wolves to now almost killing them with every knife. Only the purple ghost wolves with black iron 7 stars can touch him, but they can be easily solved in a few minutes. After easily solving the new round of purple ghost wolves, Yu Qingfeng found a comfortable place outside the canyon to sit down. Using the consciousness to communicate with the system, he said, "System, I want to draw a prize." As soon as he finished speaking, he came to the previous page of the prize drawing page. He clicked on the single draw. As his finger pressed, a huge gift box appeared in front of Qingfeng, and then the gift box exploded instantly. The colorful colors were pumping, and then a white background slowly appeared. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the F-level superpower, Brain Bomb, already put into the system backpack. Open the backpack of the superpower lottery system. Long press this superpower to appear a button for details. Click it, and soon the function of this superpower is also revealed. Bomb the head. This superpower strengthens the power of the middle finger, making it more painful to bomb someone's head. No physical consumption, no energy consumption, no cooling time. What is this? Why is there such a superpower? Forget it, it's better than nothing. Maybe I can use it that day, and I'm going to start the lottery again. Just when he was about to draw the lottery, he noticed that his lottery points had changed from 53.3 to 43.3 points. 10 points for one draw. Originally, Yu Qingfeng thought that he could draw 10 times with this few lottery points, but he didn't expect that he couldn't draw even once. Is it necessary to draw a miracle with a single draw, or wait until it is enough for 10 consecutive draws? Damn the miracle of a single draw, he immediately ordered 2 single draws. Order, congratulations to the host for obtaining the F-level superpower. Charge and shoot the head. Order, congratulations to the host for obtaining the F-level superpower. Fancy shoot the head? Yu Qingfeng was not feeling well, and his face suddenly fell. Why are they all shooting the head? Can't we do something else? My luck is too bad. It seems that I have to use that trick. I can still draw twice now. If I don't succeed this time, I will die. As he said that, he stood up and took out the mineral water in his backpack. Then he poured it out and washed his face. Then he drew a gossip on the ground and looked around to find the right feng shui treasure land in his mind. When the draw was about to start, he murmured, System, if I become stronger, you can become stronger too. Isn't that the truth? So let's do something practical. After saying that, he raised his middle finger and fiercely clicked on the single draw. This blow seemed to penetrate the system. As the gift box exploded, the purple background was revealed. Shocking JG purple. Is there something good? Then a crisp system voice came. Order! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the B-level water ability. Oh! Metaphysics. Open the system backpack and click to use it immediately. A wonderful feeling immediately surged into my heart. I didn't want to be as overbearing as annihilation, but like warm water, soft and warm. I saw Yu Qingfeng using it to wash his face, and the water that fell on the ground slowly floated. Then the water became more and more, until it completely wrapped Yu Qingfeng. Yu Wenyao, who was not far away, had discovered his son's abnormality early on, and instantly came to his side and watched silently. Seeing his son wrapped in water, he was shocked. With this posture, could it be that he has awakened a new superpower? Just wasting a bottle of water and doing some strange actions, he awakened? No way. I have never heard of a person who can awaken 2 superpowers. What kind of talent is this? Could it be that my son Qingfeng has the talent of a king and emperor? About 10 minutes later, Qingfeng also walked out of the water. As soon as he came out, he saw his father looking at him with envy. Qinger, you have awakened a new superpower. Qingfeng also nodded. Yu Wenyao couldn't hide his smile on his face after getting the affirmation, and asked curiously, Qingfeng, how did you awaken? Did you have some enlightenment or something? Qingfeng didn't know how to answer for a while. He couldn't say that he had awakened a superpower, let alone expose it. Just say that there is no concept of system in this world, so there is no need to explain. If you say it out, it will take a long time to explain. Qingfeng thought carefully and thought of a perfunctory way in his mind. He said with a hint of confusion on his face, I just felt that my face was a little dark. So when I took out mineral water to wash my face, I found that I seemed to have an inexplicable affinity for water. My body felt a little uncomfortable and I kept looking for a comfortable place. Then I awakened. This was vague and unclear, just like a supernatural power. No one knew what to do before awakening. This answer made Yu Wenyao stunned. Then, with unprecedented excitement on his face, he shouted loudly, "My son Qing Feng has the appearance of a king and emperor. If you like, please vote for it." Hearing his father shout, Qing Feng's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He quickly looked around. After making sure that there was no one around, he felt relieved. Then he said to his father, "Dad, you can't say this, it's unlucky." Yu Wenyao thought that this was too ostentatious and nodded, "Yes, it's unlucky, you should hide your talent well. Then make a big splash." Seeing his father like this, Qing Feng was helpless. He couldn't explain it. Could it be that the grass on the grave of the last person who said his son had the potential to be an emperor was already taller than the sky? By the way, Qing Feng, I suddenly remembered that we have to go back today. What are we going back for? Qing Feng was a little curious. Logically speaking, it would be no problem for the current supplies to stay in the underground city for more than 10 days. It's like this. After 2 months of hard work, your father has almost paid off the foreign debt. Go back and pay back a few $100,000 and it will be almost paid off. If I remember correctly, my father should owe more than 8 million. How did he pay it off so quickly? Seeing his son's suspicious eyes, Yu Wenyao also showed a mysterious smile. Let's go home first. Please talk about this slowly on the way. 2 hours later, Qing Feng returned to his home. At this time, Yu Qingfeng was a little skeptical about life. He walked into his home in a daze and looked at the dilapidated rental house and the somewhat dilapidated interior. Suddenly, he felt that I was the clown. On the way, his father's explanation was very simple. That is, his strength was at the gold level. As for how this realm came about, that depends on what the Yu family was like before bankruptcy. They were the richest in Zhangcheng. What can't be solved with money? I got this by taking drugs. I took a high-level pill almost every day. It stands to reason that the effect will become smaller and smaller, but the amount is too much. I took it to the gold level. Thinking of taking a high-level pill a day, Qing Feng couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. My father has the strength of the gold level. Even my mother has the strength of the silver level. And his family is not so shabby. The company went bankrupt because of other shareholders. Those shareholders didn't know that my father had the strength of the gold level. All this makes sense. The Qian family and other shareholders threatened, and my father showed his gold strength to calm them down, but the shares had been corrupted from the inside and could not be saved. No wonder the Qian family and other shareholders did not dare to retaliate, and no wonder the predecessor was so notorious, but could live a stable life. It turned out that the clown was entering the room. I found that there seemed to be a guest at home. Walking into the living room, I saw a middle-aged man sitting there quietly sipping tea, while my mother was talking excitedly beside him. Qing Feng saw them, and they naturally saw Qing Feng as well. My mother's eyes lit up, and she stood up and quickly pulled me over, then said excitedly, "Teacher, this is my child. How is he? Is he handsome and elegant? By the way, Qing Feng, this is Qin Lesheng, the vice president of Magic University in Magic City, who came to see you. Why are you standing there? Call me teacher quickly." Yu Qing Feng also reacted and called me teacher politely. Qin Lesheng took a sip of tea and nodded happily when he heard Qing Feng's words. Seeing this, Yu's mother also smiled and said, "By the way, Qing Feng, you just came back. Are you hungry? Mom will cook you something delicious, and you can chat with the teacher here." Before he could react, he heard the sound of the door closing. Qin Lesheng put down the teacup in his hand and stared at Qing Feng. When he looked at Yu Qing Feng, he suddenly felt that Qing Feng's strength had reached the 4th level of black iron. Suddenly, a gleam flashed in his eyes and he sighed. Well, heroes have always been young. I didn't expect that he has reached the 4th star of black iron just after awakening the S-level superpower. In this case, I have something to say. Qing Feng, I hope you will join the Magic City Wuda. At this time, Qing Feng recalled the memory of Wuda in his mind. Magic City Wuda. It is one of the highest institutions of learning with the strongest foundation and strength in Kyushu. The same strength also includes Nancheng Wuda, Xicheng Wuda and Kyoto National Defense Wushu School. These schools are listed as the top 4 universities in Kyushu, and their resources and backgrounds are ahead of countless other universities. Those who enter these universities are all chosen by the gods. Those who come out and graduate successfully are all at the platinum level. Qing Feng was a little surprised. Why would a university with such high standards and deep background come to him? Logically speaking, there are many geniuses. Every few years, there are S-level awakenings. Although most of them die young, there are really many geniuses. Why would the devil come to him? If it follows the usual process, the superpowers will be awakened in the second year of high school, and then the practical classes will start in the third year of high school to teach superpowers and other combat experience. There will be a grand competition until the college entrance examination. Each university evaluates the student's superpowers and talents. But now he has not yet gone to school to awaken his superpowers, and it is still a long time before the college entrance examination in the third year of high school. This is what he is most confused about. He is also very curious about this. Thinking of this, Qingfeng couldn't help but ask, "Teacher Qin, I'm curious. You're curious about why I came to you, right?" Qin Lesheng seemed to see through Qingfeng and said in advance. Qingfeng nodded. "Yes, I really can't figure it out. I haven't even taken the college entrance examination yet, but you came to me. I'm really flattered." "Ha ha!" Qin Lesheng laughed and seemed to be very interested in Qingfeng. "Indeed, I came to you this time mainly because it was on my way. A diamond-level monster appeared in the underground city near Jiangcheng. Logically, it should be in the lower level of the underground city. But it ran to the upper level and suffered many casualties. After solving it, I was just checking on the way back to see if there were any good seedlings of natural awakening. I didn't expect to see you just now, and found that your talent is actually S-level, and your superpowers are unprecedented. Plus, I have met your parents a few times and talked a few words. Even if you take the college entrance examination, it is more than right for you to go to our magic city Wuda. So I came to recruit you on the way. So that's the case." Qingfeng suddenly seemed to think of something and asked hurriedly, "I want to know, is the power of the magic city Wuda big? Can I modify the information? If I can, I will join." Qin Lesheng frowned and asked without thinking, "It is naturally no problem for me to modify the information with my authority, but what do you want to modify?" Qingfeng naturally didn't waste words and said directly, "I want to modify my superpower talent." Seeing Qingfeng's rare and resolute eyes, Qin Lesheng also guessed, "Do you want to modify your talent and use this method to avoid assassinations from other countries? Although you can, sooner or later you will have to use your superpowers. You can hide for a while, but not forever. Okay, I'll help you modify it when the time comes." Qin Lesheng readily agreed. After all, this kind of genius that can make other countries jealous can hide for a day. However, Qingfeng's next sentence made Qin Lesheng's pupils dilate. Qingfeng smiled and said gently, "Since you have said that, I naturally know that joining the Magic City Martial Arts School will definitely expose your talent one day. But what if I have another superpower?" "What?" Qin Lesheng's pupils widened, with an expression of disbelief on his face. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How can a person have two superpowers?" Seeing that Vice Principal Qin did not believe it, Qingfeng naturally did not say much. He immediately released the water superpower. Streams of water slowly condensed in Qingfeng's hands and then swam in front of Qin Lesheng. Seeing such a scene, Qin Lesheng felt a little demented. B-level water power and S-level power. Qin Lesheng burst into an excitement that he had never seen before. He really found a ghost. He found a treasure. Although dual system power is not impossible, the probability of existence is very low, so low that it can be almost ignored. The reason why he was so sure before was that the star-level powerhouses of Ju Kingdom tried to merge other powers, but all failed and were seriously injured. Dual power is said to have a probability, but it is actually impossible. But now a dual power miracle is in front of him, and it is still B-level and S-level power. How can he not be excited? He also knows that if there is a B-level cover, once the power talent is modified in the file, it will be almost easy for Qingfeng to grow up. Juzhou Kingdom will surely rise a new star-level powerhouse. Okay, since you are willing to tell this secret, does this mean that you are willing to join the Magic City Wuda? Qin Lesheng's expression is rich, and he looks at him as if he is looking at a treasure. Even if he didn't want to go, Qin Lesheng would find a way to invite Yu Qingfeng to the Magic City Wuhan University. Yu Qingfeng nodded in this fiery gaze. Qin Lesheng immediately took out a sign and gave it to Qingfeng, saying, "You still have 1 year of high school, so don't go. You won't go to the college entrance examination. Just go to college directly. I will solve your information and registration problems when I go back. When you go to school in August, remember to take this token to the principal's office to find me," he said and pushed open the door excitedly and left. Looking at the token in his hand, Yu Qingfeng still felt a little dreamy at this time. Forget it. Forget it. I am also a child of destiny. By the way, when my parents come back in the evening, I will talk to them about this matter." Coming to the refrigerator, Qingfeng wanted to find something to eat. Just after taking out a plate of fruit from the refrigerator, he heard his mobile phone ringing. He took out his mobile phone and saw that the caller was his high school class teacher. In the original owner's memory, he didn't have a very good impression of this class teacher. He seemed to be a middle-aged, greasy, fat uncle. He still relied on his connections to get in as a teacher. He was only responsible for arranging class issues, but he didn't actually teach. At that time, he would occasionally seek out the original owner to curry favor with him. But the original owner basically hung out outside the school, except for being on the list, so he didn't know much about this person. Yu Qingfeng was a little curious about why he suddenly called him. When he answered the phone, he heard the other party's arrogant voice. "Yu Qingfeng, you can't even be absent from the PAT National Duty Awakening of Superpowers." Qingfeng frowned. "Are you defying the system set by Juzhou? Besides, you are only disabled in your eyes, and your hands and feet cannot move. But it's right for you to do this. Anyway, you are like that, and you will definitely not be able to awaken any special powers, and you can't even be a warrior. You can only study culture and be an ordinary person at that time. Oh, sorry, I forgot again. You are blind. If you don't come to awaken this time, wait. I will give you a serious demerit. Find a way to beg me, otherwise you won't graduate next semester." On the other side, a middle-aged, bald and greasy uncle was holding a phone with a big belly and spitting. Next to him was a young man who looked very imposing. The middle-aged, greasy uncle moved the phone away a little and said to the young man with a smile, "Don't worry, Mr. Qian. I will make Yu Qingfeng feel bad this time. Although he was seriously injured, it doesn't prevent me from disgusting him." After hearing this, Mr. Qian also laughed. "Well, you did a good job this time. I will say a few good words in front of my father next time." This was said very loudly, as if he was deliberately mocking something. Yu Qingfeng on the other end of the phone naturally heard it clearly, and he also understood in his heart that the Qian Shao mentioned by the class teacher should be Qian Zheng of the Qian family, the eldest son of the Qian family. It should be that things are different now, and then he found the class teacher, a fence-sitter, to irritate him. Judging from the class teacher's reaction, he probably didn't know that my father's strength was gold level. Otherwise, even with the support of the Qian family, he wouldn't dare to be so presumptuous. Jumping clown, the previous life itself rarely had any relationship with this class teacher. Would I feel a contrast if the class teacher fawned on others? It seems a little bit, so he said unwillingly, "No need, class teacher. I naturally awakened 2 days ago, and it was a B-level water-based ability." He emphasized natural awakening in B-level. "If you don't believe it, then go check it yourself." He hung up the phone. As for the class teacher on the other side, he was also confused when he heard this, and looked at Qianzheng next to him with some trembling. Qianzheng was no longer calm and composed at this time, but was stunned and then shocked. How is it possible? So his eyes are healed. Isn't it said that he may have awakened the supernatural power of his eyes? I forgot to explain it before. The original Qingfeng's eyes were more magical, so the Qian family thought that he had awakened the supernatural power of his eyes, so they blinded him. I'll just say it here if it's nothing. Why is it the water system? This reaction also scared the class teacher next to him, and he hurriedly said, "Mr. Qian, it can't be true, right? That little beast said it was a natural awakening. Is it a natural awakening? It may be to blow us up, bragging." He said so, but his trembling and panicked expression was still very obvious. Seeing this, Qianzheng also snorted coldly. In fact, he was not sure, but when he heard Yu Qingfeng's confident tone, he had to feel suspicious again. But no matter what, it is possible. If it is fake, it will only give Yu Qingfeng an additional joke, which will make him more aggrieved. But what kind of person is he? Or was he really just bragging in a fit of rage? Not sure. This answer will be fine when the list of natural awakenings appears tomorrow. If it's true, Yu Qingfeng is just lucky. The head teacher was sweating. Well, don't worry. Even if he awakens, what will happen? I'll protect you. The sudden call instantly cleared my originally good mood. I angrily opened my phone and deleted all my former friends. I only kept my parents. Soon it was evening. My parents bought a bunch of vegetables and came back. They were a little disappointed to find that Vice President Qin had left. They kept asking why he didn't say anything. Then Qingfeng told his parents the news that he skipped a grade and entered the Magic City Wuhan University. For a moment, The complaining parents suddenly felt that the vegetables were not bought in vain. Vote, 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 vote. Page 1/3. Soon half a month passed and it was mid-July. During this period, Qingfeng and his father often went in and out of the dungeon. Under his father's guidance, Qingfeng quickly reached the 9th star of Black Iron, Underground City. Qingfeng easily dealt with several purple wolves in the original canyon, and then skillfully cut off the fur and took out the spiritual stones hidden in the body. During this period, Qingfeng knew the source of the spiritual stones. These spiritual stones are like zombie novels, hidden in the brains of these monsters. Then there are the fur materials of these monsters. No matter what material they are, they can be sold for a lot of money. Of course, the higher the level of the monster, the higher the selling price. For example, the claws collected by Qingfeng, one claw can be sold for more than 6 yuan. According to Qingfeng's current strength, hundreds of them can be collected in a day. If you are lucky, the monsters gather together, and Qingfeng will fight. It is no problem to collect thousands of them in a day. Naturally, the price of the spiritual stones taken out from the purple wolf is not low. One can sell for thousands of yuan, and the bronze level can sell for tens of thousands of yuan. The silver and gold levels can be imagined. He used his water-based abilities to clean the spirit stones and materials he had just collected, and then he looked at the materials and said in a low voice, "No wonder my father easily paid off his debts in 2 months. Forget it, forget it." But the speed at which the purple ghost wolf refreshes seems to have slowed down a lot recently, and it seems that it should be moved to another place. This place may not be accessible for a while. Just as Yu Qingfeng was waiting for the purple ghost wolf to appear, his father came to his side and handed him a few spirit stones. These spirit stones were not like the black iron level spirit stones. The colors were different, especially the turquoise one. Qingfeng recognized at a glance that this spirit stone was a bronze level spirit stone. "Qingfeng, I see that your strength has reached the black iron 9th star. When you absorb the bronze level spirit stones, you should be almost bronze. Okay?" Hearing Qingfeng's response, Yuanyao also left to fight monsters nearby. Qingfeng, who stayed where he was, looked at the bronze-level spirit stone in his hand with curiosity on his face. He used his water-based abilities to clean it thoroughly, then looked left and right, and finally put it in his pocket like a treasure. After all, this is a huge sum of money worth tens of thousands of yuan. After checking the color purity, it should be quite high, so it can't be lost. Qingfeng saw a new purple wolf refreshed in the canyon in front of him, and was about to get up and start working, when he heard several noises from behind. "It seems that we have a lot of gains. I was thinking that this guy only has black iron and nothing good, but I didn't expect that he has bronze-level spirit stones. It's just a little extra money." Qingfeng turned around and saw a few bald men with ragged clothes, bald heads, and many tattoos on their bodies. There were a few younger brothers behind the bald man. After staying in the dungeon for a long time, Qingfeng subconsciously sensed the breath and found that their energy was much purer than black iron. It was bronze level. The bald man smiled when he saw Qingfeng's nervous expression and said, "It's okay, our boss is looking for you, but..." He suddenly smiled strangely. "It doesn't matter if I die to see the boss." As he said that, he picked up the big knife behind him and rushed towards Yu Qingfeng without saying a word. Damn, what's wrong with this? Qingfeng was also shocked and immediately used his supernatural power. Countless trickles of water enveloped him, and he quickly picked up the Tang sword on the ground. The huge sword chopped fiercely, and Qingfeng dodged instantly. The blade seemed to split the air, and countless air currents burst out and spread, rolling up countless dust on the ground. Qingfeng's eyes quickly found the target and quickly found its weakness. In an instant, he came behind this critical moment. "Draw the knife!" One leg flew up immediately. The tattooed bald man fell to the ground and howled miserably. That's it? This was Qingfeng's first time fighting against someone. The opponent came with great momentum and was a bronze-level big brother. I thought he was very powerful. So Qingfeng didn't hold back and went all out. Unexpectedly, the other little brothers saw their big brother fall, and they looked at each other for a while, and then they were afraid and at a loss. The tattooed man on the ground howled and cursed. He's broken! He's broken! Come on, he was just broken by my chi wave. He's exhausted now. Come on, and it's over." The younger brother's eyes lit up after hearing this, and he rushed over with a knife. If nothing unexpected happened, something unexpected would happen. In a few minutes, 7 or 8 younger brothers basically had broken arms and legs, and screams were endless. Even the newly refreshed purple ghost wolf was scared away. Yu Qingfeng came to the bald brother and asked coldly, "Who is your elder brother?" "My elder brother is Yan Yang of the Black Tiger Gang. I said no to killing me, but it was my elder brother who saw that you seemed to be very close to Yu Wenyao. Then my elder brother asked me to invite you over, and then I was greedy for a moment and wanted to take away some of your materials and bronze-level spirit stones." Qingfeng's cheek twitched. "Why do you often do this?" Yes. No, I am a good citizen and never do anything that harms the world." Hearing these words, Qingfeng was also angry and laughed. He was so arrogant before, and he dared to say that he was a good citizen when he came up to chop people? Qingfeng naturally understood the principle of cutting the grass and eradicating the roots. Even if he couldn't cut the grass without eradicating the roots now, he must not leave any survivors. Once they go back, there will definitely be more and more trouble. Without too much hesitation, he raised the Tang sword and killed the bald brother, and naturally did not leave any of the other brothers alive. Congratulations to the host for killing a bronze 2-star spirit warrior and getting 2 points for the lottery. Congratulations to the host for killing a bronze 1-star spirit warrior and getting 1 point for the lottery. Congratulations to the host for killing a bronze 1-star spirit warrior and getting 1 point for the lottery. They are all bronze 1-star, which adds 8 points to his lottery points. Qingfeng threw the corpses into the canyon to feed the purple wolf. After finishing them, a feeling of vomiting came over him. He didn't have this feeling when he killed people at the beginning, but when he was carrying their strange and unconscious bodies that were limp on the ground, like rotten meat, with bright red wounds and flowing blood. Thinking that he would die, and it might be the same, he couldn't help but feel a little retching. In the end, he couldn't help it, and quickly went to a corner to vomit. I don't know when a hand stretched out from behind and patted Qingfeng's back. Qingfeng looked back and saw that the man was his father. Yu Wenyao had been watching not far away, and he saw everything Qingfeng did, but he never showed up, because he also knew that with Qingfeng's talent, he would have to face it sooner or later. Qingfeng turned his head and continued to vomit. Then he lit a bonfire and sat there blankly. He was not scared, but was thinking what would happen if his father's strength did not reach the gold level. And his strength just now was not so high. There was no need to think too much. He was powerless on the day of bankruptcy. Those people were either killed by me or by my father, and I will definitely become the protected mama's boy. What if the enemy this time is stronger than before and it is a platinum crystal strongman? In the final analysis, it is still because my own strength is not strong enough. Suddenly, a belief in wanting to become stronger rose in Qingfeng's heart, and his eyes gradually became firm from being muddle-headed. Take out the bronze-level spirit stone and start absorbing. Author's digression. If there are typos, please point out page 3/3. The first bronze-level spirit stone went down and did not break through to the bronze level. Qingfeng didn't take it seriously, and instead opened the long-lost chat group, wanting to see what the other systems were doing recently. At this time, the chat group had more than 99 members, and Qingfeng took a rough look at the content, which was basically complaining about his host. Chat group super rich system, Level 1. I am really speechless about my loser host. He can't walk when he sees a beautiful woman. He has money but doesn't pretend to be cool. He pretends to be a pig and eats a tiger every day. Chef system, don't mention it. My host is similar. My level is low and I can't let others learn it instantly. As a result, I didn't do it myself, but I had to learn it immediately and complained to me for a long time. Next time, people should think carefully before choosing a host. Devouring system, I am similar. I met someone who was even more speechless. He didn't swallow and convert the treasure properly, but used it secretly. As a result, he almost exploded and died. I can't help it. He is the son of luck. I spent a lot of energy to repair him. If I wasn't at a low level and couldn't talk to the host, I would have scolded him a long time ago. Seeing that the systems in the group were all madly complaining about their host, Qingfeng didn't know what to say for a moment. So he simply closed the chat group and took out a bronze-level spirit stone to start practicing again. At the same time, the Chan family, Chan Zheng, who was originally lying at home enjoying himself, suddenly his phone rang. When he picked up the phone, he heard the hurried voice of the head teacher. Mr. Chan, I checked today. Qingfeng is indeed on the list of natural awakenings, and the awakened superpower is indeed a water-based superpower. What should I do? I heard that with B-level superpowers, as long as the resources are good enough, it is only a matter of time to become a platinum-level powerhouse, and there is even a chance to become a diamond-level powerhouse. When Qianzheng heard the word diamond level, his body trembled inexplicably. Then the first reaction was to feel unbelievable, quickly hung up the phone, and hurried out. This news must be told to my father. B-level. What kind of shit luck did Yunfeng have? I just awakened the C-level superpower, and there is a probability to become a platinum-level superpower. Why can he awaken the B-level superpower? He hurried to the company and ran to his father Qianxiang. Qianxiang frowned when he saw his son so flustered, but he didn't say much when he thought about his son's awakening of C-level superpowers. Dad, Yu Qingfeng has awakened superpowers. It's a B-level water superpower. Before he finished speaking, Qianzheng saw his father's face suddenly fall, revealing a gloomy look. How did you know this news? Qianzheng also hurriedly answered, I learned this from our class teacher, and I also heard Yu Qingfeng's answer. He told the previous incident with the class teacher that disgusted Yu Qingfeng. Uncertain, Qianzheng slowly retracted his previous fierce expression and said calmly, I already know about this matter. You go back and hold a class reunion. Try to find out the truth. If he doesn't come, then belittle Yu Qingfeng. If he comes, I will tell you what to do then. Qianzheng was stunned and said okay. Although he didn't know why his father was like this, he just did as he was told. As soon as he left his father's office, he turned on his phone. He sent a message to the class group and held a class party in the name of the second grade of high school and the future. When he was about to @Yu Qingfeng, he found that he had left the group. His phone was also blocked. When Yu Qingfeng absorbed the second bronze-level spirit stone, he suddenly felt that he had touched a certain threshold. His body seemed to be fastened by something. As the spirit stone was completely absorbed, the energy of the bronze-level spirit stone ran wild in his body. It seemed to want to break this confinement, after impacting again and again. In the end, Qingfeng felt that something seemed to be broken, and his body and soul reached a certain sublimation. His physical strength, endurance, and mental strength were greatly improved. Yu Qingfeng's eyes lit up at such a change. Am I awakening to the bronze level? I only absorbed 2 bronze-level spirit stones. There are still 5 that are not used, and I have been promoted to the bronze level. He opened his backpack, took out the steel pipe made of pure steel, and bent it hard. I thought it might be a bit strenuous, but he bent it easily without using much strength. Qingfeng walked to a stone and punched it hard, and the stone shattered. Is this the strength of the bronze level? Looking at this posture, one punch has at least 5 tons of force, 5,000 kilograms. Just when he was about to absorb the other 5 bronze-level spirit stones, his cell phone suddenly rang. It seemed to be an unfamiliar number. After answering the call, a familiar voice came from the other end. After hearing the other party's intention, Qingfeng did not show much expression, but just paused for a moment and said, Okay, I will go to the class reunion. After hanging up the phone, Qingfeng's originally tough eyes gradually became cold. Qianzheng, I want to see what tricks you play. There are still about 2 days before the class reunion, so it's better to absorb the spirit stones quickly. 3 hours later, wake up from cultivation and absorb all 5 spirit stones. He felt his own state. Sure enough, it would only become more and more difficult to improve his strength. 5 high-purity bronze-level spirit stones did not even improve by 1 star. By the way, I feel that today is a good day. Let's see if we can draw something good. If we draw another superpower, we will have another trump card. As we said that, we opened the superpower lottery system. Schedule, does the host want to draw a lottery? Yes. Qingfeng returned to the familiar sampling interface. Looking at the 1,300 sampling points in the lower right corner, he felt at ease, and a sense of happiness rose spontaneously. These were all earned by him working diligently from dawn to dusk and fighting monsters. Without further ado, let's do a 10-draw combo. The lottery points in the lower right corner quickly dropped from 1,300 to 1,200. Schedule, congratulations to the host for getting the thank you patronage. Schedule, congratulations to the host for getting the D-level superpower. Guess to win in rock, paper, scissors. Schedule, congratulations to the host for getting the F-level superpower. Guess to lose in rock, paper, scissors. Schedule, the host gets the thank you patronage. Schedule, the host gets the thank you patronage. It was okay at the beginning. Yu Qingfeng never expected that his face would be so black. except for the guess to win in rock, paper, scissors and guess to lose in rock, paper, scissors. The rest were thank you patronage. The key is that this is 10 consecutive draws, and I only got 2 useless superpowers. No, I have to rely on the metaphysical sampling method. Qing Feng used his superpowers to gather a large area of water and washed himself thoroughly. Then he used the previous method to find a suitable place and began to draw the 8 trigrams on the ground. He mentioned all the gods he knew. Then he returned to the lottery interface and started the lottery. The Qian family may be considered old-fashioned by some people, but don't worry, it's just a transition. After all, this is the mess left by the original owner. Click once for a single draw and once for 10 consecutive draws. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the F-level superpower, the bullet head. This continued until Qing Feng only had 300 lottery points left. He got a lot of rock, paper, scissors and bullet heads, but Qing Feng was desperate. There was no trace of even the C-level superpower. This probability was also pitifully low. The B-level superpower he got before should be a great explosion of luck. Looking at the remaining 300 points of superpowers, Qing Feng was ruthless and directly clicked the button for 10 consecutive draws. In Yu Qing Feng's hopeful eyes, 10 white lights rushed out. Order. Congratulations to the host for obtaining F-level superpower bullets X5 woo-woo fog. Damn this rubbish system. Was it made by Penguin behind it? Just when Yu Qing Feng was lost, the system voice in his mind came again. Order. The host has collected 50 F-level bullet heads, and they are automatically fused. Order. Congratulations to the host for upgrading the bullet heads to B-level powers. Supreme Middle Finger. Order. Congratulations to the host for getting the guaranteed Supreme Middle Finger. The F-level superpower bullet head has been removed from the prizes and cannot be drawn again. The system chat group has sensed that you have been promoted to bronze level and have drawn 100 times in the superpower lottery system. Superpower lottery system upgrade, superpower lottery system LV3. Order. System upgrade. This upgrade adds new superpowers and items other than superpowers. Please explore on your own. A large string of information suddenly came, making Qing Feng dizzy. After watching these contents carefully, Qing Feng was also at a loss. The reason for crying is that this Supreme Middle Finger is a guaranteed bottom line, and the reason for laughing is that bullet heads can no longer be drawn. Open the system backpack and click to view the function of this Supreme Middle Finger. Introduction. I, Yu Qing Feng, will turn you into ashes in the blink of an eye. Supreme Middle Finger. Raise the middle finger to the opponent. Taunting is increased by 300%. At the same realm, there is a 50% chance of hitting the opponent's head, which will crack the opponent's skull. Evaluation. Hit the head, hit the head, hit the head, hit the brain. This time, that time. The last time I was so speechless was the last time. The system has indeed become a little different after the upgrade, with more introductions and evaluations. But I heard from the system that new superpowers and things besides superpowers have been added. How about another draw? This time should not be the same as before. It should. I will definitely get something good. If Yu Qing Feng opened his eyes at this time and looked at his eyes, he would definitely see his bloodshot eyeballs. He had no idea that he was drunk. With this self-consolation, Yu Qing Feng tremblingly clicked the 10-draw combo. Order. Congratulations to the host for winning the consolation prize Physique Enhancement Potion. Order. Congratulations to the host for winning the consolation prize Strength Enhancement Potion. Order. Congratulations to the host for winning the consolation prize Speed Enhancement Potion. Or this time, the 10 consecutive draws were not like before, which made Qing Feng unable to relax his nervous mood. Just looking at the name, you can tell that it is a potion that enhances physique, speed, and strength. Physique potion. Drink the physique permanently. Qing Feng was too lazy to look at the rest of the potions. Just looking at one will tell the effect. Without saying a word, he took out all the potions, colorful potions, opened the bottle caps and drank them. 10 bottles of potions with various effects were swallowed. Bronze-level Yu Qing Feng easily felt that his physical physique had improved a little. In addition to physique, both strength and speed had improved a little, although it was only a little bit. Yu Qing Feng was not annoyed. After all, it was much better than the previous thank you for your patronage. There were still 100 lottery points left. After thinking about it, Qing Feng decided to draw the lottery another day. After all, he was too dark today. If Africans came and saw Yu Qing Feng, they might respectfully call him Chief. Qingfeng took out a few black iron-level spirit stones, sat down and began to absorb them well. Soon, 2 days passed slowly, and Yu Qingfeng's timer rang. He stood up and turned off the timer. He said goodbye to his father and left the underground city. When he returned home and found that his mother was not there, he didn't worry too much. After all, his strength had reached the silver level. He looked for clothes in his bedroom and then walked into the bathroom. Since he awakened his superpowers, he was living in the underground city. His clothes and body had not been changed properly. It can be said that it was very dirty. Qingfeng came to the bathroom and used his superpowers to gather a huge water ball in front of him and float in the air. Qingfeng jumped into it without thinking. Since it might be a water-based superpower, he had no problem breathing in the water. Half an hour later, Yu Qingfeng walked out of the bathroom refreshed with a sunny and cheerful smile on his face. Under this smile, everything around him was eclipsed. After reaching the bronze level, he clearly felt his changes. His current appearance is like a gentleman from heaven descending to earth, emitting endless white brilliance. No matter who sees it, they will have a lot of good feelings. Looking at the time, he found that it was still early. Qingfeng planned to play with his mobile phone and watch videos. Soon it was 7 o'clock in the evening. Qingfeng got up and took a taxi. Recalling Qianzheng's words at the beginning, he said, "Master, let's go to Jutian Hotel." Soon, Yu Qingfeng arrived at this magnificent and luxurious hotel. In memory, Jutian Hotel is the hotel with the highest standards in Jiangcheng, and the predecessor especially liked to gather in this place. In this way, Qianzheng's thoughts were guessed at once. After asking the waiter, Qingfeng went to the 10th floor of Jutian Hotel. Qianzheng was really generous. According to the waiter, the 10th floor had been reserved by Qianzheng. He had reserved the entire 10th floor of the Jutian Hotel. This practice was exactly the same as Qingfeng's original body. The same hotel, the same practice. Yu Qingfeng walked towards the elevator with a blank expression, and when he arrived at the 10th floor, he went straight to the dining area. At this time, many people had gathered in the dining area on the 10th floor. They had different expressions on their faces. Some took this opportunity to flatter. Some were sighing, but all of them were drinking and talking about the geniuses who had awakened their superpowers this time. Qianzheng walked in from the door. It was soon noticed that some smart classmates were more tactful in dealing with people. In order to curry favor with Qianzheng, they flattered him and said, "Thanks to Qian Xiao for hosting such a big party, so that we can gather together before the final division of classes." Yes, it's not in vain to attend this luxurious party hosted by Qian Xiao. The others also echoed. At this time, Qianzheng was beaming with joy and responded modestly. While others were still flattering Yu Qingfeng pushed the door open and walked in. Seeing that no one noticed him, Yu Qingfeng also found a secluded window and quietly watched Qianzheng pretending to be cool. Suddenly, Qingfeng felt his gaze and turned to look to the side. He saw two extremely beautiful girls. One was a short Lolita, and the other was a tall and cold queen with long legs. Qingfeng took a look and turned back, continuing to quietly watch Cheng pretending to be cool. Vote for it. Don't support books. Yu Qingfeng naturally knew these two people. They were both school beauties of Jiangcheng No. One middle school. The tall and cold queen was called Wen Yayan. He was most familiar with this person. She was a lady from a noble family. She was the eldest daughter of the Wen family and had been engaged to Yu Qingfeng since childhood. Intermarriage between various family forces is a normal operation. After all, it can greatly improve the stability of the family. At the same time, Yu Qingfeng was also a childhood sweetheart with her. It was also arranged by their parents that they were in the same class as her. As for the Lolita next to her, I don't have much impression. I only know her name. Her name is Wen Xinyu. She is also extremely beautiful, but the previous incarnation seems to have no interest in it. Fortunately, the original owner does not like to use torture. Shit! Suddenly Yu Qingfeng reacted. In the original owner's memory, he often looked for her like a dog in private. If the Yu family had not had this incident, even if Yu Qingfeng did not care about her, she would definitely become his wife. But the previous incarnation was different. Knowing the result, he still took the initiative to lick her, and as a result, the originally harmonious relationship became worse and worse. This shit! A dog! It's awesome! Qingfeng held it in for a while and said this sentence softly. What's so awesome? At this time, a loyal and honest voice came from his ears. Qingfeng knew who it was by the voice. He turned his head happily and saw a fat man with a childish appearance and a slightly fat body. His name is Rong Hong. Something happened in his family. His mother was seriously ill and needed a large sum of money. When the original body found out, he casually took out several million pocket money for his mother's treatment. Since then, he has been following Yu Qingfeng. He also speaks very easily and appropriately. Even though he knows that he is the young master of the Yu family, he never fawns on him. He doesn't want money from him. When he has money, he still remembers the millions of money Yu Qingfeng gave him for medical treatment and returns a little bit every day. Even when the Yu family went bankrupt, he often came to visit him. So Qingfeng also likes to stay with him very much. This is a true brother. Wow, boss, you are much more handsome than before, and the scar on your eye is gone. Why did you come to this party? It should be inconvenient for your eyes to be like this. What should I do if something happens? But you should not be able to get killed in the future in this way. If it doesn't work out, you can go and be a gigolo. I think it's good. Rong Hong laughed. Qingfeng didn't get angry when listening to Rong Hong's words. He has been like this since he met him. He is quite mean and he has quarreled with him many times in the past. Qingfeng also smiled and said, "Get out of the way, my eyes are fine, I can see." Okay. After Rong Hong said this, he suddenly seemed to have heard it wrong. Boss, can you see now? Yu Qingfeng saw that Rong Hong's eyes were a little red and nodded, saying, I naturally awakened my B-skill water ability a few days ago, and my body was strengthened, so my eyes can see naturally. But it seems that there is a defect and I can't open it, but I can see. After saying that, he told Rong Hong everything around him. Rong Hong also believed it. Boss! His eyes were a little red to save Yu Qingfeng. Face turned black, and he pushed him away. How can a grown man be like this? By the way, what are you doing here, boss? Everyone knows that Qianzheng is coming for you. Looking at Qianzheng not far away, Yu Qingfeng said disdainfully, Since he came to me, I will naturally not refuse. Hong, have you awakened your superpowers? Of course, don't you see whose younger brother I am? I have awakened the B-skill Earth-related superpowers. How about it? I didn't embarrass you. Yu Qingfeng's eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, Seconds. It's really great. We can definitely make a lot more money if we go to the construction site. You are responsible for getting cement, and I'm responsible for adding water. A match made in heaven. Rong Hong was stunned and also said excitedly, Great, you are worthy of being the boss. I didn't expect it, but boss, you don't have much physical strength to add water. I want a big salary. As they talked, Qingfeng and Rong Hong seemed to have returned to the beginning. When Yayun and the other girl, who were not far away, saw Yu Qingfeng and Rong Hong talking more and more excitedly, and they also looked at each other. When Xinyu said, I heard a few days ago that Yu Qingfeng's eyes were healed. This time it seems to be true. This party seems to be just for him. It's just a lecture. What's wrong with awakening superpowers and healing your eyes? Wen Yayan looked at Yu Qingfeng not far away with a calm look and a cold face. After more than 10 minutes, Qianzheng also ended his humble speech to each classmate. His eyes turned to Wen Yayan's direction, but he found that she didn't look at him. Following her gaze, he saw Yu Qingfeng talking and laughing with Rong Hong. His face immediately fell. When did he come? Humph. Qianzheng walked towards Qingfeng in the eyes of everyone, and the others naturally found Yu Qingfeng. They were also stunned when they saw Yu Qingfeng's handsome face. You, Qingfeng, how could you not tell me when you came? Seeing that it was Qianzheng, Qingfeng's originally relaxed expression gradually faded, and he said coldly, I'm really sorry. I saw you were surrounded by people. I naturally won't disturb you. Qianzheng also sneered. You, Qingfeng, are you feeling uncomfortable? That's right, it was you who were surrounded before. I heard that you have awakened the B-level water ability. Now that your eyes are better, why not use it for everyone to see? As soon as these words came out, countless people were shocked. Some ignorant fence-sitters wanted to bully Qingfeng in exchange for Qianzheng's favor. But when they heard this, they stopped and looked around. Then they awkwardly came to a table and ate cakes and desserts. Some people also knew that Qingfeng had awakened the B-level water ability and said, Yes, Qingfeng, we have all seen the abilities of our classmates. I want to see what your water ability is like. Zheng saw the people around him like this and laughed in his heart. Now the whole hotel is full of surveillance. As long as my father saw it with his own eyes, he would spend a lot of money to invite the masters of the dark web. By then, it would be difficult to survive today. At the same time, Yu Qingfeng's idea was different. He knew that this was Qianzheng's trick, but it just fit his idea. The S-level talent was uploaded confidentially, and the vice president knew it soon. Then it might be leaked. In his eyes, this time is very dangerous, with many rich people and many strong people, plus the murder in the dungeon. Qingfeng already has a very clear understanding of this world in his heart. In this regard, Qingfeng wanted to use his ability under the eyes of the public just in case. In this way, no one would suspect that the water ability was fake. That's why he agreed to come to the party. Then he used his ability unintentionally. But I didn't expect Qianzheng to take the initiative. Whatever you ask for comes true. Author side note: you can only vote for the latest chapter. Of course, everyone has seen each other's abilities, so I won't be stingy about showing off my abilities. Yu Qingfeng showed a cheerful smile and then slowly condensed a water ball in his hand under the gaze of everyone. The crowd was immediately in an uproar. Wow, this is really a B-level water-based ability, just by looking at the size of this water ball. I've seen a C-level water-based ability before, let alone a water ball. It's good to be able to condense a bottle cap. The disdainful and sympathetic eyes that were originally cast towards Yu Qingfeng changed to envy. Soon, the situation changed, and Yu Qingfeng became the center of this gathering just like before. Qianzheng also watched all this with cold eyes, and a strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He knew that Qingfeng would not survive tonight. Yu Qingfeng very experiencedly rejected them and continued to chat with Ronghong. Seeing this, everyone stopped disturbing him. Soon the party was over, and he and Ronghong were planning to go to a nearby snack bar for a good meal. When they were halfway there, Qingfeng clearly felt something was wrong, and his heart was inexplicably blocked. He looked around nearby, and this feeling was not wrong. It was a feeling of murderous intent. He also had an ominous premonition in his heart. Usually this kind of situation only occurs when fighting against the purple ghost wolf, but this time is different. This time the feeling is stronger than usual. Qingfeng doesn't think that he has sensed it wrong. Even if he sensed it wrong, he must take it seriously. What if? This is about his life. But when he checked around, he didn't find anything. Either Yu Qingfeng sensed it wrong, or the strength is higher than him. He chose the latter without hesitation. Suddenly, his vigilance was raised, said to Ronghong beside him. Today I suddenly remembered something. Let's make an appointment next time. Then he left quickly. Ronghong saw that he was so anxious and didn't say anything more. He just shouted, "Okay, then you treat me next time." Qingfeng waved his hand and looked around vigilantly. At this time, he didn't dare to get too close to the crowd, nor did he dare to get too far away from the crowd. It is basically audacious to commit crimes blatantly in Juzhou. Although Juzhou has always maintained peace and friendship, it does not mean bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Once something goes wrong and it gets out of hand, Juzhou will definitely work quickly to find the person behind it and give everyone justice. Therefore, Juzhou is the safest country among all countries now. Anyone who dares to come must think carefully. Because of this, Qingfeng did this. At this time, Yu's perception of Qingfeng's danger is getting faster and faster. Qingfeng's eyes are faintly about to open automatically to protect Qingfeng. It's near me! After a quick glance, Yu Qingfeng instantly began to run to the northwest. At this time, Yu Qingfeng swept the crowd around him again. The feeling slowly subsided. He breathed a sigh of relief and observed the crowd again. After a few minutes, the vigilant Yu Qingfeng felt the palpitation again. The eyeball under his eyelids moved slightly automatically and fixed on a young woman with a baby. When Qingfeng saw her, she was also looking at him. Those cold eyes! Qingfeng suddenly felt that he was trapped in an ice cave. Fortunately, my eyes were not open, and she didn't know I was looking at her. Qingfeng continued to pretend to check the people around him. From time to time, he would look at the killer. The brain was running fast, and while looking for hope to break the situation, he was also thinking about who wanted to kill him. Could it be Qianzheng? Yu Qingfeng brought Qianzheng's perspective to think, wait, yes, it is very likely him. They know that I have a B-level superpower. It is only a matter of time for them to rise. By then, how can such a hidden danger be left? In addition to knowing that my superpower has awakened, they will also confirm the authenticity of the superpower. Once I see it with my own eyes, once I am absolutely sure, I will definitely spend a lot of money to hire a killer. Suddenly, Yu Qingfeng thought of Qianzheng's reaction at the party, and everything seemed to make sense. Such a party, such confidence in assigning a killer, it is very likely that my father is also included. Then this killer is likely to be a platinum crystal level strongman. But even if I don't attend this party, Qianzheng will also send a killer. It's just a matter of time. If I don't come to this party, I can't be sure who assassinated me. Just when I was at a loss and fell into despair, a voice sounded beside me. It's okay. That person can't kill you. Turning around, I suddenly saw a masculine-looking man next to him. The man was dressed in black. Yu Qingfeng's pupils under his eyelids dilated instantly. When did he come to my side? Before he had time to think about it, the man said softly, "Don't worry, I won't harm you. I accepted Vice Principal Qin's mission to protect you." I thought it would be easy, but I didn't expect there would be an unexpected surprise. Yu Qingfeng didn't doubt that the huge rock hanging in his heart also fell. No one except his parents knew that he was admitted by Principal Qin as an exception. Yu Qingfeng naturally didn't believe that the Qian family really had all the power and knew everything. Moreover, if he really wanted to harm him, he was so close to Yu Qingfeng that he could kill him in an instant without leaving any trace. Fabricate a sudden death scene. So Qingfeng naturally didn't doubt it. I feel that the person who killed me is likely to be a platinum crystal level expert. Are you sure? The man in black smiled and said, "That person is indeed platinum crystal level, but not a strong one. Go to a more remote place. There are too many people here. When the time comes, I will help you deal with this person." As he said that, the man blended into the crowd and disappeared. The woman was still waiting quietly, as if checking the timing. Everything remained the same, as if she had never seen Yu Qingfeng meet the man in black. If it weren't for the words just now ringing in his ears, Qingfeng would have thought he was hallucinating. Yu Qingfeng also made up his mind. Since the senior was so sure, he would certainly not bother to deceive him. He immediately started running again, this time no longer around the huge flow of people. Instead, he gradually began to get away from the flow of people. The killer woman also showed a cruel smile on her face when she saw this. She also hurried to catch up. Her figure was like a ghost, like a cat catching a mouse, playing with the mouse before enjoying it. Soon Yu Qingfeng ran to a park with less traffic nearby. Looking at the quiet surroundings, he also stopped. He found that the woman didn't seem to follow him, and subconsciously relaxed his vigilance in his heart, but he turned his head and saw the woman. The pupils stared at him, and the mouth curved strangely. Yu Qingfeng, who was unprepared, was immediately shocked. The woman seemed to be more excited when she saw Qingfeng's reaction, and the strange arc at the corner of her mouth was raised higher. Just as he was about to get close to Yu Qingfeng, the man in black suddenly appeared. He grabbed the woman and then disappeared again. "Vote, vote. Please point out any typos." About 10 minutes later, when the man in black appeared again, the strange woman had already died at his hands. Everything happened too fast. Especially what just happened. He didn't know anything. He only knew that the battle was over in just a few minutes. A platinum-level warrior fell in front of him. Yu Qingfeng couldn't understand, but was shocked. The man in black didn't talk to Qingfeng anymore at this time, picked up the body on the ground and left, disappearing. At this moment, a strong belief completely broke out in Yu Qingfeng's heart. He wanted to become stronger. At this moment, Yu Qingfeng completely saw the danger of this world. As long as he was strong enough, he wouldn't be as passive as he is now. This time it was platinum level. What about next time? Hao Qingfeng didn't dare to think too much. No matter what, the consequences would be extremely serious. He knew very well that even with the system chat group, there would be countless systems to assist him in the future, and he would definitely become a peerless powerhouse. But that was only the future after all. He was still very vulnerable in the early stage, and the highest system level in the group was only level 3. By the way, there are still 7 days until the next month. A new system will be added to the group by then. I'll take a good look at it then. Anyway, the supernatural power lottery system is temporarily useless. I hope to have a more practical system. When I got home, I heard the anxious look on my parents' faces, and I immediately thought of it. Since the platinum-level powerhouses have come out, it must be more than just him who was attacked. There are also his parents. Just when I wanted to speak out my worries, I saw a familiar figure from the corner of my eye. Which man in black? Instantly, I felt that nothing should happen. This damn sense of security. The man in black came to Yu Qingfeng and said with a smile, "Sorry, I just took the body to exchange for the bounty. By the way, I came back to see your parents. Your parents are fine. The assassin should kill you first. August is coming soon. When you see me at Wuda University in Shanghai, you should call me senior. My mission will be almost over by then. The assassination organization hired by the other party should be relatively famous on the dark web. I also collected some evidence, by the way. It was indeed the Qian family who assassinated you. Sure enough, Yu Qingfeng was not surprised by this. It can only be said that the Qian family was too anxious. But it is really good to be strong. It takes me half an hour to go home. And this future senior went to the nearby security bureau to collect the bounty, went to the Qian family, investigated the organization that assassinated me and protected my parents, by the way. Platinum crystal level. Too exaggerated. It didn't mean that Qing continued to think. The words of the senior in black came again. Now, I'll give you a choice. Either report the Qian family for assassinating the top university's Tianjiao personnel, and there will be no problem in sealing up the property. Plus, you are a talent in Juzhou. There should be no problem in sentencing. It's just that the death penalty may be a little difficult. The second one, that is to kill all the Qian family. As he said that, he raised his hand and made a gesture of wiping his neck. Yu Qingfeng understood instantly. After thinking for a long time, Qingfeng chose the second one. Yu Qingfeng is not a saint. Since the Qian family wants to kill him, he should be prepared to be killed. And he originally planned to go to the magic city Wuda to become a silver-level strongman and come back to completely solve the Qian family. But now a choice that can be solved today appears in front of him. How can he let it go? When the senior in black heard that he chose the latter, he was also slightly stunned and immediately laughed. Good boy, you are worthy of being favored by Vice President Qin. You have blood. The next moment, the senior in black disappeared instantly. Yu Qingfeng also turned around and told his parents about what happened today, and they were sweating profusely. Just in case, Yu Qingfeng said, Mom and Dad, why don't we settle down in the Magic City? I feel that there are still too many enemies in Jiangcheng. The parents looked at each other and said, It's good that everything is fine. It's good that everything is fine. We can't settle down. I use the extra money to start a small company these days. Now that the Qian family is going to be gone, there is nothing to worry about. The other enemies don't have that much money to hire a platinum crystal level expert. When you were not back, I heard from your senior that the appearance fee of each platinum crystal level expert on the dark web starts at least 100 million. You also know that I am a gold level expert. When the news of the Qian family's accident spreads, they dare not touch us. In addition, we are now in a state of decline, and they are more likely to come to our door to apologize. Yu Qingfeng thought about it, nodded, and finally didn't say much. Returning to his room, he wanted to go to bed early. But after what happened today, I couldn't fall asleep for a long time, so I simply opened the chat group to see what those systems were talking about. Chef system. Oh, why hasn't the supernatural lottery system come back yet? I miss it. The super rich system. You are just thinking about it. I am embarrassed to expose you. You just want to accompany the group leader instead of him. The chef system. I am devoted to the group leader, brother. It should be over in a few days or a month. The super rich system. It seems so. By then, a new system will have entered the group. Finally, it won't be just us chatting. The devouring system. I found a detail. Take a look at the avatar of the supernatural lottery system. What detail? Fool. Fool, a plug-in. The chef system 1, what's wrong? The super rich system. The supernatural lottery system has been promoted to level 3. Seeing these messages, Kang did not know whether to laugh or cry. Suddenly, he looked at the devouring system, thought about it carefully, and asked by typing with his mind. At swallowing system, I want to know what functions you have. Shenhao system. Fuck, I found a wild group leader. Request to bind, request to bind. Swallowing system. My function is to swallow everything, and then decompose the energy inside and feed it back to the host. Improve strength, improve life level. There is nothing else, just this function. Seeing this function, Yu Qingfeng's eyes lit up. The swallowing system seems to be good. What is the most abundant thing in the dungeon? Materials, and the corpses of monsters. Woohoo! If all those materials are swallowed and fed back to oneself, strength will be greatly improved, and the system will grow with oneself. Even if the swallowing system cannot swallow something at present, it can be swallowed in the future. Some things cannot be swallowed. Is it possible? Even the second-level superpower lottery system has SSS-level superpowers, you can imagine. This system is very useful to him. Author's side note. Vote. Don't keep reading. If there are any typos, please point them out, and I will correct them as soon as possible. Yu Qingfeng was speechless when he thought of the supernatural power lottery system. The supernatural powers drawn in it are indeed awesome, But the problem is that you can't draw them. Thinking about how he almost used up all the lottery points he worked so hard to get in the past 2 days, and in the end, he only got a guaranteed prize. It still hurts to think about it. The devouring system shouldn't have this problem. Speaking of this guaranteed prize, Yu Qingfeng suddenly remembered that he didn't seem to have used this supreme middle finger yet. How about going to the dungeon tomorrow to try it out? After a good argument with other systems, he left the chat group. He covered himself with the quilt and fell asleep. Yu Qingfeng hadn't gotten up yet when he was woken up by the noisy ringing of the phone. Yu Qingfeng answered the phone impatiently. Before Qingfeng could say anything, a hurried voice came from the other side. "Brother, the Qian family is gone. All the people in the Qian family have died mysteriously. But the rest of the ordinary people in the Qian family company are fine. Just like that, the Qian family is all gone. It's really a relief. Not only that, the Qian family's criminal information has also been dug out by the Security Bureau. All assets have been frozen, and this news has spread throughout Jiangcheng." After hearing this, Yu Qingfeng gradually came to his senses. He was not surprised by this, thinking of the power of the senior yesterday. Qingfeng shook his head helplessly. He replied perfunctorily, "Boss, from your tone, you didn't just get up. How can you be so lazy at noon? Get up quickly. Let's go to the construction site to make some extra money." Yu Qingfeng also laughed and cursed with a smile. "Get out. I want to go to the dungeon to fight monsters and level up. Do you want to go?" "What, you want to go to the dungeon?" Ronghong's voice couldn't help but rise. "Boss, you just awakened and you can go to the dungeon without class?" "Yeah, boss, you are awesome." "Yeah, are you going or not? If not, I will go by myself." "Go, go. How could I not go? Boss, wait for me." Then there was a messy voice on the phone. "Mom, where are my pants?" Yu Qingfeng was full of black lines. "You haven't even gotten up yet, and you still have the nerve to say that to me." This time, Yu Qingfeng did not go out with his father. Now that the Qian family is gone, he doesn't need to worry about his own safety. What's more, there is a platinum crystal-level strongman secretly protecting him. He came to the intersection of the underground city and waited for Ronghong to arrive. After a while, Ronghong hurried over. "Brother, you came so fast." He handed the certificate to the soldier and went straight into the underground city. Qingfeng skillfully came to the canyon and began to hunt the refreshed purple ghost wolf. Originally, Ronghong's legs began to tremble when he saw the purple ghost wolf, but the next scene stunned him. Qingfeng drew his knife, then put it away, and easily solved all the purple ghost wolves. He didn't even use his supernatural powers in the process. He also skillfully took out a knife and began to dissect the body of the purple ghost wolf. Especially seeing Yu Qingfeng's skillful appearance, a deep shock surged up. Yu Qingfeng felt that Ronghong was standing there without moving, so he turned around and said, "Why are you standing there? Come here and I'll teach you how to dissect." This voice also woke Ronghong from his confusion. Fuck, big brother, you are really awesome. They are all B-level superpowers. How can you be so awesome?" Ronghong was learning dissection from Yu Qingfeng, and he boasted, "According to Big Brother's strength, he should have reached Black Iron. How many levels have you cultivated the basic practice method?" Basic practice method? Yu Qingfeng almost forgot about this. The basic practice method is the spiritual skill that needs to be cultivated before absorbing the spirit stone after the superpower awakens. It is universal across the country. You don't need to spend too much money to get it. It can be bought for about a few hundred yuan. If you really don't have money, you can probably find it on Baidu. You can absorb the spirit stone only after cultivation. The energy in the spirit stone is not 100% absorbed successfully. Without the basic practice method, most of the energy will leak out. This spiritual skill is the most basic. The main function is to speed up the absorption speed and reduce energy leakage. There are 7 levels of basic cultivation method, and the speed of absorbing spirit stones will be greatly improved with each level. Because Yu Qingfeng's supernatural talent is too high, it is completely unnecessary. According to Yu Qingfeng's SSS-Level supernatural talent, even without the basic cultivation method, he can absorb quickly, and it is 100% absorption. I didn't have time to practice before, and I was immersed in the dungeon every day to improve my combat experience and supernatural proficiency. I completely forgot that there was such a thing. If I go back to practice, will the speed of practice be accelerated again? Forget it. Let's talk about it later. According to my current speed, it's not bad. Anyway, I haven't wasted the energy of spirit stones. Before my father gave me spirit stones, probably because he thought I practiced the basic cultivation method. After all, this thing is too common. After dealing with it casually, Ronghong continued to hunt. Ronghong was watching from the side, and he couldn't help at all. He was only asked to play when dissecting the body. Soon it was night. Yu Qingfeng lit a bonfire on the spot, and then began to divide the spoils, even though Ronghong didn't help much. But he has been helping Yu Qingfeng dissect. Qingfeng carelessly gave Ronghong half of the spirit stones. When dividing the spirit stones, Yu Qingfeng suddenly thought of something and said, "How much have you practiced the basic cultivation method? Have you reached the first level?" Ronghong scratched his head, not knowing why Yu Qingfeng suddenly mentioned this, and answered honestly, "I have practiced the basic cultivation method to the first level now." "Then did you bring the cultivation method? I will help you see if you practiced it correctly. If there is no problem, I will give you a few more spirit stones. In this way, your strength should be able to step into the black iron level tonight." Yu Qingfeng had no idea whether the cultivation method was correct or not. He just wanted to get it for free. It's not that Yu Qingfeng was pitting Ronghong, but Ronghong himself had already practiced to the first level, which already showed that the cultivation method was not wrong. As for why Yu Qingfeng said this, it was to keep the secret and get the basic cultivation method for free. Ronghong's eyes lit up when he heard it, and he took out his mobile phone from his crotch. "Brother, here you go. I bought the basic cultivation method from the official website of Juzhou. Take a look, and then I will run it for you," he said and sat cross-legged on the spot. Yu Qingfeng didn't even look at Ronghong again and started reading the basic cultivation method in his hand. About half an hour later, Yu Qingfeng remembered all the contents on it. He returned the phone to Ronghong and then said without blushing or beating his heart, "Well, not bad. There is no problem with your cultivation." Then he threw 10 high-purity black iron spirit stones to Ronghong. After waking up from the cultivation method, he was also happy to hear Yu Qingfeng say that his cultivation method was correct and began to absorb spirit stones. Yu Qingfeng also started to practice the basic cultivation method in this free time. The first level, the second level, the third level, the fourth level. The next morning, Yu Qingfeng stopped practicing the basic cultivation method after practicing it to the fourth level and looked at Ronghong, who was still absorbing spirit stones next to him. He found that he only absorbed 4 spirit stones in one night. Author's side note: if there are any typos, please comment. Seeing that Ronghong was still absorbing, Yu Qingfeng also took out a few spirit stones and began to absorb them. After more than 10 minutes, he stood up again. Looking at the spirit stone in his hand that had turned into powder, he fell into deep thought. 10 black iron-level spirit stones and 1 bronze-level spirit stone. It took about 14 minutes to absorb them all. A bit exaggerated. He turned around and looked at Ronghong, who was still absorbing spirit stones. The absorption speed seemed to be faster, 100 million points. It took half an hour to absorb all the spirit stones, and then he went to brush the purple ghost wolf again. When Ronghong woke up after absorbing them, he was stunned by the pile of purple ghost wolves. He also stood up immediately, took out a knife and began to dissect. 5 days later, Ronghong's strength was successfully promoted to black iron. Qingfeng also began to teach him some combat experience. Ronghong easily killed a purple ghost wolf alone, and then began to dissect it, skillfully. Yu Qingfeng nodded happily and said, "Not bad. Your strength, speed, and defense have all improved a lot. You are not proficient in earth-related abilities yet. Just practice more. I will leave the dungeon tomorrow and go to study somewhere else. I may come back less often." Ronghong's smile froze after hearing this. "Brother, where are you going to study in high school? I will go with you." "Go with me. I want to too. Who doesn't want to have fun with a brother? But is it so easy to get into the Magic City Wuda?" The score after the graduation exam of the Magic City Wuda High School must reach more than 500, and there is an additional requirement. That is, the strength must also reach the bronze level. It is a bit difficult to reach the bronze level in 1 year, but Ronghong's B-level talent ability can work hard in 1 year. It seems that there is no problem. Qingfeng also smiled helplessly and said, "Jiangcheng, no. One high school is the best. High school in Jiangcheng. When you graduate from high school and choose Wuda, try to see if you can go to Wuda in Magic City. I'll wait for you at Wuda in Magic City." "Okay, big brother, with my talent, it's not easy to go to Wuda in Magic City? When I go to Wuda in Magic City, I'll show you my strength. Don't kneel down and call me big brother and hug my thighs when the time comes." "Ha ha, Yu Qingfeng also smiled bitterly. When you come, you really can't call me big brother. You have to call me senior. Yu Qingfeng also talked about the Black Tiger gang here, asked Ronghong to be careful, and continued to beat up the purple ghost wolf with Ronghong. The sky was gradually getting dark. He took the materials and left the dungeon. When they were about to part, Qingfeng gave him a few more black iron level spirit stones. The current black iron level spirit stones didn't improve him much. If he wanted to improve his cultivation strength, he still needed bronze level. After returning home, Qingfeng handed the materials to his father. Qingfeng, go to bed early. I have booked the ticket for you. Leave quickly tomorrow. Also, wear more clothes. After listening to his parents' complaints, Qingfeng also returned to his room. Thinking that he would leave tomorrow, looking at this dilapidated rental house, Qingfeng felt inexplicably reluctant. This month is really too dreamy. Unconsciously, I was brought into the role of the original owner. Since I have the original owner's memory, it is not a possession. So am I fused with the original owner's soul or what? Forget it. From today on, the original owner is me, and I am the original owner. Damn, sentimental. It's not like I won't come back. I'd better go to bed early. When I have the strength, I can go wherever I want. August 1st, a new month, Yu Qingfeng packed his luggage early and went to the airport and got on the plane. There was another person next to him, and that person was the senior in black. Yu Qingfeng sat on the comfortable airplane chair, turned to the senior and said, "Senior, what's your name? I still don't know it after such a long time." "I also forgot to tell you, my name is Gong Zheng. Gong as in Gong Zheng, Zheng as in Gong Zheng. Gong Zheng? Gong Zheng? Senior, your name is good." The senior also grinned. "Really? I think this name is good too." "Oh, I didn't expect to go back to school so soon. As long as you get to school today, my mission will be completed. I won't protect you in the future, but I have to thank you. I made extra money by doing a protection mission." Yu Qingfeng was a little curious about this mission. What is Wuhan University in the Magic City like? And what is the mission? Gong Zheng looked at him and said, "Tasks are tasks assigned by the school. Generally, tasks are posted on the school task website or are private tasks. You can get merit points by completing tasks." Qingfeng also nodded. "So what's the use of merit points?" Looking at Qingfeng, Gong Zheng also nodded and said, "Anyway, it's not a secret. Since you have nothing to do now, I'll tell you about it. If you have enough merit points, you can go to the library to exchange for spiritual skills in the martial arts school. Spiritual skills are not something you can learn whenever you want. As long as you have enough merit points, it will be fine. However, every new student can get 300 merit points at the beginning. The rest you have to earn yourself. Since you are in Wuda, you have to fight and rob. The more merit points you have, the more things you can exchange for. Naturally, your strength will be stronger. Don't underestimate 300 contribution points. Let me tell you, the bounty for killing you by the Platinum Crystal Killer on the dark web is worth 3,600 merit points. So you understand how valuable contribution points are. After entering Wuda, everyone is equal except for talent. Everyone has 300 merit points. If you want to stand out, you can only look at talent. However, there are also many warriors with mediocre talents who stand out. For example, one of my brothers has not awakened his superpowers, and his talent test shows that he is less than D level. He looks ordinary, but his current strength is comparable to mine. Just his physical body is not something that ordinary people can deal with. At this point, Gong Zheng's face also showed a bit of solemnity. Then it slowly faded away. He patted Yu Qingfeng on the back carelessly. "I told you so much because I hope you don't think that you can be arrogant after awakening B-level superpowers. There are A-level and S-level superpowers above you. It may even be that you may not be able to beat C-level superpowers in the end. Modu Wuda is a place where geniuses gather. Do you understand what I mean?" After listening to this, Yu Qingfeng also had a clearer understanding of Modu Wuda. With such a system, how could it be impossible to teach strong people? If you want to learn, work hard to exchange and become stronger. Fool, it seems that talent is not everything in this world. Especially the brother that the senior mentioned, he has less than D-level talent, no superpowers, and his strength is about the same as the senior. What a ruthless person. Those who can go to the Magic City Wuda are all ruthless people. Don't blame the uneven road if you are not good. Hard work is hard work. What does it have to do with me cheating? By the way, speaking of cheating, today is a new month, and there should be a new system in the group. New plugin. Open it and take a look. I haven't decided on the heroine yet. If you don't want the heroine, you can tell me. If You want, you can tell me what kind of personality you like. I'll take it as a reference. Subscribe, new system detected. Do you want to invite? Yu Qingfeng didn't hesitate and directly clicked yes. In the chat group, several messages were refreshed. Spend money to become stronger system. LV2, enter the chat group. Women's clothing system, LV1, enter the chat group. Pick up attribute system, enter the chat group. Hang up system, enter the chat group. Immediately blew out the group members who were originally lurking. Chef system, LV1, welcome newcomers, welcome newcomers. Those who don't know the group can go and read the group announcement. Super rich system, spend money to become stronger system. Then the two systems said in unison, brother, we are a perfect match. I still have 312.1 lottery points. Don't embezzle them. I'll choose you next time and find that there is a little less. You know, your power lottery system. Okay, but host, you have been unlucky recently. I have adjusted your probability to 30%. That is the highest probability I can adjust, but you didn't win anything, but won the guaranteed minimum. Superpower lottery system has been banned by the group owner for 30 minutes. It's really a pot that is not open. Especially that innocent look, is my luck that bad? Yu Qingfeng thought of how his face was black in that lottery, and his face was suddenly covered with black lines. The other systems also read the group announcement. They all expressed disbelief, but after hearing from other systems that the supernatural power lottery system has been upgraded to level 3, they had to believe it. Spending money to become stronger system, LV2. Group leader, please choose me. I can become stronger by spending money. Women's clothing system. Group leader, choose me. I can make you the center of attention. The function is women's clothing and then, that's it. Hang up system. Hang up to become stronger. Pick up attribute system, LV2. As long as attribute fragments appear on the ground, the host can pick them up and permanently obtain this attribute enhancement. All systems. At group leader. At this time, Yu Qingfeng was still thinking. He had difficulty making decisions. He didn't know which system to choose. The women's clothing system, Yu Qingfeng was the first to be eliminated. This has nothing to do with choice difficulty. It's purely because he didn't want to wear women's clothing. Then there was the chef system. He thought about it. He didn't want to be a chef, but he was eliminated. The super rich system, the spending money to become stronger system. These two are awesome when they are bound together. But he can only bind one now, so he eliminated it too. As for the supernatural power lottery system, Qingfeng eliminated it without a second thought. It's not that he is ruthless, but that African chiefs cannot touch such a system. Yu Qingfeng can't use the hang-up system for the time being. After all, he still needs to practice combat experience. If it is a very powerful hang-up system, he must choose it. But this hang-up system is only level 2. Then there are only the picking attribute system and the swallowing system. Suddenly, he was in a dilemma. The picking attribute system can quickly improve the attribute strength, and the swallowing system is the same, especially in the dungeon as if there is divine help, but there seems to be nothing good to swallow in college. Yu Qing simply closed his eyes and selected the soldiers and generals. Whoever he selected would be selected. This wave depends on fate. Selecting soldiers and generals, riding horses to fight, drinking if you have money, and getting out if you don't have money. The final result is to choose the picking attribute system. The picking attribute system has been bound by the group owner. Other group members were envious when they saw this news. They were selected just after they came. The voice of binding the system also appeared in Yu Qingfeng's mind. Order. The picking attribute system is bound successfully. The moment the binding was successful, he felt that his eyes seemed to have undergone some changes. And this feeling only lasted for a moment. Excited, Yu Qingfeng looked around, wanting to see what the attribute point looked like. But as soon as he turned his head, he saw a large ball of light, which was right at the crotch of Senior Gongzheng. Yu Qingfeng subconsciously wanted to pick it up, but when he stretched out his hand and just touched the ball of light, Gongzheng instantly opened his eyes and quickly grabbed Yu Qingfeng's hand. Then he looked at Yu Qingfeng with some horror and disbelief. Yu Qingfeng was stunned and did not react at all. It was not that he did not notice that his hand was grabbed, but a voice came from his mind. This voice made Yu Qingfeng feel a little hurried. Order. Picked up strength attribute, +100. Yu Qingfeng's strength increased instantly. This feeling has only been felt when he broke through. After coming to his senses, he saw Senior Gongzheng's weird eyes and his hand floating above his crotch. Yu Qingfeng immediately thought that Gong Zheng thought he was gay, and hurriedly explained, "It's not what you think, I just want to go to the toilet." His eyes were full of sincerity. Gong Zheng looked at his eyes, and then showed disgust from the bottom of his heart, and even a little fear in the depths of his eyes. Seeing this expression, Yu Qingfeng knew that his innocence was gone. About 4 hours later, Yu Qingfeng and his friends finally got off the plane and arrived in the Magic City. Looking at the bustling streets and tall buildings, Qingfeng was in a good mood, but Gong Zheng was different. He had kept a certain distance from Yu Qingfeng since he got off the plane. At the beginning, the misunderstanding was fine, but what level of person is Gong Zheng? His strength reached the platinum crystal level. He could clearly feel Yu Qingfeng's gaze. During the 4 hours on the plane, Yu Qingfeng would look at his crotch from time to time. When he got off the plane, he suddenly squatted down and said he was picking up something. Isn't this just smelling his scent? He even began to regret why he took this task. If Yu Qingfeng knew what he was thinking, he would probably say that he was wronged. The main reason was that Gong Zheng would produce a ball of power from time to time, and the location of the ball was always at the crotch. So Yu Qingfeng would take a look from time to time, and when Gong Zheng got up and left after getting off the plane, he would pick up the attributes. Yu Qingfeng was completely unaware of Gong Zheng's brain supplement. He just knew that he was resisted at the beginning. He took a taxi and sat in it, while Gong Zheng took another car. "Master, let's go to the Magic City Wuda." The master looked at Yu Qingfeng's appearance, then nodded and said, "The young man is really promising," and began to chat with Qingfeng. Qingfeng didn't feel annoyed and began to chat with the driver. It didn't take long to arrive at the destination. Just after getting off the car, I saw the name of the school gate, the highest martial arts school in the Magic City, engraved in the middle of the gate. These words seem to have infinite charm. If you feel it carefully, there is a finishing touch. An epic feeling came to my face. There are aisles on both sides, which are extremely wide. If opened, more than a dozen cars can pass through at one time and drive side by side. When approaching the school gate, the empty square looks like it can park more than a dozen airplanes. Yu Qingfeng's first impression is that it is big. It is magnificent and grand. If your grades drop, please vote for me, the author. When approaching the school gate, he came to the downstairs of the central building. At this time, many colleges were filling out information. Qingfeng followed them and asked. After knowing that this was the place for enrollment, he picked up the form and started filling it out. After filling it out, the instructor on the scene handed Yu Qingfeng a sign. The sign was a dormitory sign. It said no, 460 on the 6th floor. When he was about to leave, Yu Qingfeng suddenly found that there were countless small light balls scattered on the ground in the crowd. Suddenly, he didn't want to leave anymore, so he went back to the teacher and said, "Teacher, I see you are working so hard. I will maintain order." The instructor's eyes lit up. Okay, what society lacks is people of your quality, and we are also pleased that you have such a heart." Yu Qingfeng said obligingly, "This is what I should do." Then he turned around and rushed into the crowd. Order picked up attribute point. Order picked up attribute point 1. Order picked up strength attribute point. The instructor was also moved to see Yu Qingfeng working so hard. The other instructors were also particularly impressed by him. Then the instructor went to busy himself with other things. "Fuck, can you line up properly? It's not your turn. Who is it? You suddenly pushed me. What? This is the place where books are distributed. Wait, don't touch my butt. Who is perverted?" Such voices came one after another, and the crowd, who originally had some order, but were standing in a mess, became a complete mess. Yu Qingfeng didn't care about this. Anyway, he was responsible for picking up attributes. Soon the teachers also discovered this problem. When they were about to go down to manage it, Yu Qingfeng appeared in front of her with a messy figure. "Teacher, I really can't manage it. It's too difficult to maintain order. I'd better go back to the dormitory." Then he turned and left. The instructor saw that his clothes were a little messy, and felt a little heartbroken when he saw his handsome face. "It's okay, classmate. This is not your fault. The teachers didn't expect why the quality of the students this time was so poor. Compared with you, it's a world of difference. I have a bronze-level spirit stone here. Just take it as compensation this time." Originally, Yu Qingfeng was happy that she picked up a few hundred attribute points, but she didn't expect there would be an unexpected surprise. After arriving at the dormitory, Yu Qingfeng was surprised to find that it was not a shared dormitory, but a single dormitory room. There was nothing in the dormitory, just a bed and a toilet. The quilt and other things were all available, and there was a laptop on the table next to it. The computer said Class 14, followed by the class group and some introductions. So that's how it is. So I'm assigned to Class 14? It seems not bad, just ordinary. He joined the class group, put his luggage in place, got up, picked up the badge, and went to the principal's office. After several twists and turns, he finally found the principal's office. He knocked on the gorgeous door and heard a solemn voice from inside. "Come in." After pushing open the door, there was also a middle-aged man. The principal didn't even look at Yu Qingfeng, but just asked lightly, "What's the matter?" He also replied honestly, "It's like this. Vice Principal Qin asked me to take this to the principal's office when school starts." Then he put the token on the table. The principal glanced at it and then looked at Yu Qingfeng. He bent down and took out a box from the bottom drawer, muttering, "No wonder you suddenly told me about this a few days ago," and handed me this box in a mysterious way. "It turns out that you opened a back door. Here, the key to the box is the token. If you have nothing else to do, leave." Picked up the box and walked out. The originally casual principal also looked at Yu Qingfeng seriously, and then quickly found Yu Qingfeng's information and read it. When he saw the supernatural talent B-level water system, his eyes burst into brilliance. In a tone that only he could hear, he whispered, "Old Qin, are you finally going to accept a disciple?" Yu Qingfeng returned to the dormitory and looked at the box. He found that it was very meticulous and there was no crack. "How do I open this thing?" Half an hour later, when Yu Qingfeng was about to go to the principal's office to ask again, Qingfeng's hand suddenly felt as if something was dented again. He looked at the shape of the dent and then looked at the token next to it. It can't be said to be similar, but it can only be said to be exactly the same. He picked up the token and pressed it accordingly. The box suddenly cracked open and a dazzling light shone from inside. Then it got stuck. "It's open!" But not completely open. He reached in and seemed to have grabbed something. Just when he was about to take it out, the box suddenly exploded, and the dazzling white light pumped out from inside. It rushed straight into Yu Qingfeng's mind. Countless knowledge emerged in the light. The spiritual skill of water control is a platinum crystal level spiritual skill. It can control the water source and condense it into various weapons. After a rough sense, he was surprised to find that this was a spiritual skill. He closed his eyes and began to digest it well. After a few hours, Yu Qingfeng woke up. The water in his hands slowly appeared and condensed into a tang sword. Then it turned into a sword. The understanding of water by the water control made Qingfeng seem to have opened up a new world. Before, Yu Qingfeng could only use his supernatural power to make water shields and water ball bombs. Although the amount was large and the power was good, it was ultimately too limited. But now it is different. He can turn the water in his hand into darts, even as long as the control of water is fine enough. RPG can be condensed for you. No need for Mom to worry about me having no weapons anymore. By the way, what is my current strength? How about finding a dungeon to try? But the class group seems to say that there will be a class meeting in the evening. When Qingfeng hesitated, a system panel appeared in front of him. Strength, bronze 1.5 star, strength 2.5 tons, speed 65 kilometers per hour. Spiritual power, free non-attribute points. System panel? Yes, this should be a standard function of the system. Well, except for the supernatural power lottery system. But what is the plus sign behind the system? Is it to allocate those non-attribute points? Yu Qingfeng tentatively clicked the plus sign behind the strength, and sure enough, the original 560 non-attribute points became 559, and Qingfeng also felt that his strength had increased. He immediately became interested. Without much hesitation, he directly invested 500 points in attributes and added points to strength. The system panel also changed. The strength went from 2.5 tons to 3 tons. 1 attribute point equals 2 kilograms of strength. Damn it, it took so long to hit a kid with one punch. Isn't this faster than practicing? Damn, I can't be idle. I have to go to the martial arts field to have a look. Since the attribute points are dropped from others, the martial arts field must have the most attribute points. Thinking of this, I picked up my phone and rushed out of my dormitory. Alas, if there are typos, please point them out. In the map posted by the class teacher in the class group, Qingfeng quickly found the direction of the martial arts field. The martial arts field is divided into more than a dozen battle areas. When I entered, I saw that someone was competing in a battle area not far away. Looking in that direction, there were indeed densely packed light balls scattered on the ground, and the smooth ground reflected the shadows of the attribute points. Yu Qingfeng's eyes were almost straight. Soon, one side in the martial arts field was defeated, and when Yu Qingfeng was about to go up to pick up the attribute, he found that another person had come. Yu Qingfeng had no choice but to wait for a while. Half an hour later, Qingfeng was a little distressed to find that the light ball began to slowly dissipate. In a very anxious situation, Qingfeng saw a mop and a bucket not far away, and suddenly an idea popped up in his mind. Without saying a word, he picked up the mop and pretended to start mopping the floor outside. Soon they finished the battle again, and before the other person came up, Qingfeng immediately rushed over. "Sorry, I'll mop here for a while." Others had seen Yu Qingfeng cleaning before and didn't say much, but replied, "Thank you." Order, picked up attribute point +1. Order, picked up strength attribute point 1. Order, picked up attribute point x40. Qingfeng, who was leaving, laughed at the system panel. He got 43 attribute points in one wave. It was cool. When Yu Qingfeng was about to go to other battle areas to pick up attribute points, a student in the original battle area suddenly slipped. Those who enter the battle area to fight must take off their shoes. In addition, the ground itself is slippery, and Qingfeng fell to the ground naturally after mopping. Yu Qingfeng turned his head and looked at him with a look of shock on his face. He was not shocked that he had caused trouble, but that the man had lost a lot of attribute points. His eyes suddenly lit up. He quickly controlled a small amount of water to drip under the man, and then the man slipped and fell again. As expected, he lost a lot of attribute points again. Woo! Just like that, the man doubted his life and fell 7 or 8 times. Yu Qingfeng immediately separated the water from the mop and then ran to the battle area and said, "I haven't cleaned the water on the field yet, and you guys came on." Then he started to clean the water on the ground. Gained 134 non-attribute points. The seniors who were waiting were also embarrassed and said to Qingfeng, "Sorry, sorry." Soon Qingfeng earned another 50 attribute points. In this way, Qingfeng went to mop the floor in various areas, and the sound of falling down was heard one after another in the martial arts field. Yu Qingfeng was even more inhumane. He controlled their sweat to fall near their feet, and then they fell again. Many people even specifically asked Yu Qingfeng to clean up the place. How could Qingfeng refuse such a request? People who didn't know thought that the fighting in the martial arts field was fierce. People who knew suspected that this place was possessed by evil spirits. Many newcomers who had just entered the martial arts field looked at the people who fell frequently with a confused look on their faces. Then they looked at Yu Qingfeng happily cleaning up the place with a confused look on their faces. Qingfeng's happiness at the end of the day was no less than that in the dungeon. He looked at the time and found that it was already evening. The class meeting would start in a few minutes. He said to everyone, "I just enrolled and I have to go to the class meeting. I'm really sorry to all the seniors. I can't continue to help you clean up." The other seniors felt sorry after hearing this, and then watched Yu Qingfeng leave reluctantly, and looked at his back as he walked away and spoke with some emotion. There are really too few junior students like this, but the floor today is also weird, and I will fall down at any time. That's right, but I also found my problem. I'm not good at standing. If a fight really happens, it will be fatal. On the way to the class, Yu Qingfeng looked at his allocable attribute points happily. Attribute points. It can be said that he was very happy. Without hesitation, he added 1,000 points directly to strength. Suddenly, the power of Yu Qingfeng's punch reached 4 tons. There is no opponent below the bronze 5-star. Qingfeng was also impressed by such a change. He will get up early tomorrow and go to the martial arts field to mop the floor. Entering the class, he saw that there were still many empty seats. The head teacher on the podium also said, "Just find a seat." Turning around, he saw Yu Qingfeng's head teacher, a girl, or a top-notch girl, tall and long legs and wearing glasses. She has fair skin, but seems to have infinite power. Qingfeng didn't look at her for long, because he knew that no matter how much you read, she was not yours. Books were different. No matter how many books you read, the knowledge in them was yours. He looked at the seats and found that there was actually a beautiful girl sitting below. She looked at her looks, at least at the level of a school beauty. Many male classmates had a vague intention to surround her, especially her cold and beautiful eyes, which reminded Yu Qingfeng of the bad memories of the original owner being a dog. No, I have to sit farther away. People like this are often the focus, and there must be a lot of trouble. Then Yu Qingfeng sat on the far left opposite to them. Soon, more than 40 people in a class arrived, but the direction of the seats was somewhat reversed, like the Bagua diagram. Especially the proportion of girls to boys. The number of both sides was exactly the same. As for why it was a bit like a Bagua diagram, it was because Yu Qingfeng was surrounded by girls, while the school beauty was surrounded by boys. The head teacher looked at them in surprise. Seeing that everyone was there, he cleared his throat. Okay, everyone's position will not change after they arrive. If you want to change seats, you can tell me. I will be your class teacher from now on. My last name is Liu, so you can call me Teacher Liu. Then there is today's class meeting. There is not much to say. One is to talk about the importance of merit points, and the other is mainly to talk about tomorrow's opening ceremony and the class positions. The opening ceremony will start at 12:30 tomorrow afternoon. Remember to arrive early. I hope you will be prepared tomorrow. Okay, I have read your information. Who wants to be the class monitor? Soon, almost everyone in the class raised their hands except Yu Qingfeng. Yu Qingfeng looked around bored and found that many girls were peeking at him. He looked next to his seat. Just like that school beauty, no one dared to sit next to him. Helpless, bored, and no attribute points. Suddenly, I wanted to change the AFK system. As for what the teacher said, Qingfeng didn't care at all. Merit points? He already knew about this. Class monitor? Yu Qingfeng naturally didn't like this kind of troublesome thing. Soon, Teacher Liu's voice sounded again. Since everyone wants to participate, let's vote. I'll start a vote in the group, and you guys can decide who will be the class monitor. Are two people who tied. Since it's a tie, the one with higher strength will be the class monitor, and the one with lower strength will be the deputy class monitor. Class monitor Tan Xiaoyi. Deputy class monitor Yu Qingfeng. Yu Qingfeng, who was about to fall asleep, suddenly woke up, and countless question marks floated through his mind. I remember that I didn't participate in this election. I took out my phone and saw that it showed that Yu Qingfeng had 22 votes and Tan Xiaoyi had 22 votes. That's not right. I remember that there were 45 people in our class. Damn, I forgot to vote. Yu Qingfeng looked like he had lost all hope in life. He sat there looking at his phone in a petrified state. When he looked up, he found that many girls were looking at him and laughing secretly. How could Qingfeng not understand this? It turns out that being handsome is also a mistake. Okay, today's class meeting is over. Don't forget to attend the opening ceremony tomorrow. You don't need to line up. Just stand in a specific area and listen. He left the classroom after saying that. The other students were still discussing the use of merit points enthusiastically. Yu Qingfeng saw that they all had companions, so he wanted to go up and chat with them, but he was quickly met with contemptuous eyes. Yu Qingfeng shook his head helplessly with an innocent look. It seems that I am being treated with hostility? Being isolated? Damn, they are all people who don't know how to make progress. Did you come to Wuda in the Magic City to find a girlfriend? It seems that your awareness is not very high. Forget it. If I slack off for a few days, someone will naturally dislike me as the vice class monitor. Wouldn't it be easy to replace me then? However, Qingfeng was somewhat interested in the form the teacher mentioned. It recorded the strength of each student. Qingfeng's information was prepared by Vice Principal Qin. He was also quite curious about the strength of the vice principal who modified his information. He opened his phone and sent a private message to Teacher Liu, then got up and went back to the dormitory. As Qingfeng left, the girls in the class also started to discuss. Didn't classmate Yu close his eyes to rest? Ah, I looked at him for a long time in front of him. Maybe the superpower is about the eyes, or the superpower mutated and his eyes became blind. What nonsense are you talking about? Wasn't he walking normally just now? How could he not see? But he looked so handsome that way. I don't know how strong he is. If his strength is not high, I will support him. As for the boys, it was different. Who is Yu Qingfeng? The one who just left. Damn, especially the way he closed his eyes, he looked so cool. I'll try it some other day. Come on, you should try it. You may not be able to see anything if you try it. But he does look cool like that. Isn't this normal? There are many strange people and things in the magic city of Wuda. I told you that I went to the sophomore martial arts arena today to watch the seniors fight, but they all fell to the ground miserably. Really? It seems that the strength of the sophomore seniors should be about the same as ours. It should be easy to get merit points by grabbing tasks, right? Then let's go and try it? After returning to the dormitory, Yu Qingfeng also saw the form sent by Teacher Liu, and Teacher Liu also sent a copy in the class group. Yu Qingfeng quickly found himself, and the form information said, Yu Qingfeng's strength is bronze 4 stars. The strongest person in the group is the class monitor, Tan Xiaoyi, whose strength is as high as bronze 7 stars. The strength of other students is basically 5 stars, and there are only 1 or 2 6 stars. The same is true for 4 stars. Oh shit, this is a high-quality class. Forget it. I'd better improve my strength quickly, at least to reach bronze 4 star. Sitting on the bed, he began to absorb spirit stones. After about 10 minutes, he absorbed all the bronze spirit stones from his previous mentor, and absorbed about 30 black iron spirit stones. His strength also broke through to bronze 2 star. Yu Qingfeng wanted to continue practicing, but he had no spirit stones. So he gave up, got up, dressed, and went to the gym, the medical room, and other places to pick up attributes. He also got familiar with the campus. It took about 4 hours to pick up about 500. Looking at these 500 attribute points, Qingfeng shook his head and thought, there are too few drops in other places. It's better to go to the martial arts field. Get up early tomorrow to help the seniors mop the floor. The next day, Yu Qingfeng got up early and came to the martial arts field. Just as he was about to go in, he saw a familiar figure not far away. It was Senior Gong Zheng. Qingfeng's eyes lit up. Was very interested in this senior. Before, he had a chance to generate 100 strength attribute points almost every half an hour on the plane. He immediately stepped forward and waved his hand and said, Senior Gong Zheng. Gong Zheng turned his head and found that it was Yu Qingfeng. He covered his crotch with some horror on the spot. After reacting, he smiled awkwardly. Ah, Junior Qingfeng, what are you doing here? I remember that this seems to be the sophomore martial arts field. Qingfeng also touched his head and said righteously, I am unfamiliar with the place in the Magic City. I want to improve my strength quickly, so I came to see the strength of the seniors. By the way, where are you going, senior? Knowing Qingfeng's purpose, Gong Zheng also nodded and recognized this kind of ambition. Hearing Qingfeng's question, he thought about it and subconsciously said, I plan to go to the nearby dungeon to have a look. Do you want to go with me? Suddenly, I felt something was wrong. Why did I invite this pervert? But I shouldn't be able to come. I remember that there seems to be an opening ceremony today. Senior Gong Zheng, can I leave the school too? Yu Qingfeng was a little curious. He just came to this school yesterday and was not very familiar with some things in the school. Yes, if you want to go out, go out. After all, most of our tasks are actually outside the school. Qingfeng nodded, indicating that he understood. Senior, I'm sorry, I have to attend the opening ceremony this afternoon. Maybe next time. Just as he was about to say goodbye, Yu Qingfeng saw a ball of light appear on Senior Gong Zheng's body again. Fortunately, this time the ball of light was at the collar, not at the crotch. Wait, Senior. Before I leave, I noticed that your collar is a bit messy. Before Gong Zheng finished listening, Qingfeng stepped forward quickly. Grabbing his collar, he began to tidy it up. Attribute 100. Gong Zheng's eyes could no longer hide his fear, and he quickly said, No, I can do it myself. Senior, I suddenly remembered that I have something else to do. I'll leave first. Gong Zheng disappeared in front of Yu Qingfeng almost in an instant. Qingfeng didn't notice Gong Zheng's nervousness at all, but just thought that there might be something wrong. Alas, a good start. I got 100 attribute points right away. Cool. Just when I was about to enter the martial arts arena, I saw the seniors from yesterday dragging a few people out and throwing them to the door. They cursed and said, Get lost. Don't come out to cause trouble next time if you don't have the ability. Those people were embarrassed and were about to leave when they saw Yu Qingfeng next to them and said in surprise, Yu Qingfeng? Why are you here? Vote for me. Hearing them calling his name, Qingfeng also looked at them curiously. Who are you? Seeing that Yu Qingfeng didn't recognize them, those people also began to introduce themselves. After listening, Qingfeng also understood that these people were his classmates. When I first came to school, I saw with my own eyes that the sophomore seniors would fall flat on their faces when they fought, so I challenged them without thinking. I even took out 100 merit points as a bet. As a result, I was beaten on the spot without even a chance to catch him, and was dragged out by the seniors in embarrassment. So that's how it is. Wait, what are the names of these juniors? Forget it, it doesn't matter. Classmates should do what they can. He was about to greet the seniors from yesterday. When those classmates saw Qingfeng talking to those seniors, they thought he also wanted to challenge them. They were speechless. Do we have to do what we can? You can do it? They were not convinced and sneered. We, the Bronze 5 Stars, all lost. Did Deputy Class Leader Yu want to use the strength of Bronze 4 Stars to scrape them? They completely misunderstood. Just as he opened his mouth, he heard Qingfeng's voice coming to the seniors in a very familiar way and said, "Hello, seniors, I'm here again." The seniors smiled happily when they saw that it was Yu Qingfeng. "Qingfeng is here so early. Are these guys who don't know their own limits your classmates?" Those classmates were petrified instantly when they saw Yu Qingfeng's very familiar greeting, as if they were friends who had known each other for a long time. Some of them looked at Qingfeng blankly. Yu Qingfeng looked at these students and then smiled. "Yes, these are my classmates, but I am not familiar with them. I just came to school yesterday. I respect the seniors very much." The seniors also smiled and said, "That's right, there is a big difference between people. Look at how polite Qingfeng is. Look at these people. Oh, these people. Are you polite?" Then, under the gaze of these students, Yu Qingfeng and these seniors walked into the martial arts hall, talking and laughing. This time, Yu Qingfeng changed his strategy. He didn't dare to control their sweat like yesterday to make them slip. After all, he was there every time, and they slipped every time. Anyone would definitely suspect him, and if he got familiar with the seniors, they would know that he was a water-type superpower sooner or later. By then, Qingfeng thought of the students outside, and the result might be similar to theirs. Thinking about it, he was still a little scared. So Qingfeng plans to change his strategy, develop in the long term, and reap the benefits in the long term. Anyway, when the seniors finish fighting, he will help them wipe the sweat off the ground and pass them water. In this way, it is easy to get attribute points. Just treat it as a part-time job. Soon, the time came to 11:30. Qingfeng looked at the time, and then looked at the harvest in the morning. A total of 632 non-attribute points. Current non-attribute points, 195. Woohoo takes off. After saying goodbye to the seniors, Qingfeng bought some food and rushed to the playground mentioned by the head teacher. When he arrived at the playground, Qingfeng was a little stunned. He saw the playground in front of him that was comparable to 2 runways. He reacted quickly. Fog grass blood loss. I should have come directly to the playground yesterday, otherwise I would have earned a lot of attribute points. The time came to 12 o'clock. Countless freshmen were standing under a podium, not lining up neatly. It seemed that there was another arrangement for this opening ceremony. In addition to these, Yu Qingfeng also found that there were no other seniors in the opening ceremony. It seemed that there were only freshmen, because in Qingfeng's perception, almost all of them were bronze level. Just when Qingfeng was still curious, the principal also came to the podium, healthy and steady with a hint of wind, completely different from the lazy look Qingfeng had seen before. "I am very happy about this opening ceremony. For a while, but you should not be arrogant. Whether you participate or not this time, you can see the difference between you. I hope you can become the arm of Kyushu, become a peerless strongman who protects one side. As for the reward, of course, those who go up can get 500 merits and a gold-level spiritual skill." The principal finished speaking. After hearing the principal's words, countless freshmen were immediately shocked. Qingfeng was the same. He felt something was wrong when he came in, especially yesterday when Teacher Liu seemed to have hinted at it. Now it is indeed the case. It is so fierce right from the start. Gongzheng was right. Since he came to the Magic City Wuda, everything is his own effort. If he does not have the strength, he should strengthen it. Otherwise, the gap will only widen. Thinking of this, Qingfeng looked at the people around him, then turned on the system and added all 2,000 attributes to strength. Suddenly, the strength reached 7 tons. A full 14,000 jin, invincible under the bronze 8 stars. A slight gap appeared in his eyes, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. "Since you want to fight, then fight!" He stood up and jumped straight to the first aerial platform. On the platform, he looked down at the other freshmen around him, and suddenly Qingfeng felt like he was looking down on all living beings. The freshmen who were still discussing saw someone jump up, and they were also stunned, and then looked in the direction of the principal and others. Only then did they know that it had started when the principal didn't speak. Suddenly, the people who were still discussing together met with weapons in the next second. They are all unique geniuses, beings that are looked up to by others. How could they allow someone to stand higher than them, have more honor than them, and be stronger than them? For a while, countless people wanted to meet Yu Qingfeng. The other smart people began to occupy other platforms. Yu Qingfeng was naturally unwilling to be outdone, and soon, one by one, the freshmen quickly used all their strength to rush towards Qingfeng. He sensed the other party, and found that most of them were at the 5th and 6th levels of bronze. The disdainful Qingfeng Tongdao was not even able to gather up, and he beat them back one by one with one punch. Yu Qingfeng's calm and nonchalant look immediately hit countless people who claimed to be geniuses. This was the first time they were hit in terms of talent. Many people gave up the idea of taking action against Qingfeng and wanted to compete for other platforms. Qingfeng looked below him and found that half of the students went to other platforms, and he was suddenly a little unhappy. "Don't go. I just scored a lot of attribute points." "Don't keep the book? Vote for the author?" "No, I have to find a way to attract hatred." Yu Qingfeng's mouth curled up slightly, as if he had thought of some wonderful way. "Don't move. I'm going to start pretending to be stupid." He cleared his throat and used his supernatural power to raise the volume of his voice. He said, "You really disappoint me." Almost all the students were stunned by this sentence, and they all looked in the direction of Yu Qingfeng. "I came to this school to see the geniuses of my generation. I didn't expect that they were all self-proclaimed geniuses." Countless people were shocked. They looked at Qingfeng with strong anger. "I'm right, I know you are angry, but is it useful? Will anyone let me go down from this place? No? There are also many people who can't beat me and leave, which is ridiculous. I have seen real geniuses. They are countless times stronger than you." Suddenly, someone was not convinced and shouted loudly below, "Then tell me the genius you are talking about. How great is he?" Qingfeng smiled slightly. "The genius I know is not like you. He is very powerful, and is also a senior from the Magic City Wuda University. His name is Gong Zheng." For a while, those who have heard of Gong Zheng among the freshmen were extremely shocked. Most of them are somewhat familiar with this name, but they can't remember it for a while. Who is Gong Zheng? Some people are curious. Seeing that some people didn't know, the other students also began to explain. "That's our junior, a real genius. He participated in the national competition in his sophomore year. He even made it to the top 4 in the individual competition. Now he's only a junior and has advanced to the platinum level." The others took a deep breath after hearing this and were convinced by this person. What was even more shocking was that the person on the platform actually had an intersection with Gong Zheng. On the high platform, Yu Qingfeng's voice came again. "He told me that there are many geniuses in the Magic City Wuda. Even if their talents are low, they rely on themselves to fight, rely on themselves to grab. I never believe that I am worse than others, and I have never been timid." He also told me an example. The senior didn't tell me the name of that person. He just said that the person's talent was below D level and he didn't awaken his superpowers, but his strength is on par with senior Gong Zheng. Look at you. Most of the people who come to the Magic City Wuda have talents below C level. Seeing that they can't beat me, they cowardly escape. Is this what a genius does? You still have the nerve to call yourself a genius? Do you have the nerve to call yourself a genius? As he said that, countless streams of water flowed around Yu Qingfeng, and a Tang sword slowly condensed in his hand. The light blue Tang sword looked extremely beautiful in the sunlight. In the eyes of these freshmen, Yu Qingfeng seemed to have turned into a god, the supreme god. He stared at them indifferently. This soul-searching attack deeply shocked most of the freshmen present at this moment. Many teachers narrowed their eyes and looked carefully at the Tang sword condensed in Yu Qingfeng's hand, and suddenly thought of a certain vice principal. Teacher Liu, who was present, also picked up Yu Qingfeng's information and read it, whispering, "Is this little guy really only bronze 4 stars? And this little guy really has water-based abilities, not just verbal abilities?" Countless people were shocked again and again. When they recovered and looked at Yu Qingfeng again, they saw Qingfeng slowly raise his hands and raise a middle finger, the supreme middle finger. That middle finger was as if it had special effects, shining and gorgeous. The freshmen looked at the middle finger as if they were possessed, and anger and unwillingness rose in their hearts. They attacked Yu Qingfeng one after another, and even the genius, who had already stood firm on the platform, took the initiative to jump down and attack Yu Qingfeng. Looking at the nearly 10,000 freshmen, Qingfeng suddenly felt that he had played too big. "Damn it! Fuck for attribute points. Freshmen jumped onto the platform one by one, and Qingfeng punched them to the ground. After knocking down one, another one came, each stronger than the other, and it seemed endless. Qingfeng attacked while picking up attribute light balls to improve his own strength. The two sides were like perpetual motion machines. Qingfeng couldn't beat some freshmen, so he could only repel them. Fortunately, the platform was in the sky. If it was underground, Qingfeng would probably last at most 10 minutes. This went on for about an hour. Some exhausted freshmen rested and watched from a distance. Their faces were bruised and purple. Yu Qingfeng was like a god of war, and he just wouldn't fall down. They were ashamed of themselves, and then they looked at the other students, who were still on the stage, and found that there were many who were stronger than them. They also began to think carefully about what Qingfeng said, and felt more and more that they were really, as Qingfeng said, arrogant, arrogant, and arrogant, and they were sitting in a well and looking at the world. At this time, Yu Qingfeng was also a little exhausted. Among them, there was a red-haired man whose strength was not much different from Qingfeng, but he was pushed off the stage by Qingfeng every time. He picked up his sword and jumped onto the stage. Nearly 6 people who were equally strong as this man also found the right opportunity to jump onto the stage. They were all pushed off the stage repeatedly by Qingfeng. One of them was recognized by Qingfeng as the squad leader Tan Xiaoyi. At this time, their eyes were filled with admiration, but most of them were filled with fighting spirit. Qingfeng put away his tang sword and condensed a long stick instead. Seeing this, the red-haired man's eyes condensed and he raised his sword to slash at Yu Qingfeng. Qingfeng dodged quickly and jumped up like a pole vault. He kicked Tan Xiaoyi in the abdomen and kicked her off the stage, and then swung the stick in his hand. Since Qingfeng's weapon was condensed with water, it could be as long as he wanted, just like the golden hoop in the hands of the Monkey King in the legend. The size can be changed at will. The other 6 people who didn't understand quickly took out their weapons and tried to block, but the stick made of water quickly collapsed when it was about to touch their weapons. Just stepped over. Then he reassembled the stick behind the weapon and hit them hard on the chest, knocking them all off the platform. This attack dropped a lot of light balls, and Qingfeng quickly went to take them. Order: pick up 69 non-attribute points. Yu Qingfeng quickly added points. Add all the 669 attributes just obtained to strength. This shocking blow also petrified many people. Even the principal was a little stunned. The principal looked at Yu Qingfeng standing still on the aerial platform and thought carefully. If I guessed correctly, the spiritual skill that the vice principal gave to this kid is his unique water control tool. To successfully digest and practice, one must have a very high control over water. It is also very demanding to condense a weapon. This kid succeeded in cultivation in just one day, and his understanding of water is so high. Either he has an incredible talent, or he is particularly friendly to water. Obviously, it is the latter. This attack is very much like the style of Vice Principal Qin in the past. If the principal knew that Yu Qingfeng succeeded in condensing a water device in his first digestion and practice, he would probably be shocked. With this attack, Yu Qingfeng completely became the focus of all the freshmen. Some freshmen who awakened water-related abilities looked at Yu Qingfeng on the aerial combat platform with longing and admiration in their eyes. Don't support the book. Vote for the author. Just that amazing attack let everyone know that no one can knock him off the stage. There is no solution to this game. Tan Xiaoyi looked at Yu Qingfeng with great energy, then looked at the time, turned around and went to other platforms to compete. Now less than 20% of the freshmen still have the strength. Qingfeng slowly breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that no one was paying attention to this place, thinking to himself, I will never pretend to be stupid next time. Damn, I almost got screwed. Fortunately, there was a cheat, otherwise I would have died on the spot. After another half an hour, the 10 aerial platforms were full of people. Although the battles on other platforms were also very good, many freshmen still felt much worse. They subconsciously looked in the direction of Yingfeng. Compared with Qingfeng's stunning performance, they all seemed to be eclipsed. 2 hours later, this sudden competition was completely over. Qingfeng and 10 other people stood beside the principal, waiting for the principal's award. The principal also smiled and gave each person a token, and explained, take this token, you can go to the library to exchange for a gold-level spiritual skill. As for the 500 merit points, they have been deposited into your account. When your strength reaches the silver level, you can log into the campus mission network to check. The freshmen below listened kindly and were also envious. That is a gold-level spiritual skill. If you buy it outside, it will cost tens of millions. Of course, they are just envious. They are convinced this time and have no objection to the top 10 freshmen. They also secretly made up their minds to become stronger. Strive to have a place among the future prodigies. At this point, the opening ceremony officially ended. The 3 words, Yu Qingfeng, are like a dragon roar resounding throughout the freshmen. Even many people have begun to give him nicknames. The most recognized title is the Demon King, but Yu Qingfeng is naturally not clear about these for the time being. Yu Qingfeng, who returned to the dormitory, lay down and fell asleep. This is the price of pretending to be stupid. It was already 12 o'clock in the evening when Qingfeng woke up. Fortunately, there were no classes today and no evening self-study. Qingfeng opened the campus network and ordered a hamburger for delivery. Then, he opened the system panel. Strength, bronze 2.5 stars, bronze level invincible. Speed, 79 kilometers per hour. Spiritual power, 3 cubic meters. Free non-attribute points. Qingfeng looked at his own panel and was also happy. He thought about how he had consumed too much physical strength before and could only rely on attribute points to recover. It was painful to think about it. If it happened again, I would still punch the other 9 geniuses one by one. Because it was a martial arts school, the delivery boy was very fast. He arrived at the door of Qingfeng's dormitory in just a few minutes. He ate the hamburger and started browsing the campus network. When he just opened the exclusive campus network of Magic City Wuda, he saw a big title. It said that the biggest dark horse of freshmen, Yu Qingfeng, was recorded in full. Qingfeng clicked it with some interest. You won't know until you see it. It's shocking. In less than a day, the number of views has reached more than 1 million. When you open the video, there are colorful comments. Brother Qingfeng is awesome, welcome back. From now on, freshmen have awakened, and countless comments are floating on it. It took Qingfeng a few minutes to find out how to turn off the comments. Soon the 2-hour video ended, and Qingfeng was a little reluctant to leave, and at the same time he was full of emotion. It turns out that I wasn't so embarrassed when I was about to collapse. He's pretty handsome. Looking at the comments, a familiar name came into view. It was his senior in black, Gongzheng. At this time, the comment of Senior Gongzheng was pinned to the top of the video. I didn't expect that a few random words at the beginning were remembered by him. Oh, I didn't expect Gongzheng to miss me so much. Under these 2 comments, many freshmen were calling him the boss, but Qingfeng didn't read too much of these comments. After all, most of them were the same. Shenhu? Is this the big brother that Gongzheng said, who has no talent and no special abilities? It's incredible. I still remember that Gongzheng told him on the plane that this senior's physical strength is very strong. Ordinary people can't break it. Qingfeng suddenly wanted to visit him. The attributes that he might drop must be good. Forget it, they are all big guys, so they don't have so much time to fool around with me. If I meet him in the future, I will definitely visit him properly. By the way, I have nothing to do now anyway, so I'll go to the library to exchange for gold-level spiritual skills. Before going out, Qingfeng also took a shower and changed into clean clothes. He opened the mobile phone map to check the location of the library. Looking around on the road, he found that there were really few people who went out at night, but Qingfeng didn't care. After walking for about half an hour, Yu Qingfeng finally arrived at the library. The library is open 24 hours a day, and Qingfeng walked straight in. After handing the token to the teacher who was guarding here, the teacher looked at Qingfeng with a lively look and then led Qingfeng to the gold-level area. After introducing that these were all gold-level spiritual skills, the teacher also retreated. Even the teachers on a guard cannot enter at will. Looking at least 10,000 gold-level spiritual skills, Qingfeng was also moved. It is worthy of being the school with the highest foundation and strength. After looking at the partitions, Qingfeng thought about it. Now his strength and power have reached a very terrifying level. What is lacking now is defense and speed. However, defense does not seem to be very necessary for the time being. Now his strength is no problem to make an armor with water. So what is lacking now is speed. Thinking of this, Qingfeng came to the speed area and began to check the speed spiritual skills that are suitable for him. Thinking of this, Qingfeng came to the speed area. Finally, after thousands of choices, Qingfeng decided to choose a body movement spiritual skill called Dragon Snake Dance. This spiritual skill is a bit weird. Like a dragon or a snake, it can walk quickly on any terrain, and it can kill people invisibly like a ghostly venomous snake. At the same time, it can also avoid a huge part of the damage. Such a function is like a treasure in Qingfeng's eyes. You need to attack and have the strength to attack. Such a powerful spiritual skill naturally has disadvantages. This disadvantage is that the cultivation speed is slow, and the talent of the cultivator must be strong. These problems were not a problem for Qingfeng's SSS-level talent, so he chose this book without hesitation, took out the spiritual skill light ball, registered with the teacher outside, and left the library. Qingfeng returned to the direction of the playground. He found that even at 3 or 4 o'clock, there were still many seniors practicing hard. Qingfeng found a quiet corner with no one and began to practice and digest the knowledge in the spiritual skill light ball in his hand. About an hour passed. Qingfeng slowly woke up and pursed his lips with satisfaction. I plan to make the protagonist of this book more high profile, not playing the pig eating the tiger. I got up and stretched my body and wanted to get up and try this dragon snake dance. That's right. At this moment, Qingfeng has already got the basics of the dragon snake dance. I also came to the runway and started running. The energy in my body moved slightly, and my whole body suddenly had a wonderful feeling. This feeling was like I was a snake, and all the muscles in my body could be mobilized at any time. It was powerful and extremely soft. It was a very strange feeling. According to this feeling, Qingfeng began to run tentatively. In an instant, Qingfeng was like a cheetah, and the power of the soles of his feet was mobilized in the most comfortable state at any time. The oncoming majesty and resistance seemed to be easily eliminated by the body. After running about a lap, Qingfeng was a little tired. It was not that he was not strong enough, but that the playground was too big. Just when Yu Qingfeng wanted to stop and rest, he found that a senior ran past him and dropped an attribute light ball. Qingfeng went over and picked up the attribute light ball. Picked up attribute speed 15. The speed attribute dropped by 15 in one breath. I don't need to think about it. It must be a sophomore senior. Suddenly, Qingfeng was not tired in an instant. He quickly caught up with the senior with the dragon and snake dance steps and started running. Then Qingfeng absorbed the attribute light ball dropped by the senior from time to time. But the coincidence is that every time Yu Qingfeng is about to collapse from exhaustion, the senior will drop the attribute light ball. Qingfeng picked it up and had enough energy to run. Soon it was 6 o'clock in the morning. Qingfeng also followed the senior to run for 2 hours, and the playground gradually became popular. Many freshmen and seniors have the habit of jogging in the morning. There is also a group of freshmen who were moved by Yu Qingfeng and then worked hard to become stronger. Just when they were about to start running, a few wretched sophomores next to them also started chatting, and they happened to hear it. Did you see the man in white? I've been watching him for a long time. His eyes are lewd. He might be fantasizing about something, and he keeps following a man. I suspect he is a pervert. Indeed, when I was taking a break from running, I saw that he had been running for 2 hours. He might be a gay. He squatted from time to time. Maybe he was observing something indescribable. The freshman looked up and saw a man in white not far away. Looking carefully, he found that the man was Yu Qingfeng. Now who is Yu Qingfeng? He is a role model for freshmen. How can he not be angry when he is slandered by others? Suddenly he was furious. Pointing at the seniors who were talking nearby, he said, "You guys are just jealous. When you see someone better than you, you start to slander him. He's our freshman's role model." The seniors looked over and laughed when they heard that. That's it? Is that your role model? It seems that freshmen are getting more and more depraved. I think he's just a pervert. Since he's your role model, are all freshmen perverts? The other seniors laughed out loud, leaving the freshman blushing, not knowing how to refute. Soon the other freshmen noticed the situation and began to criticize him. One of them, a sweet and lovely girl, stood up. He is our freshman role model and my idol. He awakened everyone with his words at the opening ceremony. He challenged the entire freshman class with his invincible strength. Can you do it? When you were laughing at him, did you forget who he was? He was only a freshman. I also heard from you that he ran for 2 hours. Can you catch up with the seniors for another 2 hours when you were a freshman? You should know the speed of the seniors. I hope you apologize to Yu Qingfeng. The crowd cheered on the spot when they heard this. Well said. The wretched sophomore seniors next to them were speechless for a moment. Their faces flushed. They were powerless to refute. It was true that they did not have this strength in their freshman year. Even now, They do not have the strength to challenge the entire freshman class. And they have also watched the video once, but they did not recognize it. As a result, they aroused public anger. Someone in the freshman class also asked curiously, "Who was that girl just now? She's good at speaking and looks good." "Yes, yes. Oh, I know. She's Bai Si-ying, who ranks 4th on the freshman campus beauty list. I didn't expect that she actually loves you, Qingfeng. It's over. My wife is gone. How can she compare to Qingfeng?" Just as he was about to apologize, one of the seniors with a wretched appearance stood up and said, "Since he can challenge the entire freshman class, then he should be able to beat me, right? I don't accept it. Maybe he's deliberately making up stories to promote it. I don't believe that a freshman with a strength no more than 6 stars in bronze is so powerful. I want to challenge your role model. A life and death duel." At this point, the jealous look of the senior was completely revealed. He got angry as he spoke. After saying this, the other seniors looked at him with some shock. Freshmen don't know the meaning of this. The other sophomores who were joining in the fun also spoke up. A duel of life and death is a duel of life and death, which is what it literally means. But if one side surrenders, it will be considered the end of the duel of life and death. But whether you can say it out loud is the problem. How shameless, senior bullying junior. You really have the nerve. Regarding these comments, the wretched senior chose to turn a blind eye and ran towards Yu Qingfeng. At the same time, Qingfeng was still happily collecting attributes. Seeing that the sky was gradually getting brighter, he was about to go to the martial arts field to collect a wave of attribute points. Then he saw a wretched and angry person running over. Looking at that look, Qingfeng thought he had met a pervert and immediately turned around and ran. The dragon and snake dance steps were instantly launched, and the senior who was chasing behind saw that he was about to run and immediately said, "Qingfeng, I want to fight you in a duel of life and death." Qingfeng was confused. What a big grudge. He stopped and looked at the wretched senior and asked, "Why? I don't like you." At this time, Qingfeng's strength was already able to sense the silver level. He roughly sensed the strength of this senior, silver 1 star. Suddenly, Qingfeng looked at him with an expression that looked at him as a waste. It's not that Qingfeng looked down on him, but if he didn't reach silver in his sophomore year, he would be held back or transferred to another school. The same applies to juniors who didn't reach gold. But this senior just reached silver 1 star. Instead of working hard to improve himself, he wanted to find a freshman to fight to the death to find his only remaining sense of existence. Everyone would look at him like a waste. "Okay, I accept, but I don't have time recently. How about the life and death battle on Friday afternoon? Vote for it." The senior was also stunned when he saw Qingfeng's straightforward and decisive agreement. Such a decisive agreement made him a little afraid that Yu Qingfeng would have some backup plan, but now he was too embarrassed to regret it. It can be said that it is difficult to get off the tiger. However, he thought that his strength was silver 1 star. What is there to be afraid of against bronze? Confidence surged in his heart, and he agreed. Just like that, a week later, a death battle spanning freshmen and sophomores occurred. It immediately attracted countless people to stay and eat melons, and even the campus forum was discussing this matter. After knowing the cause and effect, many sophomores felt very ashamed. At the same time, they were also curious. What trump card do Yu Qingfeng have to take on the challenge so confidently? Logically speaking, bronze and silver cannot be beaten at all. The life levels are different and cannot be compared. You too, you just came to school and caused this kind of thing. I don't know what to say to you. Do you have confidence in dealing with silver? Teacher Liu's warm voice made Qingfeng enjoy listening to it, and he nodded to this question. I have confidence in my own strength as long as you lend me some spirit stones. This is really not Yu Qingfeng's arrogance. According to Qingfeng's 12 tons of strength, he is already half a silver, as long as there are enough spirit stones to improve the realm. Dealing with silver 1 and 2 stars was not a problem at all, so Qingfeng went to the class teacher as soon as possible. He wanted to borrow some spirit stones. Teacher Liu nodded when he saw Qingfeng's confident look and then suddenly conjured up a box in his hand. After throwing the box to Yu Qingfeng, he said, "Take it. There are 50 bronze-level spirit stones in it. They are useless to me. Remember to return them to me if you come back alive." He took the box, looked at it, and found that there were indeed quite a few spirit stones. "Okay, thank you, Teacher Liu," and then left the office. Yu Qingfeng returned to the dormitory and took out the spirit stones. "Start absorbing. Soon a day passed, and Qingfeng absorbed all 50 spirit stones. His strength also broke through to bronze 4 stars. Yu Qingfeng, who woke up from cultivation, opened the system panel as soon as possible. Strength, bronze 4.5 stars. Under, silver 1 star. Power 15 tons, speed 140 kilometers per hour. Spiritual power 5 cubic meters, free non-attribute points 200. Qingfeng nodded. He wanted to continue practicing, and wanted to practice until he reached the 9-star bronze bottleneck. Unfortunately, he didn't have enough spirit stones. Even 50 bronze spirit stones only allowed him to improve 2 small realms. You can imagine how much it would cost to reach silver strength. Oh, forget it. I'd better go to the martial arts field to pick up some attribute points, and think about the rest later. Just when Qingfeng was about to leave the dormitory, Qingfeng suddenly thought of the dungeon. Since attributes are generated by people, then monsters in the dungeon will definitely appear. Not only can I improve my strength, but I can also get spirit stones. Suddenly, my eyes lit up, and I opened Baidu on my phone to check the nearby permanent dungeons. Soon, Qingfeng discovered that there was an underground city on the south side of the Magic City. The first floor of that underground city was relatively humid. It was a byproduct of the space crack, the largest underground city in the Magic City. The strength of the monsters inside was bronze level, and the highest was gold level. The introduction in Baidu said that there were many swamps inside, so this underground city was called Serious Quagmire. Qingfeng thought about it and decided to go here, mainly because this place was too suitable for Qingfeng's water ability. After leaving the dormitory, many people recognized Yu Qingfeng. It was like a star watching nearby, but Qingfeng didn't care. Then Qingfeng left the school under the gaze of these people. This news immediately set off the campus forum. I heard that freshman Yu Qingfeng left school. Could he have gone to the dungeon? Our Qingfeng explained that he worked hard and was not panicked even when faced with a life-and-death battle. Shouldn't he be panicked and go to the dungeon to improve his strength? I don't care. Yu Qingfeng is the pride of a freshman. I think he is just stupid and putting on a show. If he really has this ability, why would he wait until Friday? Yes, I think he is just struggling to survive. Soon Qingfeng came to the Serious Quagmire and handed his ID to the guarding officer, then walked in with his bag. As soon as he entered, Qingfeng felt that the air was very humid. The sky was filled with dark clouds, as if it would rain at any time. If other psychics or warriors were here, they would definitely feel uncomfortable with the humid air and land. But Yu Qingfeng would not be like this. He still felt very comfortable. This was the benefit of his affinity with water and his water-based psychic ability. If he fights in this place, Qingfeng will definitely show more than 100% of his strength. Looking at the street goods gathered here, he found that many of them were python skins and python fangs. After looking at all these materials, Qingfeng also determined which materials he wanted to collect. He didn't stay for too long and took out Baidu to find where the swamp was. As usual, Qingfeng found a remote swamp where the monsters in it were at the highest silver level. The first impression of coming to this swamp was the magical scene of messy dead branches, dense pools, water trees, water plants, and muddy water slurry. Quiet and dangerous. In this terrain, Yu Qingfeng walked on the water, quickly shuttled around, looking for monsters. When Qingfeng just passed through a not very deep water surface, a huge mouth suddenly opened and almost bit him. Stopping and looking behind him, Qingfeng found that there was a crocodile hidden under the originally shallow pool. The body length of this crocodile was as high as 2 meters. After a little sensing, it was silver level. I immediately understood how there could be no monsters in such a large swamp, or even a remote swamp. It turned out that they were hiding in the mud. But it was good this way, a good start. I was already at the silver level, which was really a welcome for me. I immediately condensed a giant blade in my hand and controlled the giant blade to launch an attack. Qingfeng kept his distance at all times, and the attack depended on controlling the giant blade. Once the giant crocodile wanted to get close, he immediately used the dragon and snake dance steps and added the water ability, making it difficult to get close. Under this despicable fighting style, the giant crocodile was exhausted and fell to the ground. In this battle, Qingfeng blew him for more than half an hour before killing him. Picked up non-attribute points plus 530. In order to be on the safe side, Qingfeng condensed 4 giant blades, which can be said to be extremely cautious. When dealing with the giant crocodile, Qingfeng found a white spirit stone in its body, and immediately knew that it was a silver-level spirit stone. He took out the silver-level spirit stone of the giant crocodile and peeled off the nails, bones, and skin. Finally, after finding that there was nothing to steal, he left the place completely. Author's side note. Regarding the protagonist's state of mind, I will improve in stages. I don't think I'm awesome from the beginning. This time, I know where these monsters are hiding, so wherever Qingfeng goes, he will use the water power to condense spikes to pierce the quagmire. In this way, he easily defeated many monsters. Just when Qingfeng was about to absorb the few spiritual stones in his hand, a noisy buzzing sound suddenly came from not far away. Curiously, he went to take a look and was surprised to find that not far away, a pile of black matter like a dark cloud was floating in the air and squirming. When Qingfeng got closer to see it clearly, he was also shocked. He found that this was not a black matter, but thousands of mosquitoes. Mosquitoes as big as a palm. This is a great danger that even platinum crystal level masters may fall. But fortunately, these mosquitoes didn't seem to find him, and he was relieved after leaving this place. Damn, who wrote the Baidu information? It said that the highest danger is silver? In fact, what Qingfeng didn't know was that the strongest here used to be silver, but since the appearance of these mosquitoes, the danger level has risen sharply. That's why no one cares about this place. Yu Qingfeng, who was unfamiliar with the place, happened to choose this swamp area. Qingfeng took note of this area, and when he was about to leave this place to continue hunting, Qingfeng found that the ground suddenly shook a little. After a rough sense, the shaking area came from the back. It sounded fierce. Using the water power, wrap yourself and hide under the mud in the corner branches like the giant crocodile. This tree has countless messy roots, and there are weeds in front, just enough to see outside. Soon the source of the sound appeared in front of Yu Qingfeng. A swamp frog about 2 meters in size appeared, and then another one appeared, one after another. Yu Qingfeng was a little numb. There were thousands of them with at least silver strength. Looking at the direction they were going, it seemed to be the mosquito group, and he immediately knew that they should be out looking for food. There is nothing to participate in. After they all leave, it is time to leave this dangerous place. The next time I come, I must wait until I reach silver before I can come again. After all the giant frogs left, Qingfeng was about to get up when his pupils suddenly dilated. The closed eyes showed signs of opening. Just look at the huge snakehead not far away slowly lurking in the swamp. The exposed snakehead alone is at least 5 or 6 meters long. Titan python, a creature that only appears in the second layer of the dangerous quagmire. The lowest strength is silver 7 stars, and it can sense body temperature. Countless knowledge from Baidu appeared in my mind. Yu Qingfeng immediately felt that something was going to happen. It's over. If he sees my temperature and senses me, it will be over. Pray? Or wait for fate? At this time, Yu Qingfeng was extremely calm, and his brain was working quickly. He immediately thought of a possibility. With so many giant frogs appearing just now, the Titan python's eyes should only be on them. Even if it sees me, it dare not easily make a move to alert the snake. Otherwise, the giant frog, mosquitoes will run away. Then the Titan python will lose the watermelon after picking up sesame seeds. The nervous Yu Qingfeng didn't dare to move at all. This was just a guess. He could only pray nervously that the Titan python would not see him. But it was true. Just as Qingfeng thought, the Titan python didn't see him and stared at the giant frogs, waiting for an opportunity to move. The buzzing sound suddenly became louder, like an alarm. Qingfeng knew that the giant frogs began to forage for food. If the giant frogs began to forage for food, then the Titan python should also move. As expected, the next second, he sensed that the motionless Titan python began to move forward slowly until the giant completely disappeared in front of Qingfeng. It was not until this time that Yu Qingfeng breathed a sigh of relief. He walked out of the quagmire slowly, fearing that he would make any noise. At the same time, he was also somewhat fortunate to have water-based abilities. Until he completely came out of the water, he looked in the direction of the mosquito swarm. He saw countless mosquitoes and giant frogs fighting. Mosquitoes crawled all over the giant frog's body, but the giant frog seemed to be fine, just flicking its tongue to find food. Qingfeng was a little stunned and sighed in his heart. This might be the food chain. But if all these monsters were killed by me, how many silver spirit stones would there be? Wouldn't it be easy to upgrade to 9-star bronze? Alas, what a pity. Just as he was about to leave, he found that the attribute points dropped by the giant frog in battle and foraging were falling down like they were free. Qingfeng was jealous. How about going to see the final result? If there is no chance, take a walk as soon as possible. If there is still a chance, wait for the Titan Python to leave before picking up the attribute points. Qingfeng, who originally wanted to leave, turned to a water tree next door with shallow water and closest to the exit. Even if the Titan Python found him and attacked him, Qingfeng was sure to leave safely. Just like this, he began to watch this biological war on the tree. First, among the dense swarm of mosquitoes, a tongue more than 10 meters long would be stretched out from time to time. The saliva secreted from the tongue was stained with countless mosquitoes. The mosquitoes were not to be outdone. They would attack whenever they had a chance. But the sharp tubes seemed unable to pierce the frog's skin. After more than 10 minutes, the number of mosquitoes quickly decreased. The giant mosquitoes that were densely packed like clouds were now only a few hundred. The Titan Python, which had been lurking in the underwater mud, also began to move. Its bloody mouth rushed towards the frogs like a death tunnel, and then it bit one of them. Before the frog could react, it was swallowed. The sudden change made the frogs react and attack the Titan Python with their whip-like tongues. The Titan Python was also in pain. It quickly hid in the mud and quickly attacked another frog. Just when the frog was about to be bitten, the frog jumped with all its might and jumped more than 10 meters in the air. How could the Titan Python miss this opportunity? It also jumped up. Its body, length of more than 10 meters, was just enough for it to support itself. The giant frog was bitten in the air and swallowed it slowly. The other giant frogs did not run away, but attacked the Titan Python madly. It seemed that they were determined to fight to the end. After the Titan Python swallowed 7 or 8 giant frogs, scars began to appear on its body. Qingfeng thought that the Titan Python would retreat, but this Titan Python did not let go and wanted to continue attacking and swallowing. It seemed that it ignored its own scars and continued to attack the other giant frogs. Attribute points fell like a waterfall on the Titan Python. After about 4 hours, Qingfeng was a little stunned. This Titan Python swallowed more than 200 giant frogs and seemed to continue to forage. The scars on the Titan Python's body were also hideous, but its spirit was still lush. If this continued, thousands of giant frogs might be wiped out. Qingfeng couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Is this the second-level top creature Titan Python? This strength is really terrible. There are typos. After swallowing about 400 giant frogs, the Titan Python's vitality began to decline gradually. It gradually became unable to cope. Qingfeng was also happy. If it continued like this, the Titan Python would still have a chance to die here. By then, as long as the giant frogs left, the large amount of attributes on the ground would belong to him. Just wait and reap the benefits. After 5 hours, Qingfeng was almost fused with the tree. This Titan Python was also fierce and swallowed 800 frogs. It seems that the previous decline in vitality was deliberately deceiving the giant frogs. At the same time, Qingfeng also speculated on the strength of this Titan Python. It is very likely that the Peak of Silver urgently needs a large amount of spirit stones and flesh and blood to advance to gold. This made the Titan Python fight for its life. Now, it seems that it is likely to succeed in advancing. After another 3 hours, there were more than 1,000 giant frogs, but only a dozen were left, and the Titan Python was on the verge of death. But he fought harder and harder. The remaining dozen giant frogs also began to panic. After losing another 7 or 8, the giant frogs were completely panicked and turned around to run. The Titan Python hurried up to catch up. Seeing that they had left his sight, Qingfeng was also happy. He couldn't help but tremble when he got down from the tree and hurried to the place where they were fighting. Picked up non-attribute plus 131. Order. Order picked up mental attribute, or picked up strength attribute when he got non-attribute plus 131. Picked up non-attribute, 7131. Qingfeng quickly opened the system panel to check the attribute points. Cool! It was so fucking cool. This was a feeling he had never experienced before. The boredom of being Voldemort was completely gone, and he actually liked that feeling a little. Qingfeng went to the nearby area and picked up a lot of attribute points. Now he has more than 11,000 attribute points, which is amazing. In order to avoid waste, Qingfeng repeatedly collected in this area. After making sure there was nothing to take, he also planned to leave this place. Just as he was about to leave, a huge roar came from behind. At the same time, it was accompanied by a huge strong wind. Yu Qingfeng turned his head and found that the Titan Python had come back without knowing when. Qingfeng was also shocked. Didn't he go to chase the giant frog? Why is it back again? He turned around and ran, and the dragon and snake dance started. Qingfeng's figure was like a ghost, and he quickly ran towards the entrance. Judging from his injuries, he shouldn't chase me for too long. Half an hour later. Why are you still chasing me? I thought Titan Python would stop chasing me after a while, but Qingfeng ran for about half an hour and just chased him. This is a bloodthirsty killing everyone he sees. Grass, a kind of plant. You are so injured and still want to chase me. If I don't show my power, I will be Hello Kitty. He opened the system panel and added all 10,000 points to his strength. Instantly, his strength reached 28 tons. He turned his head quickly, condensed a saber in his hand, and rushed towards the python with the dragon snake dance steps. This blow hit the belly of the Titan python fiercely. The sudden change made the Titan python unable to react immediately. The hissing sounds spread throughout the swamp, and the more than 10-meter-long body fell heavily to the ground, then stood up again and began to run back. Qingfeng also sneered, "You have chased me for so long, how can you run away?" The identity changed instantly. Originally, the Titan python chased you, Qingfeng, and you, Qingfeng, chased the Titan python. At this time, the Titan python couldn't figure out why a human who was only a bronze 4-star had the strength of a silver 5-star. I thought it was a dessert after dinner, but it turned out to be a deep water beast. Are all humans so good at pretending? The water control tool, countless ropes so small that they are almost invisible, appeared, tied up the Titan python tightly, and Qingfeng pulled hard. The silk thread penetrated into the flesh. If the Titan python's body was not strong, it would have been broken into pieces. Qingfeng saw that the Titan python was entangled, and it also quickly absorbed water and approached quickly with Qingfeng like a hook claw contracting. Quickly find the 7 inches of the giant python, regardless of whether the saying is useful or not. This is the only weakness he knows. Cut it down with a saber. The Titan python opened its huge mouth again and hissed. It worked. Just when he was about to come, again the Titan python's huge tail attacked him and hit Qingfeng solidly. He flew backwards instantly. This blow directly injured Qingfeng. He stood up with difficulty, dragging a mouthful of blood foam. Before he could stand firm, the Titan python's huge snake tail was about to whip at him, and Qingfeng was not panicked at all. Slowly opened his eyes. The world seemed to be quiet in an instant. The fallen leaves of the water trees in the swamp were frozen in the air. A strange space appeared in front of Qingfeng's eyes. In this space, the colors faded rapidly. After the colors completely faded, the leaves in front of him began to slowly dissipate and shatter into ashes. The Titan python's body seemed to fall into a black hole. The body began to decompose. About 2 seconds later, the Titan python's spine was exposed. Yu Qingfeng quickly closed his eyes and used the silk thread again to wrap around the spine. Pull hard. The snake's head was separated. The giant frog, that had not been digested in his stomach, also flowed out of his neck. At this time, Qingfeng had not relaxed his vigilance. The water in his hand condensed into a dart. He began to attack the Titan python's head. Even if the head of the snake is chopped off, it still has reflex nerves. This is what Bear Grylls taught him in his previous life. The rest can be eaten after the head is removed. Ahem, I went to the wrong channel. He controlled the silk thread and put his head far away before he began to dissect the body. First, the giant frogs that had not been digested were bloody and filthy, which was really disgusting. Every time he dissected a giant frog, Qingfeng would gather water to wash it. In this way, he obtained a total of 112 silver-level spirit stones from more than 1,000 frogs, except for the dozens that were digested. There were more than 300 silver-level spirit stones of high purity. Then there was the giant python. Because the giant python was so big, Qingfeng had to look for its spirit stones for a long time. Finally, he found it in its snake head. The Titan python's spiritual stone was a gradient color of pearl white and gold, half yellow and half white. If he hadn't come to find Yu Qingfeng, his strength would have long been at the gold level. Qingfeng didn't even dare to think about this harvest. He originally just wanted to gain some attribute points, but he didn't expect that the final winner would be himself. It was really too fat. It was like getting rich overnight. He made a tattered bag with the remaining snake skin of the Titan python. He threw all the silver-level spiritual stones into it. A whole bag of silver-level spiritual stones. Even if a gold-level strongman came, he might be a little tempted. Qingfeng didn't want to take the materials of the giant frog. At this time, he didn't have the mind to take these things. He only took some of the Titan python's snakeskin and fangs and left. Vote for it. Qingfeng found a quiet place, and after making sure there were no monsters nearby, he began to absorb the spiritual stones. 3 days passed quickly. Qingfeng absorbed 500 silver-level spirit stones to barely improve his strength to bronze 9 stars. At this time, he clearly felt the bottleneck. He took out the half-silver and half-gold spirit stone of the Titan Python, hoping to use it to break through to silver in one fell swoop. An hour later, Qingfeng woke up and found that his strength had not yet broken through to silver. He was a little disappointed, but he was not discouraged. It might just be that he didn't have enough combat experience. When the time comes, he will come to the dungeon to improve his state of mind, and maybe he will break through. System: open the attribute panel. Strength bronze 9-star peak. Strength 3rd invincible under silver 7 stars. Speed 240 kilometers per hour. Plus spiritual power 15 cubic meters. Free non-attribute points. When he fought the Titan Python, his strength was 28 tons. Now that his strength level has been raised, his strength is as high as 38 tons. Invincible under silver 7 stars. But 38 tons is a full 76,000 jin. Now I am only at the level of silver 7 stars. You can imagine how difficult it will be to improve my strength in the future. After the battle, I thought of the giant python and sweated unconsciously. If his strength recovers a little, I am afraid I can't even take a single blow. Forget it. I'd better leave this damn place as soon as possible. Next time, I'll treat Baidu's information as a joke. If I knew which editor wrote the Baidu, I would definitely shoot him on the head. Put the remaining 300 silver-level spirit stones into the snakeskin bag and leave the dungeon. The campus's life and death battle did not subside but became more and more intense. The freshmen who were originally just watching the excitement were also affected by these black fans. Those sophomores said that the overall strength of the freshmen was too weak, and each generation was worse than the previous one. The freshmen were naturally unwilling to be outdone. They said that they were all wretched big men who couldn't walk when they saw women, had no ambition, and gossiped and spread rumors behind their backs. The pain points were almost always hit. If there was no network between them, the first and second year students would have fought. As for the third year students, they had no intention of getting involved in this matter from the beginning to the end, so they could only see a few short comments. Today, the campus forum, which had just been quiet for a while, became popular again. A post read, "Freshman role model Yu Qingfeng returns to campus. Is he the king's return, or is he afraid of escaping and admitting defeat?" Then a photo of Yu Qingfeng carrying a power snakeskin bag was placed in the post. During this period, Qingfeng did not show up, which made many haters who were unhappy with Qingfeng black for 3 whole days. Now Qingfeng is back, and the freshmen are also trembling with excitement. Qingfeng was relatively calm about this. Even if the senior student hit him 3 times, it would be no problem. Qingfeng returned to the dormitory, took off his clothes, took a shower, and put on the pure white clothes bought on Pinduoduo. Qingfeng's temperament was proud in this outfit. There was a sense of transcendence. I opened my phone to check the forum and found that it was a mess. It looked very bad, so I simply turned it off. After careful thinking, he found that he seemed to have nothing to do. The absorption of spirit stones had reached a bottleneck. If he went to the martial arts field, he felt that the attribute light balls produced there could no longer satisfy him. The forum was too messy, and there was nothing good to watch in TV dramas and animations. Alas, Qingfeng felt a little embarrassed when he thought of this. Since there was no place to go, I'd better go to class honestly. I remember that I had to take a basic theoretical knowledge class for a week at school. Since there was nothing to do, I would go to class. The teacher's class must be more accurate than Baidu. When Qingfeng thought of the Baidu information, he wanted to hit someone. He left the dormitory. He came to the classroom. As soon as he entered the classroom, countless people's eyes were fixed on him. Teacher Liu on the podium smiled when he saw Qingfeng coming back, without saying much, and Qingfeng quickly sat in his seat. But when Qingfeng did this, everyone had no mind to attend class properly. Whether it was boys or girls, they looked at Yu Qingfeng's position from time to time, and even the class monitor Tan Xiaoyi, who didn't ask much, couldn't help but look at Yu Qingfeng. At this time, teacher Liu's class talked about speculation about the underground city. Regarding the speculation about the underground city, scientists believe that the underground city is likely to be an alien world, a completely alien world. It is also a speculation that the alien world is merging with our world. The entrance is those cracks that appear from time to time. This kind of crack is likely to be a crack in time and space, and is the product of the fusion with our world. This kind of crack may appear around us at any time. They will exist in various forms, maybe at the entrance of the subway, or after you open the door. It may also be in your closet. We call this kind of crack a short-term underground city. Unlike the long-term underground city we are familiar with, it will only appear for a short time. The places connected by this short-term underground city are all random. You may not know when a short-term underground city will appear in your backyard, and the entrance is still in the doghouse. But don't go in if you encounter it. The best way at this time is to tell the Superpower Bureau or the Security Bureau. If you go in, this underground city is likely to connect to more than 10 underground floors. The monsters inside are at least gold level. Going in is seeking death. If you really want to explore, the entrance to the dungeon may be closed when you plan to return. If you want to get out now, you have to go to the top floor, which is the first floor, and find the entrance to the permanent dungeon. So the dungeon is not an independent space. The theory of independent space was overturned a few years ago. The evidence is that many people entered the temporary dungeon and then came out of the permanent dungeon. So each dungeon entrance is actually a random door to another world. Of course, these are just guesses, but it is a fact that the dungeons are connected to each other. If you get lost in it, you can try to find other permanent dungeons or encounter the entrance to a temporary dungeon. Okay, it's time to end the get out of class. Qingfeng, come to my office. Qingfeng was listening at this time and found that the get out of class was over. She got up and followed Teacher Liu to her office. She took out the office book and read it while asking Yu Qingfeng next to her. The harvest in the dungeon should be good this time. Are you sure you can deal with buy-in now? Yu Qingfeng looked at Teacher Liu's notebook, nodded and said, "Don't worry, I can deal with that wasted silver with one hand." Teacher Liu glanced at Qingfeng and said, "Don't be too confident. You have to know that even the wasted silver you mentioned was once a genius, but he just couldn't compete with others. And even the most rubbish and fragile silver is still silver. Don't take it lightly." Qingfeng's eyes became cold. "Humph? Can't compete? When you see a girl you like, you don't work hard to improve yourself and fight for her, but bully the weaker one out of anger. You even have the intention to kill her. You can't compete? I think he is really good at competing." Author side note, I haven't been in a very good state these days. Qingfeng took out a silver one-star giant frog spirit stone from his pocket. He put it on the table and said, "This is what I hunted in the dungeon. It's my repayment for the bronze spirit stone you borrowed before." Teacher Liu stared blankly at the spirit stone on the table, her beautiful eyes shining. "Yes, it seems that my worries are unnecessary, but we still have to take every enemy seriously. Don't be arrogant and complacent once you have a certain level of strength." Qingfeng was almost tired of hearing these words, and secretly complained in his heart that it turned out that the teacher's words were really the same. Qingfeng had heard these words enough in his previous life. It's just that the format it can only be said that it is very familiar, but not completely familiar. After chatting with Teacher Liu for a while, Qingfeng went to the martial arts field to help the senior pass water. This move was naturally noticed by others. Today, Yu Qingfeng is like a star in the limelight. Whatever he does will be posted on the forum for discussion. Qingfeng didn't mind. He knew that after the life and death battle was over, no one would care about him in a few days. After all, people also have to practice, so they don't have so much time. It's just that they were fooled by the gimmick of the PK between the freshman and the sophomore. The seniors were moved to see how Qingfeng cared about them even when they were facing such an embarrassing situation. Some even wanted to beat the wretched senior before the life and death battle, but they were stopped by Qingfeng. Yu Qingfeng also had other plans. He would not kill such a person. It was not that he was indecisive. It was that he and Yu Qingfeng had no intersection. He was just angry and impulsive, but he would not let him go easily. He planned to beat him into a cripple as revenge for the murder. They were all adults and had to pay the price for their decisions. After all, cultivation requires a clear mind. If he just defeated him, Qingfeng himself would not be able to justify it. In this way, Qingfeng stayed in the martial arts field for a day. After returning to the dormitory, Qingfeng took out the textbooks and began to make up for the courses he had missed in the past few days. "Since I went to that class today, I have a very deep impression of the dungeon." Qingfeng still wants to make up for the common sense in these textbooks as soon as possible. The next day, at noon, Qingfeng woke up in a daze. looked at the time and cursed secretly. Grass, a kind of plant. I wanted to study hard yesterday, but I wanted to sleep after reading for 2 hours. The knowledge in the book is all very hardcore theoretical knowledge about the dungeon. For Yu Qingfeng, a young master who used to hang out outside in high school, how could he understand it? The knowledge from his previous life was useless here. Then he fell asleep while reading. He slept until the afternoon. Qingfeng used his supernatural power to wash his face and went out to the cafeteria to buy breakfast, lunch. After eating and drinking, he took out his textbook and went to ask Teacher Lu for knowledge. The next time was a serious discussion of knowledge. It was not until Teacher Lu reminded him that Qingfeng remembered that there was a duel. Teacher Lu was speechless. You would forget such an important thing. Let's go together. Okay? Teacher Lu came to the door of the martial arts field and pushed the door open. Suddenly, countless noises came into his ears. The martial arts field, which had a normal flow of people, was now full of people. There was even a camera at the highest point. There were even many people in the audience watching the live broadcast. Banners, signs, everything, even a small shop. Seeing these things, Qingfeng was full of black lines on his forehead. He immediately felt that this was not the Shanghai University of Wuhan. It was even worse than a technical school. Then Qingfeng went to the store to buy a bottle of Coke. After drinking it, he stood in the center of the martial arts field, and the senior student also stood up. Teacher Lu took out the red seal and the life and death fight disclaimer, and both parties had signed a life and death agreement. Qingfeng took a rough look and signed it. Soon, Teacher Lu also retreated to the edge of the martial arts field and stood with the other teachers. As the duel began, Qingfeng was not panicked at all, just a simple look, and then stared at the senior student opposite without caring. Seeing that the other party did not attack him, he also looked at him. After so long, Qingfeng still didn't know the other party's name. In order to show respect, he politely asked, "It's been so long and I still don't know your name." The other party was also stunned after hearing this, and sneered confidently. "My name is Zhang Li, and I'm the one who will kill you today." Then he raised the sword in his hand and swung it towards Yu Qingfeng. Yu Qingfeng dodged these attacks easily. Qingfeng was a little surprised at the fluctuations from the other party. It was completely different from his previous perception. The other party had broken through to the silver 2-star, but this strength is not enough. Qingfeng raised his middle finger against the opponent's sword, and suddenly flames splashed. Qingfeng had a blank expression on his face and then lightly exerted force to knock the opponent to the ground. The audience exploded at this scene. Fuck! What did I just see? Did the Demon King Yu Qingfeng take it with just a middle finger? Not seeing things. Damn, is he cheating? He's worthy of being called the Demon King by the freshmen. It's true that there is no false reputation. Several freshmen who were not far away broke out in cold sweats after seeing Yu Qingfeng's strength. The red-haired man asked Tan Xiaoyi, who had a bright look in his eyes, "Could it be that Yu Qingfeng has been hiding his strength since the opening ceremony?" Tan Xiaoyi? Tan Xiaoyi! Ah, yes, what did you just say? Tan Xiaoyi was a little fascinated by what he saw, and only now realized his gaffe. The red-haired man was helpless. I said, "Did Yu Qingfeng hide his strength during the opening ceremony?" Tan Xiaoyi nodded. "Probably. This possibility is very high." Yu Qingfeng didn't want to drag it on any longer at this point, so he summoned the Tang sword to quickly cripple him and end this farce. Qingfeng quickly attacked the senior who had fallen to the ground. Just as he was about to reach him, Senior Tai suddenly raised his head, and more than a dozen poison needles emerged from his sleeves. Qingfeng's eyes shrank and he quickly stepped back. He avoided these poison needles. Qingfeng stopped and sensed what it was. Poison needles? Qingfeng sensed that the poison in it could kill even a silver 5-star without an antidote. This despicable method immediately made Qingfeng angry. Qingfeng's murderous intent overflowed, and the murderous aura also condensed around him. Even those in the audience could clearly feel it. He said coldly to the senior who hadn't gotten up yet, "I just wanted to cripple you, but I didn't expect you to play dirty. It seems that you won't give up unless you kill me." After saying that, countless tiny invisible filaments appeared in Qingfeng's hands, and these filaments instantly trapped the other senior. This scared the senior very much. He wanted to stand up and fight with Qingfeng, but he was surprised to find that he seemed to be restrained by something. He couldn't even get up. Qingfeng snapped his fingers slightly, and instantly the senior, who was still lying on the ground, turned into minced meat. Vote for me. The freshmen in the audience were stunned for a moment, and then they were horrified to find that the original senior had become minced meat. Brain matter mixed with blood slowly flowed out. Screams came one after another, and so did the sounds of vomiting. Qingfeng took a rough look and found that those who were screaming were basically freshmen. The first few people sitting in the audience were a little dazed, with a few drops of blood on their faces. He said to the person next to him tremblingly, "Did he kill someone? Did he really kill someone?" The man next to him nodded. Then he immediately started screaming like the others. Most of these freshmen had never seen anyone kill anyone. Even if they knew about it in advance, they thought the teacher would stop them when they saw the teacher. But they really didn't expect it. Surprisingly, they actually killed someone, especially some boys and girls who had the best resources in high school, but were protected so tightly that they rarely came into contact with the dungeon. They were all vases with realms, but no actual combat. This kind of minced meat quickly impacted their worldview. Some freshmen who wanted to see what expression they would have after vomiting should also feel bad. But when they saw Yu Qingfeng, they found that Qingfeng still had the same expression, without the slightest change. It seemed that he had adapted to it a long time ago. This situation shocked many people. Looking at the pile of minced meat, Qingfeng didn't stay for long and said to Teacher Lu, "Look, let's go." The principal in the principal's office turned off the live broadcast in his hand. He couldn't help but sigh that the younger generation is formidable. On this day, the news that the freshman Demon King defeated the sophomore Silver 2-star also spread throughout the entire Magic City Wuda in an instant. The live video of Yu Qingfeng defeating the sophomore student in seconds also went viral on the forum. The Demon King is too high profile. Indeed, if it is like this, many people will come to challenge him. I think he is just a clown. What a clown, do you have the ability to do that? Yu Qingfeng returned to the dormitory and opened the forum to see these comments. He also smiled disdainfully and refuted in his heart. High profile? That's right, I am looking forward to other Tianjiao to challenge me. If I am not high profile, will I pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger? This will only affect my own development, only by staying invincible in school. This is the real truth. Once you stand on a high position, more and more Tianjiao will challenge him, and Qingfeng will only become more and more courageous. Actual combat will only advance by leaps and bounds. On the contrary, pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger will attract a group of trash to seek a sense of superiority, and there will be more and more troubles and fewer resources. The opportunities to fight Tianjiao are also few and far between. How can I improve my actual combat in this way? Do I rely on those trash who are looking for trouble? Since there are so many benefits, why hide? There are enemies? Isn't it better to defeat them with one punch? In the Magic City Wuda, Senior Gongzheng has already said that it is to fight. As long as it is valuable, there will be more and more resources for cultivation, and the speed of cultivation will only get faster and faster. After all, the Magic City Wuda has started to fight since the opening ceremony. If he chose to use the system to play the pig and eat the tiger at the opening ceremony, then how long would his strength last? When can he encounter and learn the dragon and snake dance steps? In the final analysis, it is still fighting. Warriors must fight. People with special abilities must fight. Strength must fight. Resources must fight. This is the way of survival in the Magic City Wuda. Turning off the phone, Qingfeng lay on the bed. At this time, his state of mind is also very growing. He also understands that since he is facing an enemy with murderous intent, even if it is a misunderstanding, it is indeed murderous intent. There must be no mercy when taking action, otherwise the consequences may be fatal. Alas, this world is not my world after all. Strength can decide everything. In response to this, Qingfeng got up, stretched his body, and then sat in front of the seat and began to read a book. Soon half a month passed. The popularity of Yu Qingfeng was quickly replaced by new things. During this period, Qingfeng was still very low-key. Apart from taking extra classes with Teacher Lu, he went to the martial arts field to pick up attributes. Life was pretty good. At this time, Yu Qingfeng sat in his seat, quietly waiting for Teacher Lu to arrive. Soon, Teacher Lu stepped through the door of the classroom and quickly came to the podium and said, "There is actually nothing to talk about today. The courses have been finished. The remaining is the practical class. When the practical class is over, you will have combat knowledge, cultivation knowledge, and combat experience. The rest is for you to cultivate and develop on your own. When you encounter problems in cultivation, just come to the teacher. If you want to learn spiritual skills, you can also come to me to exchange. Then you will go back and prepare. The practical class will be held in the dungeon. This is a special practice. I hope you will prepare early." He also said some precautions and left the classroom. The classmates also began to discuss this matter. They had all been to the dungeon, but only once. The rest of the cultivation resources were provided by the high school. They were naturally excited to go to the dungeon this time. When the other students discussed the dungeon, they would look at Yu Qingfeng from time to time. They had all seen the photos of Yu Qingfeng on the forum when he came back before. In that photo, Qingfeng's clothes were messy and he had a snakeskin bag in his hand. Anyone could guess that he had gone to the dungeon. Many people wanted to ask Qingfeng what it felt like to be in the dungeon. But they didn't dare to say it, and they didn't even dare to get close to him. After all, in their eyes, he was a ruthless man who had killed people. After leaving the class, Qingfeng went to the cafeteria to eat something, then returned to the dormitory and began to take out the hundreds of silver-level spirit stones. He secretly thought, "Let's try again today, to see if I can absorb and break through to the silver level." As the 28 spirit stones were absorbed, Qingfeng also woke up, and he couldn't help feeling disappointed. He has been stuck at the peak of bronze for a while. He just can't break through. Qingfeng also asked Teacher Liu, and Teacher Liu's answer was to let Yu Qingfeng not be too anxious and let it settle down. "Oh, forget it. I'd better pack up and prepare to go to the dungeon with Teacher Liu tomorrow. I don't know what the practical class is like. It should be quite easy." The next day, Qingfeng and others waited at the school gate early, waiting until the bus arrived. After getting on the bus, he looked at the passing scenery. He found that this direction seemed to be the largest underground city in the Magic City, the Space Crack. He looked at Teacher Liu, who was sitting in front of him, and found that Teacher Liu was also looking at him. He asked, "Teacher Liu, are we going to the largest underground city in the Magic City, the Space Crack?" "Yes," Teacher Liu said. Many people who secretly peeked at Yu Qingfeng were also shocked. They knew that Qingfeng was not playing with his mobile phone, but just looked outside and guessed where he was going. How familiar it was! The girls in the class looked at Yu Qingfeng with even more fanatical admiration. If there are typos, please point them out. The boys secretly and did not dare to have too many opinions. They soon arrived at the destination. The entrance to the underground city is extremely wide around here, and there are no houses. Stalls selling things are everywhere. Many students were looking around, wondering if they would buy some materials that they didn't even know what they were used for. Teacher Liu reorganized the team. He called the class to the center and led them into the Space Crack. Qingfeng stepped through the entrance of the underground city. The dazzling sunlight shone in front of Qingfeng. Looking at the normal blue sky, he couldn't help but sigh that there was such a sky in the underground city. Thinking of the underground city he encountered before, it was either covered with dark clouds or dark purple, ominous places. Now he finally knew a normal underground city. Looking forward, Qingfeng was surprised to find that there were stone bricks standing around, and behind him was the entrance. He was in a huge city. There were countless modern houses, cars, and house stalls in front of him, which were completely different from the simple trading places that Qingfeng had seen before. There were many soldiers standing guard on the top of the city wall. It seemed that they were patrolling to see if there were any monsters nearby. Shocking! This is a human base built completely in the underground city. Teacher Liu counted the number of people and said, "Since everyone is here, let's go. I will also go to the territory of Magic City Wuda and wait until the basic accommodation is arranged. You can start free activities today." The students' eyes lit up after hearing this. A boy in the same class said, "Teacher, is there also a territory of our Magic City Wuda in this underground city?" Teacher Liu nodded, smiled confidently and said, "Yes, there is a territory exclusively for Magic City Wuda, and that is where you will take practical classes." As for why there is a territory, in fact, most of the construction of this city was done by the students and teachers of our Magic City Wuda. So it is normal to have an area. Let's go, hurry up, and you can move freely quickly. Soon Qingfeng and his friends arrived at the Magic City Wuda in the Void Rift. Qingfeng observed and found that there was no difference between the gate and the real Magic City Wuda. However, Qingfeng felt that the area seemed to be wider. At the same time, he also found that many students were going in and out of the school gate. Moreover, these people were extremely murderous, and seemed to have killed many people like monsters. Qingfeng immediately remembered Senior Gong Zheng. The last time he saw Gong Zheng, he was still in the martial arts field. He heard him say that he was going to the dungeon. Could he be coming to this side? Could these people be juniors? Those elusive juniors? It seems that this is the case. After passing through the school gate, Teacher Liu led them to the back of the college and immediately found that there was an extremely large playground behind the school. There were a lot more equipment than before. Especially the sun. It seemed to be extremely hot, and there was only one house here, and Qingfeng didn't know what it was used for. It might be to store equipment. After arriving here, Teacher Liu looked at Qingfeng and the others and said, "This is where you will live in the future. Just set up a tent and sleep there." The other students were all upset and asked, "Teacher Liu, can't we live in those houses?" "No," Teacher Liu said. Although the martial arts school in the underground city is built according to the outside 1-to-1 ratio, there are actually very few dormitories. Only you juniors can live there. The rest of the places are for weapons, tools, and important items. You can't go in randomly. But there is a place you can go. That place is the house behind me. This place is where you take a shower. The other students were all upset after hearing this. Before they could continue to complain, Teacher Liu's voice came again. "But you don't have to be careful. It's only like this year. The dormitories for the sophomores should be ready next year. By then, when you finish the second half of the semester next year, you will have a place to live when you are a sophomore, right?" "What about the freshman year?" Yu Qingfeng asked. "Freshmen? There is no plan to build a dormitory for them. Look at the wide space here. Just set up a tent to stay for a while." All classmates, amazing. Really amazing. Tan Xiaoyi, Yu Qingfeng, you two come with me to get the tent. The rest of the students can move around here first, Teacher Liu said. Qingfeng walked in front of Teacher Liu, and so did Tan Xiaoyi. Tan Xiaoyi secretly glanced at Yu Qingfeng, and Yu Qingfeng listened to the teacher's description of the location of the tent. After learning that it was in the equipment room, Qingfeng also nodded. Just like walking towards the equipment room, Tan Xiaoyi hurriedly followed. Arriving at the equipment room, Qingfeng casually flipped through and found the tent. He said to Tan Xiaoyi next to him, "Here." He took out the bag containing the entire tent and said to Tan Xiaoyi, "This is for you. I'll see if there are any other tents." Hearing Yu Qingfeng talking to her, Tan Xiaoyi was a little nervous and took the tent in a daze. Qingfeng continued to turn around to look for other tents. Finally, he found another bag in a corner. Looking at the dust on it, Qingfeng looked disgusted. "I really don't know what the school is thinking. A good equipment room is so dirty." After complaining in his heart, he turned his head and almost bumped into Tan Xiaoyi's mouth. Yu Qingfeng was also speechless. He said with a black line on his head and a somewhat resentful expression, "Class monitor, didn't I ask you to leave first? I want to wait for you." Tan Xiaoyi suddenly felt that this sentence was wrong, and then quickly changed her words and said, "I want to wait for you and then tell you something. This woman is not greedy for my body, right? I almost lost my first kiss just now. It turns out that boys should protect themselves when they are outside." "Ahem, class monitor, what's the matter?" Qingfeng said, "It's like this. My brother is also a student of Wuda University in the Magic City. He knows some inside information. There is actually a team formation after this practical class. This is to ensure safety while refining team awareness. Besides, more people can save a lot of effort when going to the dungeon next time." Hearing this, Qingfeng subconsciously thought of Rong Hong. Thinking of Rong Hong's neat and tidy method of collecting spiritual stone materials, he couldn't help but nod in agreement. "So I want to invite you to join my team when the time comes. It's not impossible for me to join your team." This sentence was very quiet, but Qingfeng still heard it. He subconsciously ignored it. He was a little surprised about the formation of a team. Is there such a distribution plan? At the same time, he asked curiously, "How many people make up a team?" "4 people, Tan Xiaoyi said. "The author will recommend the last round tomorrow. I hope you can leave some silver bills for me." 4 people? Indeed, shooter, defense, attack, nurse, just the best match. You are right, this is a very thoughtful fact. Your team should also be very strong. It may be much easier to enter the dungeon. Tan Xiaoyi was happy, but before she could speak, Yu Qingfeng's words came again. "Dak Koko Walu, but I refuse." Tan Xiaoyi was instantly petrified. Qingfeng also said directly, "Let's talk about this matter later. If you must choose it, I will consider it carefully. If it is not a must, I still prefer to stay alone." "Okay, Let's go quickly. Teacher Liu and others will be waiting anxiously. Tan Xiaoyi nodded a little disappointedly, and when she looked at Yu Qingfeng again, she found that he had already left the equipment room. She hurriedly caught up with Yu Qingfeng and gradually slowed down her pace beside him. From time to time, she glanced at Yu Qingfeng next to her, and suddenly a sense of loss came over her heart. This is a feeling she has never experienced since she grew up. Tan Xiaoyi secretly wondered if her charm was not big enough, or if Yu Qingfeng liked boys. Was what the senior said before true? No, how could it be possible? It's okay, at least I've talked to him this time, and it shouldn't be a problem to invite him next time. Back to the playground. When classmates saw Yu Qingfeng and Tan Xiaoyi walking together, they were envious and sighed that they were a good match. Tan Xiaoyi? Why is she with my male god? Yu Qingfeng? Why is he with my goddess? After sending the tent down with her and seeing that there seemed to be nothing to do, Qingfeng also left the school. He ran to the market at the entrance of the underground city and took the fangs that he had pulled out from the Titan python. Thinking that this fang was of no use to him, he decided to sell it casually and cheaply. Qingfeng looked around and finally found a place to sit down and expose the fangs of the Titan python. He looked like he was setting up a stall on the spot. If someone knew him, someone would naturally come forward to ask. Half an hour passed and Qingfeng was a little bored. Suddenly at this time, an old man came to Yu Qingfeng and said, "The one in your hand should be a fang of the Titan python. Judging from its size, it should be the smallest one. From the appearance quality, it seems that it has not been upgraded to gold yet. Brother, do you want to sell it to me? I just need a fang of the Titan python." Qingfeng was excited when he heard this and said quickly, "Sell it. May I ask how much you are willing to pay for it?" "I can tell you, this Titan python is about to be promoted to gold level. I was lucky enough to kill it. I won't sell it without a suitable price." The old man was also slightly stunned after hearing this, and then laughed. "Brother, don't joke. You want to kill a Titan python that is half-step gold with your bronze level. But the quality and style do look a bit like a Titan python that is half-step gold." Qingfeng frowned slightly, feeling that this old man was not simple. It is better to have a small amount of interaction with such people. It would be bad if they come to make trouble or are bad people. Qingfeng thought about it carefully and said, "Do you want to buy it? If not, I will leave." Buy. Look at the quality. It should be a good quality material. Will you sell it for 50 silver-level spirit stones?" "Sell." The old man suddenly felt a shudder in his heart and said secretly, "Damn it, the bid is too high. The quality of this fang is not as high as I thought. I didn't expect that it would be lost to a young man for so long." At this time, the old man was a little confused. Does this person know how to do business? Can't he even pull it? What the old man didn't know was that Qingfeng didn't know the price of this thing very well, and he didn't need it very much. Just exchanging a few spirit stones is enough, but I didn't expect that he could directly exchange it for 50 silver-level spirit stones. Qingfeng naturally exchanged it without saying anything. The old man looked at the Titan python in his hand and watched it repeatedly. He was relieved when he found that there was no problem. Damn it, but not completely. At the same time, the old man also understood that Qingfeng did not know the market price. This old man was also very good at doing business. Knowing that Qingfeng did not know the market price, he gave Qingfeng 70 silver-level spirit stones according to the regular market price. He also gave Qingfeng a business card, hoping that he could sell him good things directly next time. Yu Qingfeng did not expect the old man to be so generous and sincere. He took the business card and read it. The business card read Zhenbao Building, owner Wan Yongfeng. When he looked up, he found that the man had left, so he put the business card away. Qingfeng nodded at this, and his favorability towards this old man also increased a lot. Qingfeng planned to go here if he had no place to deal with materials in the future. Qingfeng went shopping when he had nothing to do. He took a look and found that there were many monster materials unique to the secret realm of space, such as antlion mandibles, sandworm shells, and other items. There were also some weapons. Sandworm shells can be made into hard bronze-level armor. Mandibles can be made into weapons, but these have no effect on Qingfeng. If there are silver-level materials or weapons here, Qingfeng would still consider buying them. The degree of hardness of his water control device is actually determined by his strength. For example, Qingfeng's strength is still at the peak of bronze, and the weapon condensed is also at the peak of bronze. So external objects are not completely useless to Qingfeng. It's just that the levels are similar, and it's not as convenient to carry as his own. Helpless Qingfeng planned to go back to school, and turned around and found a road that could go up the city wall. Without thinking much, Qingfeng walked up. When Qingfeng stood next to a soldier, Qingfeng also saw the scenery outside the city wall. It was a forest, and next to it was a desert. Behind the deep forest and desert, Qingfeng vaguely saw the planet. This scene was the first time Qingfeng saw it, and for a while he was quietly watching the scenery here. The soldier next to him just glanced at him, and then turned his head to continue standing guard. For Qingfeng, there are actually quite a few people who come up to see the scenery like this. Anyway, anyone can go up the city wall, so it's not surprising. Soon it was night. Qingfeng also returned to school. When he was about to go back to his tent to lie down, Teacher Liu suddenly called them together. The students lined up and looked at each other. They saw a trace of confusion in each other's eyes. At this time, Teacher Liu came out. Now his momentum has changed rapidly, and he is completely different from before. He no longer has the kind temperament before. Only serious. Under this momentum, the other students also stopped whispering. Teacher Liu looked around and found that everyone was there, so he said directly, "I think everyone has a general understanding of this Nob 16 city, so after playing, it's time to get serious and do serious work. From now on, we will start the physical training before the practical class." Yes, we will start from now on. Today at 18 Howard, recommended page, 3/3, page 1/3. Teacher Liu showed a humane smile. Many students shuddered inexplicably. Teacher Liu easily took out a box and placed it in front of everyone, saying, "These things are the equipment for the physical class. There are 2 in total, 1 for each box. Forget it. Class monitor, come up and distribute them to everyone." Tan Xiaoyi stood up and took out something like a bracelet from a box, and then took out something like a weighted sandbag tied to the foot from another box. It's just that the weighted sandbag seemed different from the normal one. This sandbag has a black metal shell. It looks very technological and emits light even at night. These things were distributed to the students. They looked at it curiously, and Qingfeng did the same. After distributing all the items in the box, Teacher Liu also spoke. "Put the thicker ring on your feet like the weighted sandbag. Then put the bracelet on your arm. Have you put them all on? If you have put them all on, you can start it. The start button is nearby, and you can find it yourself." After Yu Qingfeng equipped all these things, he also felt a little heavy, but he quickly got used to it. He looked for the button and found that there was indeed an obvious button on the side of the bracelet. The foot bag was similar. After pressing all of them, Qingfeng suddenly felt a sense of powerlessness. Most of the power in his body could not be used. Qingfeng instantly locked his eyes on the bracelet. He could clearly sense that it was this thing that was suppressing and limiting his energy. If this is the function of the bracelet, then what about the foot bag? Qingfeng raised his legs slightly, and suddenly a gravity surged to his feet, as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Fortunately, Qingfeng's strength and physique are very high. If he used the spiritual energy in his body before, he could burst out 38 tons of strength. Now that he is restricted, he still has 10 tons of strength. As for the weighted footbags on his feet, they don't feel very deep, but they still have a certain weight. I roughly estimated the weight. 4 tons. It may not be a big deal for Qingfeng, but it is different for other students. Looking at other students, the expressions of effort are fully displayed on their faces. Teacher Liu looked at everyone and found that they knew the secret. Then he said, "After putting these on, you can start running. There is no limit to the number of laps, just keep running until you are exhausted. Your weight and movement trajectory will be displayed on my laptop. If you can't stand it, you can tell me. I will reduce your weight, but in this way you can't compete with others from the beginning, let alone the future. So the future is yours, and it is up to you to decide, and I won't force you." Everyone was silent. They looked at each other, and no one suggested changing the weight. "Since you have no objection, let's run. By the way, since no one wants to change the weight, I'll add a reward. Whoever holds on to the end and falls will get an extra reward. As for whether you can get this extra reward, it depends on you to fight for it." Some people in the class were rubbing their hands as if they wanted to take this opportunity to show their talents, and started running with the rest of the classmates. Only one person remained in place, and that person was Yu Qingfeng. He slowly walked towards Teacher Liu and said, "I want to increase the weight." Teacher Liu looked at him in surprise and said, "The current weight is 4 tons. If you want to increase the weight, I'm afraid you won't be able to run far. Are you sure you want to add it? Qingfeng didn't say anything, but just nodded. Teacher Lu also shook his head, then opened the laptop in his hand and said to Yu Qingfeng, "How much do you want to add?" 7 tons, Yu Qingfeng said. Teacher Lu looked at Qingfeng, saw his serious face, nodded, and said, "Okay, I'll change it for you." Qingfeng also started running quickly. The gravity under his feet made Qingfeng feel real. Behind Qingfeng, Teacher Lu saw him jogging easily with an expressionless face like an ordinary person, and sighed in his heart that he was a monster. Qingfeng quickly caught up with the class, and then slowly slowed down. He picked up the attribute light ball at the end of the crowd. In this way, Qingfeng and his classmates ran for 5 hours and were still running. It was also at this time that someone couldn't stand it and fainted. Qingfeng stepped over the man and looked back to find that a man in black had come. He lifted the man and ran towards Teacher Lu. Qingfeng didn't care and continued to run. If one person fainted from exhaustion, there would naturally be more than one. As time passed, more and more people fell to the ground. Now there are less than 10 people left on the playground who still love to run. Qingfeng was also very tired at this time. The spiritual energy hidden in his body wanted to come out to repair his body functions. But once there was such restlessness, the bracelet would start. The spiritual energy was suppressed to death and could not be mobilized at all. However, Qingfeng had not reached his limit yet and still had a lot of strength left, but the dry mouth and tongue were not a pleasant feeling. 6 more hours had passed, and now there were only 2 people on the entire playground. One was Yu Qingfeng, and the other was the class monitor, Tan Xiaoyi. Now Qingfeng had no attributes to pick up, so he sped up a little and ran to Tan Xiaoyi to look at her. Yu Qingfeng immediately discovered that Tan Xiaoyi was already somewhat unconscious at this time. Sweat soaked her hair and clothes. Qingfeng swallowed his saliva when he saw her like this. He slowed down his pace again, returned to the back, and recited the Qingxin mantra from his previous life. If the heart is as clear as ice, the sky will not fall, and the changes will be calm, and the spirit will be relaxed and calm. About another hour later, Tan Xiaoyi also fell down. Only Yu Qingfeng was still struggling to support, and now he had not reached his limit, but Qingfeng's eyes began to become a little muddled. The energy in the body was gradually heading towards the limit of consumption. After another 3 hours, the sky began to brighten. Qingfeng's function has been completely reached the limit, but he is still running forward with his endurance. He has long looked down on the road ahead and can only run by feeling. Sweat has completely soaked his body and the abdominal muscles on his body can be vaguely seen. At some point, Teacher Lu has been observing behind Yu Qingfeng. Seeing that Yu Qingfeng still has some strength left and has not fallen, he also shook his head and sighed. The Magic City Wuda is really a ghost. I also understand why the vice president took a fancy to him and vaguely wanted to train him as a disciple. If you had met me earlier, you would be my disciple. In this way, Qingfeng ran for about 3 hours, and finally he was completely exhausted and fell down. When Qingfeng fell down, he clearly felt that someone caught him, and the soft touch on his head was very comfortable, so he couldn't help but rub it subconsciously. In this way, in the illusion and reality, Qingfeng fainted and fell asleep. Qingfeng woke up again. He found himself in the bathroom. He enjoyed the feeling of body aches very much. He stretched his body and looked at the bathroom. He found that most of his classmates were here. He also found himself soaking in the tub. The water was green and he didn't know what it was. Qingfeng wanted to control the water to see what it was. He found that the spiritual energy suppression bracelet had not been taken off. He looked at his feet and found that the weighted footbag had not been taken off. Qingfeng didn't think much about it. Anyway, the school would not harm him. Qingfeng opened the system while he was bored. Screen, absorb strength attribute. Screen, absorb strength attribute 1. With a frown, Qingfeng looked at the bucket and then at the green water. Could it be this thing? Is this some kind of body refining potion? A potion to improve the body? However, according to the absorption speed of the attribute point, the benefits are very great. Immersed in the mind, I used my water affinity to sense it and found that my body was like a very hungry beast. It was greedily absorbing the energy molecules in the water. I immediately understood what Teacher Lu had intended before. After about 4 hours of soaking, Qingfeng felt that his body had reached a certain state of saturation, so he naturally did not intend to continue soaking. He got up directly, he put on his clothes and went outside. At this time, the sun was shining directly, and the sun was bright. Qingfeng stretched his body and came to his tent. Just when he was about to drink some water, he found Teacher Lu, who was still sitting in the distance looking at the computer. Qingfeng was not afraid of disturbing her and walked straight up. Looking up, Teacher Lu looked at the person who came, and her face became inexplicably ruddy. Then she quickly lowered her head and said to Qingfeng, "Are you up? If you are up, then continue to soak. This is how you will spend the next half-month. No matter the wind or rain, keep running until you are exhausted. If you want to be worse than others, you can also choose not to run." Qingfeng suddenly wanted to vomit blood. He was really a devil. He quickly drank the water in the cup and started running again. In this way, Qingfeng's days went back and forth, running, fainting, waking up, absorbing, getting up, running, fainting. In this way, half a month passed quickly. On the last day, Qingfeng woke up slowly and found that it was still the familiar bathtub. He felt inexplicably lost, but when he thought that this was the last day, his originally numb face showed a smile. The past half-month was too painful, dull and numb. In boredom, Qingfeng wanted to see how many strength attribute points the system absorbed this time. But no matter how he called out in his heart, the system did not respond. At this time, a message suddenly popped up, and Qingfeng looked at it carefully. "Subscribe? Do you want to invite new system members?" So a month has passed. Time flies. Qingfeng chose yes. At the same time, in the chat group, the Supernatural Power Lottery system was very powerful in the chat group. Supernatural Power Lottery system. I'm the strongest after the Love 3 system group leader. How dare you be so presumptuous in front of me? Hang-ups. I'm presumptuous, so what? Can you still come and hit me? Chef system. When the new system comes, there will definitely be people with higher levels than you. Devouring, Xiao Yi is getting cocky too. I just get annoyed when I see him in the group. Supernatural Power Lottery system. How can you call me Xiao Yi? Only the group leader can call me that. A mere LV2 is too presumptuous. The new system is higher in level than me? Impossible. I think the highest is only level 3. If there's a level 4, I'll lick him as my daddy on the spot. Order God level selection system. Enters group chat. Order assassination system. Order automatic cultivation system. Supernatural Power Lottery system. LV3. Chef system. Xiao Yi is out licking his daddy. Alas, group status by 1. Everyone can take a look at the group announcement and then talk about your own function. Okay, God level selection system. 4. I didn't expect to enter a system that can upgrade the system level. It's worthy of the heavens and the worlds. There are all kinds of systems. My role is to give you a choice, and each choice will have different rewards. Automatic cultivation system. Me? If I say it, it will be automatic cultivation. Whether it's a technique or a realm, it will be automatically cultivated. Assassination system. Ordinary in the city. Assassination system. At assassination system, I understand your pain. The God level selection system has been bound to the group owner. Supernatural lottery system. Aha! Now I'm the biggest. Here come a few level 3 systems, not bad, qualified to be on par with me. All systems. Qingfeng thought carefully and finally decided to choose the God level selection system. One reason is that the level is high. The second is that it is simple and convenient. Just make a choice. You don't have to run around like the attribute picking system, although the strength is improved very quickly. It's just that sometimes it's a bit embarrassing to be seen picking up attribute light balls. The rest is okay. The main reason for choosing this is that this system is God level. It's not an ordinary system at first glance. Order, the group is full. I want to invite new systems again. Clear the host to increase the number of people online in time. The sudden news made Qingfeng stunned for a moment. Is there an upper limit for this thing? How to increase the upper limit? Qingfeng asked. Order, the host group members can increase the number of group members when their strength reaches LV2. So that's it. Okay, I know, Qingfeng said. He stayed in the bathroom medicine barrel for more than an hour before slowly getting up and putting on his clothes. After leaving the bathroom, Qingfeng saw a group of people lying together, powerless and numb, not knowing what to do. Qingfeng saw confusion in their eyes. They were really numb. However, they lost a lot of interest in mobile phones and game entertainment facilities, even though they no longer had to run. They did not use them to entertain themselves, but just sat there blankly, as if thinking about life. However, Teacher Lu gave them enough time to recover. Soon 2 days passed, and the students who were originally numb became lively again. They were also excited that their endurance, resistance, strength, and physical fitness had been greatly improved. In the evening, Teacher Liu gathered them together again. What else does Teacher Liu have to do this time? It won't be some devil training again, right? A male student said to the student next to him. The student was also confused. I just heard from the class monitor that it was a surprise. Surprise? I think it's a shock. Forget it, forget it. Let's get in line quickly. 45 people lined up neatly, waiting for Teacher Liu to arrive. Many students were whispering nearby. Soon, Teacher Liu, who had a gentle and non-stern aura, appeared in front of them. Everyone subconsciously stood up straight and dared not whisper to each other. However, many people saw Teacher Liu like this, and they couldn't help but shed tears. Their past memories slowly merged. They shouted in their hearts, "This is our gentle Teacher Liu." Teacher Liu looked at them and chuckled. Your efforts are all obvious to everyone because of mutual supervision. The surprise I mentioned is actually the result of your own efforts. The next moment, Teacher Liu opened his notebook and pressed a button. Suddenly, handcuffs and weighted sandbags fell to the ground. A huge breath appeared on the 45 people, and the spiritual energy that was originally suppressed was completely released at this moment. Instantly, it hit their bottlenecks one by one. 45 collective breakthroughs. Some broke through 3 small realms in one breath. Some directly reached the peak of bronze, and the silver lock that had troubled Qingfeng for a long time was also broken in the impact of these spiritual energy. His state of mind was like a fish in water, and broke through to the silver 2-star in one fell swoop. The huge silver light enveloped Qingfeng. The students who were originally a little arrogant after the breakthrough calmed down instantly and stared at the strange phenomenon again. They didn't care what level they had broken through. This is a strange phenomenon that only occurs when you break through to the silver level, someone said. Who broke through to the silver level? After searching for a while, they found that the light of these strange phenomena gradually condensed together and slowly landed in Yu Qingfeng's body. It's the devil who broke through. The first silver in the whole freshman was born. Even the class next door was attracted by the strange phenomenon. Shock, insignificance, and powerlessness surged into everyone's hearts, and then they secretly clenched their fists and made up their minds to practice hard. Yu Qingfeng's breakthrough was like a huge slap. It instantly knocked the people who were a little arrogant back to their original place. Recognize the gap between reality. Teacher Liu also looked at Yu Qingfeng in surprise. He had asked her before how to break through to the silver level, and her answer was to settle down, settle down. The silver stage is a huge threshold for superpowers and warriors, and it is extremely difficult to break through. Once you cross it, there will be a qualitative change. This is not just about the level of life, but also about the character. Now this little guy actually took the opportunity to break through to silver, which was beyond her expectation. I thought Qingfeng had only a glimmer of hope. It will take some time to break through. It seems that Qingfeng's supernatural talent should not only be B level, but maybe A level. Teacher Liu stood up and said, well, this time Qingfeng broke through to silver. Everyone should also help him out, and you should also strive for the opportunity to become stronger. Don't slack off. You will have plenty of time to play in the future. Teacher Liu's words also brought them back to reality, and they all looked at Yu Qingfeng with envy. Especially in the group of girls, the look in their eyes was as if they wanted to eat him up. Class monitor Tan Xiaoyi was also among them. Her beautiful eyes seemed to be unable to accommodate other things, and there was only one Yu Qingfeng in her eyes. The next day, the news that Yu Qingfeng broke through to silver spread throughout the campus in an instant. The campus forum had almost forgotten about him. Now he was remembered instantly, even more popular than before. Comments on the campus, fuck! Is this true? Is he cheating? Is Yu Qingfeng's talent really only B level? This year's freshmen are too strong. No, I have to work hard. What's there to say? Isn't it normal to break through to silver? He only has B-level talent. When he reaches the peak of silver and encounters the bottleneck of gold, he may be stuck for a year or two. It's not certain whether platinum crystal can reach it in this lifetime. Who is jealous in the forum? I'm so jealous. Really jealous? The Demon King is worthy of being the Demon King. He is handsome, talented, and works so hard. It's just YYDs. Suddenly, the whole campus was stimulated by Yu Qingfeng's breakthrough. A cultivation craze started. Especially for freshmen, the pressure is huge. There is such a demon on their heads. If they want to fight, if they want to compete, then they must work hard to practice, until they surpass him. At noon, Yu Qingfeng, who was eating and looking at his phone, saw a message from Teacher Liu in the class group. He clicked it and saw that Teacher Liu asked them to form a team. Moreover, everyone must participate. At the same time, there is no class restriction for this team, and anyone can team up with them. After forming a team, practical lessons will begin. Qingfeng scratched his head. He had almost no friends in this school. When he wanted to approach others, they would feel unfamiliar and in awe. Is this the loneliness of a genius? Forget it, we'll talk about it later. Qingfeng watched anime for more than an hour and planned to get up and move around. He saw the class monitor Tan Xiaoyi walking towards him slowly not far away, and there was a pure and lovely girl next to her. They came to Qingfeng and said, "Qingfeng, can I invite you to join our team?" After saying this, the pure and lovely classmate next to her also hid behind the class monitor. Before Qingfeng could react, a panel appeared in front of him, and 3 options gradually appeared on the panel. Choice 1. Hot woman, you are just greedy for my body. I will never join your team even if I die. Choose 2. Become the class monitor. Tan Xiaoyi's lick dog. Give her the best supplies. Give her the best protection. And finally see her dislike you and walk into the palace of marriage with someone else. Reward for strength breakthrough to silver 2 stars. Choose 3. I Qingfeng. Raise my proud head. Put down the burden of Tianjiao and join reluctantly. Breakthrough silver 3 stars. Reward silver Gongfan Yu hand. Qingfeng. Damn, I still have a choice. Do I have a choice? I don't have a choice. I choose 3 to join. Qingfeng smiled at the class monitor and pretended to think for a while and said, I join. The 2 girls were also happy when they heard it, and the class monitor Tan Xiaoyi also pulled out the girl next to him and said to Qingfeng, She is the 4th on our freshman school beauty list, Bai Xiying. Bai Xiying nodded to Yu Qingfeng and stretched out her little hand. Yu Qingfeng looked at the delicate, white, and tender little hand and shook hands with her without paying any attention. He introduced himself and left. Bai Xiying saw Yu Qingfeng leaving and wanted to keep him and say a few more words. But when the words came to her lips, nothing came out. Class monitor. Tan Xiaoyi was used to this. She couldn't understand Qingfeng's behavior. Every time he did it, she was surprised. He had walked by her several times before, but Qingfeng would never look at her, not even the most basic greeting. Forget it, Xiying. Let's go and find the last member. Then he turned around and walked away. The boy who was coming towards her came to greet her. Bai Xiying and class monitor Tan Xiaoyi left without even looking at him. But suddenly he thought of something, and Tan Xiaoyi quickly turned around and said sorry to those classmates. Then he greeted them again. Those classmates were also surprised and quickly said it was okay. At this time, Tan Xiaoyi seemed to understand something. She used to be arrogant. She treated ordinary people or people who were not as strong as her in terms of their own strength. He was so arrogant. Even if someone greeted her, she would not even look at him. She was called a genius since she was a child. She had never looked up to anyone except her parents. Now there is someone who is more dazzling and stronger than her, but that person is just like her in the past. He didn't even look at her. Only then did she realize that her arrogance was so ridiculous. Tianjiao has the arrogance of Tianjiao, but when a Tianjiao with more talent than them appears, even this kind of arrogance will not be worth mentioning. But is Yu Qingfeng that kind of arrogant person? He might have this feeling when he was dueling with the sophomore senior at the opening ceremony, but after her observation of Qingfeng, Tan Xiaoyi found that she was wrong. Qingfeng woke everyone up during the speech. During the duel, they recognized the reality. When the forum discussion exploded, he never said a word about the rumors about him. Instead, he went to the dungeon and practiced silently. After coming back, he had enough strength and went to the martial arts arena to serve those seniors. Concentrate on discussing cultivation matters. During the running training, he was always behind everyone. Anonymous. Even if he was the first freshman to break through to silver. He was not arrogant at all. He was not greedy for vanity, did not care about fame and fortune, did not care about beauty, but only cared about his own cultivation. In the face of temptation, he was firm in his Tao heart. For perseverance, he did not move. Tan Xiaoyi realized, so that's it, has classmate Qingfeng been reminding me? It's best to pursue your original intention when doing things and being a person. You must put down your arrogant attitude and go further like Qingfeng. So he clearly refused to join the team before, but now he agrees. It turns out that it is this mystery and dedication and practice with him. Yes, it must be like this. Tan Xiaoyi became more and more certain of her guess. However, she didn't know that Qingfeng really didn't see her when he didn't see her. Every time there is something to shirk, it's because they are not familiar with each other, and most of them are really busy. For example, Yu Qingfeng at this time. I just received the reward from the God-level selection system, and I got the strength of silver 3 stars, and I also got a spiritual skill. Yu Qingfeng went to practice spiritual skills. Qingfeng woke up from absorbing spiritual skills, and also understood the function of this cold jade hand. As long as you practice it to the entry level, the hand will change like cold jade. Not only that, the hand will become stronger, and the grip in combat will be greatly improved. Practice to the great success. The hand will be as strong as jade and anti-poison. At the same time, it will also have ice properties. This function is what Qingfeng thinks is the most important. That is, the hand will become slender and beautiful, full of ornamental. After a day of practice, Qingfeng completely mastered it. Easily practiced to the great success. Looking at the beautiful hands like jade, Qingfeng nodded secretly, picked up a stone, and easily crushed it into powder, condensing water. When Qingfeng was about to wash his hands, he found that the water was gradually condensing into ice. Yu Qingfeng's eyes lit up. In this way, can I condense ice spikes to attack? He wanted to look into the distance and wanted to use his supernatural power to make an ice spike rise from the ground in the distance. But he failed. After half an hour of exploration, Qingfeng found that in order to condense into ice, he had to touch his hand to condense it. This seemed useless. If he had to use his hands, he could use the water control device to condense into darts. It was much stronger than this thing, but it might be a little useful when drinking Coke without ice in summer. The next day, early in the morning, Qingfeng heard Teacher Lu calling him outside the tent. He hurriedly put on his clothes. He leaned out of his head with sleepy eyes and said, "What's wrong? Is there anything?" Then Qingfeng found that in addition to Teacher Lu, there were also the class monitor Tan Xiaoyi and Bai Xiying and an unknown woman. Teacher Lu saw that Qingfeng was still asleep and said, "It's 5 o'clock. It's time to get up. I remember that silver-level strength does not need to sleep at all, but you sleep so soundly. Why don't you practice hard with this time?" Qingfeng didn't care about this. Practice? I have cheats. No matter how hard I practice, I can be faster than them. He naturally didn't dare to say this. He could only say, "Teacher, sleep is necessary. Practicing too hastily will only slow down the pace. I want to proceed step by step. Only the quilt can give me peace of mind." Teacher Lu did not refute and directly got down to business. "I will be the teacher of your team. Meet at the school gate in the afternoon." Teacher Lu said this with extremely sharp eyes looking at Yu Qingfeng. But Qingfeng didn't care at all. Instead, he paid attention to different things. "What?" Qingfeng asked. "Teacher Lu, since you are specifically teaching the rest of us students, what should we do?" "Of course, other teachers will teach us," Teacher Lu said. "One teacher for each team? My goodness, is this the foundation of the Magic City Wuda? There are so many powerful teachers." Qingfeng didn't think about it. Since it exists, it has a reason, and Qingfeng didn't care much. Yawning, he put his head back into the tent, pulled the quilt open again, and lay down. Teacher Lu had black lines on his head. He pulled out Yu Qingfeng, who had just laid down in the bed by unzipping his zipper and said directly, "Do you really want to wait until noon? Look, your team is all here. You are the only one missing. Don't you understand the implication? I'm giving you a way out so you can get up now. How come you don't have any ambition at all?" Choice 1, Yu Qingfeng have never had any ambition. I just want to sleep, and sleep all day. Reward for training speed 20. Choose 2, get up immediately. Pat Teacher Lu on the shoulder and say righteously, "Teacher Lu, how can this kind of thing be done at noon? As the saying goes, God rewards hard work. If you don't work hard now, when will you work hard?" Reward for training speed 60. Choose 3. Slap Teacher Lu a few times and say proudly, "I, Yu Qingfeng, have reached silver 3 star. I can be invincible in the world by myself. I don't need teamwork." Reward for training speed. I choose 2. Qingfeng got up immediately, patted Teacher Lu on the shoulder, then looked at Teacher Lu seriously, then patted his chest and said righteously, "Teacher Lu, am I that kind of person? I'm just going back to my bed to take a look. As the saying goes, God rewards hard work. How could I be so lazy? How could I let you wait like this? Am I that kind of person? If I don't work hard now, when will I work hard?" Order, choose successfully to reward training speed 60, Space Ring +1. Seeing Yu Qingfeng like this, Teacher Lu was speechless and said softly, "Next time you say something so encouraging, please put down your sleeping pillow first." Yu Qingfeng threw the cartoon pillow into his tent, touched his head to hide his embarrassment, and then quickly took out a towel from the tent. After soaking it with water, he wiped his face casually. Teacher Lu saw that Qingfeng was almost ready and said, Let's go to the weapons room and pick a suitable weapon." On the way, Qingfeng also knew who the new member was. Her name was Kui Yushi, and she was also the 7th goddess on the list of freshman campus beauties. After knowing her, Qingfeng's eyes gradually became firm. He thought to himself, being among thousands of flowers naturally, I should not get a single leaf on me. It's time to test the party and the cadres. Stick to your own position. This is a trial. Only after completing this trial can your Tao heart be more stable. Following Teacher Lu, we soon arrived at the weapons room. Teacher Lu took out the key and opened the door of the weapons room. The dark weapons room lit up instantly. The small door outside, but the inside was full of hidden secrets. Rows of cold weapons in 4 colors were neatly placed together, unstoppable. Qingfeng was a little jealous. By the way, have you thought of a name for this team? Teacher Lu's words made them look at each other, and then Qingfeng and the others said in unison, No. How about you think of one, teacher? Qingfeng asked tentatively. Teacher Lu nodded. Okay, then I'll think of one for you. You should be free. Go find a weapon that suits you. I'll tell you when I think of it. Qingfeng and the others nodded. Then they began to choose their own weapons. Although Qingfeng has a water control device, it doesn't mean that he can't hold a weapon. Looking at these handsome appearances, Qingfeng was a little moved when he thought about it. While choosing weapons, he was also trying his best to remember the appearance of these weapons, and when he was more proficient in water-based abilities that day. He condensed his own custom weapons. It was still very happy to think about it. Soon, about 2 hours passed. The squad leader and the others had already found and prepared. Only Qingfeng was still looking around in the weapons room. They were also patiently waiting for Yu Qingfeng. After another half an hour, Teacher Lu couldn't stand it anymore, so he just picked up a tang sword and threw it to Yu Qingfeng and dragged him out. Teacher Lu, what are you doing? I'm still choosing my favorite weapon. Hearing this, Teacher Lu took the tang sword back without saying a word, threw it into the weapons room, closed the door, and said, I don't see that the weapons room has the equipment you like. You should use your water control device as a weapon. Forget it. Forget it. Next time I'll go to those famous games on the internet and take a good look. After all, who would dislike a handsome weapon? He completely forgot what he had said to his father before. In the end, he still likes to show off with fancy things. By the way, have you thought of a name for the teacher's team? Yu Qingfeng asked curiously. Of course, I have thought of a safe and solid name for you, and it is very realistic, Teacher Lu said with a smile. The monitors and others also gathered around. 3 girls and 1 boy team, said this name under the gaze of Qingfeng and others. Everyone, I am so cheap, why did I let Teacher Lu pick a name? Looking at Teacher Lu, Qingfeng walked silently to Tan Shaoyi and said softly, Why don't we think of one ourselves? This name doesn't suit us. After hearing this, Tan Shaoyi also nodded. These words were naturally heard by Teacher Lu, showed a kind smile and tapped Qingfeng's head. I think this name is very good, so I decided happily to call it the 3 girls and 1 boy team. Okay, let's go. It's almost time. It's time to go out of the city to teach you how to kill monsters. Go out of the city? Qingfeng was a little curious and asked, Teacher Lu, will the practical class be held outside the city? Yes, the practical course is to teach you how to deal with monsters in the dungeon, and the rest is to protect your safety. It's called a practical class, but in fact, apart from the teacher's protection, the rest is your own efforts. How about it? Do you want to come to the Magic City Wuda to be a teacher after you graduate? The benefits here are pretty good, and you will have this strength in the future. Teacher Lu also joked. Being a teacher? How can you be a teacher when it's so tiring? Benefits? Not at all. If he is short of money, he can call the Godly Rich system to get a lot of money, and then take out the hang-up system and the automatic training system. You can just lie down. Qingfeng casually made a fool of himself and didn't talk anymore. After passing the huge city gate, Teacher Lu skillfully led them through a small path in the east and came to a desert. This desert is the desert that Yu Qingfeng saw on the city wall before. Just after arriving here, monsters began to spawn not far away. It was a strange insect nesting in the sand, and they rushed towards them quickly. Tan Xiaoyi and Bai Xiying quickly changed their fighting posture. A green light flashed in Bai Xiying's hand, covering Tan Xiaoyi's body. Feeling the sudden increase in strength, Tan Xiaoyi swung his spear and hit the shell of the insect directly, knocking it back a few meters. This is called a sandworm. It is a bronze-level monster. The danger level is not very high. When attacking, you must find its weakness. No matter what monster it is, you must find a weakness. Teacher Lu's voice came slowly. Tan Xiaoyi turned around and looked at the sandworm carefully to find a weakness. Finally, he found a gap and hit the gap with a surprise attack. At this time, a new sandworm was refreshed and rushed towards Tan Xiaoyi. Just when it was about to hit, Kuei Yushi suddenly appeared beside her, and a wall of fire rose up. Picking up the bow and arrow in her hand, she shot at the sandworm. The flames quickly covered the arrow, hitting the attacking sandworm. The flame of the arrow also exploded quickly, knocking the sandworm away for more than 10 meters. After Tan Xiaoyi saw that everything was fine, he quickly raised the gun body and spun it quickly. The tip of the gun pried open the shell of the sandworm and inserted it into the body to solve the battle. Pa pa pa! Teacher Lu applauded. He walked to their side and said, "The first cooperation is already very perfect. It's still easy to lead geniuses. They know what teamwork." Kuei Yushi and others were also happy after hearing this. "Thank you, teacher. We will continue to work hard." Soon, several more sandworms appeared. The three girls quickly took over and launched an attack. Yu Qingfeng took out the cola that he had prepared early and added ice by the way. This is the correct use of Lun Hanyu hand. Qingfeng also used the water control device to simply condense into a chair. Lying on it and watching three extremely beautiful girls fight, drinking iced cola in the cup. Very cool. He was completely unaware that Teacher Lu had come behind him. "Qingfeng, you are living a good life. Very cool. I haven't been in a very good state of writing novels recently. Also, the heroine has not been decided yet. If there is a female character you like, you can tell me. If not, I won't add a heroine." Qingfeng took a sip and said, "Of course." Then he looked up and saw Teacher Lu's kind smile. Qingfeng jumped up in fear. "Teacher Lu, listen to my explanation. My strength is too high. I can't join in. Don't you think it's too bullying for me, a silver player, to bully the bronze player? Such a good thing should naturally be allowed to them. But if you don't join in, how can we increase our cooperation ability?" Teacher Lu said. Qingfeng quickly condensed a new water chair. "Teacher Lu, please sit down," and handed the Coke in his hand to her. Teacher Lu went up, and Qingfeng's words came slowly. "How about this? I will protect them as a defense. Wouldn't this be a certain teamwork?" "Well," Teacher Lu raised his eyebrows, "why don't you go?" Hearing Teacher Lu's affirmation, Qingfeng lay down at ease and said, "This is a long-range shield." As he said that, Qingfeng raised his hand. He condensed a shield casually, and then controlled the shields to fly towards the three women. Then the shields seemed to have eyes. Once a sandworm attacked, the water shield would appear beside them and block the sandworm. Qingfeng lay quietly next to Teacher Lu. Then he controlled the shield. It felt like playing a game. With Qingfeng's shield, they quickly ended the battle and came to Yu Qingfeng's side in a hurry. Bai Xiying looked at him with sparkling eyes like a little fangirl. The other two women also had different expressions. "Qingfeng, go teach them how to dissect these worms," Teacher Lu said while drinking Coke. Qingfeng was speechless and said, "Teacher, I have never dissected this kind of worm before." Teacher Lu said slowly, "You have dissected other monsters. You can try a few of these things, right? But you made this water chair pretty well. Comfortable." Qingfeng was full of black lines. He took the three girls to dissect the sandworm, but the sandworm was indeed simple. He knew what materials there were when he was at the market before. After he wasted a sandworm, he easily dissected it perfectly. Then he taught them how to dissect it step by step. In this way, the day passed quickly, and the life was quite fulfilling. In the evening, when they returned to the city, they carried a large bag of materials and played and joked. Qingfeng walked side by side with Teacher Lu. Bai Xiying turned her head from time to time to look at Qingfeng with her peripheral vision, and found that he was also smart when talking to Teacher Lu. He ran to them and said, "Teacher Lu, what should we do with these materials?" Teacher Lu said casually, "Just sell them casually." "Ah, it's so late, we don't know where to sell them." At this time, Qingfeng suddenly thought of a place and said to them, "I know a place, follow me." He found the treasure house according to the route in his memory. This place is the address that the old man said before, an ordinary Kyushu-style building. The sign of treasure house in front of him is erected on the second floor. Treasure house has 3 floors. Qingfeng pushed open the door and looked at the counter and an old man. The old man was the one Yu Qingfeng had met before. Qingfeng glanced around and found that it was quite desolate, and there were not many people. But the candles were still bright. The old man saw Yu Qingfeng coming and was also happy and said, "You are here, little kid. Do you have good materials this time? Oh, you brought guests with you." Bai Xing and others entered and looked around curiously. Qingfeng smiled and said, "Yes, but there is no good material. This is an ordinary sandworm material. Do you want to take it?" Take it, take it. I take everything here," said the old man. Teacher Lu looked at all this with her beautiful eyes and became more interested in Qingfeng. "Bai Xing, bring the materials here," Qingfeng said to her. Bai Xing was also happy to hear Qingfeng calling her. She ran over excitedly and gave him the bag of materials. Qingfeng took the bag and handed it to the old man. The old man took a look and nodded, saying, "The shells of these sandworms can be used to make basic weapon materials. They also have certain medicinal value. I estimate it to be about 100 bronze-level spirit stones. What do you think?" Qingfeng looked around, nodded after hearing this answer, and said, "No problem." After selling these materials to the old man, Qingfeng was also curious and asked, "By the way, I see there are not many people in your building. Are you the only one here?" The owner of the building, Wan Yongfeng, on the business card should be you, old man. "Yes, you should have seen that my business is not doing well. I don't have many employees here, and I am the owner of the building here," Wan Yongfeng said. "So that's the case. Okay, since everything is sold out and it's not getting late, we'll leave first." After saying that, he waved to Wan Yongfeng and told the other women to leave the treasure building. Just after leaving the door, Teacher Lu also joked, "Okay, you've only been here for a few days and you've already found a supplier to sell the materials. And it looks good. The price that person paid is much higher than outside. In theory, that amount of materials can only be sold for about 90 spirit stones at most." Kuei Yushi listened to this and looked at Qingfeng. The admiration on her face could not be hidden. Qingfeng waved his hand and said, "He and I just happened to meet. Teacher, you know, except for the free time we were given on the first day, I have never been out before." Teacher Liu also smiled, thought about it, and said, "That's right." In this way, more than a week passed quickly. During this period, we fought sandworms to hone our practical experience, and then dissected sandworms until the evening to sell the materials to Old Man Wan. In this way, Teacher Liu and the other 3 women became more and more familiar with Old Man Wan. At the same time, Qingfeng and them began to get to know each other. This day was the last day of the week. Qingfeng, as usual, condensed a water chair and sat with Teacher Liu, drinking iced cola in his hand. Suddenly, a fierce alarm sounded in the distance in city number 16, and the sound was almost heard in the area of dozens of miles. The sound was so loud that Qingfeng dropped the coke in her hand. She stood up and watched for a while, then quickly raised her hand to condense the silk thread, and killed the sandworm that was still fighting with them. She turned her head and said to Teacher Liu, "Teacher, what happened?" Teacher Liu nodded subconsciously with a solemn expression, quickly picked up Qingfeng and ran towards the city. Yu Qingfeng, who was carried by Teacher Liu, looked up and could clearly see her beautiful face. Seeing her serious expression, she knew that something big had happened. Qingfeng asked Teacher Liu, "Teacher Liu, what happened?" Teacher Liu looked at the back and said to Yu Qingfeng and the others, "This alarm means that a beast tide is coming. From the sound of the alarm, the scale is likely to have reached the gold level. This scale should rarely appear, but I didn't expect it to happen today." After saying this, Teacher Liu felt that it was almost impossible for them to return to the city in such a short time at their current speed. What's more, she was dragging 4 people with her. But she still rushed quickly. After hearing this, Qingfeng knew that she couldn't help much, so she honestly promised not to move around and not to cause trouble for Teacher Liu. A few minutes later, Qingfeng clearly saw that there seemed to be something crawling quickly in the sand in front of them, attacking them. Before she could remind them, they were head-on, and countless sandworms jumped out of the sand, attacking them. Teacher Liu put them down, and his hands condensed into ice. He slapped the ground handsomely, and countless ice spikes surged from the ground. Qingfeng's eyes lit up. A huge water ball was quickly condensed and hung in the air, and then the water was evenly attacked on the sandworms. The sandworms that touched the water were quickly frozen by Teacher Liu's ice. Thousands of sandworms were killed instantly, but in just a few seconds, the sandworms attacked again. It seemed endless. Teacher Liu's beautiful eyes condensed, and the air around her instantly became cold. A blue ice-colored protective shield slowly appeared with her as the center. Qingfeng and the others were relieved when they saw the protective shield. Teacher Liu came in front of them and said, "Qingfeng's protective shield is enough to last for a few hours. Unless you are a gold-level person, you basically can't break my barrier. The rest of you stay here. I'll go out and see if there are any students outside." Then, before Qingfeng and the others could say anything, Teacher Liu opened an opening and killed out of the barrier. They were left staring at each other. When Teacher Liu killed out, Qingfeng and the others saw a tiny gap. There were endless sandworms outside, slowly attacking them. Fortunately, there was a protective shield. Otherwise, staying here would be courting death. However, most of them rushed to city number 16. About 10 minutes later, Teacher Liu appeared in the barrier with other teachers and students. Without saying anything, he turned around and left again. The same was true for the other teachers. Soon, many more students came, and Qingfeng saw many classmates among them. In this way, more and more people entered the barrier. The specifications of the barrier became larger and larger. The attacks of the monsters became more and more fierce. Some teachers stayed behind to maintain the stability of the barrier. In this way, several hours passed quickly. There were only Qingfeng and a few people in the barrier, but there were thousands of people. In the past few hours, Teacher Liu did not rest at all and kept rushing out. Qingfeng shook his head helplessly. He knew that his current strength was completely useless. The strength of the silver level might last for more than 10 minutes outside, but it would soon be exhausted and die outside. Looking at Bai Xiying and the others, they also showed worried expressions. But there was no fear at all. Then Qingfeng looked at the rest of the students and found that many of them were worried and scared, with obvious tremors in their bodies. Some even cried on their friends. Qingfeng shook his head again. Just when he was about to take out a spirit stone to practice, the barrier suddenly trembled violently. A deafening sound of hitting came. The sandworms crawling all over the barrier retreated. The scenery outside was revealed, and they saw a huge yellow ant on the top of the barrier attacking the barrier with sharp claws and teeth. He subconsciously sensed the ant. He found that he couldn't sense the level at all, and immediately guessed that it was gold level. Most of the thousands of students were already very scared, and this time the stimulation made them lose their sense of proportion and started to scream. Bai Xiying and the others were completely the opposite. They quickly picked up their weapons with serious expressions and looked at the monsters above nervously. The teachers who stayed in the barrier also quickly stood up to stabilize their emotions. Qingfeng saw that they were cold, but he was relieved after thinking about it. After all, everyone is afraid of death. But going to a school of such standards, but she was still like an ordinary person, and she was so confused that she added troubles, which really made people feel bad. Even Bai Xiying, who didn't have a family background, showed no fear. A teacher in the barrier quickly went out, killed the ant on his head in seconds, and walked back in calmly. This scene made everyone feel safe again. A few hours later, the rescue was delayed. Many teachers found something wrong. One of the teachers who was closer to Qingfeng and another middle-aged teacher said, "I feel something is wrong, a bad feeling. A day has passed, why is there still no one to rescue? And Teacher Liu and the others don't seem to be back. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be like this for a mere gold-level beast tide." The middle-aged teacher nodded after hearing this. Gold-level beast tides happen once or twice a year, but they can be resolved in almost half a day. What's more, there are 2 diamond-level masters in City 16. If you want to explain the current situation, you can only say that this beast tide may not be just gold level. The teacher was also shocked after hearing this and said, "How is it possible? If it's not gold level, how can the gold level alarm be sounded?" In fact, the teacher knew in his heart that this was not a gold level beast tide at all, and he said this just to seek psychological comfort. The middle-aged teacher looked serious. It seemed that he wanted to say something, but he didn't know whether he should say it. The teacher's pupils slowly shrank. He said, "You don't mean to say that this time it might be a diamond-level beast tide? By the time the city reacts, it will be too late? The city may have been breached now?" The teacher himself couldn't believe this guess. He actually had such a terrible guess. The middle-aged teacher just nodded seriously. Not far away, even Yu Qingfeng, who pretended to practice and eavesdropped on the conversation between the shuddered no reason. Diamond level? That was something Qingfeng didn't dare to think about now. He could only see it on TV. Now he was given a diamond-level beast tide. Isn't this a joke? Although it is impossible to be sure, there is this possibility. After all, this is said by experienced teachers, and both teachers think so. Time passed quickly for a few hours. The students also took out the spirit stones distributed by the teacher to replenish their energy. They would definitely not starve to death. There are so many monsters outside. It is still easy for the teacher to go out and get a few low-level spirit stones to replenish the students' physical energy. If there were not many teachers in the barrier, I am afraid that the students would not be able to stand the riot. Day 3. The situation in the barrier was still good, and there were no major problems. Yu Qingfeng and Tan Xiaoyi talked about some combat experiences and some actual combat cases during this period. Then they would make a few jokes from time to time. There was even flying chess. They naturally enjoyed it. Originally, they were still quite worried, but Qingfeng told them that it was useless to worry. As long as they didn't cause trouble, it was not certain whether they would die or not. Even if they couldn't wait for rescue and died here, they couldn't be too nervous. It would be good to leave some last beauty and joy. They heard that it seemed to be the truth. Then they played Go Bang with Qingfeng. Many teachers saw this scene and sighed that these children were really brave. In this way, Qingfeng played another exciting Go Bang with them for another morning. Then he told ghost stories at night, and from time to time, he would secretly take out a few bottles of Coke from the space ring for them to drink. If you ignore the situation in the barrier outside, you can say that life is quite moist. Qingfeng is handsome, and Tan Xiaoyi and the others are all school beauties. Their actions were naturally seen by others, and their originally sad and scared emotions were also somewhat mobilized. They began to become a little cheerful. On the 4th day, the rescue was delayed, and the teachers began to gradually understand the current situation. At the same time, they also determined that this attack was most likely a diamond-level beast tide, and it had already attacked the city. I guess city number 16 was not very comfortable. Yu Qingfeng was practicing, and then from time to time he would chat with the system group and play flying chess. Time moved to the evening. Qingfeng and them had just finished a flying chess game, and there was a huge vibration outside the barrier again. This time the vibration did not come from the attack, but from the ground. Soon the sleeping students were awakened. They were confused and didn't understand what was going on, and then they saw countless gold-level ants outside retreating. After retreating a certain distance, a huge flying ant with yellow armor, wings, and sharp scimitars in its hands like a mantis appeared behind the sand ants, and its body was more than 10 meters long. The huge size and ferocious appearance scared the students awake on the spot. 1, 2, 3. They saw more than a dozen in total, eh? Teacher exclaimed after seeing it. This is a platinum-level mantis ant. Countless students were shocked, and some even fainted. The teachers had no way to deal with this kind of monster. Even if there was one, they couldn't kill it immediately. If they went out to fight rashly, they might be affected by those gold-level sand ants and die outside. What's more, there were more than a dozen of them now. The only reliable and safe way now was to fight him in the barrier. However, so many mantis ants should not last long. Just when everyone was desperate, more than a dozen mantis ants didn't even look at them and hurriedly flew towards city number 16, leaving only 1 or 2 behind. Suddenly, they saw hope again. In this situation, one of the teachers who was good at analysis suddenly had a bright idea and said loudly, "Those mantis ants should have gone to attack City 16. The sudden reinforcement of the beast tide is likely that City 16 has survived and started a counterattack. Rescue should be here soon. We must believe in the country and in the magic city of Wuhan University." This sentence was obviously meant for the students to hear. The thousands of students seemed to see hope. Yu Qingfeng also smiled happily, because he knew that this analysis was not just a big deal. It was specifically for the students. Why did Qingfeng know? The reason was simple, because the teachers were also laughing. They were laughing from the bottom of their hearts. The huge and sharp scimitars of the mantis ant's forelimbs fiercely attacked the top of the barrier, causing the entire barrier to shake. The barrier that was originally maintained was instantly broken into a small piece. Seeing this, the teachers also hurried forward to make up for it. In this way, they began to use spiritual energy to quickly top up and hold on to this defensive barrier. Countless gold-level sand ants also quickly attacked. The teachers persisted for several hours like this, and the spiritual energy in the teachers' bodies was also rapidly consumed. At the same time, an option appeared in front of Yu Qingfeng. Choice 1. Wake up everyone and start a passionate speech. Use your eloquence to make them regroup. Reward, the collective perception of the 3-girl and 1-boy team breaks through the 2-star. Choice 2. Hide behind the teachers in fear and timidity, and then make trouble, speak nonsense, and provide negative energy. Reward, a gold-level weapon. Choose 3. Don't move. I, Yu Qingfeng, am going to show off again. I will use my water-based abilities to create special effects, and then start a passionate speech, and use the water-based abilities to make a stunning attack. Shock everyone. Reward, the collective enlightenment of the team of 3 women and 1 man breaks through to 3 stars. A gold-level weapon. He looked at the third option and Qingfeng was silent. Start showing off at this time? And then shock the whole audience? And then the things I get are just the previous options? How could I take the opportunity to show off when things are so serious? The teachers are working so hard to protect us. I still want to steal their limelight? Do I still have any humanity? Am I that kind of king of show-offs? Okay, I am. Qingfeng thought for 2 seconds and instantly chose 3. Showing off is my original intention, and not showing off is against my original intention, so I choose to show off. A gold-level Tang sword appeared in the space ring. It looks handsome and impressive, with dragon patterns and phoenix handles. Bai Xiying, who had been secretly observing Qingfeng, found that something was wrong with him. He seemed to be in a daze, and he also stepped forward to ask, "You, Qingfeng, what are you thinking about?" Qingfeng, who had just recovered from the handsome Tang sword. Hearing that, Bai Xiying asked him again, and took the opportunity to immediately show a sad expression and said, "Alas, today's teachers have paid too much for us." His voice gradually became louder. Many people heard this sentence, and the worried students looked at Qingfeng. Then Qingfeng's steps were light, and the surrounding water slowly condensed and enveloped him, and he said lightly, "Now, the teachers have almost used all their strength for us. But we are afraid of cowardice, always hiding behind them, being protected. We can't grow up like this. We can't grow up like this. Can we only be willing to be protected like this?" Many people lowered their heads when they heard this, feeling a little ashamed. This time, we have encountered a mortal enemy. If we are lucky enough to survive under the protection of the teachers, what about the next time? Will there be teachers to protect you? Now the teachers are a little tired, and it is time for us to show our heroic spirit. Even if we have weak energy, we must contribute. This last guarantee. Yu Qingfeng's voice was exciting. The water-based special effects that were fully bloomed appeared holy and brilliant in his silver-white aura energy. My recent state is a little bit off. I hope everyone will forgive me. It happened that the first ray of sunlight in the morning shone on him at this time. Dazzling! Countless students' eyes became firm, and they echoed loudly, "That's right, Demon King Qingfeng is right. We are already timid enough, so it's time to wash off this label." Yu Qingfeng looked at him and nodded. At this time, a huge hole was broken in the protective shield, and many monsters took the opportunity to run in. The people who were just shouting to cater to Qingfeng were also frightened by this scene. He hid behind the other students in fear and embarrassment. The other students saw this student speaking righteously in the last second, and hid like a mouse in the next second. Many people fell to the bottom in an instant. They also hid in fear. Just when the other students thought that Qingfeng would hide in fear like that student, they found that Qingfeng did not. He still stood straight in the same place. The next moment, Qingfeng moved. A golden Tang sword with dragon pattern and phoenix handle suddenly appeared in his hand. His face showed a resolute look. He chopped at those monsters with all his strength. The golden sword suddenly shone brightly, and a very terrifying sword energy appeared. Those sandworm monsters were all split in half. Countless people were stunned. This result was something they had never expected. You know, those monsters are of gold-level strength. Now Qingfeng can easily solve them all. More than 1,000 students seemed to see hope, but seeing Qingfeng's powerful figure, they thought of their previous actions. Suddenly, they felt even more ashamed of themselves. However, Qingfeng's next sentence made them tear up. He said, "I know, you are all very scared. Everyone is scared. But what's the use of being scared? If the barrier is gone, we will be gone too. If this continues, we may not dare to resist until we die. We should rise up now. We are the Magic City Wuda. We are the pride of Juzhou. Even if we die, we must die gloriously and heroically. Persevere to the end and bite off their skin, leaving behind a heroic figure." Countless people's eyes burst into brilliance. When they heard Qingfeng's words, their blood boiled, and they became dignified again, as if they were not afraid of anything. Many people have begun to run to the teachers to provide energy for the barrier. The teachers also burst into tears when they saw this move. Order, send the other half of the reward. Yu Qingfeng felt that he suddenly burst out with powerful power, which directly helped him break through to Silver 6 Star. Open the system panel. Name, Silver 6 Star. Power, speed, 320 kilometers per hour, 30 cubic meters. He clenched his fists confidently and looked for loopholes for monsters to take advantage of. If there were any, he would give them a knife. At this time, Bai Xiying, who was standing next to him, was stunned and looked at Qingfeng with even more admiration. He was able to be so calm in such a crisis. He even woke up other students and killed the gold-level sand ants. What a noble character. What a terrifying strength. Suddenly, she felt that something she had suppressed for a long time suddenly loosened. The body gradually released a silver-white glow. In addition to her, Tan Xiaoyi and Kueyushi were the same. I have broken through to silver? This feels like silver 2 stars. Tan Xiaoyi said in disbelief. What is going on? Is it a breakthrough in the state of mind? Before they had time to think, the barrier trembled a little, and they also quickly came to the edge to provide energy to make up for the barrier was bearing too much. Cracks had begun to appear, and there were even some big holes. The monsters that took the opportunity to come in were killed by Qingfeng, who had a gold-level weapon. They held on for another 2 hours. When they thought they could not hold on for rescue, helicopters appeared in the sky and blocked out the sun. Missiles were fired down one after another. Countless sand ants were blown away. After a clearing was blown out, countless soldiers jumped down. One of the figures was the familiar Teacher Liu. Teacher Liu was like a god descending from heaven, attacking the mantis ants directly. Countless gold-level sand ants were frozen. At this moment, the teachers and students breathed a sigh of relief. The barrier also completely collapsed at this time. Seeing countless soldiers fighting against the sand ants, Qingfeng rushed out without thinking, took out his tang sword and helped those soldiers. Some soldiers saw this move and wanted to stop him. But seeing Qingfeng kill a sand ant with one knife, they didn't know what to say. At this time, Qingfeng was like a wushuang, killing indiscriminately in the sand ant colony. The tang sword in his hand was full of vigor, and countless sword chi flashed. The sand ants touched by this sword chi would be instantly split in half. Soon, with the help of more and more soldiers, this area of monsters was also swept away in an instant. The corpses of monsters on the ground were everywhere. Yu Qingfeng looked in the direction of Teacher Liu and found that she had already solved the mantis ants. He quickly ran to her side and said, "Teacher Liu, are you okay?" Teacher Liu glanced at Qingfeng, then at Qingfeng's tang sword and smiled. "It's okay, but it seems that your family is not simple. This top gold-level weapon is willing to give you." Qingfeng touched his head and smiled. "By the way, Teacher Liu, what happened to you outside? The other students should be okay?" "Well, they are all fine. We will talk on the way," Teacher Liu said, got up and got on the plane. Yunfeng put away the tang sword and put it into the space ring and got on the helicopter. Sitting on the plane, Teacher Liu's eyes condensed, and he was increasingly unable to see through his student. There is even a storage ring. No wonder he can always take out Coke to drink. After seeing Qingfeng get on the plane, Tan Xiaoyi and the others hurried to catch up and sit on it. Teacher Liu, who was sitting in the seat, looked at Tan Xiaoyi and the others and nodded with satisfaction, saying, "Very good. It has only taken a few days to break through to the silver level." "Thank you, teacher," Tan Xiaoyi and the others said modestly. Soon the plane took off, and after flying in the sky for about half an hour, a shocking scene came into view. Under the plane, they saw countless huge corpses. There were also countless human corpses. Flames shot up to the sky. Blood permeated the entire desert, and the bright red land seemed to tell the tragedy here. Before Qingfeng and the others could speak, Teacher Liu said, "I just can't figure out why a diamond-level beast tide was triggered this time. The sudden attack almost massacred the entire City 16. One of the 2 diamond-level warriors guarding City 16 almost died. Speaking of myself, I wanted to return after I found that there were no students to be saved, but there were too many monsters. There was no way to go, so I could only speed up and go to the city. When I tried my best to return to the city, I found that the city was stable and had nothing to do with me. I immediately contacted the military to send personnel to rescue you. But I didn't expect that the beast tide did not end completely, but instead launched the most violent attack. We had to fight. This time it can be said that there were heavy casualties. That's why we came late. Sorry. But fortunately, the location of the barrier I left behind is relatively remote. There are no powerful monsters, and we escaped. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't forgive myself. Hearing this, Qingfeng also hurriedly said, "It's not the teacher's fault, and the teacher also saved so many other students." "Yes, teacher. Don't blame yourself too much," Tan Shaoyi also said. Teacher Liu looked at them with red eyes and said, "Really?" "Yes, really." After hearing this answer, Teacher Liu's face changed instantly, and she shouted to Yu Qingfeng, "Bring a bottle of Coke to thank you." An hour later, Qingfeng and his friends saw the long-lost city number 16. The magnificent city was visible in the air, but the city was not as prosperous as before. It was a little messy. In the air, Qingfeng and his friends saw countless houses destroyed, many soldiers cleaning up the mess, and many bodies torn in half on the ground. Some even didn't have a complete body, only broken meat scattered on the ground. Dust filled the air. In the air, Qingfeng's sensitive ears could not hear any crying, only a long silence infected by this atmosphere. Qingfeng's eyes were a little red, and his mood was a little low. The helicopter slowly flew to the military base in city number 16. Just after getting off the plane, Qingfeng saw an acquaintance, and that person was Vice Principal Qin. At this moment, he seemed to have been waiting here for a long time. Qin Lisheng walked forward quickly, felt Qingfeng's strength, and suddenly looked at Yu Qingfeng with wide eyes in disbelief. It's only been a few months since we last met, and now Qingfeng's strength has reached Silver 6 star. What kind of monster is this? This speed is far beyond anyone today. Qin Lisheng shook his head and sighed inwardly, and seemed to think of something and said, "Qingfeng, how is the water control tool I gave you? Do you like that spiritual skill?" Qingfeng smiled and said, "Vice Principal Qin, I like it very much. The water control tool has also been practiced to perfection." "Ha ha ha, I'm glad you like it. By the way, Qingfeng, come with me, I have something to tell you." Qin Lisheng took Qingfeng away mysteriously. Teacher Liu, Qingfeng actually knows the vice principal, and they seem to have a good relationship. Bai Xiying looked at Qingfeng's back with some disbelief and said to Teacher Liu, "Well, they may be in a master-disciple relationship. The teachers in the whole school know something, but they are not very clear about the details." "Master-disciple?" Tan Shaoyi asked thoughtfully. "Well," Teacher Liu nodded and said, "this is not a secret. The water control tool that Qingfeng learned is one of the famous skills of Vice Principal Qin." "So that's the case." Teacher Liu looked at the place where Qingfeng left, and then said to them, "Okay, let's hurry up and leave the dungeon and go back to school. The dungeon is still too dangerous now." Well, at this time, Qingfeng followed Qin Lisheng to an office. He asked Qingfeng directly, "Qingfeng, I want to take you as my apprentice." Qingfeng didn't speak and seemed to be thinking. In fact, he was not thinking, but the options appeared in front of Qingfeng again. "Choice 1, said to Qin Lisheng, "Little Vice Principal, you still want to be my master. You are dreaming, and then slap him. Reward strength breaks through to the peak of silver." Choice 2, agree to become a disciple and kowtow 3 times, calling him master. Reward, water-based supernatural power level is upgraded to A level. Qingfeng's eyelids twitched and thought to himself, "Do I have any choice?" Before Qingfeng made a choice, Qin Lisheng's voice came again. "Don't rush to refuse. I may not be able to teach you anything about your other supernatural power, but the water-based supernatural power is different. I am now also the top water-based supernatural power user in Juzhou. I am also one of the 4-star level powerhouses in Juzhou. Becoming my apprentice, let alone the status, there are many water-based spiritual skills for you to learn. I will not restrict you either. I just want you to pass on my legacy. I am also a little old. Juzhou needs new powerhouses. Your talent is very suitable." Yu Qingfeng's heart was also restless at this time. I didn't expect Vice Principal Qin to be a star-level powerhouse. There are only 6 known supreme powers in Juzhou now, including 4 star level and 2 extraordinary level. Qingfeng nodded and also understood why Vice Principal Qin appeared here. He must have come to quell the Diamond Beast tide. But at the same time, he also discovered a blind spot, which was why Vice Principal Qin wanted to pass on his teachings so early. Qin Lisheng seemed to see Qingfeng's doubts. He said directly, "This world is not as stable as you think. Diamond-level beast tides have happened more than once. There are all kinds of unstable factors, and each time there are heavy casualties. For example, it happened once in Jiangcheng, where you are a few months ago." Qingfeng frowned. "Jiangcheng a few months ago?" Suddenly he seemed to think of something, and his pupils suddenly shrank. He thought of what Vice Principal Qin said when he first met him. At that time, Vice Principal Qin just said, "There is a diamond-level monster running to the upper level." He simply and lightly skipped it. So that time was also a diamond-level beast tide? Seeing Qing Feng's reaction, Qin Lisheng nodded and said, "You must have guessed it, right? That time we went to Jiangcheng to deal with the diamond-level beast tide." The truth about the diamond beast tide has not been told to the public, but some news has been passed off. This is to avoid panic and stabilize social order. No media dares to report these things. We suppressed it with various means. It's not that we dare not report it. It's that the social harm is too great. Because these diamond-level beast tides are artificially controlled. What? Qing Feng's voice couldn't help but get louder. He looked at Vice President Qin in disbelief, and his heart couldn't calm down for a long time. Such a tragic resistance to the beast tide turned out to be premeditated behind the scenes? Qin Lisheng continued. Humans are not as united as you think. Many cults that have gained power have emerged. You will know these in your sophomore year. When you are in your sophomore year and can take on tasks, you will find that most of the tasks are actually to capture cult members. So Juju can be said to be facing external and internal troubles now. Qing Feng, have you thought about it? Do you want to be my apprentice? I choose to. Master. Qing Feng knelt down in front of Qin Lisheng and kowtowed 3 times. Qin Lisheng was also happy. He quickly helped him up and said, "What era is it? You still need to kowtow? Just give me tea instead." Qing Feng was helpless. He couldn't choose to and asked to kowtow. Order, reward Isheng, who had just stood up, felt that his body seemed to have a higher affinity with water. In his eyes, he could see the water molecules floating in the air. Qin Lisheng was more satisfied when he looked at Qing Feng. In fact, even if Yu Qing Feng did not agree to be his apprentice, he would still teach him his own mantle. He took out a spiritual skill light ball and handed it to Qing Feng. Qing Feng took it, crushed it, and began to absorb the knowledge inside. Tsunami, star-level spiritual skill. This spiritual skill can create a domain when it is cultivated to the peak. In the domain, you can become the master of the ocean. It will not consume energy and you can create a tsunami at will. Yu Qing Feng could not think that it was a star-level spiritual skill. After 6 hours, Qing Feng digested all the knowledge inside. When he woke up and found that his master was not there, he hurried to the open space outside. He was eager to use the spiritual skills he had just learned to see the power of them. Soon Qing Feng found a relatively empty lawn. He cast a tsunami on the lawn. Qing Feng's spiritual energy dropped instantly. A huge wave slowly condensed behind him, about 4 meters high. The width reached more than 10 meters. The tsunami rushed forward rapidly, looking unstoppable. All the lawns that the tsunami passed by were swept and split by the energy of the explosion. It kept hitting more than 20 meters before slowly stopping. In the process, he also felt the power of it. Qing Feng knew that no one below gold could take it. The huge waves condensed by the tsunami were full of destructive meaning. The water molecules in it were very violent, like an angry thunder god, rushing forward to destroy everything. If anyone was hit, it would definitely not feel good. After knowing the power of this spiritual skill, Qing Feng nodded with satisfaction. Just as he was about to go back, he turned around and saw his master Qin Lisheng, Vice Principal Qin, looking at him from a distance. Qing Feng hurried over. Before he could open his mouth to speak, he heard Qin Lisheng say, "Qing Feng, the power of the tsunami depends on how much spiritual energy you have. The more energy you have, the bigger the tsunami will be. When you understand the highest meaning of the tsunami, you will be surprised to find the mystery. You can summon a tsunami without the support of spiritual energy." In the next few days, Qin Lisheng will guide Qing Feng's water talent. Qing Feng's understanding of water has also reached a new height. Soon, a month passed in a hurry. Qing Feng took the opportunity to break through to the Silver 7 Stars. Qin Lisheng also left on the last day of last month because of his busy official duties. Before leaving, he gave Qing Feng a new, spiritual skill. Gold-level spiritual skill. This spiritual skill is called Water Explosion Arrow. This is used with the water control device. Condensing an arrow, it will explode after hitting the enemy. The power is also very huge. If you have to compare it, it can be said to be equivalent to a grenade. Qing Feng left the dungeon. After returning to school, the first person he met was Teacher Liu. At this time, Yu Qing Feng already had a plan in his mind. This plan was to upgrade the level of the low-level systems to ELV2. So he told Teacher Liu that he was going to implement Vice Principal Qin's special training and would not be back for a few months. Teacher Liu naturally agreed after hearing this. There was no way to disagree, as the vice principal was putting pressure on him. After returning to the dormitory and preparing his things, he left the school again. Qingfeng opened a hotel suite outside. In the hotel, he opened the system chat group. At this time, many systems were still talking nonsense about their hosts. Qingfeng did not choose to talk to them, but looked at the group member list. There were only 4 people in the group with a level of LV1. The chef system, the assassination system, the women's clothing system, and the rich system, these 4. Qingfeng thought about it and ruled out the women's clothing system first. Qingfeng resisted this system from the bottom of his heart. If people knew about it, wouldn't his reputation be gone? At this time, Qingfeng thought about what the forum would react to that time. Shocked, Yu Qingfeng, the freshman role model of Wuhan University in the Magic City, actually has such a fetish. Why did Yu Qingfeng dress up as a woman in the middle of the night? Was it because he had no choice, or was it the master's task? Really, thinking of those clickbait headlines in the forum, Qingfeng felt that he might not be able to live in this world. After thinking about it, Qingfeng chose the assassination system. In the system chat group, the assassination system was chatting happily with other group members. Suddenly, it was bound by the group owner, was also confused. Group manager, sign up. The assassination system was bound by the group owner. The other systems were shocked when they saw this news. They all began to speculate whether Qingfeng had encountered some trouble and chose the assassination system. The rich system was even more dejected. Why didn't the group leader choose me? I was obviously the first one to come. Want to kill people? Can't you kill people if you have money? Seeing this message, Qingfeng smiled helplessly and sent a message to Qingfeng, group leader, in the group. I will start to choose the low-level systems one by one later. The chef system that had been lurking jumped out immediately after seeing this message. Chef system 1. Really? Can I do it too? Yeah. The group leader is really good to us. Qingfeng smiled helplessly and then closed the group chat. Order, assassination system binding is successful. Order, host gets the novice gift package. Do you want to open it? Yes. Order, host gets lurking proficiency and sniper rifle proficiency. Oh, Qingfeng became interested and asked the system, what specific functions do you have? The gloomy system voice came, order, the host can get assassination points as long as he sets the assassination target. Enough assassination points can be exchanged for various weapon skills. After Qingfeng understood, he also opened them all to look. There are a wide variety of skills listed above, including combat proficiency, hacker proficiency, pistol proficiency, sniper rifles, anti-material sniper rifles, etc. He looked at his assassination points and laughed to death. There were no assassination points at all. He opened the laptop from his backpack, logged into the dark web, and began to look for assassination targets. The dark web is actually not a secret. Even the officials of Juzhou will post assassination missions on it. It is said to be posting assassination missions, but in fact, there is no difference in rewarding more. As soon as Qingfeng logged in, he saw an assassination mission ranked first. Assassinate any of the Juzhou star-level strongmen. It is considered a completed character, and the assassination reward is 5 star-level spirit stones, a star-level weapon. Qingfeng sighed that it was really a big deal. However, looking at the publisher, it is obviously another country. The country that has the confidence to kill star-level monsters, and also gives away star-level weapons, is probably only the lighthouse country. As for the third-ranked bear country, Qingfeng naturally would not doubt it. After all, it is a friendly country. Qingfeng continued to check the information on the dark web. In the list, it was either the rich or the leaders. Qingfeng kept sliding down. The strength in the list dropped from diamond to platinum crystal, and then to the gold zone. Suddenly, Qingfeng stopped. He saw a familiar figure on the dark web. It said assassination target, Black Tiger Gang leader Yan Yong. Strength, gold level 4 stars. Employer requires the Black Tiger Gang to be eradicated. Assassination reward 300 million yuan. Silver level natural treasures. Qingfeng chose to accept it without thinking. This is an old acquaintance. He has a grudge against himself and his father. Just when I was thinking about where to start, this person came. Book, has the host confirmed the assassination target? Black Tiger Gang leader Yang? Yes! After clicking to accept, Qingfeng booked a flight to Jiangcheng. He also opened Taobao and found a handsome black suit. Then he spent a few 100 million yuan and bought a bronze-level evil ghost mask. In less than an afternoon, Qingfeng received the evil ghost mask. Any item with extraordinary quality. As long as it is not in a remote area, it can be received almost on the same day. Looking at the evil ghost mask just taken out of the express box, Qingfeng sensed it and confirmed that it was bronze level and put it on with peace of mind. This mask was made the day after tomorrow. The material used to make this mask in the Taobao introduction is the minerals dropped by the ore monsters in the Mine Falling Well dungeon. It has a certain defensive effect and can isolate bronze-level perception. These functions are useless to Qingfeng. Qingfeng bought it just for the word handsome. If it is not handsome, Qingfeng will not choose it at all. Now it can be said that it is ready. Just wait to get on the plane the next day. Sitting cross-legged, Qingfeng began to absorb the silver-level spirit stone. The next day, Qingfeng arrived at the airport early and got on the plane. He did not plan to see his parents when he returned to Jiangcheng this time. After getting off the plane, Qingfeng went straight to the entrance of the abandoned factory dungeon. He entered directly without registering with the soldiers. The familiar entrance in memory appeared in front of him again. He was now dressed in black and wearing an evil ghost mask, which quickly attracted people's attention. Qingfeng wanted this effect. He came to a vendor and took out a silver-level spirit stone to buy some purple wolf skins in front of everyone. He said to the vendor, "No need to change." From the tone of his voice, many of them who secretly watched this scene instantly understood that this was a rich second generation, a playboy who came here to play. It can be heard from the tone and disdain. Among them, the secret sentry of the Black Tiger gang was also happy when he saw it. He quickly packed up the stall and left. These small actions were naturally seen clearly by Qingfeng, a silver level, and he sneered in his heart. After buying things, Qingfeng was about to leave here alone, giving the secret sentries of the Black Tiger gang an opportunity to take advantage of him. But before Qingfeng stepped out to buy the purple wolf skin, the stall owner hurriedly stopped him and said, "Little brother, it's not safe here. If you want to go out alone, you may be robbed." The stall owner said it very obscurely. Some of the secret guards who stayed behind to watch Qingfeng also cursed inwardly. Qingfeng was naturally clear about these things. If he didn't go out himself, how could they rob him? How could he get information? He pretended to be arrogant and cursed. "Ha ha, my father Wang Ergu, the richest man in our village. Who dares to rob me? Who dares? I want to see how anyone who dares to meet my father explains." With a wave of his sleeves, the breeze blew up and he strode out gracefully and finally left the gathering place at the entrance. This scene made the secret guards of the Black Tiger gang dumbfounded. At the same time, they began to be a little suspicious. After discussing with each other, they decided to investigate this Wang Ergo. Qingfeng came to the canyon before. When he came to the top of the canyon, he looked down and found that there was another person here. Qingfeng looked carefully and found that the man was his good brother Rong Hong. He is now almost the same as he was back then. He is on par with Zio Wolf. He also uses earth-related abilities very well. His originally fat body has become capable. It turns out that fat people are all potential stocks. No wonder he didn't send me any messages. It turns out that he was secretly working hard here to make a name for himself. Seeing him working so hard, Qingfeng also smiled. After thinking about it, Qingfeng left here. He didn't plan to meet Rong Hong. First, it would cause trouble for him, and second, he was attracting the gangsters of the Black Tiger gang. After leaving the canyon, Qingfeng began to wander around. From time to time, he would pass by some other warriors, provide his location, and increase the number of witnesses. Qingfeng, who was wandering around outside, soon found a cave and walked in curiously. From time to time, the sound of water dripping could be heard in the dark cave. This made Qingfeng a little alert. Generally, places with water like this often have creatures. However, it stands to reason that monsters above silver will not appear on the first floor of the dungeon. Following the sound of water, he approached the water source and found a glowing water source after wandering around in the cave. There was shimmering light above the water source, and conical stalactites could be vaguely seen. It seems that the sound of water dripping is here. He came to the water and looked curiously to see if there was anything glowing under the water. There were only some water plants and some fish under the clear water. Could it be that the water was glowing? It seemed that this possibility was not impossible. Using his supernatural power to control the water source, Qingfeng clearly saw that the water was glowing the moment the water source came up. It seemed that the water was glowing. But when he looked carefully, he found that he was wrong. It was not the water that was glowing, but the plankton in the water. These organisms were extremely tiny. If they did not glow, Qingfeng might not be able to see it. Such a pool of glowing plankton? Are they aggressive? He looked at the fish in the pool, and everything seemed normal. Yu Qingfeng took out a bag of chicken feet from the space ring and slowly put the chicken feet into the glowing water. The next moment, countless glowing plankton began to gather together, and then in just a few seconds, they ate the whole chicken feet and even began to drill into the bones. Qingfeng was so scared that he threw the chicken feet away immediately. These plankton are aggressive and extremely terrifying. So how did these fish survive? Before Qingfeng could think too much, a voice was heard outside the cave. "Boss, where did that kid go? I heard from others that he should be nearby. Wait, boss, look, there is a cave here. It seems that the kid should be inside. Damn, that kid is also brainless. What's so arrogant about the richest man in a village? It took us so long to investigate. When I catch that kid, I will definitely teach him a lesson. I will also come to his father sooner or later. Look at what he has done to his son. Boss, you are right." After hearing this voice, Qingfeng quickly found a place to hide. There were sparse footsteps in the cave. Soon Qingfeng saw who the people were. There were more than a dozen people on the other side, and the leaders were a fat man and a thin man. The thin man seemed to be trying to please the fat man. These people walked past Qingfeng, and they didn't see where Qingfeng was at all, because his clothes were black, and the cave was dark, and his strength was higher than theirs. He was also good at lurking. It was basically impossible to find him. In this way, these people were looking for Qingfeng, and Qingfeng followed them behind them. They searched for a long time but couldn't find Qingfeng. The fat man ordered them to search separately. Half an hour later, the fat and thin who led the way also found the glowing water source. Looking at the beautiful shimmering glowing water surface, the thin man exclaimed, "Boss, this can't be the glowing spiritual spring water? The spiritual spring that can basically make you feel refreshed as long as you drink a sip. Not only can it improve your foundation, but it is also very helpful for cultivation." The fat man was also happy after hearing this. It seems to be, we are rich. At the same time, he was also thinking about it. If you drink all the spiritual spring water, wouldn't it be easy to increase your strength to silver? Hand it in? Impossible. Sell? Impossible to sell, but I can share it with the skinny monkey. As for the others, the fat man flashed a cold look. He said to the skinny monkey next to him, "Call all the brothers. As for that dude, don't look for him. We are rich now. And that dude shouldn't be in here. If he really saw us in there, he would have come out to shout." The skinny man seemed to have thought of something. He also looked at the fat man with a wretched grin, and hurriedly called the brothers who were still looking for him in other places. When those brothers heard about the spiritual spring, they also ran over. They also started to cheer. The skinny monkey and the fat man looked at each other with a fierce look on their faces, and they took out their knives and slashed at their former good brothers. Those brothers were just bad friends, and their strength was not as strong as theirs. One fat and one thin, like evil ghosts from hell, laughing wildly. Qingfeng wanted to take off his mask and give it to them. In just a few minutes, more than a dozen brothers were killed by them. The thin man seemed to be thirsty. He looked at the spiritual spring, quickly picked up the kettle and scooped a spoonful into the cup. He ran to the fat man with a wretched laugh and said, "Boss, please drink first." The fat man looked at the thin monkey's face, which was still bloody and very hideous and wretched, and laughed and said, "Okay." Then he picked up the kettle in the thin monkey's hand and drank it. After drinking a few sips, he gave the kettle to the thin man and said, "Thin monkey, you drink some too. I'm so tired from killing just now. You should also replenish yourself." The thin monkey's eyes lit up and he took the kettle and swallowed it. After drinking just now, they started talking about some evil things. What murders and arson have all become their jokes. There was laughter and talking. If Qingfeng hadn't heard it clearly, he would have thought it was really something that ordinary people would talk about. Qingfeng's chill was getting stronger, but Qingfeng had no intention of taking action. If they were allowed to die like this now, it would be too easy for them. The water they drank was not some glowing spiritual spring water, but the netherworld water that would send people to hell. Soon the fat man reacted. He said to the skinny monkey, "Don't tell me. This spiritual spring water is different. I can already feel something strange in my stomach. I'm afraid it won't be long before I can break through to the silver stage. Quick, while the spiritual spring water is taking effect now, absorb the spiritual stone." The skinny monkey did it immediately. He sat cross-legged, took out the spiritual stone and began to absorb it. Half an hour later, The fat man's face became paler and paler. He finally felt something was wrong and quickly opened his eyes to question the skinny monkey. But when he looked at the skinny monkey, he was stunned. The skinny monkey looked nothing like a human being. His entire skull was exposed. His eyeballs and brain were eaten. His jaw was dislocated and fell to the ground. There was a big hole in his stomach. The fat man wanted to get up, but he had no strength at all. He could only hold his stomach where he was. His jaw and esophagus began to feel stabbing pain. He began to panic. When he was about to take out his phone to call for help, Qing Feng stood in front of him. He kicked his phone away. Looking at them coldly, the fat man raised his head and saw a hideous and terrifying red-faced evil ghost in front of him. He was startled in panic. After realizing that it was the person he had been looking for, he crawled to Qing Feng's feet and begged bitterly, "Brother, please save me. I don't want to die yet. As long as I get out, I will definitely give you a lot of money and countless beautiful young models. And as long as you save me, I can introduce you to the Black Tiger Gang, and then you can walk sideways." Qing Feng kicked him and kicked his hand away. He asked the fat man, "Then where is your Black Tiger Gang headquarters? I'll go and call someone to save you." The fat man seemed to see hope and hurriedly said, "Our headquarters is located in the second mountain in the northwest direction, with the entrance to the underground city as the southeast, northwest, and northwest. Ancestor, please, hurry up and call someone." He said this, but in fact he had already held a grudge in his heart. "Boy, wait, when I am rescued, I will frame you and let you kick my hand. I will pull out your leg tendons." After learning about the headquarters, Qing Feng was not in a hurry. He set up a bonfire not far away and took out a roast goose from the space backpack, a box of Coke, a notebook. There is also a comfortable folding chair. After getting all these things ready, they started roasting the goose. The fat man cursed when he saw this, and he also realized that the man in front of him didn't want to help him at all. He also told him the address of the headquarters. He even wanted to slowly enjoy his own death. As if it was a mask reflected on Qing Feng's face, the fat man cursed directly. "Liar! You deserve to die. You don't help. You will go to hell." Spit flying, extremely ugly. Qing Feng looked at him indifferently. Disdainful in his heart, "I go to hell? It should be you who should go to hell, right?" Qing Feng calmly opened the notebook and then found the map of the first floor of the underground city of Zhangcheng's abandoned factory. Soon Qing Feng determined the location of their headquarters. The fat man who had been scolding Qing Feng stopped scolding, and those microplankton ate his vocal cords, and his jaw was also shaky. It's a bit like the zombie movies he watched in his previous life. The zombies in them. Qing Feng also stood up and put the roast goose into the space ring, and threw the fat man who was still alive but unable to move into the pool. The same was true for the thin man. In less than 10 minutes, there was no bone left for the two people. Looking at these pools, Qing Feng felt that keeping them would be a disaster, and it should be a good weapon with such high damage. So he decided to go out and buy a bronze-level water storage bag. Soon, Qing Feng came back again 30 minutes later, opened the water storage bag, and controlled the glowing water to pour in carefully and slowly. After half an hour, Qing Feng was completely relieved after making sure that it would not leak out. However, there were too many dangerous glowing waters, and Qing Feng could not fit in half of the pool. There was no way. Qing Feng planned to go to Yanyang to solve it first, and then come back to find a way. At the same time, a warning sign was left here. I hope that passers-by will see it and don't drink it. 2 hours later, Qing Feng found the place the fat man said, based on the mark on the map. This is a not very high mountain. There is a village on the mountain. There are many people guarding the mountain. From time to time, many stones are transported out. Looking at these, Qing Feng was speechless. It's the 21st century. Are you still occupying the mountain as the king? Using the dragon and snake dance steps and the lurking proficiency? Yu Qing Feng, like a ghost, quickly approached their edge. Because Qing Feng had the lurking proficiency, no one noticed him. Qing Feng roughly looked at the direction of their patrol. It was found that there were many blind spots in the place where they patrolled. A water dagger was condensed in his hand. When one party turned around to patrol, he easily took off a head with lightning speed. Drag him into the bushes. You ask why not put it in the space ring? Qing Feng's answer is very simple. It will dirty his things. In this way, Qing easily killed all the patrolling people outside without anyone noticing. Qing Feng slowly entered the village above. He soon found that the people here were all ordinary gangsters, and it seemed to be a place for those patrol guards to live. But soon Qingfeng found a passage leading to the mountain at the mouth of their well. Jumped in, he soon found that there were actually quite a few people inside, whose strength was about the same as those outside, and they were all bronze 7 or 8 stars. They were all working hard to dig the mountain and expand the land. Tattoos were all over their arms, and the evil spirit they exuded was extremely strong. It was obvious that they had killed a lot of people. After Qingfeng determined that the strength of the people here was only bronze, he did not intend to play the assassination trick. He took out the Tang sword in the ring and used the dragon and snake dance steps with all his strength. In an instant, all the people here were killed. They didn't understand what happened until they died. They only saw a black shadow passing by quickly, and then their eyes went black. The mission this time was very clear. First, kill Yan Yong, and second, destroy the Black Tiger Gang. Qingfeng had made a decision when he saw the fat and thin ones. This kind of gang that does all kinds of evil will naturally not be spared. Kill them all. Just like this, there is an assassin who is proficient in lurking. He also has the ability to transform into endless weapons, plus the strength of the silver level. Come and assassinate everyone here. As long as you kill everyone and retreat in disgrace, this is a perfect assassination. As Qingfeng continued to kill, he soon came to a place that was even more empty than before. In the center of this place was a blood pool. There were also various strange statues. In front of the middle blood pool, a bald man was kneeling. There were countless black dragon patterns on the bald head, extending all the way to the bottom of the neck. The bald man had a burly figure and many scars on his hands. He was a veteran of the battlefield. There was also an inexplicable aura around him. Qingfeng recognized who this bald man was at a glance. This person was Yan Yong. Photos were provided on the dark web. At this time, Qingfeng was still thinking about how he should deal with it. Yan Yong suddenly stood up. He hid subconsciously, and this action scared Qingfeng into thinking that he was discovered. But it seems that he was not. More than 10 minutes later, many gangsters in the entrance below pulled a dozen boys and girls onto the stage and came to the front of the blood pool. Those gangsters also pushed them aside wisely. Qingfeng was a little curious about what Yan Yong wanted to do. The next moment, he pulled out his knife and chopped the boy in the front at the neck. The next moment, the boy's head fell off. The blood from the boy's neck artery spurted out crazily. Countless boys and girls behind him also started screaming when they saw this scene. Yan Yong ignored the screams and grabbed the boy and poured his blood into the blood pool like a water dispenser. Cult! This word suddenly appeared in Qingfeng's mind. Before he had time to think about it, Yan Yong's voice spread throughout the underground space. Great Lord of Blood Mist, I will sacrifice my best years of fresh blood to you. Please look at your believers with mercy. After saying that, the next moment the statue seemed to feel something. It emitted a bloody mist. Slowly approaching the blood pool, a bloody energy visible to the naked eye drilled into Yan Yong's body. Being drilled into by that unknown and unclear energy, Yan Yong's expression was very enjoyable. The next moment Qingfeng clearly felt that Yan Yong had become stronger. Sacrifice? No, I have to stop it quickly. What if everyone sacrifices and I can't beat them? Qingfeng's confidence in killing Yan Yong is the golden Tang sword, and his own terrifying body comparable to the golden one. Physical strength. But I didn't expect it. Yan Yong is actually related to the cult. Without thinking about it, Qingfeng jumped straight down. He used the dragon and snake dance steps with all his strength, and with the Tang sword, he came to Yan Yong's side in an instant, straight into Yan Yong's heart. Then Qingfeng also beheaded the other thugs standing next to him in an instant. Yan Yong felt that his body functions were rapidly draining away. At the same time, he looked at the man in black clothes and with evil spirits in front of him with some disbelief. He asked, "Who are you?" "The one who kills you." Yu Qingfeng didn't say too much nonsense and raised the Tang sword again to kill Yan Yong. Seeing the fierce knife coming, Yan Yong was also panicked and hurriedly retreated. Now his heart has been completely chopped by Qingfeng. The only thing that kept Yan Yong alive was his gold-level strength. Since he had to support the energy supply of his heart, how could he be distracted to use his strength and energy to fight back? Even if he ran away, he couldn't escape fast. So Qingfeng easily beheaded him with this knife. Just when Qingfeng thought it was over, he found that his assassination system did not show the target's death. The next page, 3/3, is recommended. Yan Yong is not dead? Qingfeng instantly became alert, stepped back more than 10 meters, and looked at Yan Yong who had been beheaded on the ground. I saw Yan Yong's body slowly stand up, strangely picked up his head, and then laughed strangely. It was really a close call. If I was a step later, I would really die in your hands. He put his head on his neck. Then many strange flesh threads appeared on the broken parts of his body and head, squirming strangely. It seemed that they were blending with each other and craving each other. Finally, they completely merged together. Yan Yong's head is back. A strange blood-colored mist appeared and drifted in this space. Qingfeng quickly used his own spiritual energy to protect himself. Yan Yong couldn't help laughing as he felt the energy coming from his body. Ha ha ha, I can't believe it. I, Yan Yong, have been in the world for many years, but I almost died in silver. Fortunately, the great Lord of Blood Mist protects me. Yu Qingfeng only felt troubled by Yan Yong's resurrection. He didn't continue to listen to his nonsense and raised his tang sword and rushed forward. Seeing Qingfeng rushing over, Yan Yong also raised his fist and attacked him. Yan Yong's fist was very fast. Almost with a bow and a force, he came to Qingfeng's face in an instant. When he was about to hit, Qingfeng launched the dragon and snake dance with all his strength. The ghostly figure dodged easily. Yan Yong's punch was naturally empty, but the power was very huge. The fist wind of that punch completely smashed a stone pillar. Qingfeng raised the tang sword again and raised it. It penetrated Yan Yong's head, but the system still did not send the news of the successful mission. He quickly pulled out the tang sword. With the attacking skills like a venomous snake, he entangled Yan Yong and attacked him. Soon, Yan Yong was completely bruised under the attacks. Qingfeng even used the supreme middle finger on Yan Yong. He flicked Yan Yong's head. He was very lucky to have a bone fracture, and his skull was shattered. After so many attacks, he was not dead yet. Looking at Yan Yong, who was gradually recovering, Qingfeng cursed him inwardly as a monster. Yan Yong's head recovered quickly, and he said to Qingfeng, it hurts, it really hurts. I didn't expect that your silver is comparable to gold. But it's still too weak. You don't know the power of blood mist at all. Are you curious why I can repair myself every time? That's all thanks to you. Qingfeng frowned. Not sure why. Yan Yong's voice continued to come. If you hadn't killed everyone, I wouldn't have so many sacrifices to restore me. That's right. In fact, this whole mountain is an altar. I originally just wanted to absorb the few minions you killed, but I didn't expect you to be so cruel and actually killed thousands of people on the entire mountain. But it's a good kill. A good kill. Ha ha ha. It's an honor for them that those trash actually provided such a huge role at such an important juncture. Yan Yong's words made Qingfeng understand that it was the root of the trouble that he left behind after cleaning too cleanly. But he didn't know when he assassinated, and the dark web didn't say it. If he had known earlier, he would have lurked in and killed Yan Yong first. Grass, a kind of plant, Qingfeng instantly used tsunami. Behind him appeared a huge tsunami of 5 or 6 meters high and more than 10 meters wide. Yan Yong was a little confused when he saw the tsunami. Thinking of Qingfeng's strength, he put down his worries and was not afraid at all. Now his strength has reached the peak of gold. What would you think if you saw this seemingly advanced skill, but the one who released it was a silver? What power would a skill released by a silver have on him? Yan Yong didn't even try to dodge. Looking at the fierce tsunami, he said, "Ha ha ha! You'll never know what my strength is now. Let me show you the power of blood mist. Submit to this power." He stretched out his palm, as if waiting for the embrace of the tsunami. The next moment, Yan Yong was washed away, and even his body was torn apart by the violent undercurrent of the tsunami. Yan Yong, what the hell? Before Yan Yong could react, Qingfeng condensed a bow in his hand and began to slowly condense water. Explosion arrows in his hand. He just shot at Yan Yong. Explosions came slowly. Yan Yong's body was completely destroyed at this time, and rows of broken meat fell to the ground. "I want you to die!" Yan Yong's angry howl came again. The next moment, he instantly came to Qingfeng's side, and he was caught by him before he could react. Surprise! His speed instantly increased a lot. The moment he was caught, Qingfeng looked at Yan Yong. He found that he was no longer a human being. His body had become very large, his muscles were knotted, and his face had not been fully repaired. He looked hideous and horrible. Before Qingfeng could continue thinking, he was thrown out by Yan Yong. Qingfeng flew several meters away with this inertia, and only stopped when he hit the stone wall. Qingfeng stood up unsteadily. He shook his head and took off the mask. Qingfeng's appearance was also exposed, and this scene was naturally seen by Yan Yong. Yan Yong was a little shocked and stopped his steps to attack. He saw that Qingfeng was so young and handsome. If he joined them to present to some adult, she would be very satisfied. Thinking of this, Yan Yong came to Qingfeng and said, "Do you want to join our Blood Mist sect? As long as you join, you will have the same powerful power as me. With your talent, it will not be a problem for you to become a star-level strongman by then." Qingfeng still didn't waste any words and ran the dragon snake dance with all his strength. He quickly distanced himself from Yan Yong, but Yan Yong seemed to know it in advance and chased after him. But the distance was always more than 10 meters apart, as if Yan Yong did it on purpose. Qingfeng's spiritual energy was rapidly consumed. "You can't kill me now. Join the Blood Mist sect. Everything you want is here. If you want to kill people, you can kill them and do whatever you want. You may even be favored by some adults. Become her little white face." Yan Yong's voice came again. Qingfeng cursed secretly. "Damn, join you? I don't want to live that kind of life of hiding from place to place." There was no way. Qingfeng opened the space ring and took out the water storage bag. Qingfeng quickly stopped. He raised the Tang sword that he had been holding in his hand and chopped it hard. Countless glowing water sources fell out, and Qingfeng immediately controlled these water sources. Condense this water into water-exploding arrows. "Quickly attack Yan Yong." Yan Yong understood this scene and sneered. "Is there no spiritual energy? Use the water you have stored." "Wait, this water is glowing. Could it be the glowing spiritual spring water of heavenly materials and earthly treasures? What a waste of heavenly materials. What a waste of heavenly materials." For this attack, Yan Yong chose to let me take it. Then I didn't even dodge. Let these arrows penetrate into the flesh and explode. When I was writing this chapter, I had a serious writer's block. Please forgive me. Ha ha ha, you are so stupid. You use this kind of heavenly materials and earthly treasures as the last weapon. Don't you know that this will only increase my strength? In that case, I will accept it without hesitation. Yan Yong even absorbed it without wasting a single drop. Soon Yan Yong found something wrong. He suddenly felt something biting his flesh. And this feeling was getting stronger and stronger. "What you just shot out was not the luminous spiritual spring water at all," Yan Yong reacted. He asked Yu Qingfeng, "What on earth is it? I have cancelled my plan to recruit you into the sect. You must die." Yan Yong ran towards Yu Qingfeng with all his strength. Seeing this, Qingfeng also used his dragon and snake dance steps with all his strength and quickly distanced himself. Soon he found that Yan Yong's speed seemed to have slowed down a lot. He immediately understood the reason, because the internal bites of those luminous plankton greatly slowed down Yan Yong's speed and body coordination. In addition, Yan Yong's current extremely powerful recovery ability. Almost every time those plankton bite him, Yan Yong's body recovers a little. This is almost a perfect cycle. Yan Yong is now in great pain. After figuring out these key points, Yu Qingfeng also used the water control tool to quickly condense a bow and arrow, a slide and a turn, a water explosion. Hit Yan Yong easily. "You despicable villain, don't let me hit you, otherwise I want you to be wiped out." Yan Yong's angry voice came again. Several water explosion arrows hit Yan Yong again. Yan Yong was so angry that he cursed. "Boy, come here. How about we have a one-on-one duel?" Hearing this, Yu Qingfeng sneered and said, "Duel? Aren't we having a duel now?" "Then don't run away, kid," Yan Yong said again. "This is my advantage. Why don't I use it? If you have the ability, you can destroy your cultivation and fight me." Yan Yong was speechless. He could only speed up angrily. But Yan Yong soon found in despair that his spiritual energy was a little bit unable to mobilize. Yan Yong, who was much slower in action, couldn't hit Yu Qingfeng at all, and Qingfeng kept attacking him. This made Yan Yong very angry. This damn luminous water. What on earth is it? Yan Yong was so angry that he grabbed his painful arm and pulled it off. He even tore off a large piece of his flesh. While his arm was still not healed, Yan Yong looked at it. He found that there was a lot of luminous substance in his blood. Looking closely, he found that this luminous substance was actually a microorganism that was eating his flesh. Yan Yong felt a chill all of a sudden. "You despicable villain, you actually used such a despicable trick. Am I the cult, or are you the cult?" After knowing the source of his body, Yan Yong also began to destroy his body wantonly, but it recovered in a few minutes. Yu Qingfeng was frightened by the speed of recovery. Qingfeng would naturally not give up such a good opportunity, and condensed water explosion arrows to shoot randomly. This made Yan Yong feel uncomfortable. Yu Qingfeng, who was outputting from a distance, was thinking rapidly about the current situation. With enough time to think, Yu Qingfeng soon knew how to deal with it. Now the whole mountain is full of altars. If I destroy those altars, will Yan Yong's body not recover? Isn't the core of the altar now the blood pool in the middle? It could also be those statues. Those strange blood energy comes from those statues. Destroy them all. The water explosion arrows originally shot at Yanyong immediately turned to those strange statues and easily blew them up with one arrow after another. Yanyong, who was still tearing his body, found that the recovery speed was much slower. He was shocked and looked in the direction of the statue. Next moment, he saw a water explosion arrow hit the blood pool. No! Little beast! Yanyong no longer tore his body to remove those luminous creatures, but launched a full-scale attack on Yu Qingfeng. In an instant, he came in front of Yu Qingfeng, but at this time, Yu Qingfeng had already pulled the second arrow. Looking at the sudden Yanyong, he smiled slightly, gently let go. The water explosion arrow shot out again. Yanyong wanted to stop it, and he bowed to catch it. Yu Qingfeng had anticipated this situation and slowly opened his eyes. The SSS-Level supernatural power was activated instantly. An indescribable momentum burst out, and everything in front of Qingfeng seemed to be frozen in time and space. Static. When he burst out this momentum, Yanyong's pupils had actually noticed it. He looked at Qingfeng and saw that his temperament had completely changed. His dull pupils were like the arrival of the god of death. His whole body suddenly stiffened. Countless cold sweats emerged on his back, and his body conveyed a feeling of death. An inexplicable fear surged into Yanyong's heart. This is... what? Monster! The color in front of Yu Qingfeng became darker and darker, until there was no more. Everything in front of him began to collapse. Yanyong's arm began to dissipate like dust. Although all this took only 1 second, Yanyong, who was now strengthened by the altar, could be said to have a very strong sense of himself. So in this second, Yanyong could still think normally. No, it's not so much normal thinking as instinctive thinking. Is this a dual superpower? Could this person in front of me also be a member of the cult? It's a terrifying killing machine created by the cult. No, I can't die yet. At this moment, Yanyong was scared, but he was powerless and could only watch his arms slowly dissipate. Just when Yanyong thought he was going to die, Yu Qingfeng suddenly knelt down on one leg, powerlessly. Yanyong, who only had half of his body left, seemed to see hope when he saw this. At the same time, he also lamented the impermanence of the world. Just as he was about to laugh, a Tang sword pierced him, and which water explosive arrow just hit the blood pool at this time. The arrow exploded after hitting, and the blood in the blood pool was blown into pieces. Yanyong looked at Yu Qingfeng in disbelief and said, "Don't you have no spiritual energy? How could it be?" Yanyong fell to the ground with his eyes wide open before he finished speaking. Qingfeng breathed a sigh of relief, looking at Yanyong's face that was still open, and gently said, "Who told you that I can't move without spiritual power? I am a person who has undergone long-term endurance training." Order evaluating the difficulty of this mission. Order evaluating the completion of the mission. Full completion. SSS level. Assassination points, 9999 points. Order, the assassination system level you are bound to is upgraded to Level 2. The last one was released by the system chat group. After receiving these messages, Yu Qingfeng also smiled. I didn't expect that the system upgrade was completed in the first mission. Leaning against the wall weakly, he took out a few silver-level spirit stones from the space ring and began to absorb and recover. Yu Qingfeng's basic cultivation method has now been cultivated to the full level. In less than half an hour, his strength has been restored to the peak. Before leaving, Qingfeng collected a lot of things and got a total of 13,232 bronze-level spirit stones and 2,312 silver-level spirit stones. It can be said that it was a wave of fat. In fact, there are still many places that have not been checked, but Yu Qingfeng dare not stay for long. What if this person from the Blood Mist cult suddenly comes? It will be bad. Put the mask back on, then quickly go out and buy a few more kettles and go back to the cave. Seeing that there is still half a tank, Yu Qingfeng rubbed his hands. Although this thing has no improvement on his body, the power of this thing is really great. With this thing as a trump card. Even if you don't use the gold-level Tang sword, you can easily solve a gold-level strongman. Today's Yu Qingfeng can be said to be invincible under the platinum crystal. Of course, the luminous plankton does not count if it is used up, but it should be impossible to use it up. After all, Yu Qingfeng is a water system, and this thing can be controlled and recycled. After taking all these luminous plankton away, he also left the underground city. At the same time, not long after Qingfeng left, A person in red clothes with an unclear face walked into Yan Yong's underground base. When she came to the blood pool in the center, she found that it had become a ruin and she was furious. After a search, he found Yan Yong. But at this time, Yan Yong was just a corpse lying on the ground. Looking at Yan Yong's body, he roared, "Who is it? Who did this? What a waste, but since you dare to kill me, I will kill you no matter who you are." She knocked hard on the stone wall, and the whole mountain trembled. Countless stones began to tremble, and then fell to the ground until it was completely submerged. Yu Qingfeng found a comfortable hotel, took out the spirit stone, and prepared to start practicing. Just as he was practicing, he suddenly thought of something. He opened the system panel and began to check the system mall. Current assassination points. Combat proficiency, assassination points. Knife proficiency, suddenly thought of something. Dagger proficiency, assassination point. Sword proficiency, assassination points. Firearm proficiency, assassination points. Yu Qingfeng took a quick look and exchanged all of them without thinking. Order assassination points, 9-5. Current assassination points, 8, 6, and 4. With these, Yu Qingfeng's strength has grown significantly, especially now. With combat proficiency, firearm proficiency, dagger proficiency, and lurking proficiency. Now Yu Qingfeng can be said to be an assassination master. As long as the realm is not too much higher than his, basically assassinating anyone will not leave any traces. Just when Yu Qingfeng was about to turn off the assassination system, he discovered a new function. One is the map function. The other is the enemy position display. The function of the map function is to display the location of the target after confirming the assassination target. The enemy position display means that those who are hostile to you will be displayed on the map. At the same time, Qingfeng also found that there are new levels of firearms in the weapon mall. These weapons are not ordinary weapons. Qingfeng only saw that it was written, Barrett Destruction, Platinum Crystal Level Power. Price, 99 assassination points. Desert Eagle, Silver Level Power. Barrett Sniper Rifle, Silver Level Power. Gatling Rose Gold, Gold Skill Power. Now buy with 2,000 rounds of bullets. These weapons made Qingfeng's eyes open. In the end, he lamented that there were not enough assassination points, so Yu Qingfeng didn't think much about it and bought a Desert Eagle. No matter what, buy one first. After taking it out of the system backpack, Qingfeng's first feeling was that it was handsome. The cold silver-white gun body and the extremely beautiful line design, perfect. Woohoo, as a boy, how could he not like guns? Qingfeng bought several thousand rounds of bullets and came to the underground city again. This time he did not do too much disguise. After entering the underground city, Qingfeng came to a relatively deep place. Soon a vine suddenly emerged from the ground. It hung Yu Qingfeng in the air. Yu Qingfeng observed it and soon found an ugly flower mouth. It seemed to be his vine. Qingfeng roughly sensed it and found that his strength was almost reaching silver. Qingfeng smiled. He immediately took out the Desert Eagle from the space ring, quickly loaded it and shot him. Even though he was dangling in the air by the vines, for Yu Qingfeng, who was proficient in firearms, this shot hit him directly. The flower monster's breath instantly wilted, and the vine that grabbed Qingfeng was quickly withdrawn. Qingfeng also turned around handsomely and shot him again in the air. The flower monster instantly lost its breath and fell to the ground and withered. Refreshing. With this weapon, I don't need to do anything to fight the monsters. I can just pose a handsome pose and kill them one by one. Just like that, Qingfeng took the Desert Eagle and started slaughtering in the dungeon. He got thousands of bronze-level spirit stones in one day. When he returned to the hotel, he remembered that he forgot to submit the task on the dark web. After submitting it, the message from the dark web also came quickly. Dear sir, hello, we will verify the truth. After the verification is successful, we will give you a secret address or you provide an address where we will put the reward. Qingfeng thought about it and replied, okay, and went back to bed to sleep. The next day, the intelligence station of the dark web was very fast and completed the review quickly. Qingfeng was given an address. After looking at the address, Qingfeng planned to pick it up at noon. Although this level of assassination should not be seen by the dark web, let alone appear to kill the killer. But Qingfeng still disguised himself well. Finally, the reward for the dark web was found near a trash can in a dark alley. Back at the hotel, Qingfeng couldn't wait to open the reward box. Inside was a black card without a password. There was also a silver white apple. At the same time, there was a note written below them. It said, "Dear Sir, your reward of 300 million yuan and silver-level natural treasures have been delivered. Please keep this black card well. When you complete the task on the assassination website in the future, the cash reward will be deposited into this black card. Don't worry, the dark web will not expose anyone's information. If you are worried, you can deposit the money into your own card." The next part is the godly rich system. In fact, I don't have a deep impression of the godly rich system. I will write based on my impression. He was naturally worried and transferred the money privately. After taking care of all these things, he also opened Baidu on his mobile phone and began to check the effects of the silver-white apple. Soon he found it. Silver-level apples are natural treasures in the dungeon. Warriors and superpowers can improve their strength, physical fitness, strength and speed by eating them, and can also increase a certain talent limit, generally used for cultivation breakthrough. Note, each person can only eat 10, and it will no longer be effective after eating more. Current market price, 60 million per apple. It's still an apple. I thought it had a very high-sounding name. Breakthrough? Qingfeng's talent has reached the SSS level, and it is as easy to break through as eating and drinking water, unless it is a great realm. The great realm is not very difficult. Last time, Qingfeng broke through from bronze to silver in a month. As long as you have enough state of mind to break through, there is basically no bottleneck. Thinking of this, he didn't think too much, found a comfortable place to watch TV, and ate the silver-level apple. But not to mention that the taste is very good, even Qingfeng wants to buy more to eat. Qingfeng finished it quickly, and he started to practice when he was bored. In the rest of the time, Qingfeng practiced and looked at what tasks he could take on the dark web, but he never found a suitable one. During this period, he also improved his strength to silver 9 stars. Only one step away from gold. In this way, this month passed simply. Opening the chat group, Qingfeng chose the Godly Rich system without even looking at it. Order Godly Rich system binding successfully. Order, get a novice gift pack, 100 times return. Time limit 3 hours, start now. Oh, Qingfeng became interested. Open the system panel to check the 100 times return function. In a few minutes, he knew the effect of this 100 times return. That is, as long as you spend 1 yuan, you can get 100 yuan. Qingfeng looked at the 300 million in his card and fell into deep thought. It is indeed a godly rich system. Since you spend money and get a 100 times return, Qingfeng thought about it and opened Taobao. Qingfeng suddenly thought of the silver-level apple before and clicked on the natural treasure area. Without saying a word, he clicked on the silver-level apple to buy. He bought 2 boxes at a time, and after buying them, Qingfeng also bought a lot of snacks and a lot of gold-level daily necessities. In addition to snacks, there are also a lot of ingredients. This is to prepare for the next system. When Qingfeng thought of the women's clothing system, he felt speechless and even a little disappointed. After buying everything he should buy on Taobao, Qingfeng couldn't think of anything else to spend. After thinking carefully, Qingfeng came to the property. He bought several villas and then bought more than a dozen luxury cars. When he came to the mansion, he found a place to lie down and suddenly felt that everything in the world didn't matter. Now the money in his card has reached 81.2 billion. It is more than 2 billion more than his father's company before it went bankrupt. At this time, the 100-fold return has ended, and Qingfeng still feels a little unsatisfied. The feeling of being able to spend money without thinking. It's really cool. Without thinking too much, Qingfeng opened the Dusha live broadcast platform. See if there are any good live broadcasts. The Dusha in this world is very different from the previous life. There are warrior areas and superpower areas. Most of them are live broadcasts of exploring dungeons, but there are also many live broadcasts that die in it. Qingfeng clicked on the female anchor area and found that most of the female anchors were the kind of flirtatious. Qingfeng felt very boring. Before he came here, the original owner had played a lot of games. Now that he has come here, he feels even more disdainful of these things. Soon he saw a pure and lovely female anchor. He clicked in and just happened to hear her singing. Her voice was sweet and clear. It was as if her throat had been kissed by a pure angel. After the song, Qingfeng felt that he had not finished yet. He looked at the anchor's name and found that it was Xiaoruan. Qingfeng nodded slightly. He looked at the popularity again and found that the popularity was a bit low. There were probably only a few thousand people. Such a high-quality anchor who did not show off his charm was not watched by anyone. Qingfeng clicked on the recharge page without saying a word. Log in to your own Dusha account. Name it the Lord of Heaven. Directly recharge 100 million into it, and then give crazy rewards to Xiaoruan's live broadcast room. However, before giving rewards, Qingfeng found that the number of spacecraft sent could be customized. I guess there must have been many similar things that happened to Qingfeng. He directly customized 100 shots with a value of 10 million yuan. Qingfeng sent it out without blinking. Spaceships were floating above the live broadcast room. Xiaoruan was stunned. He soon reacted and said, "Thank you, Lord of Heaven, for the spaceships." She was a little overwhelmed when she saw more and more spaceships. She said, "Thank you, Lord of Heaven, for not spending so much. A spaceship costs 100,000 yuan. But Qingfeng ignored her. He just looked at the number of people. Soon, some confused people came to the live broadcast room. At the same time, the barrage was also exploding. Wow, that rich man is squandering here again. I was already in this live broadcast room when I saw the first spaceship. Now there are more than 50 spaceships. It's really rich. Fuck, who is this Lord of Heaven? Yeah, I've been playing Dusha for so long and I've never seen him before. Could it be a small account of some big guy? Soon this barrage was refuted. How is it possible? Today is the day when the anchor popularity ranking list is determined. If it is really a small account, how could it be possible to give it to this little anchor? The barrage in the live broadcast room also had different opinions. Soon the popularity of the live broadcast room reached 20 dubber, and the anchor's attention and fans were also increasing wildly. Xiaoruan watched the barrage in the live broadcast room increase more and more, and the number of people in the live broadcast room was also increasing. Especially the spaceship that was still refreshing and floating above the live broadcast head felt a little overwhelmed. Qingfeng seemed to see it too, and typed, "No, these gifts are what you deserve. If you really feel bad, you can sing a song." A golden barrage with extremely gorgeous special effects ran through the entire barrage area. Everyone who saw it was boiling immediately. They all typed in the bullet comments area to express their thoughts. Fuck, is this the boss? He gave millions of dollars just to listen to songs? Why is there such a big gap between people? Although this money is not mine, I feel like it's mine. Dusha hasn't been so lively for a long time, and it's still at this critical moment, and it's still this kind of small anchor. I feel like today is a sleepless night. Some old fans who were originally in Xiaoruan's live broadcast room also began to cry and shout, "It's over. The pure goddess in our hearts has been favored by the greasy uncle." What a bullshit, Lord of Heaven. I don't allow you to favor Xiaoruan. Brothers, we are facing a severe test now. Now this Lord of Heaven suddenly appears. He must have favored our Xiaoruan. We must defend our own pure white princess. Looking at these bullet comments, Yu Qingfeng was also a little amused. Yu Qingfeng saw it, and Xiaoruan naturally saw it too. When she saw these bullet comments, her face turned pale. I have already started to have a bad premonition in my heart. It's over. Am I really favored by some rich man? No way, but he has so many spaceships. Even if I have 10 years, I can't pay them back. The pale Xiaoruan, with dew in her eyes and some despair, said, "Lord of Heaven, how about I return these gifts to you?" Hearing these words, Yu Qingfeng was also stunned for a moment. He knew in his heart that she believed what the fans said. Typed, "I just think your singing is very nice, so I gave you a reward. I really don't have any other intentions. I'll leave this here. Your fans can take screenshots as evidence." The live broadcast room exploded again. I took a screenshot. This is the world of the big guys. I didn't expect that I could actually get a glimpse of it. My life is worth it. Good guy, the upstairs is really immersed in the drama. Fuck, brothers. Xiaoruan is on the list. What? Xiaoruan is actually on the list? Wow. At the same time, on the PK list of the entire site, Xiaoruan's figure quickly improved, knocking down one ranking after another, and only stopped when he reached the top 20. Yu Qingfeng went out to take a look. It turned out to be true. Just when he was about to ask Xiaoruan to sing one more song and then go offline to practice, the Shenhao system suddenly responded. Order, publish a task. Help Xiaoruan win the first place in the list. Reward 53% of Dusha Live shares. Yu Qingfeng's eyes lit up immediately. His eyes almost opened unconsciously, but Qingfeng still reacted quickly, otherwise he might have to move to another mansion. This is 53% of Dusha's shares. That's not ordinary. Today, Dusha is the largest live broadcast platform in Zhuzhou, and the second largest is Huya Live Broadcast Platform. It's easy to earn 10 billion yuan a year. Although my main purpose is to practice, I can leave these to my father to manage. It's impossible that someone will trick me again this time, right? With this share, my father's status will be improved again. It's no longer as simple as being the richest man in Jiangcheng. It should be no problem to squeeze into the top 20 in the country. When I run out of money, I will ask my father for it. Anyway, it's not shameful. Thinking of this without thinking too much, I rushed for 200 million again. For this share, a mere 200 million is nothing, and then issued 200 spaceships again. At this time, at the top of the screen, 100 spaceships have just ended. Then another 200 came. Everyone in the live broadcast room was also confused. Xiaoruan, live broadcast room water friends? Before they could react, they saw the Lord of Heaven's comments. Everyone, I think there are too few pure anchors like this. I decided to put her on the list so that more people can see her. The popularity of the live broadcast room is also increasing, and the total number of people in the live broadcast room has reached more than 10 million. Many people want to grab the shark fin, and they were also stunned after seeing the Lord of Heaven's comments. They all began to look at this anchor carefully. It seems that except for being a little cute and pleasing to the eye, there is nothing good about her. Then the Lord of Heaven sent another comment. Xiaoruan, I want to listen to the song, Show Your Best. No matter what, I will definitely give you the first place on the list. Suddenly, countless tens of millions of viewers exploded in an instant, and they all sighed that this sentence was too domineering. How confident and wealthy does this Lord of Heaven have to say such domineering words? At Heavenly Lord, my brother asks for support. I also want to hear your such domineering words. I am really convinced. From today on, I have a new idol again. Heavenly Lord, why these? There are those who praise and there are those who slander. Many people from other live broadcast rooms began to mock after hearing this. It's so funny. He claims to be the Lord of Heaven. I think he is just a nouveau rich from a village, the Lord of the village. Overestimates his own abilities. That's right. Isn't it just a few bucks? He really overestimates his own abilities. I'm a tap water. From a passerby's perspective, it's almost impossible to be the number one on the list. I heard that the current number one Chi-Chi has more than 500 spaceships. I think the Lord of Heaven is a bit too arrogant. Can you take away Chi-Chi's fan card first? With your level 16 fan card, I find it hard to believe that you are a tap water. This is really advanced black. But what you said does make some sense. Is the Lord of Heaven really that rich? 500 spaceships, all this money can buy a silver-level apple. Xiaoruan looked at the live broadcast room and started to quarrel. She, who had always been unknown, didn't know how to respond for a moment. Just when she was about to close the live broadcast room, a pop-up window popped up in her private message. When she clicked it, she found that the person who sent her the message was none other than the Lord of Heaven. Xiaoruan saw the message above. Don't be afraid, just sing. I'll take care of the rest. At this moment, Xiaoruan had an inexplicable sense of security and suddenly began to be curious about the Lord of Heaven. She calmed down for a while, slowly opened her music collection, and then found her favorite and best ancient-style song, Chilling. At this moment, her heart was extremely uneasy. Xiaoruan's family is an ordinary family, which seems extremely small in this world, where warriors are rampant, rich people are everywhere, and superpowers are everywhere. She has a dream like many normal people. Her dream is simple and pure. She just wants to be a singer, to spread her singing all over the land of Kyushu. But her family is ordinary and has no money to support this bottomless dream. She can only open a small live broadcast room. Sing for people who like to listen to her singing. Now there is a stage for millions of people here, and if like Big Boss is still supporting her. No matter if he was greedy for her body or not. But those few words, just for listening to her songs, really touched her. He relaxed again and spoke slowly in the noisy live room. I am used to putting all my joys, sorrows, anger, and happiness into my makeup. What if I sing out the old words? The bones and ashes are all me. In troubled times, I can't bear to watch the flames of war burning the mountains and rivers. I dare not forget my worries for the country, even though I am in a low position, even if no one knows me. She started to urge him to speak. At this moment, she felt like the protagonist of this story, tragic, helpless, and worried. I always feel that I am a bit of a role-playing grayer. Her singing voice is very clear, just as the longtime fans of Xiaoruan's live room described, pure and holy. After hearing this, the audience in the live room slowly slowed down their typing speed and began to discuss and abuse each other. The barrage became less and less. Gradually getting into a good mood, Xiaoruan's voice came again. People pass by the stage and the old colors are gone. People on the stage sing heartbreaking farewell songs. It's hard to write about love. She must sing with blood. Who is the guest when the curtain rises and falls? You finish singing and I come on stage. Don't laugh at the romantic drama and don't laugh at people's absurdity. I have also asked about the years. I have also sung about the rise and fall of the country. How can I think about whether I am ruthless or affectionate? It takes a lot of thought to think about whether I am ruthless or affectionate. This drama tune is like a climax, stimulating people's hearts. Shocking and magnificent breath rushed to the face. The pure white and clean singing voice was sonorous and powerful, without any weakness, and even a little magnificent and sad. These few lines of singing seemed to have magic in her mouth, and there was an inexplicable feeling of coldness and sadness in my heart. This song of Chilling can be said to be a household name. How could they not know the story behind it? At this moment, the live broadcast room fell into silence, and no one posted a barrage. Only the dazzling array of spaceships on the screen told of their support and affirmation for him. After the song, the live broadcast room was still silent in the song just now. After a few seconds, scattered comments appeared again. Fuck, I finally know why the Lord of Heaven is so optimistic about her. This song reminds me of my childhood, the carefree days when I would go to the theater with my grandfather and others whenever there was a play. Yeah, I grew up in the countryside. Nowadays, let alone watching plays, I don't even have time to rest. I just watch the live broadcasts here and there. The host's singing made me feel so deeply. I can't help but start thinking about the future of opera. Where does this sad feeling come from? Is it the touching story behind the song, or is it the mediocre self? I now agree with the Lord of Heaven. No matter what, Xiaoruan must be the first. That's right. This time the first place must belong to her. Become a fan. Xiaoruan's followers also jumped to millions in an instant, and are still rising. In addition to Yu Qingfeng's spaceship, there are countless planes sent out. These are not water troops, but gifts sent to her spontaneously. Xiaoruan's ranking also rose from the 20th place, all the way up, until it stopped at the 5th place. After listening to the song Chilling, even Yu Qingfeng felt very amazed and immersed in it. It was not like this when he first heard Xiaoruan sing. At that time, he just felt very calm when listening. But now this resonance makes him feel a little incredible. Looking at the rankings, he found that it was already the 5th place, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. Without saying a word, 600 spaceships were sent. In an instant, the ranking was refreshed again, flying straight into the sky. The ranking was directly ranked first. Even the number of popular fans exceeded that of Chi-Chi, who was originally ranked first. At the same time, Chi-Chi's live broadcast room, wearing a cheongsam showing her black silk thighs and occasionally revealing her spring light, Chi-Chi, who teased fans, was stunned when she saw her ranking. She looked at her ranking in disbelief. You know, this ranking is an important evidence to determine the number one sister of Dusha, especially for people like her who know the inside story. It can be said that she was definitely in the first place, but in the end, she became the second. It's fine that she lost the first place, but she didn't even know the first place. Who is this Xiaoruan? She has no impression of her at all. Many of Chiki's fans also discovered this problem, and they all posted comments on the bullet screen. Her millions of fans were all shocked and expressed their disbelief. Seeing that the fans were discussing it crazily, and she had vowed before that the first place would be hers, she couldn't help but feel annoyed and hurriedly said to the fans, "Brothers, don't panic. This first place will definitely be ours. You'll go ask around." In a chat group of a certain union, a president named Qinghua was furious in the group. At all members, "What's going on? What's going on? Didn't we agree that our union's top sister Chi-Chi would be the first place? Are you going to go back on your word? And who is this Xiaoruan, and which union does the Lord of Heaven belong to?" Soon, the presidents of other unions also came out and said with some injustice, "President Qinghua, we don't know either. I want to know too, especially who the Lord of Heaven is. He pushed us down to second place in our union." After getting the answers from other presidents, President Qinghua's expression was gloomy. A president in the group suddenly said, "Everyone, could this Lord of Heaven be someone from the Huya Union?" I remember that there seemed to be news that their platform was going to develop in Dusha. If it's true, it's very likely to be today. Qinghua thought carefully, and it seemed that something was going on. Damn it! The damn Huya Union. Even if Chi-Chi under their banner has regained the first place, The Huya Union is basically stable at the second place. If they control public opinion, it will be easy to gain a foothold in Dusha. They can even suppress our Dusha Union. The more Qinghua thought about the pros and cons, the more he thought this was the case. He sneered in his heart. Since you Huya want to fight, my Qinghua Union will accompany you to the end. Qinghua turned on his phone and talked to Qiqi, saying that he would help her solve it. Then he opened the group chat and said in his own union, mobilize 100 million funds, no matter if it's a loss or not. We're sure to get the first place this time. We must not be looked down upon by the Huya unions. Union members. Okay, President. At the same time, Qiqi's live broadcast room also received messages from the unions, and she was relieved when she saw that it could be solved. Looking at the little soft that is now number 1 on the list and the dazzling first logo, she couldn't help but start to feel jealous. She is obviously an unknown little anchor. Why would such a rich man give her so many gifts? Suddenly, an idea popped up in her mind. She also began to induce the audience in the live broadcast room. Brothers, it's okay. Our number 1 brother is the richest man in Dusha. Wait a minute and you can help me get the first place back. I hope all fans will not be stingy with their rewards. But this sister is really... She suddenly appeared and scared her sister. Her innocent expression flashed across her face. Countless Brain C fans who were horny also lost their minds. They spoke one after another. Don't worry, Sister Qiqi will always be our number 1. Who is this Xiaoruan? She is really disrespectful. Let's go, brothers. Let's teach her a lesson and let her know the rules of fighting sharks. Let me say here that I haven't been in good health recently, so the update speed may be a little slow. The audience in the live room at this time was very enthusiastic, especially when they saw Xiaoruan won the first place. The cheers completely exploded in the live room. Oh, it's really awesome. Who is this Lord of Heaven? Who cares who he is? Now let's congratulate the birth of the number 1 sister of fighting sharks. Welcome to the number 1 sister of fighting sharks. Welcome to the number 1 sister of fighting sharks. Welcome to the number 1 sister of fighting sharks. The live room at this time was also having a lot of fun, and it was at this time that the barrage suddenly changed. Countless fans with Qiqi's brand entered the live room and brushed, Qiqi Army, come to check the room, welcome quickly. Qiqi Army, come to check the room, welcome quickly. Qiqi Army, come to check the room, welcome quickly. Yu Qingfeng frowned, typed a few words on the screen, but thought about it and deleted them. Opened the private message interface and typed to Xiaoruan, wait a minute. The live broadcast room may be a bit messy. You turn off the barrage now, don't look at it. Xiaoruan also found something strange and was about to welcome it foolishly when he saw the private message from the Lord of Heaven. He also hid the barrage software and didn't look at it. After hiding the barrage, looking at the account of the Lord of Heaven in a daze, thinking of the decision he made for himself, he couldn't help but have an inexplicable throbbing and inexplicable peace of mind. At this time, Yu Qingfeng thought to himself, is it that the godly rich system brings troubles? Alas, given such a task. At the beginning, Yu Qingfeng just wanted her to be on the list. Now she must take the first place. It's a bit troublesome. Since he got first place, naturally there would be people who were jealous and slandered him. It was obvious that these fans of Qiqi had bad intentions. It had only been a short time since Xiaoruan won first place. These fans came here in a hurry. Although it was said to be a trouble, it was not really a trouble. After all, Qingfeng had an absolute financial advantage. The trouble was just that the dirty words on the internet would affect their mood. The comments in the live broadcast room had not stopped. This made many people feel dissatisfied. Seeing that Xiaoruan had no intention of welcoming them, and that there was nothing good in the comments, Qiqi's fans started to curse. What? Don't you know how to welcome the army of Qiqi's fans? I think the quality of this live broadcast room is just like this. Why can green tea be ranked first? That's it. Why is the voice so pretentious? Are you being kept by the Lord of Heaven? Are you not confident about your figure when you are wearing so tightly? Do you still want to be the number 1 sister of Dusha? The number of your fans should be fake. Your sponsor is so rich, it's normal to buy some zombie fans. Yeah, after today is over, I think there will be very few people left in this live broadcast room. These words made Xiaoruan's fans furious. They started to curse on the spot. Who do you think you are? Your sister Qiqi is just a loser who relies on the first place. Just a few words and showing her shoulders have seduced you losers to no end. You come to someone else's live broadcast room to curse people, and you still want us to welcome you. You are so awesome. You are really well-mannered. These words directly hit their pain. No matter how much they curse, they seem a little powerless. It was at this time, just when they didn't know how to refute, the spaceship appeared above the live broadcast of the whole site again. A total of 300 pieces. In Chiqui's live broadcast room, suddenly these fans seemed to have a backer, and they were much more confident. It's really funny. No matter how hard your Lord of Heaven tries to turn the tide, he can't send out 400 pieces of spaceships, right? It's really funny. You dare to ignore our sister Chi-Chi just because you got the temporary first place. Now you are the first. If you can still be the first, I will eat the computer screen on the spot. Yu Qingfeng couldn't help laughing when he saw this barrage. He immediately took a screenshot, then clicked on the homepage of the person who posted the bullet screen to find his ID and took another screenshot. He posted these screenshots on his Dusha homepage. After doing this, Qingfeng clicked on the gift bar and directly sent 1,000 bullets. Suddenly, the entire live broadcast room became a little stuck, and the 1,000 spaceship special effects were floating in the live broadcast room like missiles. A few minutes later, the live broadcast room also became unstuck. Chi-Chi's fans looked at the spaceship above the computer screen and fell into a stagnation. Fuck, 100 million. The Lord of Heaven is so funny. Ha ha ha, the slap in the face came too quickly. Where is the one who said he ate the computer screen? I want to see if he ate it. Brothers, I wanted to go to the homepage of the Lord of Heaven to see how much it cost, but I saw something very funny. What's so funny? Go and see for yourself. Many people were aroused by this barrage of comments. When they opened the homepage of the Lord of Heaven, they were really in Bengbu, couldn't hold it in. Ha ha ha! It really made me laugh to death. They even gave a close-up of the ID. Now they can't change their names and get away with it. Panda, have you seen my bamboo shoots? What? It was taken away by the Lord of Heaven? That's fine. The fans in Xiaoruan's live broadcast room also straightened their backs. They mocked Chi-Chi's fans. At the same time, in another live broadcast room, Chi-Chi saw that she had gone from the first place to the second place again, and she couldn't help but fall into deep thought. He picked up his phone again and opened the private message. Qinghua was a little powerless at this time. He looked at the gap between him and Xiaoruan's live broadcast and found that he had to swipe at least 200 spaceships to regain the first place. Qinghua was also angry, but he could only rage helplessly. If he swiped 200 spaceships now, it should be no problem to regain the first place. But Chi-Chi is not worth the price at all. He is not a fool. The disadvantages far outweigh the benefits. Even if he swipes, what if the Lord of Heaven is still there? The company and the union will lose a lot of money and will be ridiculed for being stubborn. Besides, the current Lord of Heaven has given away 1,000 spaceships in one breath. No matter what, he has established his position in the fight against sharks. If he honestly takes the second place now, he can still make a profit. He will not be absent from the activities of the fight against sharks in the future, but he will lose a lot of titles. After thinking about these, Qinghua suddenly felt that the second place seemed to be good. Just thinking about this, Chi-Chi sent him a private message. President, I fell down again. Can I continue to brush the spaceship? Qinghua thought about it carefully and then typed, forget it, I'll take second place this time. I don't know the identity of the Lord of Heaven now, I'll investigate it later. You should change the subject too. By the way, call back all your fans, don't let them cause trouble. If the Lord of Heaven wants to embarrass you, I'm afraid you won't even be second. The Lord of Heaven on the other side should be quite powerful. This time, I'll give him a face. Chi-Chi was a little disappointed when she saw these messages. She didn't dare to disobey the decision of the union. After all, she was a money-making tool promoted by the union. If she didn't listen, according to the union's financial and material resources, it would be easy to launch a second Chi-Chi. Soon, Xiaoruan's live broadcast room returned to its previous state, except for some brainless fans who were still clamoring. Qingfeng saw that the other side's fans were called back. The corners of his mouth also curled up a smile, and he swiped 200 spaceships again. At this moment, the unions who secretly observed this live broadcast room were also completely stunned. Lord of the Heavenly Court, Yiz. This is a real big brother. I am really convinced. Ranking was also completely stable at the first place. The time came to 12 o'clock. At this time, the ranking of the live broadcast room was also completely determined. Yu Qingfeng also received a system message. Order, congratulations to the host for obtaining 53% of the shares of dosha. Order, the Shenhao system is promoted to a 2. It seems that the low-level system is easier to upgrade. After closing the live broadcast room, Qingfeng smiled at the contract that suddenly appeared and went out to handle the transfer procedures without saying a word. After all these things were resolved, he also checked what functions the upgraded Shenhao system had. After 20 minutes of exploration, he found that the Shenhao system had a system panel and an exchange mall. In the exchange mall, you need to exchange points to exchange, and this exchange point needs to complete tasks to obtain. Qingfeng felt speechless. Unfortunately, in the exchange mall, in addition to exchanging money, you can also exchange money. Can only be exchanged for money. It is worthy of being a system for the rich. He has nothing but money. The next day, Qingfeng got up and ate a silver-level apple. When he was about to start practicing, he received a call from his father. It seems that he has received a share transfer. As soon as he answered the phone, he heard the other party's somewhat hurried voice. Qingfeng, what have you been doing in the Magic City these few months? Why do you have 53% of the shares of Daosha? And transfer it to me. Qingfeng took out another apple, took a bite and said calmly, Dad, you also know that my priority now is practice, and I accidentally got the shares. I don't have time to manage it. Who else should I give it to if not you? Is this human language? However, Yu Wenyao thought about it carefully and it seemed to make sense. He said, Okay, I have already completed the formalities. Are you short of money? If you are, I will transfer 100 million to you. Qingfeng quickly refused and said calmly, No, Dad, I still have hundreds of billions on me, enough for me to use for a whole lifetime. Confused, Yu Wenyao hung up the phone. His son's words that he didn't need it and that hundreds of billions were enough for him to use for a while deeply stimulated him. Enough for you to use for a while? I think it's enough for you to use for several lifetimes. Yu Qingfeng saw his father hang up the phone and quickly finish the apple. He began to practice. After a month, Qingfeng easily stepped into the gold level 1 star. Both his strength and spiritual power were greatly improved. At this time, Qingfeng felt that if he used the tsunami spiritual skill, he would definitely be able to create a tsunami of more than 20 meters high. Even the water explosion arrows were greatly improved. System, open the attribute panel. Strength, gold 1. Star, power 96 tons, speed 560 kilometers per hour. Spiritual power 65 cubic meters. It's more than 1 level higher than before. Yu Qingfeng couldn't wait and hurried to the underground city and found an empty place with no one. Tsunami. A tsunami that was more than 20 meters high and several hundred meters wide appeared behind him, rushing forward with an unstoppable momentum. All the stones and weeds on the ground were washed away by the tsunami. It can be said that no grass grows wherever the tsunami goes. But at the same time, Qingfeng also felt that his spiritual power was reduced by half. The consumption of this tsunami can be said to be not small. When Qingfeng was about to go back, he saw a huge stone not far away. A bow and arrow condensed in his hand. He aimed at the stone and shot it. The water explosion arrow hit the stone. A huge explosion sounded, and the stone also broke into pieces. Now the power of the water explosion arrow is about the same as that of a missile. Nodding with satisfaction, Qingfeng returned home. He opened the system chat group and began to think about which system he should choose. His eyes were always focused on the women's clothing system. After thinking carefully, he decided that it would be better to die early and reincarnate early, because he would be chosen sooner or later anyway. Qingfeng's trembling hands gently clicked on the women's clothing system, and then chose to bind. Order! The women's clothing system is bound by the group owner. All systems. Hang-up system. What's going on? The group leader wants to wear women's clothes? Chef system. Why? Why on earth? Why didn't the group leader choose me even though she wore women's clothes? Devouring system. Maybe the group leader likes women's clothes. Chef system. I don't believe it. I don't want to listen. How could the group leader be that kind of pervert? Supernatural lottery system. I didn't expect the group leader to have such a hobby. My previous resistance seemed fake. In fact, I was already very excited inside. Order, the supernatural lottery system has been banned by the group leader for 3 days. Get lost. If you continue to discuss, I won't choose you. What do you know if I keep talking? I am strengthening my heart. I am facing my fear. Chef system, I will choose her next month. Chef system, Livy 1. Really? I knew that the group leader treats me the best. My status can finally not be the lowest. Yu Qingfeng closed the group chat. Order: the women's clothing system is successfully bound. Order: congratulations to the host for getting the novice gift package. Order: the host gets advanced disguise, makeup proficiency, false voice proficiency. Order: release system tasks. Task content: women's clothing can only be worn once and countless times, so the boy wears women's clothing to gain 100,000 popularity and fame. God-level acting skills. Ahem, Qingfeng's saliva is about to spray out. He can't believe it. 100,000 popularity? Doesn't this mean that 100,000 people will see it? No, this is absolutely not possible. I regret it. What the hell is firm in the heart of Tao? What the hell is facing fear? Fuck. Is it that I, Yu Qingfeng, will be ruined by this shit system if I want to be famous for a lifetime? What should I do with 100,000 popularity? Start a live broadcast? No, absolutely not. The popularity of live broadcast is so high, if I am recognized by people, I will be finished. What should I do now? Should I go out in women's clothing? Accompany drinking in a nightclub? Cosplay? Wait, cosplay seems to be feasible. First, the popularity of cosplay is very high. Second, there are many cross-dressing masters. Third, it is very limited. Those who know me in Shanghai don't think they will be interested in this. When I put on a better makeup, won't my sister be born? The more Qingfeng thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. He opened the mobile app to see if there were any comic exhibitions recently. He looked at all the comic exhibitions this month and found that there were a lot, especially in Jiangcheng. There were comic exhibitions almost every day, especially in the last month. There were more than 30 comic exhibitions. Qingfeng was shocked. Was this done by the system? Isn't this tailor-made for me? It's really what I want. I haven't been able to complete this task for so many days. I looked and found that there was a comic exhibition today, and it was at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Yu Qingfeng looked at the time again and found that it was only 11 o'clock. He immediately opened Taobao and spent a lot of money to buy a lot of clothes. And he said to the customer service in a domineering manner, "This is the address. I will deliver it within 1 hour. I will give you a lot of money then." He also sent the customer service a red envelope of 2 million yuan. The customer service wanted to scold him, but he calmed down instantly when he saw the delivery address. Because that is the rich area. Every house in it starts at hundreds of millions, not to mention that the address he gave is a separate rich area. Seeing that the other party sent another 2 million yuan red envelope, Taobao store immediately ignored it. Deliver the goods directly to the door. But when he saw his order, he was also stunned. Thousands of women's cosplay costumes. What Lolita, what Tsukushui, what JK girl group, Yuji black stockings, Loli white stockings, blue and white striped underwear. There are also many cosmetics. Everything is there. Is this a rich woman, Lolita? Rich. The customer service tirelessly prepared all the items and excitedly came to the rich villa area. After many tests, he finally arrived at the door of Yu Qingfeng's house. He pressed the doorbell. The next moment, he saw a very handsome man walking out. A man? He subconsciously looked behind Qingfeng and found that there was no one in the huge room. A terrible thought came to his mind. Did I meet a cross-dresser? He asked Yu Qingfeng tentatively. Excuse me, are you Mr. Yu? Yes, I am. Just leave the things here. Then Yu Qingfeng gave the Taobao store a tip of several million without saying anything. Qingfeng subconsciously opened the package and came to the mirror to check himself. After the size was correct, he was about to bring the packages in when he saw the weird look of the delivery boy. Fog. I forgot that this guy didn't leave. He quickly explained, listen to my explanation. This is for my sister. My sister looks similar to me, so. Before Qingfeng could continue to explain, he saw the delivery boy with an expression of, I understand. Qingfeng left quickly after explaining. When leaving, the customer service guy thought to himself, I can't believe how fancy the rich people are now. I really can't keep up with their thinking. As for what Yu Qingfeng said, he didn't believe a word. Looks like his sister? How about the same size? Qingfeng watched the delivery boy leave, and the idea of killing him inexplicably arose in his heart, but he quickly suppressed this terrible idea. Woohoo, I died before I could accomplish my mission. Looking at the time, it was already 1 o'clock, and Qingfeng quickly came to the mirror. He took out the cosmetics. As a master of makeup, he had countless makeup techniques in his mind. One of the 4 major magic arts in Kyushu, makeup. A few minutes later, a mature lady who was 70% similar to Yu Qingfeng appeared. Qingfeng looked at himself, then turned around and took a good look, and was very satisfied with himself. Now that I am a cross-dresser now I have to think of a name. Or just call me Yu Zijiang. Yu is the surname, Z represents childlike, innocence, and the word Jiang is to better integrate into the circle. Yes, from today on, this person is called Yu Zijiang, my sister, not Yu Qingfeng himself. Yu Qingfeng unpacked all the clothes and put them into his space ring. He thought carefully about what kind of cosplay costume he should wear. At this time, Yu Qingfeng had no idea that he had already entered the mind of the cross-dressing boss. After some thinking, Qingfeng decided to wear a maid outfit. He took out the maid outfit from the space ring and put it on carefully. Yu Qingfeng transformed himself, and an aristocratic and elegant aura spread over his body. He put on a small white lace headgear. Every strand of the beautiful wig seemed to be carefully taken care of by Qingfeng, and it hung behind him meticulously. The playful and cute decoration has a hint of nobility. The black long skirt with perfect arcs and elegant folds covered with a white lace apron. The retro black leather shoes are a perfect match for the long skirt. Yu Qingfeng looked at the perfect self in the mirror and also showed a noble smile like a queen. The only thing missing was the teapot, props, and plates. Unfortunately, there was not much time to prepare, so Yu Qingfeng got in his luxury car and drove to the gathering place of the comic exhibition. Jiangcheng, Bailong Comic Exhibition. People came and went, very lively. At this time, the comic exhibition had actually begun, and countless people who liked anime wore their favorite character costumes for everyone to watch and take pictures. There were also many people who did not wear cosplay clothes, but they held various cameras in their hands. There were also many tourists who were sightseeing, and they all held the surrounding dolls of the comic exhibition in their hands. At this time, the roar of a car attracted everyone's attention. A cool black and white Lamborghini slowly drove in and then found a parking space at the door and stopped. Everyone looked at this Lamborghini with burning eyes. They all wanted to see who the owner of this car was. Yu Qingfeng was sitting in the car at this moment and his heart was ups and downs. You know, he was not nervous when he turned the tide in front of thousands of freshmen and showed his power. Now it takes great courage to get out of the car. He took a deep breath. Opened the car door. The dazzling sunlight just happened to shine on Yu Qingfeng's beautiful face. He took a step forward. Elegant black silk with a long skirt walked out. In the eyes of everyone, a peerless lady in a gorgeous maid outfit, with a cold and aloof look, and a height of 183 came down. Countless people were shocked instantly. They originally thought that it was a middle-aged uncle or a rich young man who came down, but they didn't expect that it was a peerless woman with a charming appearance. Especially when they saw his clothes clearly, they were immediately shocked. The luxurious maid outfit on his body seemed to tell everyone that he was also here to participate in the comic exhibition. Someone in the crowd quickly took out a camera to take pictures of Yu Qingfeng. Yu Qingfeng was very nervous at this time, seeing so many people taking pictures of him. Now he just wanted to run back to his car. But since he had come out, he was embarrassed to go back and waved to them with a blushing face. Qingfeng had no idea how many people had their noses bleed because of his shy behavior. In the eyes of outsiders, Qingfeng's evasive expression just now was timid, and he wanted to refuse but also welcomed with a blushing face. By the way, this is Book Friends Group, 98151535. The group name is Tianting. It was just established not long ago, and there is a shortage of people. I hope someone will join this big family. Order? Popularity? Hearing the voice of the system, Yu Qingfeng also plucked up the courage. Using his pseudo-voice proficiency, he smiled and said to them, "Hello." The voice was crisp and pleasant, as if a fairy had descended to earth. Sweet, gentle, and eloquent, and even a little cold. With that healing smile, the otakus present cheered and said that they had found a new goddess. Soon, as time went on, Yu Qingfeng gradually let go. Without any airs, he chatted with cosplayers from other comic exhibitions. When someone found him to take a photo, Qingfeng was also very happy. Just when the comic exhibition was about to end, a young man came to Yu Qingfeng with a slight tremor and whispered, "Sister, can I take a picture of you?" Qingfeng smiled and said, "No problem." This smile melted the hearts of countless people who looked at this side. Order, popularity, value. Qingfeng never refused anyone who wanted to take a picture with him. After all, this is the popularity value. As time went by, Qingfeng actually liked this feeling inexplicably. He was so scared that he quickly dispelled this terrible idea. More and more people came to Yu Qingfeng, and more poses were asked for taking pictures. But they were all normal poses, so Qingfeng agreed to them. More and more people gathered around him to take pictures, as if there was nothing good to take pictures of at this comic exhibition except him. Yu Zijiang suddenly appeared in the comic exhibition, a dark horse-like figure. Naturally, it also made some people unhappy. So when Qingfeng and a boy made a shoulder-to-shoulder gesture, suddenly someone in the crowd of people taking photos shouted, "How can there be such people at our comic exhibition? Aren't they selling things? How can it be so above board now? Security, where are the security?" Yu Qingfeng looked in that direction and found a woman in red wearing ancient costume. She pointed at Yu Qingfeng and called for security. "How can you do such an indecent action? Don't you know that men and women should not touch each other?" The woman in red ancient costume talked endlessly. Her words were like guns. Her mouth was fast and her tongue was long. She slandered Yu Qingfeng. This matter quickly attracted attention. The security also walked over slowly. The woman in red had a red face, and when she saw that Yu Qingfeng had no intention of refutation, she felt happy. She was not forgiving, and when she saw the security guard coming not far away, she hurried over to grab the security guard and pointed at Yu Qingfeng and said, "The security guard is him. Why did you let him in? Isn't this ruining the reputation of our comic exhibition? Look at him. Don't look at him now. He was just arm in arm with this man. It's immoral. He's wearing a maid outfit. I don't know if he's cosplaying or really serving someone. Regardless of whether it's true or not, he just made up a bunch of nonsense to accuse Yu Qingfeng." Order, popularity. The security guard looked at Yu Qingfeng and found that this person was the beautiful woman who drove the Lamborghini in the morning. He looked at the woman in red who looked like a shrew next to him and recognized that this person was the daughter of a wealthy man in Jiangcheng. It's over. It's over. She can't afford to offend either side. At this time, the security guard regretted why he was so cheap and had to come over to watch the fun. Although the security guard didn't know Yu Qingfeng, he didn't know the specific identity very well. But he knew this shrew in red. She really likes comic exhibitions and is also notoriously unreasonable. If you meet someone who is prettier and more popular than her, you will basically have no good results. The security guard thought that it was already this late, and the comic exhibition should be closed. It should be okay to ask this person to leave. He carefully came to Yu Qingfeng and said, "Can anyone come with me?" Yu Qingfeng glanced at the security guard and nodded. He followed the security guard. The crowd who knew the whole process suddenly burst into an uproar. But they didn't dare to speak out. After all, they were all in this comic exhibition. They naturally knew about this woman. Soon Yu Qingfeng and the security guard came outside, just when he wanted to see how the security guard would deal with him. Then he heard the security guard say in a friendly manner, "I'm really sorry, I can't afford to offend that person. If I have to say, that person is the overlord of this area. You must be jealous when you see me. I'm just a small security guard. If I offend her, I will lose my job, and the end may be even worse." Hearing the security guard's full desire to survive, Yu Qingfeng also smiled and said to the security guard, "It's okay. Anyway, the comic exhibition is about to end, and I just want to go home. Then I want to go back." The gentle and crisp voice and the considerate and gentle smile made the security guard a little crazy. It took him a few seconds to react, and he bowed to Yu Qingfeng to thank him without even looking at him. But when he finished thanking and raised his head, there was no sign of Yu Qingfeng. 10 minutes later, Yu Qingfeng returned home. After taking off his clothes, pants, and wig, he rushed to the bathroom to take a shower. He walked out of the bathroom with ease. He lay down on the sofa. "I can't believe how tired a crossdresser is. The weather is getting colder, but he sweats so much. It makes me a little breathless. But today is really an exciting day. In fact, what Yu Qingfeng doesn't know is that as a gold-level strongman, how can he be affected by these weak external factors? These sweats and the feeling of stuffiness are caused by being too nervous." As for the shrew called security guard, Yu Qingfeng naturally didn't take it to heart. The comfortable sofa and the relaxed mood soon made him feel a little sleepy. Qingfeng fell into a dream in a few minutes. When he woke up again, it was already 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening. After washing his face and sobering up, he picked up his mobile phone to play. After another 2 hours, when Yu Qingfeng was about to turn off his mobile phone to stay up late to practice, he saw a video that rose rapidly. The cover of the video was none other than his sister. Clicking on the video, the cause and effect of the security incident was also completely sorted out. After watching the video, Qingfeng knew that someone was recording the video and recorded the whole incident. He mustered up the courage to post the video, but he didn't expect it to ferment quickly. The internet was also very speechless about the woman in red, and they expressed their opinions in the comment area. I think she is ruining this circle herself. To put it bluntly, she is jealous. My first impression of this woman is that she is sarcastic and mean. Many comic exhibitions ruin the popularity of passers-by because of this. That's right, I said that there are so many prejudices in comic exhibitions recently, and it turns out that these people are to blame. Alas, but this sister is really good looking. I don't know if I can see her at the next comic exhibition. Probably not. How can I come again if I encounter such a thing? Since it is in Zhangcheng, there will be a comic exhibition in the northern part of Zhangcheng tomorrow. I plan to try to see if I can meet her. I have an idea. That is, have you ever thought that this sister is a man? Wouldn't it be more exciting? Good guy. What does it mean to be more excited? I am getting more and more confused about this world. I didn't expect there are so many perverts. Since this matter has been sent out, how popular am I now? It should be a lot. Qingfeng turned off the system prompt sound when he went to bed. When he turned it on again, he found that the popularity value was only more than 40,000. This video has obviously been played 1,000 times. How is the popularity value of this thing calculated? Oh, damn it. I thought my career in cross-dressing could end early. In the remaining time, Yu Qingfeng saw another video related to him. This video was the one in which he threatened in the live broadcast room of Xiaoruan that if Xiaoruan won the first place again, he would eat the computer, and he actually did it. Fortunately, the other party is a warrior. If it were an ordinary person, he would probably be dead now. Before practicing, Qingfeng thought of the video called The Security Guard. After thinking about it, he picked up the phone and talked to his father. Soon the company of the red-dressed shrew went bankrupt. The red-dressed woman was also retaliated by the person she had bullied before. Time flies, and soon it came to the last day of this month. At this time, Yu Qingfeng was very good at wearing women's clothes. During this period, Qingfeng often appeared in various comic exhibitions. His popularity was also increasing. 7 or 8 days ago, he had already reached 90,000 popularity. From that day on, he stopped wearing women's clothes and did not go to comic exhibitions. The main reason was that he was confident. In his plan, he only needed to wait until the last day of this month to go to more than 30 comic exhibitions to get 10,000 popularity easily. In addition to the experience of the previous L1 system, if you want to upgrade, you just need to complete a task. Therefore, Qingfeng has been practicing at home when he has 90,000 popularity. Now is the last day of this month. He put on a blue and white JK uniform and got in his luxury car to go to the comic exhibition. The time of this comic exhibition is relatively tight, starting from 11 o'clock. All the comic exhibitions in Zhangcheng in this last month are at this time. Yu Qingfeng didn't know why this was the case. Maybe the comic exhibitions had agreed with each other. Arrived at the nearby comic exhibition. Maybe because he comes here often, he was recognized by people before he got off the car and surrounded by people. There were even many holding his signs. As soon as he opened the car door, someone came up with a Qingfeng sign and asked to take a photo. Qingfeng naturally would not refuse. Soon the comic exhibition began. After his recent frequent appearances, Yu Qingfeng gradually became the central figure. But Qingfeng also felt disgusted. Because of his sudden appearance recently, naturally some people also stared at his beauty. They came to hinder him every day, and even encountered a wretched man following him a few days ago, but Qingfeng found out. He beat it violently. This is also one of the reasons why Qingfeng wanted to practice at home a few days ago. What made him most disgusted was that there were people who took advantage of him in women's clothing. That day, Yu Qingfeng was so scared that he couldn't sleep all night. If I told them that I was a man, I'm afraid they would want to kill me the most. Yu Qingfeng thought so. Qingfeng stayed in this comic exhibition for about an hour. When he was about to say goodbye to others and go to other comic exhibitions, a huge crack suddenly appeared in the sky. Short-term underground city. This answer suddenly popped up in Qingfeng's mind. Through the huge crack, Qingfeng could clearly see the other side of the crack, which was a bloody world. The sky was bloody, the plants were bloody. It was very likely that the monsters inside were also bloody. Suddenly, at this moment, a huge suction force came from the space crack, as if it wanted to suck everyone in. Yu Qingfeng reacted quickly and tried to grab his car, but he was a step too late and was still sucked in. Qingfeng quickly adjusted his position in the air and landed safely. Qingfeng looked around and found that this was a plain, and the bloody weeds were about half a person tall. Then Qingfeng looked at the people around him again. He found that at least thousands of people were involved. They also looked around in confusion. Not long after they landed, the space crack began to slowly close. Almost everyone noticed this scene. Many people wanted to jump up and return to Blue Star. But they didn't expect that the red grass and soil had a very strong stickiness. Many people fell flat on their faces just after they jumped up. Yu Qingfeng lifted his head slightly and pushed. Sure enough, the bloody, sticky substance on his footsteps sucked him tightly. Even Yu Qingfeng could barely walk normally. Some people fell down, and even walking was troublesome. This made many people feel very uneasy. You know, in this case, they may have fallen into a very dangerous underground city. At this time, someone suddenly collapsed and cried. The person who collapsed and cried murmured, "We can't live anymore. We will definitely die here." His words became louder and louder. It seemed that something terrifying stimulated his nerves. The people close to him asked in dissatisfaction, "What do you mean? Curse us to death." The collapsed person shouted back, "Do you know where this is? This is the bloody land on the 10th floor of the space crack underground city of the Magic City. The monsters here are generally strong enough to reach gold. It is not impossible that diamonds do not exist. You have to know that the first echelon of our human beings exploring the underground city has only explored the 30th floor. The 10th floor can be said to be in the ranks of the second echelon." Boom! Everyone also showed an expression of disbelief. Some people couldn't believe this reality. They dragged their sticky steps to the front of the man and said loudly, "Impossible. Are you lying to us? I don't believe such a ridiculous thing. How could I be teleported to the 10th floor all of a sudden?" The man said so, but his body was obviously shaking, and his face was pale. It seems that he didn't have any evidence to refute it. In less than 10 minutes after arriving in the underground city, many people began to collapse and cry. The ground suddenly began to tremble, and a huge bloody worm rushed out of the ground quickly and swallowed a person. Just when they were helpless and desperate. A bright light flashed on everyone's body, and the next moment the person who flashed the light instantly disappeared on the spot. Yu Qingfeng was the same. At the same time, there was a very big response in the real world. Almost the whole Jiangcheng saw this space crack. That's right. This time the space crack is not just in one comic exhibition. All the people in more than 30 comic exhibitions disappeared and came to the underground city. In addition to these comic exhibitions, people from other gatherings were also sucked away. What star concerts, what school graduation ceremonies. As long as there are many people, they are absorbed by the space cracks. The whole Jiangcheng can be said to have lost a lot of people, and the number is at least more than 100,000. Those who were not sucked in were shocked and confused. The Superpower Bureau, the Security Bureau, and the National Defense Bureau were fully mobilized. At this tense moment, Dusha and Huya platforms and Jiangcheng TVs were hacked. Advertisements, cartoons, and TV series on TV were replaced with live broadcasts. The entire Dusha and Huya were in a semi-paralyzed state. There was a huge stone slab open space in the live broadcast room. There were many ancient characters on the stone slabs. What is this? What happened today? Just when the people were still confused, a person slowly appeared in the live broadcast room. The person was a woman. She was wearing revealing clothes, and the majestic mountain in front of him was only wrapped in a few pieces of red cloth. There were a lot of gold jewelry on her body, some exotic flavor. She also looked very beautiful. Just when the people were confused, the woman in the live broadcast room spoke. She said loudly, "Hello, pigs of Jiangcheng." The people who heard this were furious on the spot. What did she just say? She actually called the people of Jiangcheng pigs. Before the people could say anything, the woman in the live broadcast room spoke again. "You should experience this despair. This will be the moment when our blood mist church will be famous all over the world. And I will be the first great priest to destroy a city." Her smile was a little distorted. She tilted her head and said to the camera with big eyes and small eyes, "You must be very curious about what happened at this time, right? In fact, it is very simple. The appearance of this short-term underground city crack is actually the great masterpiece of our blood mist church. It is also a sacrifice to the great Lord of Blood Mist. Look at what this is." The screen in the live broadcast room turned, and a huge underground maze appeared. There were tens of thousands of people separated in various places in the maze. Yu Qingfeng was also in it. The people were completely shocked, especially Dusha. The barrage was already flying all over the sky. Fog? What did I see? I saw my classmate in it. Isn't that Yu Zijiang? I like him very much. Jiang Cheng is too miserable. What does this high priest want to do? Ah, my Yu Zijiang, my humble knight is late. The high priestess spoke again, and her tone of voice was a little fanatical and crazy. See, I'm in the center of this maze. Guess what we are going to do? That's right, we are going to sacrifice all these people. The entire maze is a huge altar built by our blood mist cult, and it's full of dangers. Ha! Wait until you see with your own eyes that they are all sacrificed and died. It's Jiang Cheng's turn. After the altar is activated and the sacrifice is successful, more than 30 diamond-level monsters will be controlled. Then you will become a stepping stone for my blood mist cult. At this moment, countless people were stunned. Some of them were incredulous, and some of the timid ones had even driven to other cities. No, it's just diamond level. We have extraordinary and star-level powerhouses in Juzhou. They will definitely come to save us. This sentence made many people regain their confidence. She raised her hand and clenched it into a fist and said loudly, "That's right, the star-level powerhouse will come back to save us." This call was getting louder and louder. The high priest suddenly showed a little panic. People thought she was scared, and the call became louder. The high priest trembled and said, "Yes, Juzhou has New Yao and super deterrent-level powerhouses." What am I doing? Before he could continue, the female high priest suddenly laughed. She said arrogantly, "Juzhou's current New Yao level powerhouses are now trapped by us in the extremely cold land. It will take at least a week to escape. As for your Juzhou's superpowers, ha 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 ha, it's impossible for them to come to save you. They are also trapped now. Since we dare to do it, naturally, we have made all the preparations. Okay, you guys can slowly enjoy the last moments of these pigs. Look at them howling in despair. Look at their unwilling pain. Then they will all transfer to you." Terror, panic, fear, despair instantly surged into the hearts of the people of Jiangcheng. It's over, it's over. My parents are still in Jiangcheng. Is it too late for me to go back now? Blood Mist Cult. I know it's a cult that has been active recently. What happened to the deep, extraordinary people in our Juzhou? Based on my years of observing diplomacy, it is very likely that they have been pinned down by the extraordinary people in some countries. Of course, this is my guess. It's not a guess, it's a fact. There are only a few extraordinary strong people in the world. The extraordinary monsters in the dungeon can't get out again. I think this possibility is very high. Some countries are just unhappy with our Juzhou. If Jiangcheng is massacred this time, its international status will be greatly reduced. It seems very likely when you say that. Damn, it must have been done by the lighthouse country. Our country obviously didn't steal, rob, or cheat like him. They are all developing peacefully. They really deserve to die. Then Jiangcheng really has no other way. As soon as this barrage came out, the entire live broadcast room fell silent. Can't we mobilize people from other cities to support? No. We must wait until the fat, star-level powerhouses take action to stabilize it. Each diamond-level powerhouse needs to be stationed in a city. When they come, their city will be attacked by the cult. By then, the whole Juzhou will be in chaos. The only way now is to alienate people and let the diamond-level powerhouses in nearby cities hold these monsters until the new star-level powerhouses arrive. But what? But Jiangcheng is a first-tier city. There are tens of millions of people in total. It is impossible to transfer the population. Although there are 10 diamond-level powerhouses stationed, they are not enough. Once more than 30 diamond-level monsters arrive, they will definitely be accompanied by tens of millions of platinum-level beasts. By then, it will be powerless to save the situation. What? Why is it like this? Does our Juzhou have to go through this catastrophe? Yes, I'm from Jiangcheng. I'm on a business trip and I'm supposed to go back tomorrow. My whole family is still in there. Alas, I just got a call from my parents telling me to live well. They transferred all their savings to me. Please accept my condolences to the people upstairs. Damn cult. I'm going to join the security bureau in the future. I'm going to kill any cultist I see to avenge Jiangcheng. The popularity of the live broadcast room is growing. Even other cities are paying attention to the situation here all the time. Underground city. Yu Qingfeng touched his head and looked around. He found that there were many strange runes on the surrounding walls. He was a little confused. Qingfeng didn't know where he was now. Were we teleported here? Or is the place where we landed a relic, and then someone touched it, which led to us being teleported away? Qingfeng thought carefully but couldn't figure it out, so he simply stopped thinking about it. He was surrounded by walls, and the light was not particularly dark, just enough to see the road ahead. He walked forward carefully. Soon Qingfeng walked to a corner smoothly. He walked to the left. After all, men go left and women go right. In this way, Yu Qingfeng wandered around like a headless fly. Look, Yu Zijiang has started to act. Really, he hasn't shown any panic until now, but it's a pity. I really like him. Yu Zijiang, who is he? Someone asked who Yu Zijiang was in the barrage, and soon an enthusiastic netizen gave an explanation and answer. Yu Zijiang is a cute girl who has been very popular at the comic exhibition recently. The characters she cosplays are all perfectly restored. The heroine of the previous security incident. The one in the corner of the maze. Yes, the beautiful sister with a blue and white striped skirt, a white top, white stockings, a blue bow on the neckline, and eyes closed all the time? Yes, that's him. Wow, he looks so good, sister. It turned out to be him, I remember. I often see him in some strange software recently. It should be AI face changing. At that time, I was very curious about whose face it was. What a fellow traveler. Hearing what you said, it's really a pity. He seems to have lost his way. He is lucky enough not to have encountered any monsters until now. I really can't bear to see our Zijiang die. At the same time, Qingfeng walked for about an hour and soon found something wrong. He found that he seemed to be standing still. He made a mark on the spot and walked forward again. This time he still saw the corner, but he didn't plan to turn. After walking straight for about 10 minutes, he saw the mark he made. At the same time, he was sure that he was trapped here. Order, congratulations to the host for increasing his popularity to 10W, or be rewarded with God-level acting skills. Order, the system level is upgraded to L of 2. Yu Qingfeng was a little confused and didn't understand why his popularity value was suddenly full. Could it be that those dead otakus on Blue Star heard that I was absorbed by the short-term underground city and were heartbroken and made a big fuss about it? It seems that only this explanation is more reasonable. Qingfeng opened the system. As usual, I started to check what was updated after the system upgrade. Like the previous system, the system mall was updated, and Qingfeng didn't think about it, just clicked it. In the system mall of the women's clothing system, I saw it at a glance. The first and most expensive item in the first column. It was a long cane with a yellow bow. Qingfeng felt strangely familiar, and a bad feeling came to his mind. He tremblingly clicked to view the details. Price, special price now, only 10W popularity points. Introduction. With Mahao Soju's magic wand, you only need to shout the transformation slogan. The key scepter that hides the power of darkness. Show me your true power, and Yu Zijiang, who made a promise with you, orders you to lift the seal. Then you can transform into a magical girl. With the blessing of the magical girl, your strength will increase 10 times. Picture JPG. Ah, my eyes! Qingfeng's eyes are about to go blind, with an expression of wanting to cry, but not having tears. Especially that picture. It turned out to be Yu Qingfeng's appearance after he put on the magical girl. Damn, it's so pitfall. I don't want to be a monkey Soju. But his tenfold increase in strength is really tempting. And it's on sale. You only need 100,000 popularity points to buy it, and he just has 100,000 popularity points now. Which is more important, life or reputation? It must be reputation. Even if a person is no longer in the world, he must leave his innocence in the world. Even if I, Yu Qingfeng, jump from here, starve to death, or die outside. I will never buy this monkey Soju magic wand. Oh my god, it smells so good! In the end, Yu Qingfeng bought it. Ahem, Dang Dang's trump card is still very good for saving lives. Since the mission has been completed, I'd better stay here honestly and wait until the next day to call out the assassination system. At that time, I will open the map and take a good look at what happened. Then Qingfeng leaned against the wall and began to practice. This scene caused the fans who had been observing him in the live broadcast room to start a crazy discussion. It seems that Yu Zijiang found that he has been going in circles, so he just sat down to practice. Is this giving up hope? I think this is the right choice. I saw other people were killed by monsters or mechanisms after walking around for a few minutes. The whole flesh and blood was swallowed by the altar, and there was no bone left. Indeed, as long as Yu Zijiang and others died later, the disaster in Jiangcheng would be later. Mayu, he may have begun to despair in his heart now. He even wants to cry. It would be great if I was by his side at this time. I would comfort him well. Yes, I saw the struggle on his face. Speaking of which level of practitioner is Yu Zijiang, I think the spirit stones he uses for cultivation are silver-grade spirit stones. That's worth thinking about. His level must be bronze. Someone immediately came out to refute. How do you know? Our Yu Zijiang is so perfect, his strength should be at least silver. I think you are really crazy. I know something about Yu Zijiang. He often attends comic exhibitions. Where would he have so much time to practice? Besides, I remember that Yu Zijiang seems to have a very good family. He has a Lamborghini, and now the JK he wears are all genuine. What's so strange about having a silver-grade spirit stone? I think Yu Zijiang is starting to get scared and wants to practice to give him a sense of security. These words are also recognized by many people. Qingfeng sat there for a whole day. Nowadays, almost everyone in Juzhou can't sleep all night, and there are many warriors. The current live broadcast room can be said to be very lively. Dosha's discussion about Yu Zijiang is still going on. Even after a day, they are still discussing it tirelessly. It's not that they are bored, but they really like Yu Zijiang too much. I'm afraid that they won't see his beautiful and moving face again in a short time. At this time, Qingfeng heard that the popularity value in his ear has stopped calling. He also guessed that a day may have passed. He tried to call the system. Sure enough, no one paid attention to him. He opened the system chat group again, and without too much nonsense, he directly chose the assassination system. Order: the assassination system has been bound by the group owner. The message of the group butler in the chat group told all the systems. Suddenly, the system group, which was originally a little deserted, had systems bubbling up in an instant, and discussions began to analyze what the group owner was missing now. The devouring system said with strong envy, "I didn't expect that the assassination system was loved by the group leader. Alas, I was one of the first systems to enter the chat group." Soon a system immediately refuted. Automatic cultivation system, V3. You are not the worst at all. In fact, you are still good. You are only LV2. Look at the current chef system. She was still talking in the group from time to time, talking and laughing, and she was very cheerful. Look at her now. Her avatar is gray. The chef system suddenly bubbled up and burst out with strong dissatisfaction. Chef system, Level 1. Ah, group leader, you went back on your word. You clearly told me before that after the women's clothing system, it would be my turn. You cheated me. That's too much. I still protected you and loved you so much, but now you betrayed me and let down a weak system like me. Ah, okay. I'm in a little trouble now. You can ask the women's clothing system. I will definitely choose you after I solve the problem. Really? The group leader is so good to me. All systems. Superpower lottery system. Fuck. Awesome. Is this what it means to be a bootlicker? At women's clothing system, what happened to the group leader? The women's clothing system uploaded a picture. The systems were a little curious. They asked her what happened and why she uploaded the picture. The systems opened the group album very skillfully. Then they saw the group leader in maid clothes, the group leader in school swimsuits, the group leader in bunny girls, the group leader in REM, the group leader in JK girls. All systems. Fuck. Supernatural lottery system. The women's clothing of the group owner is really good. Really good. At women's clothing system, please post more next time. Order: the supernatural lottery system has been banned by the group owner for 15 days. Order: the women's clothing system has been banned by the group owner for 30 days. Order: the women's clothing system cannot upload pictures due to the group owner's permission. At this time, Yu Qingfeng's face was full of black lines. He asked the system group privately, "Can I delete the group album?" Order: this system cannot interfere with the breakthroughs that have been uploaded. Even the group owner can't do that? Yeah, it's over. Qingfeng was a little desperate, thinking about the future. He didn't know how those systems would look at him. But the system chat group seemed to have a solution. This gave Yu Qingfeng hope, and he quickly said, "But what?" Order: but the group album can be locked. Unless you allow it, other systems can't see it. Lock it for me. Qingfeng said without hesitation, and changed the name of this album to Taboo. Post a group announcement to me. No one can tell this matter. Yu Qingfeng's face flushed, as if telling some secrets that cannot be revealed. Although Qingfeng didn't know whether the systems were living beings, after getting along with them for so long, he knew that these systems were almost the same as people. They had joys, sorrows, anger, and happiness, as well as joys and sorrows. So Qingfeng never used them as tools to ruthlessly improve his own strength. Although it is mutually beneficial and complementary for Qingfeng, this is more like a friend. He would still join the group chat discussion from time to time, talking and laughing. It added a lot of fun to the long journey. But now this women's clothing system is really too much. It actually uploaded its women's clothing photos to the group album, and I can't delete it. How can I gain a foothold in the group in the future? Woo! As fans of Zhejiang, they naturally saw his abnormality. The blushing and shy face, the look of wanting to find a hole to hide in, instantly made countless people excited. Although they didn't know why it was like this, they didn't care about these details. Ah, our Zhejiang's shy look is so cute. Damn it, it's just the 10th floor of the dungeon. I don't care. For the sake of my goddess, I will fight to the death to save him. Why did Zhejiang suddenly blush and shy? Is he thinking about his boyfriend? Zhejiang, next time you check into a room with him, remember to use the condom I gave you so that I can feel involved. Oh, I'm so cruel now that I don't have the strength. If I had the strength, Zhejiang wouldn't be in such a desperate situation. Some people like it, and naturally some people hate it. Even some jealous and tyrannical people have been eyeing him for a long time, especially these barrages, which made them feel bored. What a garbage, you Zhejiang. You are still thinking about that kind of thing until now? You are not a good bird at first glance. Yeah, if he didn't go to the comic convention, maybe there wouldn't be so many people to sacrifice, and Zhang Cheng wouldn't be in such danger. You guys are funny for the happiness of a dying man. I think he looks just so-so. I really don't understand what's so good about him. He's not even as good as my brother. Soon this very offensive remark was immediately retorted. What do you mean? This kind of thing is blamed on our Zhejiang. If it is really as you said, then the school graduation ceremony and those popular star tours are all responsible. The quarrel here soon attracted the attention of other people watching the live broadcast. They all fixed their eyes on Yu Zhejiang. At this time, Qingfeng had adjusted his state and immediately turned on the map function of the assassination system. Soon a super complex and huge maze appeared in front of Qingfeng. Is this an underground maze? It seems that it was inevitable that I was marking time in the same place before. Since the assassination system also has its own enemy hostility display. So basically all the monsters on the map are red, including the entire dungeon. What does this mean? Is the entire dungeon alive, or is this dungeon hostile to me? Qingfeng was a little confused, but he found that this dungeon was really dangerous. There were monsters almost everywhere, and there were even many traps. Fortunately, Qingfeng's current position was a little off to the lower right, otherwise he might have to go through some trouble. At the same time, Qingfeng was a little confused. He always felt that the central area of the maze seemed familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere. Especially the bright red area on the periphery. That kind of pattern, that kind of symbol. Qingfeng soon remembered that this was exactly the same as the pattern in the blood pool in the middle when he went to kill Yanyang before. Blood mist cult. We were teleported here. Could it be the work of the evil cult? Qingfeng was a little unbelievable. Suddenly, he thought of the comic exhibition on the last day of last month. Qingfeng vaguely remembered that there were at least 30 comic exhibitions that day, and the comic exhibitions all started at 11 o'clock. Could it be that the Blood Mist cult had already prepared these activities? Then what do they want to do with so many people? Is it still the same sacrifice as before? Sacrifice? Wait, I should know why the whole maze is hostile to me now. This time it is likely to be the same as before. The whole maze may be an altar. Qingfeng's experience with Yanyang is still vivid. In his brief cognition, the Blood Mist cult just likes to make sacrifices, and at the same time, they like to make the altar very big. There are so many backups. If this is the case, it makes sense. If we are all sacrifices, it is normal for the maze to be hostile to me. Is the maze alive? Definitely not. I'm afraid it's the hostility of the priest who controls the altar. Qingfeng was a little annoyed and didn't understand why he could encounter it every time. Looking at the number of people this time, I'm afraid the scale is not small. However, with so many people, the rescue of Zhuzhou should arrive soon. Forget it. I'd better speed up and go to the center to check the situation. System, confirm the assassination target. Everyone who is hostile to me. Order, assassination target has been determined. Order, time limit 3 days. Reward assassination points 9999. There is still a time limit? Forget it. Qingfeng narrowed the map to the upper right of his sight. Then he used the dragon and snake dance steps to quickly go to the place where monsters were densely concentrated nearby. With the map, he easily found the correct exit. About 10 minutes later, Qingfeng skillfully bypassed various dead ends and finally came to a relatively narrow passage. This passage was very dim. His brows were furrowed. On the map, it was shown as a large red area. The only explanation was that this was a trap, but he felt something was wrong. In Qingfeng's map, this was the only way to go to the center. Since it was a must-go passage, why was there a trap? Fuck, is Zijiang cheating? She bypassed so many dead ends so easily. Zijiang's luck is really good. Didn't you notice that Yu Zijiang is so fast? This speed is at least silver, right? Yes, a goddess is a goddess. No matter what she does, she is perfect. It's a pity that such a talented genius is going to fall here. Soon someone in the live broadcast room recognized this place. Ah, I know this place. The last time I watched someone came here, he walked in and was shot into a hornet's nest by arrows. The flesh and blood of the corpse was absorbed by the dungeon and there was no bone left. Tear it apart. Is it true? It's true. Many people have been here, and almost all of them died here. Is my Zijiang going to end her life here? It was also at this time that a recognized great god in the Fighting Shark live room stood up and said, I really don't understand why the Blood Mist cult is doing a live broadcast. Do they really want to appreciate our despair? From our perspective, we know that this underground city is a maze, and we can see tens of thousands of people in the maze. But the people in the underground city maze don't know. Let me analyze it for you. This is the only passage leading to the center. There are only a few similar passages on the periphery, but they are all traps. The last person who survives will definitely come to this narrow passage. If someone dies here, they may think it is a trap and look for another exit. Let their own families know the answer and the exit to survive, but they are powerless and fall into indescribable despair and pain. The Blood Mist cult is really too cruel. It can be said that they have completely lost humanity. These analyses instantly frightened countless people. I just observed carefully and looked at the distribution of the entire maze. Sure enough, just as the great god said, the maze has a line of exits. After passing a certain level, they will definitely come to Yu Zijiang's location. Ah, my Yu Zijiang, you should have practiced well in the same place before. Why did you start to walk around? Yu Qingfeng, who was standing in the same place, had been thinking for a while. During this time, he was also observing the map and analyzing it. The conclusion he finally came to was similar to the analysis of the barrage god. But after all, it was not exactly the same, and there was a deviation. What does this mean? There are only a few exits, but they are all traps. Do you want to see us kill each other, or do you want to see us running around like headless flies without knowing where to go, and then finally die in despair in this maze that may be an altar? The coldness in his eyes became even stronger. Humph, the Blood Mist cult likes to play this. Since you want to sacrifice, why don't you just kill them? You like to play. Then I, Yu Qingfeng, will accompany you to the end. He changed his strategy, his body slightly bent, and he ran the dragon snake dance with all his strength, rushing into the passage quickly. As soon as he stepped in, the wall in the narrow passage seemed to sense something and shot out rows of arrows. Qingfeng felt the danger and cursed in his heart. How fast it seems that the Blood Mist cult has no intention of letting people pass. You know, Qingfeng is now running the dragon snake dance with all his strength, and the speed is at least 660 kilometers per hour. But the moment he stepped in here, the mechanism was triggered. Qingfeng stopped immediately and began to dodge the arrows. The passage was very dim, and Qingfeng couldn't see the arrows clearly, only some vague shadows. After he barely dodged a few arrows, he quickly used his supernatural power to condense a lot of water balls floating around him. Protect yourself tightly. As long as an arrow touches the water, Qingfeng can sense it and use it to dodge. After more than 10 minutes, Qingfeng easily dodged all of them. At the same time, the arrows on the wall were no longer fired, as if they had run out of arrows. Qingfeng activated the cold jade hand, and his palm became as crystal clear as jade. He gently felt for the arrows on the ground. He picked one up and walked out of the dim passage. The update time is about 12 noon to 1 p.m. every day. Holding this arrow, he left the dark passage. After walking out of the dark passage, the light shone on Qingfeng's face again. With the help of the light, he looked at the dark arrow in his hand and found that the aura of this arrow was extremely strong. Even with the cold jade hand on guard, he could still feel the extreme deadly danger. At the same time, There was black smoke on the arrowhead. Poisonous. This turned out to be a gold-level arrow. In the outside world, a gold-level arrow can be said to be priceless. If you want to buy it, you need to make a reservation, and you can only buy a dozen at a time. Although a dozen is enough, after all, it is a gold-level arrow that is very durable and powerful, and can be recycled. But there are hundreds of them here. Qingfeng's eyes flickered, and he ran back quickly to pick up all the arrows on the ground. After about 10 minutes, Qingfeng took away all the arrows in the dark passage. There were more than 1,000 arrows in total. He checked patiently and found that they were all gold-level arrows. Qingfeng was excited. He changed his plan again. He opened the map and found other passages. He memorized the route and started to act excitedly. That's right. This time Qingfeng planned to follow the 3 light policy, which are steal light, take light, and rob light. If you don't take the benefits, you are a fool. Besides, this is the benefit of the Blood Mist cult. At the same time, the live broadcast room was completely blown up. Fuck! Is this my Zijiang? She's so strong! B-level water ability, and she uses it so well. Yu Zijiang is really a genius. Such a genius is going to fall in the underground city. It's really a misfortune for Zhuzhou. Ah, it's really too Feng. He closed his eyes, swung his ability, and dodged to the maximum, especially that cold and arrogant expression. It's worth being happy. I didn't expect Yu Zijiang to use up all the arrows in the trap. If other survivors come here, they can enter the middle level safely. But if they knew that this was a live broadcast, and that this was a conspiracy of the Blood Mist cult, they might not look for the exit but stay together, try their best to ensure that they don't die, and then wait for the rescue of the new Yao-level strongmen. Yes, although this exit to the middle level is no longer dangerous, there are many monsters in the middle level. While discussing in the live broadcast room, Qingfeng came to a dark path again. This time, there was an extremely large vine stationed at the entrance of the dark path. There was a bright red flower above the vine. There were tens of millions of people in the live broadcast room, most of whom were well informed. When they saw this monster, they exclaimed and typed barrages. Fuck. Yu Zijiang's luck is really too bad now. He actually encountered a flower vine monster with a strength as high as gold. And that flower has the function of confusing and enchanting. Especially his vines, ordinary weapons can't cut it. Seems that my Zijiang's life is about to end now. At the same time, the flower vine monster had already seen Yu Qingfeng and cast a charm, and the pungent flower fragrance slowly drifted over. Qingfeng just felt that his eyes were a little erratic. Soon, a man slowly appeared in front of Yu Qingfeng. He instantly became alert. He took a closer look. He was the kind of extremely handsome guy, with muscles, looks, and abdominal muscles. He didn't even wear pants. It can be said that he was very huge. Qingfeng was stunned on the spot, with black lines all over his face. The flower vine monster saw that Qingfeng didn't move and thought that he was enchanted by him and couldn't walk. The vines also slowly approached. At this moment, in Qingfeng's eyes, the man in revealing clothes slowly approached him. Qingfeng was immediately frightened and shouted, "Don't come over here!" This sentence made the flower vine demon a little confused. He soon reacted and thought Qingfeng was very shy. He quickly controlled his charm and asked the man to take off his clothes. Then he walked in front of Yu Qingfeng and gently stroked him. Qingfeng still stood there, saying that he wanted to wash his eyes. Then the next moment, the vine stretched down. Flower vine demon. The man was stunned for a moment, and Yu Qingfeng understood the expression instantly, as if to say, with a penis, innocence is gone. What happened recently? Yu Qingfeng directly lost his mind and took out the golden tang sword in the space ring and chopped at this person. The flower vine demon didn't react and was chopped into pieces by the sharp tang sword. Order, assassination successful. Assassination points +1. Wow, my Zijiang was touched by someone in the end. Fool! Just when everyone in the live broadcast room was worried, Yu Zijiang suddenly conjured up a tang sword and chopped all the vines. What happened? How did Yu Zijiang get rid of the charm? I understand, Zijiang found something wrong from the beginning. Standing there is not because of being charmed, but resisting the charm, looking for clarity in the depths of his heart. Tianjiao, it must be a Tianjiao in the Supreme Academy. Such a Tianjiao is going to die in it. It is really a loss for Zhuzhou. Is the sky going to harm us, Zhuzhou? With this characterization, I have now confirmed it. Those AI face-changing and Zijiang's sultry rumors on the internet are all rumors. Yes, Zijiang's mentality and appearance really seem like a real fairy. What a rubbish female star. From now on, Zhejiang is the only goddess in my heart. Just when the people in the live broadcast room thought Qingfeng was going to turn around and leave, Qingfeng walked straight into the passage. Fuck, what is Zhejiang doing? Once again, countless golden arrows were shot out. This time, Qingfeng was very experienced and dodged them, all easily. The audience in the live broadcast room was stunned by his familiarity. More and more people are talking about Yu Zhejiang. If the women's clothing system is still there at this time, Qingfeng's popularity must have exceeded 1 million. 10 minutes later, Qingfeng came out again. His face was not tired, but ruddy, and he seemed to be very satisfied with this move. This stunned the audience in the live broadcast room. This is Yu Zhejiang's main weapon, a bow and arrow? Then there are no arrows in his storage space, so go to the maze to get them? That's not right. Didn't he take hundreds of arrows before? It seems to be enough, and the arrows can be retrieved after they are shot. Are you stupid? Such dangerous arrows must be extraordinary. Maybe they are gold-level arrows. Gold level? Are you kidding? Is the Blood Mist cult so rich? It's not impossible. After the sacrifice, they have plenty of time to recycle these arrows. It seems to be the case. Wait, look at Yu Zhejiang's route now. He seems to be heading to the third passage. How is it possible? Yu Zhejiang doesn't know the map. 10 minutes later, under the gaze of millions of people in the live broadcast room, Yu Zhejiang did come to the third exit passage and used up all the arrows very skillfully. Then he took all the arrows away with a happy look on his face. Brothers, I checked the information. This arrow is called Black Arrow and is of gold quality, and it has an extremely strong poison. I observed it more than a dozen times, and it is indeed very similar. Fog, I was wondering why Zhejiang wanted to collect these arrows. The Blood Mist cult must have been confused when they went to recycle the arrows. They must have been thinking about all my arrows. Absolutely. It's really amazing. It's just a bandit. I didn't expect you to be like this, Yu Zhejiang. I'm more curious about where this Blood Mist cult came from and why there are so many gold-level arrows. Well, yes, it seems that the Blood Mist cult has been accumulating strength in secret. 10 minutes later, Qingfeng was very close to the third passage at this time. Just a few corners away, the ground suddenly shook violently. What happened? He looked at the map and found a huge red dot that seemed to be rushing here. Qingfeng quickly looked in the direction of the red dot. Survivors were found, as well as the huge roller ball that was more than 10 meters high behind them. Ah, I don't want to die. Help, someone save me. There were about a dozen people running away in front of the giant ball. It seemed that they had touched some kind of mechanism. Qingfeng used the dragon and snake dance steps and ghostly body movements to quickly pick up those who were about to be crushed. Then he took them and jumped to the back of the roller giant ball. After putting that person down, Qingfeng continued to jump back, jumping sideways, repeatedly, and rescued the rest of the people one by one as before. After Qingfeng made sure that there were no other people, he also asked those who were still in shock, "Are you okay?" Qingfeng subconsciously used a female voice, and the crisp and pleasant voice made many people subconsciously relax. At the same time, the idea of actively approaching him arose in their hearts. A handsome but somewhat embarrassed man walked towards Qingfeng while tidying up his clothes. After a few steps, he came to Qingfeng and said, "It's okay. With a beautiful lady like you around, how could anything happen?" "Ahem, let me introduce myself. I am." Qingfeng frowned. "Ni Hongsheng?" He knew this man, and he had a grudge against his original self. He was a second-generation rich man and ranked third in Jiangcheng. At that time, the Yu family ranked first, the Qian family ranked second, and the Ni family ranked third. The funniest thing was that the Yu family went bankrupt, and when the Qian family went bankrupt, he should have become the richest man in Jiangcheng, but was surpassed by the Wen family. He became the second richest in Jiangcheng. In his memory, he used to be brothers with him, but after he fell from grace, he even took advantage of his misfortune and almost killed him. After becoming the second richest man in Jiangcheng, he became even more lawless. He played very fancy every day. Qingfeng had no intention of listening any further and interrupted directly, "You should find a safe corner and wait for Juzhou's rescue. This time the space crack is likely caused by a cult, and this maze is not a relic in the underground city, so don't run around anymore." The others also exclaimed after hearing this. "What do you mean this is a maze? What do you mean this is a cult? Then why did they teleport us here?" Qingfeng did not hide it either. After all, saving one person is probably a sacrifice. I destroyed a Blood Mist cult's den before. I can only say that this cult is very scary. especially likes to play the sacrifice trick. More than a dozen people were in an uproar. They all looked at Qingfeng in disbelief. They couldn't imagine that a person with such a delicate appearance and such a young age could be so powerful. He destroyed a cult's base alone. They are all human beings. Why is the gap so huge? Qingfeng looked at the time and said, "Okay, if you run into other survivors, remember to tell them. I'm in a hurry and have to go to the central government to see." A dozen people were reluctant to hear that Qingfeng was leaving and wanted him to stay to protect them. But they also knew that this was wrong. So they didn't say anything to stop him. But one person didn't think so, and that person was Ni Hongsheng. When Qingfeng turned to leave, he grabbed Qingfeng's hand. Qingfeng turned his head, looked at him coldly and asked, "What do you want?" The man said, "I need your protection, okay? As long as you protect me, I will give you good resources when I get out. You can even marry into a wealthy family. I'll tell you the truth. I'm Ni Hongsheng, the son of the second richest man in Jiangcheng." Before he finished speaking, he felt an extremely strong resentment and murderous intent. He quickly let go of his hand. Qingfeng resisted the urge to chop him and said, "I have something important to do. I always feel that something is wrong, so I have to go to the central government to see what's going on. If you want me to protect you, you can follow me, but whether you can survive is another matter." Qingfeng's meaning was already very clear. Ni Hongsheng's face turned blue and purple, and he seemed to be a little unbelievable about Qingfeng's refusal. He looked at the other people behind him again. You know, these people were actually brought here by him. It was Ni Hongsheng who promised them that they would have no worries about food and clothing after he told them about his background, and he boasted to them a lot on the way. For the sake of face, Ni Hongsheng grabbed Yu Qingfeng's hand and said, "I am Ni Hongsheng from Jiangcheng. I see your clothes. Your family must be quite poor. You must be quite coquettish in private. As long as you protect me and become my woman, I will give you the best resources. And according to your talent, you will have no problem becoming a platinum crystal level expert. Even become a diamond level. Are you done?" Qingfeng's coldness became stronger. Ni Hongsheng was a little confused. "You're done? Since you've finished, I'm leaving." "What?" Ni Hongsheng was a little shocked. He was not even tempted. He hurriedly said, "What's wrong with becoming a woman of the Ni family? In the future, you can directly ascend to a higher position without making too much effort. By the way, your parents, yes, as long as you become my Ni Hongsheng's woman, your family will live a better life. Otherwise, they may live a worse life." He didn't say the rest of the words. Ni Hongsheng almost used coercion to the extreme. "Since you are dressed like this, you must be attending comic conventions to earn some extra money. I have seen many people like you. As long as you—" Before he could finish, Qingfeng instantly drew out his knife and chopped off his head that was a little arrogant. Blood gushed out and the head fell off. All this happened so fast that Ni Hongsheng's mouth was still moving. He wanted to speak, but he couldn't. He could only stare at Yu Qingfeng in disbelief. The others had already been frightened by this scene and fled everywhere. No assassination point? Did he have no hatred for me before killing me? No way. Qingfeng put away the tong sword, slowly picked up his head, and then said in his ear, "Ni Hongsheng, are you so arrogant just because you became the second richest man in Jiangcheng? You must be curious about who I am. It's me, Yu Qingfeng." Ni Hongsheng's brain, which was still able to think, suddenly crashed. He was stunned, completely stunned. With a face full of disbelief, he wanted to speak, but his vocal cords were cut. How could he speak? He could only look at the beautiful woman in front of him in horror. The man suddenly thought of the rumors in Jiangcheng a few months ago saying that Yu Qingfeng's eyes were healed, but he just couldn't open them. And the girl in front of him couldn't open her eyes either. So it is really possible that it is Yu Qingfeng. What? Why did it become like this? Wasn't he afraid that we would go to other cities? Why did he come back again? If I had listened to him and hid, wouldn't this have happened? I'm not willing. Yu Qingfeng, I want you to die. After saying this, Qingfeng put Ni Hongsheng's head on the ground, and then it was slowly swallowed up by the dungeon. Order, assassination successful, reward assassination points. This? Bronze-level monsters have more than 2,000 points. How dare Lin Xiu talk to someone who is much stronger than him like this? Family background? Has he always been so brave? Why didn't I know it before? At the same time, in Blue Star, Jiangcheng Ni's family, a middle-aged man was heartbroken when he saw his son being beheaded by this man named Yu Zijiang. That's right, this man is Ni Hongsheng's father, Ni Shengtian. Ah, quick, find Yu Zijiang's parents for me. I want them dead. Since you want to kill my son, I'm going to kill your whole family. Yes, I'm going to ruin your reputation. Ni Shengqian suddenly thought of something and quickly picked up the phone to say something. Sitting on the chair, he trembled and took out a pack of cigarettes and smoked. Looking at the family portrait on the expensive small-leaf rosewood table, tears flowed. No matter if you are a genius or not, I not only want your whole family to die to avenge my son, but I also want you to be ruined. Become the public enemy of Juzhou. Everyone who saw this scene was stunned. No sound could be heard in the live room. They only saw Ni Hongsheng and Yu Zijiang say something, and then there was a conflict, and Ni Hongsheng suddenly grabbed Yu Zijiang's hand. Ni Hongsheng's expression changed for a while, and then he was killed by Qingfeng. Qingfeng even picked up his head and seemed to say something. What happened? Fuck, what did Ni Hongsheng say that made Yu Zijiang want to kill him and cut him down without hesitation? You used the word "it" very skillfully above me. Yu Zijiang, who killed someone, is still so beautiful. She is simply the reincarnation of the angel of death. Especially when she held its head, she really looked like a yandere. I like yanderes the most. Wise? You said on the internet that you like yanderes and shout edits, but when you really meet a yandere, you shout for help. Yu Zijiang. Yu Zijiang? You killed someone without blinking an eye. Nonsense. She closed her eyes. What happened? I really want to know. Me too. I'm really curious. I've wanted to kill Ni Hongsheng, this idiot, for a long time. I heard that many people died in his hands, and he threatened and played with young girls every day. Yeah, this guy was so arrogant after the Yu and Qian families went bankrupt. At this time, there were suddenly more and more negative comments about Yu Zijiang. What a rubbish Yu Zijiang. At this time, he is still putting pressure on us, Juzhou. Every death is a sacrifice to the underground city. That's right. Every death puts Juzhou Jiangcheng in danger. What a rubbish person. Maybe he is from a cult. I knew that Yu Zijiang was not a good person. I could see it before. Now he kills people without batting an eyelid. He must have done this kind of thing a lot. Nai, Hongsheng is so pitiful. He must have had a relationship with Yu Zijiang. Yes, there must be a relationship. Brother Ni Hongsheng must have been dumped by Yu Zijiang, and then he tried to win her back, but was finally killed by this ruthless woman with a single knife. Damn it, Ni Hongsheng is such a good person. That's right. Do you still have a conscience if you scold Ni Hongsheng? How much is a barrage? Let's make money together. Ni Hongsheng's pocket money is something you losers can never earn in your lifetime. Let's not talk about this for now. I think Yu Zijiang is a traitor to Juzhou. That's right, Yu Zijiang is the traitor of Juzhou. Traitor! Traitor! Many fans of Yu Zijiang wanted to refute, but the barrage they just sent out was drowned in the sea of people. Countless people who eat melons blindly followed the trend and criticized. Everything they heard was an opinion, not a fact. Everything they saw was a perspective, not the truth. Soon they raised their keyboards, thinking that they were the supreme gods. They opened their mouths, thinking that they were standing on the moral high ground. The matter is getting more and more intense. Almost every platform has discussed this. Now you can see insults to Yu Zijiang everywhere. Yu Qingfeng didn't know all this. Even if he knew, Qingfeng would definitely laugh disdainfully. You are talking about Yu Zijiang. What does it have to do with me, Yu Qingfeng? At this time, Qingfeng has come to the 4th place, which is the last passage. Easily dodge all the arrows. After collecting the arrows now, rush to the center. No one complained about this move, but the trolls found an opportunity and started to attack crazily. I finally know why Yu Zijiang wants to collect these arrows. He is in the same group as the Blood Mist cult. Yes, seeing how familiar he is with the place, he must come to the dungeon often. These arrows might be collected by the priest. Qingfeng was moving forward quickly, killing monsters on the road. Most of them were gold level, and Yu Qingfeng had more and more assassination points. Just when Qingfeng came to the middle level, Qingfeng encountered a new monster. The monster had bloody fangs and its body was covered with red hair. Qingfeng didn't know what kind of monster it was, but he recognized the breath on its body. It was similar to the bloody worm on the 10th floor. At the same time, Qingfeng was sure that he was still on the 10th floor. If he found the exit in the middle of the suspected altar, he would still face a major crisis. Tomorrow, I will recommend the 2nd round. I hope you will leave some votes. I pulled out my Tang sword and chopped at the red-haired monster. In less than 3 minutes, he easily chopped it down. Looking at the map, Qingfeng found that there was a distance from the middle layer to the upper layer. Qingfeng could clearly see the number of monsters on the map. It was very large. But Qingfeng did not feel any fear. Instead, he felt excited and quickened his pace. 10 minutes later, Qingfeng came to the upper layer. This place was different from the lower middle layer. There was no longer a huge rune wall blocking the surrounding area. Instead, it was unusually empty. This empty area was almost full of monsters. From here, you can already see the situation in the center. In the center is a huge floating island. Below the floating island is a huge magma. There are still many monsters wandering happily in the magma. Qingfeng held up the Tang sword like a ruthless killing machine and chopped at the monsters on the upper layer. Countless monsters saw Yu Qingfeng. They rushed towards him like a tide of beasts. Qingfeng had just killed a monster and stopped to look at the monsters coming at him aggressively. The corners of Qingfeng's mouth curled up slightly. He also rushed towards them. These are all assassination points. At this moment, the citizens of Juzhou who were watching the live broadcast all looked at Yu Qingfeng. The reason was very simple. Qingfeng was the first person to reach the upper level. Originally, they would retreat because Qingfeng saw so many monsters, but they didn't expect that they would rush to kill the monsters excitedly. The most shocked, was the Dosha live broadcast room. This scene stopped the rhythm of insulting Yu Zijiang. Fuck, is Yu Zijiang really the gentle goddess of the comic exhibition that everyone said she was? Is this true? I didn't recognize her wrongly. Her strength is so terrifying. She was not afraid of so many gold-level monsters, but rushed over instead. The key is that she is still able to handle it with ease until now. I went to the comic exhibition and took photos with him half a month ago. At that time, I felt that he was easy to get along with. To be honest, I can't believe that Yu Zijiang is a traitor of Juzhou. After all, he just killed Ni Hongsheng. We all saw that he saved many compatriots along the way. Yes, I am now curious about what Ni Hongsheng said, and why Yu Zijiang was so angry that she killed and beheaded him. According to the information I have read, Yu Zijiang is a very easy-to-talk person, especially at the comic exhibition. She almost never refuses to take photos with anyone who comes. When there was a lot of discussion at night, Magic City, Yu Wenyao. At this time, Yu Wenyao and his wife had already arrived in Magic City. It should be said that they had just got off the plane rather than arriving in Magic City. Originally, he heard that Jiangcheng was targeted by a cult and might destroy the city. After thinking it over again and again, they finally decided to take a private plane to the Magic City to find their son. After arriving in the Magic City, they found Teacher Liu. But Teacher Liu said that Qingfeng had left school for a while. It seems that he went to gain experience. They also put down their worries a little. They rented a mansion at random. Just after settling down at home, they turned on the TV to see what the current situation was. As soon as they turned on the TV, they saw the latest report of the altar maze. Juzhou Channel 1. That is the official news channel of Juzhou, which is also the channel that Yu Wenyao is watching now. At this time, the altar maze is being broadcast live. It was at this time that the news host slowly walked out with a manuscript, suppressed his emotions in front of the camera, and said in a trembling voice, Yu Zijiang is a very famous cosplayer in Jiangcheng recently. He became popular in the cosplay circle because of his evil appearance and beautiful voice. Especially his background, age, and family are unknown. Even his name is fake. It is such an unknown hero who has not given up hope and has repeatedly saved his compatriots from danger, destroyed countless hidden weapons, and ensured the safety of his compatriots. He came to the central altar singing all the way to find the truth and to seek hope. Even if he encountered thousands of monsters, he still did not show cowardice. He did not give in. He went all out and showed the 5,000 years of brave spirit of Kyushu. He carried a knife and showed the full glory of Kyushu. This cult's actions seriously endangered our country. We will never give in. We will fight to the end. Hereby declares the highest will of the people of Kyushu. Kyushu will never give in. We will fight the Blood Mist cult to the end at all costs. When the host said the last sentence, his voice was a little out of tune. You must know that he is the most outstanding announcer selected by Kyushu. At this time, he was out of tune. You can imagine his emotional ups and downs. After the host finished speaking, he also submitted the close-up of the picture to Yu Zijiang. On TV, Yu Zijiang is like a god of death. He chopped down a monster when he saw it and almost killed it with every knife. The more Yu Wenyao looked at it, the more he felt something was wrong. He felt like he had seen that figure who was killing people before. Yu Qingfeng's figure inexplicably appeared in his mind. He was immediately shocked. He said to his wife with a trembling voice, "Wife, this look familiar? Is it our Qinger?" Yu's mother also said in disbelief, "It shouldn't be her." She didn't have any confidence to say this. They watched in silence. The beautiful woman who was killing people on TV was too similar to their own son. Both had their eyes closed, both had water-based abilities, and the appearance was 70% similar. They recognized it almost at first glance. This was their son. They were a little bit unbelievable. What was going on? Wasn't he studying hard at Wuda University in the Magic City? Why did he come to Jiangcheng again? And he was involved in it. When did he return to Jiangcheng? Stinky boy, you didn't even tell us when you went back. Yu's father said this, as if all his strength had been drained out. Yu's mother was even more devastated. They just couldn't accept it. By the way, the live broadcast room can't see clearly. I'll go check this Yu Zijiang. Maybe they just look alike and their abilities are similar. After all, there are so many people with abilities, it's normal to be able to see even with your eyes closed. Yu's father quickly got up and took out his notebook. He began to look for Caviar's identity. Soon, photos of women's clothing appeared on a comic exhibition website. The background was obviously a comic exhibition, and he also searched for the video of the security guard. Suddenly, he was 100% sure in his heart. This Yu Zijiang is his son, Yu Qingfeng. Although the photo is not 100% accurate, but he knew about this security video. At the beginning, Yu Qingfeng called him and asked him to acquire a bankrupt company, and it was a company in Jiangcheng. He asked Qingfeng, but Qingfeng also fooled him, so he had to check it himself. He checked the company upside down and didn't know where he had offended his son. In the end, nothing was known. But the woman in red in the video of the security incident was the eldest lady of that company. Why are the comments section scolding him? Yu Wenyao soon discovered that the comments section and the video barrage were scolding Yu Zijiang. Yu Wenyao's face instantly darkened. He took out his mobile phone and dialed the number. The other party said respectfully, "Mr. Yu, is there anything I can do for you? Go and find out why so many people are slandering Yu Zijiang." Okay. 10 minutes later, the phone came back again. "Mr. Yu, I have found out the information you want to check. Douyu and other platforms, most of the people who insult Yu Zijiang are new accounts, which means someone is deliberately slandering. The details of the person who slandered him are also clear. It's Ni Shengqian from Jiangcheng. The suspected cause is that Yu Zijiang beheaded Ni Shengqian's son, and at the same time he was looking for assassinations on the dark web for Yu Zijiang's parents. Ni Shengqian? He naturally knew this person. He had greeted him many times when he was in Jiangcheng, and he also had a deep understanding of this person. After all, he was a competitor at the time. In Yu Wenyao's mind, this person is short-sighted and vindictive. His son is not a good thing either. After the Yu family went bankrupt, he visited them many times to mock them. He took a deep breath and said, "You also go buy water troops to support Yu Zijiang. Also, suppress the Ni group for me and make him bankrupt, and there is nothing else." After that, he hung up the phone. Back in front of the TV. When Yu's mother saw Yu Wenyao coming back, she asked, "What happened?" Yu Wenyao didn't say anything, and Yu's mother knew the answer. She couldn't help crying, and Yu Wenyao patted her back and leaned on each other. "It's okay, this kid is very tough." At this moment, Yu Qingfeng had been killing for half an hour. The originally beautiful JK suit was already covered with stains and smelled fishy. But he didn't care. He didn't feel tired, and just felt that he could fight until dawn. Since he bought the knife skills mastery, his understanding of the knife has been greatly improved, whether it is chopping, cutting, scraping, lifting, stabbing, slicing, splitting, entanglement, fanning, blocking, sliding, chopping, cutting, lifting, stabbing, entanglement, fanning, blocking, sliding, scratching, scraping, chopping, splitting, stabbing, all handy. He almost memorized it by heart, as if he had practiced it thousands of times. 10 minutes later, the monsters in this area were also dealt with. Looking not far away, there were still a large number of monsters attacking him. Qingfeng didn't even take a break and rushed up directly. You have to know that when fighting these monsters, Qingfeng didn't use all his strength or even his supernatural powers. Not to mention that his spiritual skills were completely unused, and he relied entirely on his own strength. Order: assassinate silver-level monsters, reward assassination points. Plus 160. Order: assassinate gold-level monsters, reward assassination points. Order: assassinate gold-level monsters, reward assassination points 150. Order: assassinate gold-level monsters, reward assassination points 354. Just when Qingfeng was about to kill Red-Eyed, the ground shook violently. The sky island in the center suddenly glowed brightly. The entire maze began to emit light, and countless complex runes slowly floated out, quickly gathered towards the sky island in the sky. Qingfeng opened his eyes slightly and looked in the direction of the altar. Where Qingfeng's eyes could reach, the surrounding space and time suddenly slowed down a lot. But even if Qingfeng opened a few of his eyes, he still couldn't see what happened on the central sky island. He could only vaguely see a woman in red dancing there. Wait, isn't it here that the Douyin video is being filmed? Good guy. A golden-level monster that looks like an orangutan slapped his chest and roared at Yu Qingfeng. He rushed towards Qingfeng with a stick. The same goes for other monsters. They didn't realize the seriousness of the matter at all. Qingfeng opened this half eye and looked at the monsters that were coming in full force. He simply didn't save his spiritual power and killed them quickly. In less than 5 minutes, these monsters were completely destroyed by Qingfeng. But Qingfeng's spiritual power was also consumed by nearly half. Even if there is no annihilation effect, it only slows down the surrounding time and space, but it also consumes so much of my spiritual power. Do you want to rest and recover for a while? Forget it, I'm in a hurry. Let's go to the Sky Island and take a look. At the same time, the red-robed high priest appeared in the live broadcast room again, laughing wildly. Ha ha ha, the sacrifice is about to begin. Poor people of Juzhou, enjoy this last scene. After saying this, the entire altar turned completely red, the earth rippled, and countless characters slowly floated over and merged into the altar under the high priest's feet. The magma below was surging. It seemed that there was an elevator, slowly revealing more than a dozen huge black iron chains. The people of Juzhou stared at the iron chains intently. The barrage of fighting sharks surged. If you don't adjust the barrage to 0.5 times, you can't see what they are talking about. How can there be such a huge iron chain? Is it suppressing something? It can't be those diamond-level monsters. Soon, the bottom of the iron chain was revealed, and more than 30 diamond-level blood-colored worms appeared. These blood-colored worms were extremely large, and each one was at least several kilometers long. They were struggling to get rid of these huge iron chains. But no matter what, it was in vain. Someone in the shark fight recognized it very quickly. He typed tremblingly, "This is a diamond-level bloodworm." Why is it a bloodworm? If the bloodworm enters Blue Star to attack Juzhou, even if a star-level expert comes, it may not be able to solve it perfectly. Some people in the barrage were puzzled. They asked, why just a few diamond-level ones? If a star-level expert comes, wouldn't it be solved with a flick of the finger? Someone also explained, the most important thing about the bloodworm is not just its strong attack ability, but its ability to drill underground. They are like fish in water underground. More than 30 bloodworms are not just as simple as Jiangcheng. If they are not controlled in time, the cities around Jiangcheng may face a catastrophe. Countless people were in an uproar, shocked, confused, trembling, and terrified. This time it's not just Jiangcheng. The cities near Jiangcheng have become restless. The fear brought by the blood mist cult permeated the land of Juzhou. The voice of the high priest came again, and her demeanor was very crazy. See? This is the diamond-level monster that our blood mist cult is about to control. Do you feel despair? As long as we wait for all these runes to gather, the maze altar will devour everyone. Then I can control these 30-odd bloodworms, and I will control them to rule Jiangcheng. Jiangcheng will be shrouded in my shadow. Is this the plan of your blood mist cult? A sudden and pleasant female voice rose behind the high priest. Who? The high priest turned his head and looked. She was a little too proud and didn't even know someone was coming. When he turned his head and looked, he saw a stunning woman wearing a JK uniform, holding a Tang sword, and closing her eyes. The high priest felt Qingfeng's strength. Only 1 gold star. He looked at his cheek again and jealousy rose in his heart. He saw his moon chest from his cheek and found that Yu Qingfeng's was not as big as his, and he was proud again in his heart. He even trembled. Yu Qingfeng, the high priest, looked at Yu Qingfeng's strength and age, and he unexpectedly admired him. He said to him, "You should have participated in the comic exhibition and accidentally been sucked into the dungeon, right? I think you have good talent. Why don't you assist me? I can protect you from death. You have to think it through, okay? I am a peak platinum crystal expert." Qingfeng was silent. The people of Juzhou were also silent. They didn't know when Yu Zhejiang came here. But they had all witnessed the talent and strength that Qingfeng had revealed before. If he really went to the blood mist religion, Juzhou will have one more difficult person in the future, and Juzhou's reputation will drop again in the international arena. It is very likely to drop from the second in the world to the third or even fourth again. At that time, no one can effectively restrict the so-called free sanctions of the lighthouse country. The high priest saw that Qingfeng seemed to have made a decision in his heart and asked, "Have you thought about it?" Qingfeng nodded. "Now that you've made up your mind, tell me your answer loudly." "Yes, I can promise you that I will join the Blood Mist cult to protect myself." "So that's all, but I refuse." "Nani? Pa, what?" The high priest couldn't believe it. "You actually refused, ha ha ha. I really don't understand you people from Juzhou. Are you sure you can beat me, or are you doing it for that illusory sense of honor?" "But that's fine anyway. I don't like you a little bit, to tell you the truth. I'm now live streaming the whole process to all platforms in Juzhou. I want the people of Juzhou to watch you die. I'm gonna cut off your face and make it my collection." Qingfeng looked incredulous. The high priest thought he was scared when he saw him like this. He laughed even more wantonly, with a sick look. The citizens of Juzhou were silent. Even those who had insulted Qingfeng sensed sorry in the live broadcast room or under some platforms. However, what they didn't know was that Qingfeng was shocked that he was actually live broadcast. And it was live broadcast all the time. Fool! I knew it. Woohoo! I've been so unlucky these past few days. My parents won't know about my cross-dressing, will they? Will Teacher Liu find out? They won't know everything, will they? Damn it, life itself is a gorgeous adventure. Either you die here, or you can see a wider world. When the rock rises with the wind, it soars up to 90,000 miles. Qingfeng is very open-minded about this. So for Qingfeng, it's worth it even if he dies here. But the only thing he can't accept is leaving a stain after death. People can die, but they must leave a clear name in the world. Especially recently, he has been pretending to be stupid. Maybe that's what will happen then. Shocking, at the Magic City Wuhan University, the freshman role model Yu Qingfeng is actually a cross-dresser. A little secret about Yu Qingfeng. Yu Zijiang? Yu Qingfeng? The love story between the two? Ah, I can't stand it at all. Qingfeng's brain is thinking rapidly. Has there been any flaws recently? Qingfeng soon came up with the answer, which was yes. Especially the biggest flaw is still in his hand. It's this golden level Tang sword. If Teacher Liu and the others saw me, they would just think that I look like him. But with this sword, it's different. Qingfeng was ashamed. If he could see his eyes, he would find that his eyes were dull. An inexplicable hatred surged in his heart. He cursed at the high priest. "Fuck you. It's fine if you're doing sacrifices, sneak attacks, and intimidation, but you're still so high profile. It's fine if you're so high profile, and you're also live streaming, and it's fine if you're doing live streaming, but tell me this cruel fact." Tan, this %. Qingfeng spoke the quintessence of the Chinese nation. He cursed without thinking, and the high priest was stunned. He wanted to open his mouth to talk back. But before he could say anything, he was cursed back by Qingfeng. Even if he said it, his thoughts would be interrupted. "Ha ha ha, good scolding. I've wanted to scold her for a long time, but this high priest doesn't even read the barrage. That's right. Zhejiang is right. Yeah, right. Start. All those goddesses on the internet are fake. Even Zhejiang can scold people. But I didn't expect Yu Zhejiang to make this choice. After all, she has given up hope of living now. I'll scold her for the last time." This sentence is won. The live broadcast room was silent again. Yeah, Zhejiang is really brave. She didn't give up until the end, like a moth to a flame. I thought of a sentence by Lu Xun. I hope that the young people of Juzhou can get rid of their coldness and just move forward and don't listen to the words of those who give up on themselves. Those who can do things, and those who can speak. If you have a little heat and emit a little light, you can be like a firefly. And you can also emit a little light in the dark without waiting for a torch. If there is no torch in the future, I will be the only light. Mr. Lu Xun will live forever. Mr. Lu Xun will live forever. That's right, since some of us in Jiangcheng can't leave or be transferred. Instead of living in disgrace and fear to death, it is better to show the prestige of Juzhou, a 1,000-year-old country. Even if I don't even have a bronze level, I still picked up my hammer and shared the hardships with Jiangcheng. Brothers, I won't say anything. I'm going to the security bureau or the underground city front. I have already written a suicide note. Although my strength is only silver level and I got it by taking drugs, I am a dish in front of the diamond level beast tide, but I don't regret it. Yes, even if it's like a mayfly trying to shake a tree. At this moment, the people of Jiangcheng have awakened. The airport's Juzhou Immigration Rescue has been working day and night to save more than 200,000 people to other safe cities. There are hundreds of planes going back and forth every time, but it's still not enough. People are rushing to and fro, all wanting to leave this dangerous place. But today, at this moment, the airport still has a rescue point, and there are still more than a dozen planes that are not full, but no one is making a noise. Quiet! They didn't stand together in a pile as usual, scrambling and making noise. In the corner of the airport, two people over 70 years old were dressed in rags with holes everywhere. The two smiled at each other. They took out a bottle of white wine that they had collected for many years from their tattered backpacks. Usually, the two of them were reluctant to drink it, but now they poured it all out and divided it in half. The two toasted and said, "Old Li, how about it? Are you afraid of death?" After hearing this, Old Li also patted his chest and said disdainfully, "It's funny, it's just a fight to the death. I, Old Li, have been wandering for half a year, and I have never been the kind of person who is afraid of death." Then he drank the wine. The two laughed out loud. At this time, several captains on the plane also felt something was wrong, picked up the intercom and said, "What happened? Why haven't you organized the passengers to get on the plane yet? Now Jiangcheng is racing against time. Even a second late will not work." After 2 or 3 minutes, there was no response on the intercom. The captain didn't know what happened either. He said to the co-pilot, "You check it on the plane. Go down and see what's going on." He got up and got off the plane and walked towards the hall. Soon he arrived at the hall, but saw a scene that moved him all his life. They didn't exclude each other, didn't rush to be the first, and supported each other in silence and tears. Some people asked the elderly and women to go first. Some people asked their parents to go first. Some people asked their children to go first. Some people even turned around and left the plane hall when it was their turn on this flight. What was going on? A guard who was maintaining order saw someone walking in the opposite direction from the plane entrance. He ran over in the captain's uniform. Before the guard could speak, the captain asked, "What happened here? It wasn't like this when I came last time." The guard told everything that happened with tears in his eyes. The captain was shocked. With tears in his eyes, he said, "How can we, a great country like Kyushu, be afraid of death? But we can't turn around and die when we see hope. Otherwise, what is our rescue? Now a large number of troops are on the way. How can we let the people get on first when the soldiers haven't died yet? Shame on you. Shame on you," the captain said to the guard. "Whether they are willing to leave or not, they will get on the plane in order." After hearing this, the guard immediately ran to tell him. At this time, Yu Qingfeng was still outputting. The high priest was shocked when he saw Qingfeng condensing the Zhuje crossbow. Which star-level powerhouse's water control weapon is this? Before he had time to think about it, hundreds of black arrows shot at the high priest. Qingfeng's strength has now reached the gold level, and the weapon he condensed is also gold level. Gold level arrows plus gold level Zhuge crossbow. The speed of shooting is naturally very fast, but this is nothing to the high priest. Her strength is that of a platinum crystal peak powerhouse. She easily dodged these arrows. The high priest looked at the black arrows shot out. His eyes condensed, and he said to Qingfeng, "I didn't expect that the black arrows of our Blood Mist sect were collected by you, but this way I don't have to go to collect them later." The high priest quickly approached Qingfeng. The speed was very fast, and the high priest could not be seen at all, only the afterimage. Qingfeng instantly opened half of his eyes and found that the high priest had come in front of him. He quickly controlled the crossbow to attack the high priest. Feeling the arrows coming at him, the high priest quickly retreated. She couldn't believe it. Qingfeng could actually see his true form. "Let's see how long you can hold out against these arrows." The audience in the live broadcast room thought that Yu Zijiang's life would end here when they saw the high priest take the initiative to attack. I didn't expect Yu Zijiang to dodge it. Not only did she dodge it, she also fought back. The black arrows finally came in handy. But it doesn't seem to last long. There are only a few thousand black arrows obtained from those channels. I'm afraid Yu Zijiang's crossbow won't last long. She dodged the attack of the peak of platinum crystal at the gold level. Her future is really limitless. What a pity. Damn it. Qing Feng felt that the arrows in the space ring were getting fewer and fewer. He was also undecided. Am I going to use that trick? Once the arrows are used up, I will definitely not be able to dodge the attack of the High Priest, damn. I'll die. At worst, I won't admit it even if I die. When the new system arrives, I'll see if I can create a clone. By then, Yu Zijiang will be Yu Zijiang, and Yu Qingfeng will be Yu Qingfeng. They are brother and sister. Thinking of this, he used his mental power to control the arrows to continue attacking and took out the magic wand of Mahao Soju from the space ring. The High Priest saw Qingfeng take out a long staff and didn't know why. He thought it was also a gold-level weapon. He taunted, "It's useless. No matter what weapon you take out, it's useless." The next moment she saw it. Qingfeng picked up the magic wand and raised the cane. Revealing a resolute and brave face, he said loudly, "The key scepter that hides the power of darkness. Show your true power in front of me. Yu Zijiang, who made an agreement with you, orders you. The seal is lifted." High Priest. Live broadcast room audience. Yu Wenyao. Subway old man looking at mobile phone emoji. Package JPG. What the hell am I giving birth to? The next moment, Qingfeng's body exuded a whole light, and the clothes instantly dissolved and disappeared, replaced by a pink short skirt, and the scepter in his hand also opened and transformed into a pentagram magic wand. Qingfeng's breath was also rapidly soaring. The strength soared all the way until it reached the peak of gold. This, the tenfold increase in strength, actually means the realm has increased tenfold? It seems so. The High Priest was completely confused. The live broadcast room was boiling. Is this a magic girl? Mom, magic girls really exist. So there have always been magic girls protecting us in this world? This is the point. Why are there really magic girls? Isn't it normal to have magic girls? I often saw them when I was a child. Where did you watch them when you were a child? TV? The High Priest's eyes were gloomy. She couldn't be Sister Li. She clearly felt that Qingfeng's strength had instantly increased to the peak of gold. Is it that long staff? When did Zhuzhou invent this kind of spiritual weapon that can temporarily increase the realm? But the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Peak of gold? Unfortunately, it's still not good enough. As long as she gets close once, Qingfeng can be said to be dead. He mocked Qingfeng loudly. Is this your trump card? Even if your strength is raised to the peak of gold, it is still too far for me. When you run out of arrows, your spiritual weapon will belong to me. If I can analyze the secret inside, the overall strength of our Blood Mist sect will be greatly improved again, Yen. Feng naturally knew this truth. Gold versus platinum crystal peak. Feeling that the arrows in the space ring were getting fewer and fewer, he was not panicked at all. Slowly opened the assassination system mall. Barrett destruction. Platinum crystal level power. Prun 999 assassination. Points. Desert Eagle silver level power. Price sniper rhyme. Barrett sniper rifle. Gatling Rose gold level power. Price 99999. Now buy it with 11,000 bullets. Destruction tank 096. Diamond level power. Buy now and get 2 shells for free. Automatic turret C9001 type. Gold level power. Price 99999. Limited time special offer. Don't buy 99999, don't buy 888, just buy 998. Current assassination points. 4 ton 1 ton 2939. Qingfeng smiled. He immediately bought Destruction Tank 096 Gatling Rose Barrett Destruction. As for the automatic turret, Qingfeng directly bought thousands of them. Current remaining assassination points 1,124,942. The system should have seen my difficulties, but it's okay. High Priest, this can't be blamed on me. After all, times have changed. Who told you to put so many monsters in the maze? Isn't this just to give me assassination points? 10 minutes later, the black arrows were completely used. The scene was deadlocked. Live room. Fuck, the black arrows are gone. Yu Zijiang is completely dead now. I can't bear to watch it. Zijiang, I will go to the military district and the Kyoto National Defense Martial Arts School in the future to avenge my Zijiang. Magic City Martial Arts University. Teacher Lu's beautiful eyes trembled. She was reluctant. She said to herself in a voice that only she could hear, "Alas, geniuses all die young. Liu Ningxuang, you should be more open-minded." I hope that half of the class will survive in the 3rd year. But after Vice President Qin came back and learned that Qingfeng had died, I'm afraid that the Blood Mist sect will be destroyed. The High Priest suddenly laughed wildly. Ha ha ha. I haven't sacrificed a genius like you yet. It seems that I got what I wanted today. The next moment the High Priest was a little doubtful, because she saw that Qingfeng was not panicking at all. Does this have a trump card? Or is he playing tricks? It's not that the high priest is too cautious, but he can't figure out every step of Qingfeng's operation. I can't stand Sister Li. Humph, he must be playing tricks, or he has accepted his fate. The high priest used all his strength and rushed straight towards Qingfeng. Just when he was about to get close to Qingfeng, the corners of Qingfeng's mouth curled up, and her expression was a little subtle, just like a sickly look. A pink Gatling gun appeared in his hand. The high priest's pupils widened, and he didn't dodge after finding out that it was a Gatling gun. He laughed and said, "How could a mere Gatling gun hurt me?" Before she finished speaking, the front barrel of the pink Gatling gun quickly turned. The muzzle flame of the Rose special effect shot out. Bullets with peak gold level power were fired one after another. In just 1 second, hundreds of bullets hit the high priest directly. Puff! The high priest spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. This time she was really hurt, and blood flowed from her stomach. It was obvious that several bullets were shot in. She was already disheveled and now even more tattered, revealing her beauty. Qingfeng's smile became even more gloomy. He said to the high priest, "My lord, I've eaten shit." The screen was full of question marks in the live room. Is this a Gatling gun or a Gatling gun with roses on the muzzle? The pinker the weapon, the harder it hits. Has Juzhou developed this kind of spiritual weapon now? I always thought that spiritual weapons were at most swords, sticks, and clubs, but I didn't expect there were guns. Fuck, now that there is this weapon, if it can be mass-produced, what kind of rubbish, blood mist cult, what kind of rubbish lighthouse country? They are all my brothers. I'm really afraid that Yu Zijiang will take out a nuclear bomb the next moment. Ha ha! Fuck, why didn't I think of a nuclear bomb? Qingfeng fired again. This time the high priest didn't dare to be careless again, and dodged the shooting in a panic. Before she could come to her senses, Qingfeng's shooting came again. The situation changed in an instant. Qingfeng kept 30% of his attention and thought carefully about what to do next. After all, this was not a solution. Although the Gatling Rose did not have the effect of stagnation and cooling, the high priest could keep dodging. When the altar was completely started, he could control more than 30 diamond-level monsters. At that time, he would lose no matter what. Soon Qingfeng had an idea. Just like controlling the crossbow, he used mental power to control the Gatling to aim and shoot. After freeing his hands, Qingfeng took out the automatic turret from the space ring and began to connect the stable line. The high priest, who was still dodging, was stunned. Is this a turret? Then she saw an even more desperate scene. That is, Qingfeng took out another automatic turret, one after another. It seemed endless. Soon, thousands of them were all placed and the lines were connected. The only thing missing was the power supply. Qingfeng once again spent millions of assassination points and bought a gold-level silent version of a small generator. Soon, the automatic turrets that had been lowered and not started began to rotate regularly. He defined himself as a safe person and the high priest as a dangerous person. All the turrets were aimed at the high priest. Qingfeng even took out boxes of bullets from the box. The high priest was completely confused. She felt that she really couldn't keep up with the times. Why is he so beastly? Didn't Kyushu ban guns? Why did he have so many weapons? The high priest wanted to stop Qingfeng, but she felt the danger just as she tried to get close and dodged bullet after bullet. The Gatling gun was simply outputting all the time. It seemed that the bullets would never run out. She could only watch Qingfeng adjust the automatic turret. After Qingfeng prepared everything, he took out the folding chair and the space ring, a bottle of red wine, a parasol to block the sun, and a small table. Don't move. I'm going to start pretending. He lay on the folding chair, took out a remote control, and pressed it gently. Countless artillery batteries immediately selected the high priest as the target of attack. The sound of bullets was as loud as a waterfall, and the bullets were fired like a mighty army. The ground was shaking. In just a moment, the high priest felt the danger from all directions. No matter how she expected and avoided it in her heart, she could not escape safely. The bullets poured out like a rainstorm. She was also ruthless in her heart. She gave up dodging directly and faced these bullets. The high priest made a very irrational decision. She rushed straight towards Qingfeng. Thousands of bullets hit her in an instant. The first bullet hit his abdomen, and he was fine. The second bullet was fine. He felt pain from the 50th bullet. The skin was a little torn from the first bullet. The 400th bullet had caused minor damage. Half of the 500th bullet penetrated his skin. The high priest rushed over a few steps and began to dodge again. Although most of the bullets were useless to her, she could not stand the large number. She regretted a little. Why didn't she learn more defensive skills? If she didn't focus on attacking, she wouldn't be so embarrassed. Damn it, what's your name? Ah, I'm going crazy. Can we fight one-on-one? Are you a real hero? You don't have martial ethics. I advise you to die. No matter what, it's useless. Qingfeng didn't reply but drank red wine quietly, watching her vigilantly. I'm really convinced. What exactly is in Yu Zijiang's personal space? The more I look at it, the more frightened I am. Dora Echen. Too good? Are these weapons developed by Yu Zijiang himself? Or did Zhuzhou prepare for a genius like her? Woohoo. This kind of automatic turret is obviously basically formed. It only needs to be planned well in the future, so that the cities in the underground city will not be too tragic when encountering beast tides. Yes, basically there is no need to worry about the gold-level beast tide. The senior executives of Zhuzhou's highest scientific research department were also enlightened when they saw this technology. They all made serious demands to the military district to bring Yu Zijiang back. In this way, the rescue team that originally went to the dungeon to find the maze altar from 5 diamond-level strongmen has now become 10. The high priest felt that this was not a solution and had to fight. He took out the red dagger and staggered to the vicinity of the altar. He stabbed it into his heart. Above the sacrificial platform, countless, obscure runes gathered, and in these runes, a group of blood-colored energy was condensed. When the high priest pierced his heart, these energies and characters separated apart and floated to the position in the high priest's heart. Her body began to grow stronger. The clothes on her body were completely torn and fell to the ground. Under the attack of the golden bullets, her skin began to fester. Her body was just like Yan Yong before. Qingfeng stood up immediately, and the dragon and snake dance steps were already running at full speed. Once you find something wrong, run away immediately. Half-step diamond? Haha, your bullets can't cause any harm to me, unless you still have platinum crystal-level bullets. Otherwise, you can't hurt me at all. Bang! The next moment, the high priest's eyes were pierced. The high priest covered his eyes. He looked at Yu Qingfeng in disbelief. Yu Qingfeng was holding a black sniper rifle. Through the scope of the sniper rifle, he saw Yu Qingfeng with half of her eyes open. He just stared at her, and she saw endless destruction in that look. The common people seemed to be completely indifferent to him. It was a kind of death gaze that looked down on the world. Qingfeng saw that the high priest's eyes had not recovered, and he let down his guard in his heart. He thought he had the same abnormal recovery ability as Yan Yong. It seems that this altar is only used to control diamond-level monsters. You can't have the abnormal recovery ability like Yan Yong. Tsk. Qingfeng smacked his lips and said, "Damn, you scared me. I thought you were going to use your ultimate move, but it turned out to be just this." The high priest listened to these words, and an absurd idea slowly rose in her heart. This time, fear and confusion took care of her. She looked at Yu Qingfeng in horror. "You are well prepared. You have no martial ethics. I advise you to die. The Blood Mist cult will not let you go. And these weapons are definitely not something you can have. Have we been exposed long ago? Zhuzhou sent you to lurk near the comic exhibition a long time ago, right? Did you kill my subordinate Yan Yong? Has Zhuzhou always been watching the jokes of our Blood Mist cult?" At this moment, the high priest was extremely panicked. Qingfeng did not respond to the high priest's question. Instead, he slowly raised the Barret Destruction again. Qingfeng did not need to continue playing. He could feel that the high priest's sacrifice of his heart blood this time allowed him to temporarily increase his strength to half a step diamond. But this has also hurt her foundation. With this blow, both his spiritual power and mental strength have obviously dropped to the lowest level. In other words, this is the most suitable time to kill her. The high priest panicked when she saw Qingfeng raise the sniper rifle again. She could feel that he would definitely die with this shot. "Please, I can't die yet. I was forced to do this. I was originally a kind girl. Please, just let me go. I will never appear in Zhuzhou again." Qingfeng pulled the trigger again without hesitation. With a crisp gunshot, the high priest fell to the ground. Order, congratulations to the host for assassinating the peak platinum crystal level strongman and obtaining 99999 assassination points. Yu Qingfeng also let out a long sigh and sighed to the sky. Finally solved, it doesn't seem to be very difficult. Then all that's missing is this altar. At the same time, the whole country of Zhuzhou celebrated. "Ah! It's solved? It's unbelievable. Ah, my idol is so strong." Jiangcheng doesn't need to be destroyed. The people of Juzhou, Jiangcheng are saved. God TM is not very difficult. Zhejiang said it too easily. If you think about it carefully, it seems that it is indeed not very difficult. Damn, who said that I can't become a warrior in the future, and I can only have children without talent? Who said that reading literature is hopeless? I want to take the scientific research exam, just like you, Zhejiang, and develop weapons that are beneficial and useful to our country. Dignity is only on the edge of the sword, and truth is only within the range of the cannon. Truth never changes. At this moment, people in Juzhou who have no talent to be warriors or have not awakened superpowers seem to have found their life goals. Qingfeng has been observing the surroundings of the altar for a long time. He can't understand these weird and obscure patterns at all. He also went to look for the body of the high priest, and there was nothing else except some spirit stones. Then how to stop the altar? Is it a direct attack? Qingfeng raised the destruction in his hand and shot it. Sure enough, the next moment, I had something to do today and came late. Some readers don't like the women's clothing system, so I planned to end it early. Sure enough, the next moment, the runes and energy in the sky were in chaos. This method is feasible. Thinking of this, Qingfeng shot at the blood ball above again, but the effect was still too low. Seeing that the frequency of these runes' fusion was getting faster and faster, Qingfeng simply took out the destruction tank 096. A huge black object appeared, with a cold gun barrel and completely wrapped in steel skin. The texture of the track was clearly visible. Qingfeng took out the instruction manual given by the assassination system. Soon Qingfeng found the entrance. He opened the lid, got in, and pressed the lid tightly. Before going in, Qingfeng also took the High Priest's live broadcast equipment in. After a few minutes, Qingfeng was completely familiar with the operation. He said to the camera in the live broadcast room, "My friends, my family has been very poor since I was a raped child. We can only eat oron every day. We can't even afford rice, and we don't even have a decent weapon. Now I can only drive this tank." As he said that, he took out a shell from the space ring. After loading the shells, he controlled his sense of direction and fired at the obscure runes in the sky. The diamond-level destructive power exploded instantly. Countless runes also scattered. The blood-colored energy also slowly disappeared. Order successfully assassinated the altar maze to obtain assassination points. Order successfully completed the assassination mission. Order under evaluation. Order, this mission score is SSS. Task reward, 99999 assassination points. Live broadcast room. At this time, the live broadcast room was also filled with question marks. What the hell? Look at this. Is this human language? What? Zhejiang is so poor that he can't even afford rice. I am willing to give my rice in exchange for your oron. Others eat oron. I eat weilong. This tank is really too powerful. Judging from its airwave, it should be at least diamond, right? It seems that this altar must be diamond level to be organized. The Blood Mist cult has a deep plan. If the High Priest has an accident, this altar will continue. It's a pity that I met Zhejiang. Brothers, Zhejiang's condition seems to be a little bit wrong. Just when Qingfeng thought it was over, countless blood appeared in front of his eyes, and he vaguely saw a scene. In the scene, Qingfeng saw a magnificent palace, and countless blood-colored thick slurries were surging on the side walls of the palace. There was a blood-colored throne above the palace, and a figure was sitting on the throne. Qingfeng couldn't see his face. He could only see his blood-red eyes. You are the one who ruined my plan? It's ridiculous that I was solved by an ant like you. In that case, stay and be buried with me. Then Qingfeng felt dizzy and he found himself back in the driver's seat of the tank. What happened just now? Was it an illusion? Just when Qingfeng was about to come out to retrieve the tank, there was a huge noise outside. He hurriedly observed the situation outside through the periscope in the tank. He only saw several huge figures shaking constantly, and the Sky Island was shaking with them. Qingfeng immediately recognized those huge figures. Which blood-colored worms are they? Aren't they locked up? How did they get rid of the chains? Is this also the calculation of the Blood Mist cult? Soon the Sky Island was affected by them and became shaky. Qingfeng couldn't care so much. He quickly returned to the seat of the tank and wanted to take the opportunity to drive the tank away. But he had just started and walked away for a few steps when the huge roar came again, and then Qingfeng felt a sense of weightlessness. Qingfeng secretly thought it was not good. After a few seconds, the weightlessness suddenly stopped. A huge impact followed. He came to the periscope again to see what was going on outside. But when he came to the periscope to look outside, he suddenly felt despair. He couldn't see what was going on outside, because the outside was covered by red magma. Alas, it's a good thing that I have this tank, otherwise I might die. The diamond-grade quality is really well-deserved. Qingfeng checked the equipment of the high priest, and soon Qingfeng found the switch of the barrage comments. After turning on the barrage, countless comments and barrages are refreshing frantically. What on earth happened? Fuck, the sky was spinning just now. Did Sky Island fall into the magma? Probably not. Ziying is fine now, so everything should be fine. Qingfeng greeted the camera and said, "Brothers, it's okay. It's all minor problems. The bloody worms just broke free from their restraints and turned Sky Island upside down. Didn't it just fall into the magma? Just remember to rescue it when the time comes." 666, what do you mean it's all minor problems? This is falling into the magma. The tank should probably melt in no time. Awesome. It's that familiar sentence again. The tank shouldn't melt. After all, this is a tank with diamond-level power. It feels like the rescue will take at least a few days. What will you Zhejiang eat? Isn't Zhejiang a gold-level powerhouse? It seems that it shouldn't be a problem not to eat for a few days. Besides, didn't Zhejiang find a lot of spirit stones from the high priest? Those spirit stones are more than enough to support it for a few months. It seems to be right. Qingfeng looked at their worries and felt warm in his heart. He said, "Don't worry, I should have a comfortable life." He took out a pile of snacks from the space ring. Then there were all kinds of canned food, canned braised pork, canned seafood, and canned fruit. There were even barbecue grills, pots and pans, various spices, soy sauce, light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, ketchup, and salad dressing. These things stunned the audience in the live broadcast room. Fog, I'm really convinced. You never know what's in Yu Zhejiang's backpack. Just now I felt sorry for Zhejiang for having nothing to eat and couldn't satisfy my appetite. Now I realize that my thoughts were unnecessary. Qingfeng said complacently, "That's right. How could I starve myself? These foods are enough for me to eat for several years. The main reason is that I often go to the underground city. I can't starve myself if I don't have anything to eat, so I bought some food for myself. So, don't worry too much. As long as there is no accident, it should be basically fine." Qingfeng had just finished speaking when the tank suddenly vibrated. It seemed to have hit something. "Is this the bottom?" Qingfeng asked in confusion. Then the signal in the live broadcast room became lower and lower, and the live broadcast room also started to sometimes come and go. "Fuck, Zhejiang, is your mouth blessed?" "Ahaha," I laughed. "So what's the situation now?" "I have a bad feeling." "What bad feeling?" "As long as Zhejiang doesn't commit suicide by opening the tank's exit, basically nothing will happen. It should be that Zhejiang fell too deep into the magma, and the network started to be a little bad." Speaking of the network, I actually admire the Blood Mist cult very much. Our Juzhou only covers the 9th floor, and they have already completed the 10th floor. Ha-ha! 10 minutes later, the live broadcast room lost contact. Yu Qingfeng also felt that he was unlucky enough, and he didn't expect the magma here to be so deep. He thought he had reached the bottom, but he could still clearly feel that he was slowly falling. Originally, his plan was to wait for rescue, and then chat with netizens and watch dramas. It seems that it is not going to work. Bored, Qingfeng opened a few cans and started eating. I don't know how long it took. When Qingfeng was about to fall asleep, the tank suddenly made a violent noise. Qingfeng rolled inside like a marble in a cup. He wanted to see what was going on, but now he could only be dominated by inertia. In the repeated collisions, Qingfeng gradually lost consciousness. Qingfeng woke up and found that he was lying on the bed. White and soft wooden bed. The sun shone in from the window near the head of the bed. Qingfeng felt the temperature of the sun, very warm and real. He looked around and found that this was a wooden house. The furniture was also very complete. Through the window, he could also see a lot of flowers, plants, and butterflies, a scene like a paradise. Memories suddenly emerged. Where is this? I remember that I seemed to fall into the magma. Then I encountered some kind of bumps that made me dizzy. Could it be that I have been rescued at this time? It seems that this is the only explanation. Qingfeng muttered to himself. After getting up, Qingfeng soon found that his clothes had been changed. He was wearing a white dress with many fox-like golden edges carved on it. Ancient style? This kind of pajamas is pretty good, very comfortable to wear, and the material should be made of fine silk. Wait, something is wrong. Qingfeng suddenly thought of something. He couldn't help but feel panic. If my body had been touched and my clothes had been changed, wouldn't Yu Zhejiang's identity as a man be completely exposed? This? When Qingfeng wanted to take out his computer to see if the news outside was flying all over the sky, he found that his space ring had disappeared. Qingfeng quickly got up and began to search in the wooden house. But no matter how hard he looked, he couldn't find it. He looked in the direction of the wooden door. He could feel that if he walked out of this door, he would definitely meet someone, and he would probably be laughed at by others. Woo woo woo. I will never use the women's clothing system again next time. Qingfeng thought about it. He would meet her sooner or later anyway. It would be better to face it calmly than not daring to go out. He pushed open the wooden door and walked out. When he pushed open the wooden door, it was not as serious as he imagined. The warm sunshine sprinkled on his body. Fresh air hit him. There was a stone table, a stone bench, and a woman near the entrance of the wooden door. The woman had white hair, was about 1.8 meters tall, graceful, like a lotus emerging from the water, with clear eyebrows and eyes, beautiful as a jade. She had elegant manners and drank the tea on the table calmly. Qingfeng was confused. He had no idea who this person was. He calmed down and thought carefully in his mind. Finally, he came up with an answer. That is, he had never seen this person before. Just like that, Qingfeng looked at her in a daze. A few minutes later, Qingfeng walked in front of the woman and sat down. He asked her, "Hello, where is this place? Did you save me?" Qingfeng was fully awake at this time. He was not so panicked in the previous few minutes of sorting out his thoughts and thinking. Now he sorted out two situations. One was that he was rescued by the rescue team of Juzhou officials, and the other was that he was rescued by a diamond-level strongman who happened to pass by. As for whether it was really a coincidence, Qingfeng didn't know. It might be a conspiracy, or it might be a coincidence. The beautiful woman looked at Qingfeng and said with a smile, "You are awake. This is my home, and my brothers saved you. I'm really sorry." The voice was crisp and pleasant, and Qingfeng enjoyed it a little, but he didn't understand her words. Qingfeng didn't know what she meant by sorry. "Thank you for saving my life." Qingfeng bowed to her and said, "I have some urgent matters at home. I will come back to repay you in a few days," stood up and was about to leave. Before he had taken a few steps, he heard a voice from behind him. "I'm afraid you can't leave here." Qingfeng instantly became alert, slowly turned his head and felt the other party's strength by the way. Qingfeng was surprised to find that he couldn't feel it at all. That is to say, her strength level is higher than Qingfeng's. Seeing Qingfeng so nervous, she also laughed. That smile was very beautiful, and Qingfeng was inexplicably stunned. Soon Qingfeng woke up. Seeing Qingfeng sober up from her charm so quickly, she was also slightly stunned, and smiled and said, "My name is Feng Juyue. I am the owner of this place. You can just call me Juyue. And don't get me wrong, I don't let you go out because you are not strong enough to go out now. If you go out now, I'm afraid you will be eaten to the bone in less than 10 minutes. Before Qingfeng understood what this meant, the ground suddenly trembled, and blood-colored worms emerged from the ground. Each one was nearly a kilometer tall, and some of them were so long that they could not see the end. Qingfeng instantly knew that this was a diamond-level blood-colored worm. How could this happen? Didn't the blood-colored worm break free and escape? Did they attack Jiang Cheng after they escaped? Wait, am I still in the dungeon? Before Qingfeng could react, the blood-colored worms began to shrink gradually, and finally turned into a half-human, half-worm body of about 3 meters. They walked in respectfully, knelt at the door and said, "We have explored the surrounding situation, and there are no living creatures. The division of the Lord's territory is also coming to an end. I hope you will go there in the evening." Hearing these words, Qingfeng felt that the 3 views he had established not long ago collapsed in an instant. Damn, I was fooled by Baidu last time. I thought the information from the Magic City Wuda was reliable, and I studied it seriously for so long. It's really too sloppy. According to the knowledge Qingfeng learned, diamond-level monsters cannot have spiritual intelligence. Even star-level monsters cannot have spiritual intelligence. Monsters cannot transform into humans like in novels. But the blood-colored worms in front of him are obviously half-transformed. The key is that they can actually speak, which directly shows that these monsters are intelligent. Is this a demon or a monster? Looking at these bloody worms, Qingfeng stepped back subconsciously. He took a step back when his head bumped into something soft. Qingfeng turned around and saw that it was a huge white fox, with white fur emitting an indescribable light. This made the white fox look sacred and majestic. The key is that this kind of white fox has 7 tails. When did she come behind me? Suddenly, a huge sense of oppression spread, and Qingfeng could feel that the other party could kill him with just a thought. When Qingfeng was at a loss, the white fox turned into a human form. That person was the woman who called herself Feng Jue before. This is not a monster, this is a demon. Feng Jue sat back on the stone bench and stretched out her hand to signal Yu Qingfeng to sit down. It was obvious that the previous action was to tease Qingfeng. Qingfeng also quickly adjusted his state. He knew that the other party had no hostility. Judging from the current situation, it would be almost easy for the other party to kill him. After thinking for a while, Qingfeng came to her again and sat down. Feng Jue raised the kettle and poured him a cup. Qingfeng took a sip. Feng Jue said, "If you have any questions, you can ask me now, and I can answer them for you." More than an hour later, Qingfeng also understood the general ins and outs. The few blood-colored worms that were originally captured by the Blood Mist cult lived in this area, and they also had intelligence. They were captured by the Blood Mist cult because they were playful. Later, Qingfeng destroyed the altar and they escaped. At the same time, this news was told to Feng Jue. When Qingfeng fell into the magma again with his golden strength, Feng Jue taught them a lesson and then asked them to come back to save Yu Qingfeng. As for why it was so bumpy, the reason is very simple. These bumps were caused by the blood-colored worms dragging the tank at a high speed. After Qingfeng heard this, the man was speechless. At the same time, he was glad that his female clothing was not exposed. "So that's it," Qingfeng simply called her Jue. After all, no one minds, so how could Qingfeng mind? After a moment of silence, Qingfeng said, "Actually, Jue, you don't have to ask them to come back and save me. Actually, the place where I stay is very safe, and I will be rescued by my compatriots in no time." Feng Jue smiled and said, "I knew all this when I saw that iron lump, but it's not a bad thing for you to come here this time." Qingfeng was a little curious and asked, "Why do you say that?" Feng Jue's answer was simple. "You are cursed. Simply put, you are cursed by the Lord of Blood Mist. If you want to go back to the secret place of your human beings, I'm afraid no one can save you." Curse? He immediately thought of the scene he saw after destroying the altar. It seems that the scene was not an illusion. Qingfeng smiled bitterly. "Alas, I didn't expect this world to be deeper than I imagined." Turning to Jue, he continued to ask, "How long can I live now? Is there any way to remove the curse?" Feng Jue looked at Qingfeng with a piercing gaze, and after a long time he said, "Originally, you could only live for 4 months at most. But I have fought against the Lord of Blood Mist, and I am very clear about his abilities, so I have eliminated more than half of your curse. But it is not completely eliminated. You can live at least 4 years now. The main curse secret technique used on you is at the new glory level. I am not very clear about the core of it, but if I want to understand it thoroughly, you may have been dissected to death here by me. But I am also very curious why the Lord of Blood Mist would give you such a high curse for just 1 gold. After digesting these words, he did not feel overly curious about Feng Jue's strength. But Qingfeng also had a bottom line in his heart. That is, her strength was at least at the star glory level. In addition, the blood-colored worms respected her so much before. So Qingfeng was not shocked. Instead, he adapted to this place at a very fast speed. Feng Jue saw that these words did not stun Yu Qingfeng, and the smile on his face became even happier. "Then how can I completely remove these?" Qingfeng asked the most crucial question. Ji thought for a while and said, "In fact, as long as you improve your strength to what you call the star glory level during this period, it will be fine. Then you can fight the curse yourself. Then spend some time to improve your strength to the extraordinary level, and you can completely solve it yourself." "Is that the case?" Qingfeng nodded. "In the end, it was still because of insufficient strength. But I have so many systems to rely on, and it shouldn't be a problem to break through the star glory in 3 years. I have one last question, which is, can I go back now?" In fact, Qingfeng still has a lot of questions. For example, why do you have wisdom? Why can you transform, etc.? But Qingfeng knew that speaking out now might cause the other party to be unhappy. This kind of question is like asking, why can you walk? Why can you use chopsticks? How can you buy things? Isn't this treating the other party as a fool? Feng Jue thought for a while and said, "No, I can't come to the area above the 50th floor for some reason. So I'm afraid you can't go back now. Plus, the curse is now equivalent to a locator. If I ask someone to protect you up, I'm afraid they will be in danger themselves." Qingfeng's expression froze instantly. He asked dully, "Which floor are we on now?" "The 50th floor. Although it's only the 50th floor, but you don't have to panic. This is my territory, As long as you don't leave this yard, no one can touch you. Fog. 50 floors. I can't, Sister Lee. The 10th floor is the limit level he has been to, and the key is that he was pulled into the 10th floor. He hasn't even seen the scenery on the 2nd floor. Now he is brought directly to the 50th floor. Is this reasonable? Feng Zhiyue couldn't help laughing when she saw that Qingfeng was fine and even looked a little dazed. She slowly said to Qingfeng, "Okay, this cabin is where you will live in the future. If you have any needs, you can tell me. If you want to send a letter to your parents at home, there is no problem, but it is a bit troublesome. I don't understand why the secret realm of you humans is on the top floor. I remember that the top floor is basically full of monsters without intelligence. The Blood Mist cult even incited us to go to war with you humans." This sentence seemed to be said deliberately for Qingfeng to hear. After thanking her, he also answered in the wooden house. He sat on the bed and looked at the scenery outside, digesting today's content. Qingfeng was full of doubts. At the same time, he also calmed these doubts in his heart. 1. Why can't Feng Zhiyue go to the area above the 50th floor? Is it restricted by something? 2. That is why the information held by humans is wrong. It shouldn't be right. If those blood-colored worms can go up and Feng Zhiyue also knows the existence of humans, it should be friendly. No matter how bad it is, you can't be completely unaware that these creatures can have spiritual intelligence, right? Sure enough, this world is too complicated. I'm late. There is also the Lord of Blood Mist. It seems that they have always shown signs of activity, but they rarely appear in front of outsiders. Combined with what September said before, it means that September knows the Lord of Blood Mist very well. In other words, the Lord of Blood Mist may not be human. His strength is similar to September's, so it is very likely that he cannot go above the 50th floor like September. So the members of the Blood Mist cult can only rely on sacrifice to obtain the power of the Lord of Blood Mist? It seems that this explanation is very reasonable. Well, let's take a look in a few days. The problem now is that since I can't go out, how can I become stronger? Hang-up system? Automatic training system? Or a new system? Forget it. Open the system group and take a look at the situation. Super rich system, LV2. Alas, I feel that the group owner will not choose me. I am really too poor. I have nothing but money. God level selection system, V4. Not bad. You and spending money to become stronger are a perfect match. Automatic cultivation system. Fuck, a low V4 boss has appeared. I haven't seen you in the group before. What have you been doing? God level selection system. Yeah, I met a new system recently. He competed with me for the host, and in the end I couldn't win. But that system was very good to me. He gave me a drop of Pangu's blood, saying that he had asked Pangu for it not long ago. Spending money to become stronger system. Pangu's blood? Wow, I met a boss. I heard that the systems that can participate in blood drawing are at least level 6. Women's clothing system. What blood drawing? I will be satisfied if I can reach 2 in my lifetime. Picking up attribute system. I don't know when the assassination system will come back. It should be soon. I really admire my host. He is very cowardly, going to the sect martial arts field every day to reduce attributes, like a monk sweeping the floor. I can understand this at the beginning, but the problem is that he has been sweeping the floor like this for more than 40 years. His strength can be soared, but he is still sweeping the floor there. I miss our group leader and the days of adventure with him in the swamp. Hang-up system. Your host is similar to mine. My host just found a coffin to lie down in, and this has been going on for more than 10 years. Chef system. I am complained by the host every day. I want to cry JPG. Devouring system. The status of the chef system is getting lower and lower. Looking at the complaints in the group, Qingfeng also shook his head and thought to himself, these idiots are just Pangu's blood. How about choosing the God-level selection system? Before he could think carefully, he began to feel dizzy for some reason. His body also began to feel a little tired, even though he did nothing today. Qingfeng didn't care, thinking in his heart, oh, forget it. I'll think about these problems tomorrow. Qing covered himself with the quilt and fell into a deep sleep. Opening his eyes, Qingfeng found himself in a foggy space. He subconsciously wanted to use his spiritual power, but he found that he couldn't feel the spiritual energy. Where is this? Have I traveled through time again? He stood there, unsure for a moment. The fog blocked his vision, and he could only see about 1 or 2 steps away. Qingfeng took a few tentative steps. The fog seemed to be avoiding him. He also stepped back 1 or 2 steps. Qingfeng saw that the fog would avoid him, so he walked with confidence. After walking for about 10 minutes, he saw a pillar. Walking over, Qingfeng found that he seemed to have seen this pillar somewhere before. Soon he thought, isn't this the blood-colored pillar in the hall of the Lord of Blood Mist? Could it be that the Lord of Blood Mist did this? Qingfeng's body tensed up subconsciously, and he suddenly found that the spiritual energy that he couldn't use at the beginning could be used, inducing the spiritual energy in his body. Qingfeng opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes again, Qingfeng saw through the fog. A grand hall appeared in front of Qingfeng. This hall was the same as the scenery Qingfeng saw when he destroyed the maze altar. The only difference was that there was no longer a figure in the hall. Instead, there was a very powerful blood-colored energy. There were strange runes floating around the blood-colored energy. What is this? These energies seemed to have discovered Qingfeng and quickly attacked him. The strange runes emitted a dazzling red light. Blood people appeared in the blood pool nearby. They slowly walked towards Qingfeng. Qingfeng wanted to use his spiritual power, but the next second another rune shone. Suddenly Qingfeng couldn't see clearly again, and his spiritual power disappeared. Countless blood people appeared from the fog and surrounded Qingfeng. One by one, they slowly approached Qingfeng. There are more and more blood people, and they pounce on Qingfeng one by one. Qingfeng wanted to struggle and hit with his fists, but no matter how he hit, it was ineffective. Qingfeng was slowly surrounded by these bloody people. Qingfeng quickly got up and looked around in horror. Looking at the wooden bed that was already wet with his sweat, he thought to himself, is this a dream? This dream is too real. What's wrong? A warm voice came to his ears. Qingfeng turned his head and looked. He didn't know when Zhu Yue appeared beside him. He smiled awkwardly and said, it's okay, I just had a nightmare. Hearing that it was a nightmare, Zhu Yue became interested and asked, can you tell me about it? He just wanted to talk to Zhu Yue about the nightmare. In his opinion, it didn't seem like a dream at all. 10 minutes later, Qingfeng told Zhu Yue the whole process. Zhu Yue was also a little solemn and said, well, this is not a dream, but a curse imprinted in your spiritual sea. Is that ball of energy a curse? But it's okay. The curse can't really hurt you now. It can only scare you. If you have this kind of dream again, just jump into the blood pool. If you die in the dream, you will wake up naturally. Zhu Yue's voice came again slowly. So that's how it is. Qingfeng looked at Zhu Yue cautiously and said softly, Zhu Yue, have you seen my storage ring? Zhu Yue saw Qingfeng's gaze and the corners of her mouth curled up again. She said with interest, your storage ring is here with me. But I'm a little embarrassed. I've seen what's inside. I'm a little curious that you are obviously a man, but you bought so many women's clothes. Do you have any strange habits? Damn, how should I argue? Damn, don't you know that it's wrong to rummage through other people's things? Qingfeng thought for a moment and said to Zhu Yue with a sincere face, no, I am going to prepare this for my clone. I know a spiritual skill that can cultivate an incarnation. That incarnation is a woman. This is to prepare for the incarnation. Pfft. Zhu Yue smiled even more and threw the ring back to him. I took some of those clothes. You don't mind, do you? As she said that, she lifted up her skirt, revealing her black silk thighs and swayed in front of Qingfeng. The voluptuous legs flashed in front of Qingfeng, but Qingfeng saw it clearly. He couldn't help but recite the ice heart Jue in his heart. If the heart is as clear as ice, the sky will not fall, the sight will be steady, the spirit will be relaxed, and the breath will be calm. Qingfeng looked unmoved. Jue also felt bored and said, okay, I won't tease you anymore. This is your breakfast. I will deliver your breakfast from now on. Jue walked out of the wooden house. Seeing Jue leave, Qingfeng was relieved. He looked at the rich breakfast left and planned to get up and start eating. Yu Qingfeng, who had just gotten up, said softly, alas, after all, in this world only love and food cannot be let down. Although love has not arrived yet, we must never neglect food. Just eat. Just when he was about to eat, Jia suddenly poked her head out and smiled at Qingfeng. I forgot to tell you that I made this meal. After saying that, she closed the door again. Her words made Qingfeng a little confused. He felt something was wrong. It stands to reason that a strong man of this level should be quite arrogant, but Qingfeng couldn't feel it at all in Feng Jue. Is there any purpose for this? Qingfeng didn't want to continue thinking deeply and took out disposable chopsticks from the space ring. He picked up the food and ate it. Oh, this taste is just as good as my dark cuisine. But Qingfeng didn't spit it out, because in his mind September's words emerged. He had a feeling that if he spit it out, Something ominous might happen, especially since September just came back to tell him that this was cooked by her. Now that he thinks about it, it seems to have other meanings. Maybe her mental power is still hovering in this room observing his performance, plus her elusive figure. He has to eat it with tears in his eyes. Yu Qingfeng was a little confused. He looked so appetizing, but why did the taste so strange? How did she do it? If she can cook, the food she makes should be delicious. Wait, did September say that she will deliver all the meals in the future? She won't cook every day, right? Qingfeng suddenly felt desperate. At this moment, he actually thought of the chef system in the system group who was doing nothing ordinary and always in the group. As expected, what Kamen Rider said was right. Ordinary is the truth. 10 minutes later, Qingfeng ate all the food with his mind. Just after he finished eating, Jue appeared in front of Qingfeng. This scared Qingfeng. Fog grass, appearing and disappearing. Before Qingfeng could ask, the other party asked a fatal question. How is it? Is it delicious? Yu Qingfeng's face was calm, but he was actually complaining wildly in his heart. How can this be delicious? I almost died. But he didn't dare to say anything. Qingfeng nodded and said expressionlessly, It's delicious. Jue seemed to be even happier and said in Qingfeng's ear with some temptation, Then I will cook for you every day in the future, okay? No. Before Qingfeng could say it, he saw the kind eyes on Jue's gentle face. That kind eyes stared at him. Qingfeng sweated instantly and he held back what he was about to say. No. Don't bother. It's my honor to eat such delicious food. In fact, Qingfeng originally wanted to say no, but that look made Qingfeng instantly scared. Pa, what do you mean by scared? I'm just following my heart. Right, that's right. I'm just following my heart. Jue nodded and seemed to be very satisfied with what he said. He patted Qingfeng on the shoulder and said, You're welcome. This is what we should do. Then Jue disappeared again. Qingfeng was helpless. The difference in strength was too big. Qingfeng now always felt that he was being monitored. But he dared to be angry, but not to speak. Damn, he fell into a dragon's den and a tiger's lair after all. He returned to the bed and pretended to start practicing, but actually opened the system chat group. Not for anything else, but to protect his innocence. All members, brothers, who among you has a skill similar to a clone? It must be realistic. I need it urgently now. All the systems saw the group master suddenly appear. No matter if they were diving or not, they all came out to bubble up. Chef System, my dear group leader has appeared. I miss him for the 150th day. Supernatural Power Lottery System. About the skills of clones? I have them, but can you draw them, group leader? Order. The Supernatural Power Lottery System has been muted by the group leader for 1 hour. Super Rich System. Ha ha ha, it really makes me laugh to death. Why do you bother the group leader when you have nothing to do? I don't know about the ability of clones, I only have money. Automatic Cultivation System. 3. I don't know either, but as long as the group leader has the skills, I can help you cultivate. Does the group leader want to kill someone, so he has to hide his identity? Women's Clothing System. If this is really the case, didn't I give you makeup proficiency and god-level acting skills? If you want to play another person, these mistakes are more than enough, right? Qingfeng's face was full of black lines. I was harmed by you. Damn it. God-level selection system. Bill 4. I have it. Group leader can choose me. When the time comes, group leader, go to the water and look at yourself, and then I will give you a choice. Okay, my reputation is finally going to be saved. Chef System, is the group leader not going to choose me again? I understand. You don't have to explain. After all, it's still my system that has taken on everything. I have so many expectations and so many regrets, do you know? I will choose you in my next system. I've been trapped recently and the food I eat is hard to swallow. Chef System. Really? That's great. I knew the group leader loves me. I can't even eat well. How can this be? Subscription, the Supernatural Lottery System, has been unbanned. After seeing this message, Qingfeng realized that an hour had passed without him noticing. Just when I was about to exit the chat group, Supernatural Lottery System. At Chef System, the group owner may be in trouble next month, and then they won't choose you. At group owner? Is that true? Is what Xiaoyi said true? Don't you want the group owner to get out of trouble? Chef System woo-woo. Oh, no. I'll cry if the group owner gets out of trouble. I can't even be happy. Woo-woo-woo. Really, I'm very happy. Yu Qingfeng's face was full of black lines. Order, supernatural lottery system was banned by the group owner for 1 day. It took Yu Qingfeng a long time to coax the chef system. Qingfeng talked about the group chat again. When he thought that he could completely get rid of the fate of being ruined, Qingfeng's mood couldn't help but get better. His mind returned from the chat group. Qingfeng felt as if there was someone in front of him, and he looked forward. He suddenly found that Zhu face was about to stick to him. Qingfeng subconsciously stepped back. He said to Zhu in a daze, "What are you doing?" Zhu found Qingfeng's reaction a little funny, and continued to slowly approach Qingfeng, saying, "What do you think I want to do?" Jie laughed. "It's okay. I just saw you sitting cross-legged. You should be practicing. But I also felt that you were sleeping. I can't feel the law of your reciprocating energy at all." So, Jiu's voice suddenly softened, slowly crawled to Qingfeng's ear and said, "Are you trying to attract my attention?" Ahem. Qingfeng wanted to cry. Damn, I was in a water group, but the spirit stone was absorbed unknowingly and I forgot to take out a new one. No, Jiu, you misunderstood. I am cultivating my spiritual power, forming a reciprocating root in my mind, which can help me improve my sleep quality. We humans are scientific. Those experts say that it can effectively control emotions, control one's own pulse, improve concentration, and effectively absorb spiritual stones. Qingfeng said nonsense seriously. What he said was well-founded. Then can you teach me? Zhu Yue said to Qingfeng. He complained in his heart. Damn it, it's all because those experts said it was too miraculous. If it really had these effects, I would have learned it long ago. You dare to learn, but I dare not teach. Finally, Qingfeng changed the subject and said, Zhu Yue, why did you suddenly come to me again? Zhu Yue showed a playful smile again and said, It seems that this meditation is really profound. You don't even know that it's already evening. Since I'm here to bring you dinner. Qingfeng looked at the window and found that the sky had indeed darkened. Zhu Yue took out today's meal from the storage space and handed it to Yu Qingfeng. He looked at the food handed over, and it was almost the same as the morning meal. It looked extremely gorgeous and beautiful. If you don't taste it, just looking at it like this, it's still very appetizing, especially one of the tomato scrambled eggs. The eggs look very soft and tender, and the tomatoes are even more juicy. Zhu Yue looked at Qingfeng staring at these dishes and spoke with some pride. Have you seen these dishes? Do they look very appetizing? I made all these dishes, right? Are you touched? What Zhu Yue didn't know was that Qingfeng was staring at these dishes because he was lost in thought. Qingfeng nodded. If you are touched, then hurry up and start eating. Zhu Yue didn't leave this time, but took out the chopsticks and handed them to Qingfeng. He looked at him expectantly. Yu Qingfeng was very touched, but he was a little afraid to move. Just like that, under Zhu Yue's gaze, he trembled and stretched out his chopsticks and ate all the food now. The process is hard to describe in a few words. Zhu Yue saw Qingfeng finish all the food and asked happily, Is it delicious? Yu Qingfeng was helpless, showing a happy expression and said, Yeah, it's delicious. If there is more, I will definitely finish it. It's getting late now, Zhu Yue. You should go back quickly. Zhu Yue's eyes lit up when she saw Qingfeng like eating so much. So you haven't eaten enough yet? The next moment, Zhu Yue took out a large plate of turtle soup from his hand again. Since you haven't eaten enough yet, I still have the turtle soup I prepared for you at noon. I thought you were full, so I didn't take it out. It seems that my previous idea was wrong. No, your previous idea was right. At this time, Yu Qingfeng really wanted to slap himself a few times, and then said, What a bad mouth. Half an hour later, Qingfeng was still reluctant to move his chopsticks. Zhu Yue saw that Qingfeng was a little hesitant and also said kindly, You were lying to me before, right? No, Qingfeng said hurriedly. If not, then why don't you start eating? Zhu Yue was a little confused. Ahem. The main reason is that this turtle soup is so delicious that I don't know how to eat it. At this time, Qingfeng was a little grateful to God for giving him such a mouth. Zhu Yue suddenly realized. Patting Qingfeng, he said, It's okay. Since I can make the first bowl, I can naturally make the second bowl. He was a little desperate. He even regretted why he said those nonsense in the first place. He began to resent God. Damn it, it's just a meal. I, Yu Qingfeng, have been to many places and eaten many things. Just do it. With one go, he started to eat hard. An hour later, Qingfeng finished his meal with no desire to live. Zhu Yue also put away the plates happily. Before leaving, he whispered, Finally, someone thinks my food is delicious? My sisters just don't know what's good. Pfft. So, you know that the food you cook is not delicious. Time passed slowly like this. A month finally passed, and during this period, the relationship with Zhu became better and better. Qingfeng excitedly opened the system chat group. He chose the chef system without hesitation. Chef system binding is successful. Order: congratulations to the host for getting the novice gift pack. Order: the novice gift pack has been automatically opened for you. Congratulations to the host for getting the pots and pans gift pack. Seasoning: a sack of spices. Recipe: a recipe for golden egg fried rice. Order: release the task. Come on, little cutie. You will become the new generation of god of food. The task goal is to conquer a person's taste buds. It's finally here. It's finally here. Do you know, chef system, do you know how I have been through these 23 days? Qingfeng felt so excited for the first time. You can imagine how September has tortured him in these 23 days. It was just at this time that September walked in. Seeing Qingfeng, who was a little excited, he also ran over and greeted. What's wrong with you? Is the curse on you? Damn blood mist cult. It's okay. I'll vent your anger for you now. At this time, Qingfeng felt like he was eating soft rice. Seeing Zhu was about to leave, Qingfeng hurriedly stopped her and said, It's okay, I just thought of something happy. By the way, Zhu, let me cook lunch for you today. I feel embarrassed every time I eat your food. God-level acting skills activated. In Zhu's eyes, Qingfeng was the one who wanted to repay the favor she had received over the years. She agreed without even thinking about it. I'm late again. Woohoo. Seeing Zhu agreed, Qingfeng also smiled with relief. Finally, I'm finally free. As long as I conquer her taste buds, she will definitely ask me to cook every day in the future. Will I still have to eat that disgusting thing then? At this moment, Qingfeng seemed to have seen the future. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He began to think carefully about the recipe for golden egg fried rice. A few minutes later, Qingfeng knew what to do and said to Zhu in front of him, In that case, come over at noon. Just eat then. She looked at Qingfeng with a bright smile and was stunned for a moment before nodding subconsciously. Okay, I'll come over at noon then. Then Zhu left. Qingfeng saw Zhu leaving and hurried outside. At this time, the sun was shining outside the wooden house and the climate was suitable. He opened the space ring, took out a huge table, and prepared all the materials to be prepared. After taking out the rice cooker, grill, generator, and other items, Qingfeng slowly took out the rice, washed 280 grams of rice, and then put it in 400 milliliters of water. After clicking the steam on the rice cooker, Qingfeng began to think about another thing. The recipe states that if you want the rice to be distinct, you have to put it in the refrigerator in advance, and then put it in a plastic bag to break it up. He has a plastic bag, but he doesn't have a refrigerator. His storage space is actually equivalent to preservation. As long as it is placed in the space, it will not deteriorate no matter how long. That is to say, the originally hot pork rib soup was still steaming hot after being placed in the storage space for hundreds of years. Therefore, Qingfeng did not consider buying a refrigerator. Soon, Qingfeng's rice was cooked. He took out all the rice and looked at it with a bit of difficulty. Suddenly, he thought of a solution. He washed his hands and began to mix them with his hands. Qingfeng urged the cold jade hand, and the arm that was originally at room temperature instantly became cold. Alas, I am such a clever ghost. It seems that the cold jade hand was not learned in vain, and it still came in handy. In this way, the step of breaking up can be omitted. Doing so can not only improve the degree of separation of rice grains, but also improve the taste of rice grains. About half an hour later, Qingfeng looked at the rice and felt that it was almost done. Looking at the time, it was only 10:30. It was still early, and Qingfeng slowly came to the table, chopped the green onion, and beat the eggs for later use. Then he came to the wok, poured in the appropriate amount of oil, poured half of the egg that he had prepared earlier into it, and began to stir-fry. This was a one-time chance, so Qingfeng carefully controlled the heat, and soon the crystal-clear egg came out of the wok quickly, soft and tender. Then quickly put the rice into the remaining half of the egg liquid and stir, and after stirring evenly, pour it into the wok, and start to stir-fry. Add soy sauce and stir-fry until evenly mixed. Stir well with the rice and add the egg and stir well. Remove from the wok. A crystal-clear golden rice came out of the wok. Order: congratulations to the host for making golden egg fried rice. Evaluation in progress. A++ quality. Finally done. Looking at the system's evaluation, Qingfeng also felt stable. Well, it looks delicious. Of course, you don't even look at who made it. Qingfeng was a little proud. But yours is not as gorgeous as mine. Hearing this, Qingfeng turned around a little unhappy, and when he was about to say something, he found that the person who spoke was September. At this moment, Jiwei was looking at him with burning eyes. Damn! How come she came so soon? Qingfeng quickly checked the time and found that it was exactly 11 o'clock. Good guy, she came on time? Qingfeng cleared his throat and said to Jiwei warmly, "Since you are here, try the lunch I made." She glanced at Qingfeng. Her beautiful eyes were bright. At this moment, Jiwei was already impatient. After hearing Qingfeng's permission, she picked up the bowl and chopsticks and started eating. A mouthful of golden fried rice went down her stomach. There was no fishy smell of eggs, and the taste was soft and glutinous. Jiwei's eyes lit up. He started to feast on it without caring about his image. Qingfeng laughed when he saw Jiwei like this. He knew that in the future, Jiwei would definitely ask him to cook every day, and then she would not have to suffer from her meals. At the same time, Qingfeng's mind also received a system task reminder. Task goal: conquer a person's taste buds. Time limit: chef system upgraded to. Order: system chat group upgraded successfully. New permissions open to group owners. Order: chat group found new system members. Do you want to invite them to join? Yes, no. Qingfeng clicked yes without hesitation. System chat. Curse system V4 enters group chat. Roleplay system L4 enters group chat. Live broadcast system LV3 enters group chat. Supernatural lottery system. Finally, a newcomer has arrived. Damn, why are the levels of newcomers so high now? My status is going to decline again. All systems welcome newcomers. Women's clothing system, newcomers' women's clothing photos. There is no problem with your host's photos. Group manager, those who don't know the system group can watch the group announcement. New systems, okay. At this time, the system group reminds again. The system chat group has been updated. The group owner can choose another system as a subsystem. All the systems went crazy instantly. Qingfeng was also surprised. Now he can choose 2 systems. Woohoo is taking off. Supernatural lottery system. Digging, plugin, double plugin. Other systems. Group leader, choose me. You Qingfeng. At God level selection system. Prepare your clone skill. God level selection system. Okay. Order. The upgrade selection system has been bound by the group leader. The boulder that has been hanging in Qingfeng's heart also fell. Qingfeng condensed a water mirror in front of him, and suddenly familiar options appeared in front of him. Choose 1, I am really a handsome 13. Reward, a conceited talent. Choose 2, I am really an ugly 13. Reward, magic power. He chose 2. Suddenly, his body underwent a wonderful change, and countless knowledge appeared in his mind. Magic power yin and yang. Just like the yin and yang 2-level Bagua, the main body can condense an avatar, and the clone's strength is the same as the main body. Condensing the third clone will reduce the strength by half. If the main body and the clone are together, the strength will be doubled. Note, up to 4 clones can be condensed. Qingfeng had an epiphany, as if he had suddenly realized something. In his mind, all the functions of the yin-yang magical power were instantly memorized, as if Qingfeng was born with this magical power. Just when Qingfeng wanted to try, Jiwei suddenly hugged him. Qingfeng broke free and looked at Jiwei. He found that something was wrong with the current state. Qingfeng saw tears gathering in the corners of her eyes. Before Qingfeng could say what was going on, Jiwei said, "Qingfeng, do you have this egg fried rice? I want more." "It's so delicious that you're crying, right?" Qingfeng was also a little amused and handed his share to Jiwei. However, this also made Qingfeng a little curious about what the improvement was after the chef system was upgraded, and he also opened the system panel. It was the same as the previous system. There was a new system mall, and Yu Qingfeng clicked in without hesitation. Once again, a dazzling array of recipes appeared in front of Qingfeng. Qingfeng randomly clicked on an advanced version of golden fried rice. Advanced version of golden fried rice? Successful production. Cultivation speed increased by 50%. Satiety increased by 100%. Price, 50 delicious points. As expected, when the system level is upgraded to ELV2, extraordinary power will be developed. Well, the godly rich system is an exception, but the godly rich system and the spending to become stronger system can be combined and matched. If you think so, it seems not bad. Qingfeng clicked on a recipe again. Successful production. Cultivation speed increased by 50%, satiety increased by 100%, defense increased by 50%. Effect, not afraid of magma flies. Price, 311 delicious points. Good guy, he is stacking buffs. But how can I get this delicious point? At this time, Juyue picked up the chopsticks again in front of Qingfeng and began to taste the golden fried rice. One bite was full of happiness. At the same time, a prompt appeared in Qingfeng's mind. Delicious points plus 10. Delicious points plus 10. Qingfeng looked at Juyue again and found that every time she ate a bite, the delicious points in Qingfeng's mind would increase by 10 points. At the same time, Qingfeng also knew how to get this delicious point. In just a few minutes, Qingfeng had already accumulated 4 or 5 delicious points. After buying an upgraded version of golden fried rice in the mall, he planned to return to his wooden house. Jiyue was also full and satisfied. She looked at Qingfeng with admiration and found that he seemed to be going back to the wooden house. Jiyue thought he was too tired and didn't plan to disturb Qingfeng. When he was about to leave, suddenly he thought that he seemed to have eaten his share, and guilt surged in his heart. He secretly made up his mind to go back and make a bowl of the same fried rice for Qingfeng. Qingfeng returned to the wooden house and activated the magical power of yin and yang. The shadow suddenly changed dramatically, and countless black mists began to slowly condense. Finally, a female Yu Qingfeng was formed. At the same time, Qingfeng's sight also had an additional perspective, and the control of the other self seemed to be like instinct. It was effortless. Qingfeng looked at his female body and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He controlled the female clone and said to himself, "You are blushing. I didn't expect you to be such a Yu Qingfeng, and you are interested in me. Why don't you take out the women's clothes quickly and put them on for me?" Qingfeng's face became even redder as he complained about himself. He quickly took out the women's clothes from the space ring and controlled the other body to put them on with great familiarity. Now that he has a clone, the name Yu Zhejiang is definitely not okay. That's an online name. He plans to give himself a nice name. Soon he knew what name he should take, so he called himself Yu Qingyi. From then on, Yu Qingfeng was Yu Qingfeng. Yu Qingyi was Yu Qingyi. The two were brothers and sisters, and it was Yu Qingyi who defeated the high priest, not Yu Qingfeng. Alas, Qingfeng almost believed these words himself. It can be seen that the psychological suggestion is strong. Yu Qingfeng took back his clone, returned to the bed and began to practice. Before Qingfeng had practiced for a few minutes, he was woken up again. When he opened his eyes, he saw Jiyue's face. He was used to it. He looked at the sky outside and found it was still bright. Suddenly he didn't know why Jiyue came to see him. Damn, it's always like this. I practiced for such a long time, but it was almost lonely. No, even if she is a Star Glory level expert, I have to talk to her properly. Otherwise, if I continue at this pace, I might really be cursed. Jiyue, what are you doing this time? I still need to practice well. If there is nothing else, we'll continue to practice. Hey, Jiyue's smile was a bit silly. He replied to Qingfeng, "It's like this. I saw that you didn't seem to have eaten enough at noon today, so I made you one." Jiyue's smile became even bigger. He looked at Jiyue's smile, which was like a devil. He took a deep breath and said to Jiyue, "Actually, you don't have to be like this. I don't have much appetite today. I won't be at peace until the curse is removed. My top priority now is to practice well and try to break the curse. But seeing that you like my cooking so much today, how about I cook it for you in the future? But there is one requirement for eating my cooking. That is, don't disturb me when I'm practicing. Is that okay?" Jiyue looked at Qingfeng and blinked her eyes. Then she looked at the egg fried rice she had just taken out. She took the egg fried rice back and said to Qingfeng, "Really? As long as I don't disturb you when you practice, you will take care of the meals in the future?" "Yeah," Qingfeng nodded frantically like a chicken sucking rice. "Okay, practice well," Jiyue said. Qingfeng felt relieved and took out a lot of spirit stones in one breath and began to absorb them. At this time, Jiyue had not left yet. She seemed to be free today. She just looked at Qingfeng. After a few minutes, Jiyue said, "You are actually very talented. With my help, it only takes 2 years to reach the Star Glory level. So, you don't have to be so anxious." Qingfeng wanted to complain after hearing this. "Isn't this just a freeloader? Besides, I'm not really anxious, but I'm very anxious when you bring your food." Of course, he didn't dare to say these words. After thinking for a while, he said, "It's better to rely on yourself than on others. If you rely on others blindly, you won't grow." Jiyue asked curiously, "Why? Wouldn't it be better if you could become stronger?" "I think life and death, joys and sorrows are inevitable in a person's life, but they can never be avoided. It is because of these that we can understand the meaning of becoming stronger. Everyone has their own helplessness, and everyone has their own mission. Some people will go all out for their ideals, even if there is an abyss ahead. I call such people heroes. We have a saying on Blue Star. That saying is that there is only one kind of heroism in the world, and that is to love life after recognizing the truth of life. Jiyue was silent for a while and seemed to have some realization. He said, "You are right. Some people become depressed after seeing the truth of life. Some people love life but do not see the truth of life. Only those who have both are heroes." "Qingfeng, what do you think life is?" Jiyue said. "I think everything is life. Some people enjoy happiness and this is life, while others are in dire straits and this is also life. No matter what, life can be summarized as life." Puff Jiyue laughed. Yu Qingfeng was a little confused. He didn't know what Jiyue was laughing at and asked, "Is there something wrong with what I said?" "Ahem, there is nothing wrong with what you said. I can't believe that these words came out of your mouth. I have seen that you are only 18 years old. Logically speaking, you should be a young man with high spirits." Qingfeng was also a little embarrassed. He couldn't say that he was a time traveler. Although he had merged with this body and soul, he was still very impressed by the memory of his previous life. "Okay, I won't bother you anymore." Jiyue slowly got up, opened the door and left. Seeing Jiyue leave, Qingfeng also took out a bunch of spirit stones and began to practice. At the same time, his consciousness was also immersed in the chat group of the word system. System chat group. Curse system, OV4, role-playing system, live broadcasting system. What functions do you have? Group Master, you finally came out. My function is very simple, not very fancy, just curse. Unconditional curse. Specific curses include bad cultivation, going astray, choking to death while drinking water, accidentally falling into a manure pit, etc. After knowing these functions, Qingfeng was instantly moved. "Damn, Lord of the Blood Mist, since you cursed me, I will curse you too. Let's see who lives longer." Role-playing system, LV4. For me, it's role-playing. As long as the host plays the role of a character in anime or novel, he can obtain his skills and magical powers. This is not bad either. Live broadcasting system. Ahem. My function is very simple, live broadcasting. As long as the group master broadcasts live, he can gain popularity, and popularity can be exchanged for various items. This one is average, but it seems to be used to contact family members. These new systems seem to be very powerful. Okay, I got it. Then he started to practice in the water group. Not long after Jiyue went out, a half-transformed blood-colored worm came to her side and said respectfully, "Her Highness Princess 9, Shuixing wants to see you." "Okay." Jiyue's face instantly turned cold. She probably knew something. In an instant, she came to a magnificent hall. At this time, Shuixing, who was pacing back and forth in the hall, also hurriedly greeted the arrival of Princess 9. Jiyue didn't waste any words and asked, "What do you want to see me for?" "Princess 9, the other nobles are still asking you for the last quota of the ruins. This time, no matter how I try to stop them, it's useless." "Well, I get it. Take me to see them." Jiyue had a blank expression on her face, as if no words could move her, and a strong aura spread around her. Soon, under the guidance of Shuixing, they came to a guest room. There were 7 or 8 elegant young women in the guest room. Each of them looked like a demon. When they saw Jiyue coming, they also looked at each other. They greeted Jiyue perfunctorily. The first young woman in the first row spoke first. "Your Highness the 9th Princess, I think you should hand over the last quota. It's useless for you to hold that quota. Why not give the quota to other nobles now? This will also improve the strength of our Fox clan, right?" The others also echoed, "That's right. Weren't the previous quotas given to us?" Jiyue's anger rose. These nobles are getting more and more presumptuous. They gave you quotas in the past because of the face of the same clan. After giving you quotas several times, do you really think that this quota is yours? Quiet Jiyue spoke, and the temperature around her seemed to cool down. A strong momentum and pressure erupted from Jiyue, but this sentence was still useless. These nobles ignored the pressure directly, but the nobles still shut up. Jiyue looked at them and said, "I will not give you this quota. I have already found the right person. There is no waste, as you said." Hearing this, they were a little bit unbelievable. Princess Ju is confused. You can't give the quota to others in a moment of anger. Yes. Jiyue looked at these nobles and was completely angry. Do you think this princess has no vision? They were speechless for a moment. Besides, why do you care so much about this quota? If I remember correctly, it seems that each of your clans has one, right? A great noble immediately said, "We in the G clan have many more geniuses. There are 2 with outstanding talents. They are 7-tailed yellow foxes. So the quota is not enough. A great noble wearing revealing purple said, "Your G-clan is just so-so, not as good as our Jew clan. This time my son's talent is an 8-tailed purple fox." Ninth princess, this is not a joke. Jiu spoke again and said, "Our fox clan has already occupied more than a dozen places in the ruins in the secret realm this time. Don't you have any confidence? I know what you are worried about. Aren't you afraid of being surpassed by other fox clans? I'm putting it here. I won't give this quota to any fox clan, and I won't ready have a selected candidate." When the other great nobles heard Juyue's determination, they would know that this quota would never come back. At the same time, after confirming that other clans would not get the quota, they felt relieved. They all left. Juyue was relieved when she saw these nobles leave. She felt very tired. After dealing with some trivial matters, Juyue returned to the wooden house. She came to Qingfeng again and looked at him like this. She thought to herself that he was so handsome, talented, and kind-hearted as a human being, and could cook. He ate it even though he knew that what I cooked was unpalatable. It's really cute when you think about it. But I really want to see his eyes. They must be very beautiful. Jiue's mood unconsciously relaxed. As expected, I'd better stay here and feel comfortable. I'll live here when my sister and the others come back. Time passed slowly like this. Qingfeng also woke up from his practice and saw Jiue's face as soon as he woke up. He looked at the time again and found that it was already evening. He smiled at Jiue and said, "Can we have golden fried rice today?" Jiue leaned against Qingfeng, deliberately nudged him, and said teasingly, "Okay, you can do whatever you want." Qingfeng was a little immune to this at the moment, as he teased him like this almost every day. He quickly pushed her away and said, "Okay, I'll make you an enhanced version of golden fried rice today." "Okay." Damn, after being rescued, the internet at home suddenly went offline. He quickly made the upgraded version of golden fried rice. This time he made a large amount of fried rice, but he always had a feeling that it was not enough for Jiue to eat now. Qingfeng handed the golden fried rice to Jiue. Jiue couldn't wait to take it, put her nose close to it and smelled it and said, "Wow, Qingfeng, is this the upgraded version of golden fried rice you mentioned? It smells really good." She quickly picked up her chopsticks and tasted it. Suddenly she felt the baptism of her soul, and at the same time she also felt some changes in her body. This feeling, Jiue was startled, looked at Qingfeng and said, "Have you been out?" "No." Qingfeng was a little confused. "Then why can your ingredients improve the speed of cultivation? This taste and feeling can't be wrong. Did you go out to steal eggs from other beasts?" "Good guy, it turned out to be this," Qingfeng said with some pride. "Don't worry, I didn't go out. You can see that I used ordinary eggs. As for why you have that feeling, it may be because of my superb cooking skills." Jiue took a look and found that it was indeed an ordinary egg. Suddenly her eyes lit up, and she looked at Yu Qingfeng excitedly and said, "Qingfeng, you are simply the god of cooking in the world. Since you have such a high skill, if I go out to steal an egg from a beast, won't the effect be better?" Qingfeng nodded. "I think this is the truth. Then which exotic beast egg can you go to next time? I have never eaten an exotic beast egg before." "Hey." Jiue smiled and patted his chest and said, "No problem." Qingfeng also picked up the bowl and chopsticks and took a bite. Suddenly, his nose was sour. How long has it been since he last ate such delicious food? Jiue was a little embarrassed when he saw Qingfeng's appearance. 10 minutes later, they quickly finished the golden egg fried rice. At this time, Qingfeng's body was slowly gathering energy. Under the gentle warmth of this energy, he felt that he could break through to Gold 2-star today. Open Personal Attribute Panel. Gold 1-star, Strength 96 tons, Speed 560 kilometers per hour, Spiritual Power 65 cubic meters. Sure enough, he could break through. He quickly took out the Spirit Stone and said to Jiue, "I feel like I am going to break through." Before Qingfeng started practicing to break through, Jiue stopped him immediately and said, "You can't break through now." Qingfeng asked in confusion, "Why?" Jiue began to explain, "Because you haven't eaten the treasures of heaven and earth. Every time you break through to the gold level, you need to eat a treasure of heaven and earth to consolidate your foundation, and it will also greatly improve your strength. Your average gold level human only has 80 tons of strength and physique, but if you eat the best treasures of heaven and earth for assistance, you can at least increase your strength and physique by 200 tons. So you'd better not break through. Even those unconscious creatures will rely on instinct to find treasures of heaven and earth. If you don't eat, your realm will still break through, but your potential, strength, and power will not be as high as those who have swallowed the treasures of heaven and earth. After Juyue's explanation, Qingfeng also understood. At the same time, he once again felt that he had gone to college for nothing. Is this the reason why humans can't beat monsters of the same level in the dungeon? With this curiosity, he said to Juyue, "Do we humans know?" Juyue looked at him like a fool. "Of course I know, but you need to go to the dungeon to find the treasures of heaven and earth by yourself. And we have a relatively stable secret realm. This secret realm opens once a year, and it will be opened almost next month. But don't worry, I have asked many geniuses to go in and find treasures of heaven and earth for you." "Good man, am I really being kept?" Qingfeng thought about it carefully and asked Juyue, "Can I go to the secret realm to fight for it myself?" He didn't want to rely on Juyue for everything. This feeling of being protected like a flower in a greenhouse made Qingfeng feel bad. Juyue pursed her lips and said, "Sure. However, only our Fox clan can enter this secret realm. Is that so? It seems that there is no chance. But I have a solution. At the same time, your strength will grow significantly, and you can also leave this wooden house." Qingfeng asked excitedly, "What solution?" Juyue's body radiated a dazzling light, and a drop of blood essence slowly floated out from her body. The moment the blood essence floated out, her face instantly turned pale. "That is to eat the blood essence of our Fox clan. In this way, there is a chance to obtain the blood of our Fox clan, and at the same time, you will also have some characteristics of our Fox clan. Then you can naturally get out. But no matter how high your talent is, there should be no problem in awakening the blood of the eight-tailed purple fox. Anyway, you should try your best to awaken the eight tails." Jue looked at Qingfeng with burning eyes, and Qingfeng was still sluggish in the same place. It's better to say that he was sluggish in the same place than to say that a choice appeared in front of him. Choice 1, refuse, and say, "I, Yu Qingfeng, don't care about the inferior fox bloodline. You should know that I, Yu Qingfeng, am an SSS-level awakener of superpowers. This kind of bloodline is not worthy of me." Juyue's favorability is reduced to the lowest, with a king-level coffin board. Choice 2, agree. Drink it all in one gulp. Since it is the essence and blood of the nine-tailed white fox, there is a probability of awakening the nine-tailed white fox bloodline after drinking it. Reward, 100% awakening of the nine-tailed white fox bloodline. Good guy, if I choose one, will it be over directly? But Juyue is a nine-tailed white fox? Isn't the nine-tailed fox a species that only exists in myths and legends? Qingfeng did not hesitate and chose 2. Slowly swallowed the essence and blood into his mouth. Order. Suddenly, Qingfeng's body was extremely hot, and the pure and terrifying powerful energy in the essence and blood was running around in his body. He was so familiar with this feeling. He remembered that it was the same when SSS's superpowers were awakened, but it seemed that this time it was much more painful than the last time. "Damn it, I am no longer the same as I was before. I will absorb you." Qingfeng's spiritual skills were all running at full power. The blood in his body began to slowly merge with Qingfeng, and a phantom slowly condensed behind him. It was a fox. Juyue's beautiful eyes widened, and she also wanted to see how many bloodlines Qingfeng had awakened. Soon, the energy in Qingfeng's body began to slowly subside. The phantom of the huge fox behind him also slowly condensed successfully, with snow-white fur, shining and sacred. Juyue's pupils dilated instantly. "This is a white fox." Juyue hurriedly grabbed Qingfeng, but was caught off guard and took a step back. Suddenly, the floor exploded. Countless air currents swirled under his feet, and dust filled the air. This! Qingfeng hurriedly opened the system panel. Strength, gold 146 tons. Speed, 460 kilometers per hour. 265 cubic meters. The attributes are completely renewed, no matter the strength, speed, or mental power. They are all ridiculously strong. The strength and physique have increased by 250 tons, and the mental power has also increased by 200 cubic meters. Wow, awesome. No wonder humans can't beat those tyrannical monsters. I just awakened my bloodline and I'm several times stronger than before. Sure enough, humans have their limits, so I don't want to be a human anymore, Jojo. Qingfeng looked at Jiyue, who was still holding him, and asked in a Versailles way, "What's wrong? Did I fail to awaken?" He discovered something, that he became closer to Jiyue after awakening his bloodline. Jiyue didn't react until then. He quickly said, No, you awakened the bloodline of the nine-tailed white fox. Look, Jiwei pointed behind him. Qingfeng turned around and saw a phantom of a holy white fox behind him, but it didn't have 9 tails. It only had 1. Qingfeng was a little confused and said to Jiwei, "But he only has 1 tail, and doesn't the 9-tailed fox have a very high status in the Fox clan?" Jiwei also patiently explained to him, "The number of tails depends on your realm. Now that you have just awakened your bloodline, you can condense 2 tails. When you reach the platinum crystal level, you can condense another tail. You can understand it this way. Black iron, 1 tail. Bronze tail. Silver, 2 tails. Gold, 3 tails. Platinum crystal, 4 tails. Diamond, 5 tails. Star glory, 6 tails. Extraordinary, 7 tails. Proud, 8 tails. King, 9 tails. Every time you condense a tail, you can gain a magical power. Now you have another one. Feel what magical power it is?" September said with some anticipation. Qingfeng was also surprised after hearing it, and hurriedly sensed it. At the same time, he was also shocked by September's strength. Even though he had been mentally prepared before, Qingfeng clearly remembered that September had 7 tails. If it was according to what September said, then she must be a supernatural power. Fog grass, it's still good to have such a big guy around. A few minutes later, he really found that he had learned a magical power at some point. Through the connection with the magical power, Qingfeng also knew the function of this magical power. Magic power, resurrection from tail. After death, drop a tail in a great realm and then resurrect. The tail can be recondensed? Good guy. With this magical power, can I go out and have fun? Jiwei saw Qingfeng's happy expression and said, "What kind of magical power is that?" "We, the 9-tailed white fox, have recorded many magical powers." Qingfeng also told the truth. It is the ability to revive after the tail is cut off. Jiwei was shocked after hearing this. She had heard of this magical power. Her elder sister had this magical power. "I know this kind of magical power. This kind of life-saving magical power is extremely rare." Jiwei really couldn't imagine that Qingfeng's talent was so high. He continued to explain the common sense of the Fox clan to Qingfeng. "Our Fox clan is divided into 9 levels. 1-tailed heart fox, 2-tailed ghost fox, 3-tailed spirit fox, 4-tailed yang fox, 5-tailed black fox, 6-tailed fairy fox, 7-tailed hidden fox, 8-tailed holy fox, 9-tailed sky fox, 1-tailed heart fox, cyan, also known as blue fox, 2-tailed ghost fox, gray, also known as gray fox, 3-tailed spirit fox, green, also known as green fox, 4-tailed yang fox, red, also known as red fox, fire fox, 5-tailed black fox, black, also known as black fox, 6-tailed fairy fox, blue, also known as blue fox, 7-tailed hidden fox, yellow, also known as yellow fox, 8-tailed holy fox, purple, also known as purple fox, 9-tailed sky fox, white, also known as white fox. It's very simple for our Fox clan to check talents. Just look at the hair color. At the same time, there is also a very powerful hierarchy. The status is divided into 1 to 3 tails, such as civilians, 4 to 8 tails, such as officials, 456 minor nobles, 78 major nobles, 9 tails, such as emperors. Boom! Qingfeng suddenly felt like he was struck by lightning. Am I a fox among foxes? Just when Qingfeng was digesting the information, Jiwei gave him 2 tokens and said, "I give them all to you. The blue token is for the secret realm, and the red token is a place for a relic. This is the map of the relic. Take it. If you encounter danger or a situation where you must die, crush the blue token. This secret realm can only be entered by gold-level people. If you are higher than gold, you cannot enter. This is a contract between us and other races. What should I worry about? I have a platinum-level sniper rifle and a Gatling gun. Wouldn't I be invincible in it? If that blind Tutu dies, it will be over." But Qingfeng still nodded. "In the remaining time, you should concentrate the other 2 tails." Jiwei seemed to be very serious about this matter. Qingfeng also took it. He looked at the 2 tokens carefully. There was a fox on the blue token, and the same was true on the red token, but the fox was a 9-tailed fox. After looking at Jiwei again, Qingfeng returned to the bed and began to condense the other 2 magical powers. Jiwei did not just watch. While Qingfeng was practicing, he guided him on how to condense the tail. More than 10 days passed. At this time, Qingfeng still had 1 tail to condense. Powerful energy radiated in the room. Jiwei stood quietly by the side, waiting for Qingfeng to condense. Behind Qingfeng, the outline of the 3rd tail became more and more obvious, until it was completely condensed. Qingfeng also woke up from the mind of dredging energy. "It's done. Energy seizure. After killing the enemy, you can seize all the opponent's energy, or not. Magic power, run very handsomely. When running away, the enemy will be confused by your handsome appearance. This is the magical power that Qingfeng awakened. The second one was okay, but the third one Qingfeng really wanted to complain about. God damn, he runs so cool. Seeing Qingfeng succeeded, Jiwei also asked, what are these two magical powers? Energy capture. Her eyes lit up and said, I know this. The ability of my three tails is energy capture. What about the other one? Qingfeng became a little hesitant. Running? Running very cool. Jiwei laughed at Qingfeng without any image. 10 minutes later, seeing Qingfeng was a little embarrassed, Jiwei also tried to suppress her smile and said, Okay, this magical power is actually very powerful. Someone in our fox tribe was chased by the enemy. Later, he hid in a place and condensed a new tail to obtain a new magical power, which is this. In the end, he was discovered by the enemy, but the enemy found that he was very charming when running, so he let go of his hatred and married him. Isn't it touching? This is unreasonable. This is really too rough. What hatred can be let go just like that? Did he steal her lollipop? Jiwei found Qingfeng's confused look funny. She said to Qingfeng, Okay, I'll escort you every day these days, and I still have a lot of things to do. Make me some more egg-fried rice first. I'll come over to eat when I'm done. I'll take you to see our Tianhu city tomorrow. Qingfeng nodded. She was a little excited and wanted to see what the scenery on the 50th floor was like. Just as Jiwei was about to leave, she suddenly turned around and said to Qingfeng, I find you're pretty cute as a half-fox. After saying that, she disappeared instantly. Half-fox? What is it? Qingfeng returned to the bed and was trying to understand what Jiwei said. Suddenly he felt like he had touched something. He picked it up and saw that it was a fox tail. Qingfeng quickly looked back and found three tails behind him. Since I have a tail, then my ears are not. He touched his head and really touched his ears. Qingfeng condensed a water mirror in front of him, revealing his full appearance, with his snow-white ears and tail shining with brilliance. It matched his elegant, heroic, handsome, and imposing appearance, and there was no sense of disobedience. Readers who read my book also look like this. It seems like this. Not bad. By the way, this thing should be able to be hidden. Qingfeng thought of Jiwei's completely human appearance and began to try to hide it. Soon, the tail and ears slowly disappeared under his control. After seeing them completely disappear, Qingfeng also smiled. Then he went outside to start cooking. This time, Qingfeng understood a truth. That is, it would never go wrong to cook more and put the extra into the space ring. Jiwei could just take it out if he wanted to eat. Heh. Qingfeng cooked a bag of rice in one go. Then he repeatedly beat and kneaded it with his hands as if he was practicing iron sand palm. After more than 10 hours, Qingfeng cooked a large pot of fried rice and then put all the fried rice into the space ring. Order, the host made the 1000th serving of golden egg fried rice and obtained the hidden achievement, Paid Rice Master, and was rewarded with 5,000 delicious points. Qingfeng raised his eyebrows. I didn't expect there would be an unexpected surprise. I originally thought that it would be impossible to buy anything from the chef store this month, but I didn't expect the system to reward me. Open the mall. A familiar purchase page appeared in front of Qingfeng. In the upper right corner were his remaining delicious points. Currently, there should be 5,720 delicious points. Well, it looks like a lot. Qingfeng clicked on the special offer area without thinking. Rows of lists appeared. Chicken stewed pork ribs recipe, successful production, endurance 15%, speed cent 12, kidney tonic plus 15, satiety 120. Sale price, $22.33. Qingfeng bought it without thinking. That's how arrogant he was. He continued to read. Successful production, strength 15%, speed cent 12, satiety plus 120, price $12.33. Why is the special price still expensive? Could it be that the chef system is timid in the group, but it hits the host hard? Damn, I thought the initial system was easy to talk to. Could it be a black-bellied system? When Qingfeng was thinking, the system panel suddenly popped up. Order, found a bug, solving, order, get the system compensation spicy crayfish recipe. So there is a bug? Qingfeng was in a good mood at this time for getting a recipe for free. After Qingfeng bought a few recipes, by the way, he had nothing to do and lay on the bed in a daze. It seems that after awakening the nine-tailed fox bloodline, the whole person has become a little lazy. Unconsciously thought of September. Suddenly I was curious about what Tianhu City is like. He had been here for a long time, and he knew that the creatures here were no different from humans, just like the systems in the group. They all had strong self-awareness. Forget it. Let's take a nap first. I haven't slept well. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon of the next day. Qingfeng woke up at this time, stretched and looked at the sky outside, and found that it was a little brighter than before going to bed. He realized that he had slept until the next day. But why didn't Zhu Yue come? Wouldn't he encounter any troubles? Alas, even if he encountered troubles, I can't help. Qingfeng took out the golden egg fried rice and the notebook, and watched several movies that he had downloaded before. At the critical moment of the movie, he felt that there seemed to be someone behind him. He turned around and found that it was Zhu Yue. "When did you come?" Qingfeng asked. Zhu Yue said carelessly, "I came so early, but your story here is good. Let me see it when you have time." Qingfeng glanced at the notebook and nodded. He took out a portion of egg fried rice from the space ring, and Zhu Yue also took it. Leaning down and teasing, "It's ready so soon?" It was still this familiar feeling. He said to Zhu Yue, "I cooked a lot this time, and I don't have to cook for a while. Eat quickly. It will be cold soon. Take me to Tianhu City after eating." Zhu Yue also nodded. 10 minutes later, Qingfeng and Zhu Yue stepped out of the yard. Qingfeng looked around at the deep forest outside. He rarely saw such dense deep forests. After walking for about 10 minutes, Qingfeng saw a huge gate. Cross the huge gate. This position is just right to see the scenery of Tianhu City. Tianhu City was displayed in front of Qingfeng, with heavy traffic, 10-mile-long streets, bright lights, endless streams, and noisy voices. Magnificent and grand. The buildings were similar to what Qingfeng thought, all in the ancient style of Kyushu. At the same time, he also found himself above a huge sky island forest. Qingfeng glanced at Zhu Yue. Zhu Yue took him to the street in an instant. The people on the street were all in a half-fox state. Some were selling buns and some were buying small accessories. If Qingfeng hadn't known clearly, he would have thought he had traveled through time. He walked around the street with Zhu Yue. When he was about to go to Zhu Yue's residence, there was a noise in front of Qingfeng. "Wow, it's the eldest son of the Zhu family. I heard that the eldest son has condensed his third tail at a young age. Not only is he not arrogant, but he is also approachable." Qingfeng looked at the sound and found that everyone on the street was looking at a handsome man in a purple robe. The man was also very graceful. Anyone who greeted him would return the greeting. Qingfeng looked at Zhu Yue and found that Zhu Yue's face, which was originally full of smiles, had pulled down a little. This detail was naturally noticed by Qingfeng, so he asked, "Who is this person?" Zhu Yue also explained, "A member of the Zhu clan. There are 9 major clans in our Fox clan, namely Ji, Feng, Chu, Heng, Su, Bai, and Min. It was this person before who put me under a lot of pressure. I'm late again, with confidence. But Zhu Yue must have her own intentions in doing this. But Qingfeng can be sure that this is a calculation against other clans. Damn, Zhu Yue must be treacherous. It's simply amazing." But Qingfeng was a little curious, that is, what is the purple natural treasure? If you don't understand, just ask, what is the purple natural treasure? Zhu Yue no longer looked serious at this time, revealing a half-fox look, lazily lying on the table, and heard Qingfeng's question. The white fox's ears also stood up. As if he was in the mood, he turned to explain to Qingfeng. The natural treasures in the secret realm are divided into 3 equal parts. The first part is purple, which is the best. The second part is blue, which is the best. The third part is white, which is ordinary. Each small realm can only absorb one kind of natural treasure. White quality natural treasures can assist in cultivation and can only increase physical strength by 20 tons at most. Almost useless. Blue can add more than 120 tons. The most important thing is to improve talent and foundation. Purple is different. Whether it is strength, physique, speed, or talent, it increases a lot, and it can even increase lifespan. By the way, this time these clans want this relic quota so much because there may be golden natural treasures in this relic. As long as you absorb 1 golden natural treasure, you will basically reach the extraordinary level. Zhu Yushu will also take that to save his life. Zhu Yue suddenly stood up and approached Qingfeng. "You are so smart. You should know how precious this medicine is. If it is seized and eaten by an 8-tailed holy fox." Zhu Yue didn't say anything else, but Qingfeng already knew. At this time, he also knew what Zhu Yue was planning. From all the previous things, it seemed that Zhu Yue wanted to kill Zhu Yushu very much. Once this golden treasure was taken by Zhu Yushu, he would be completely blessed by the Fox clan. Because no matter his talent, bloodline, or potential, he was almost at the top. Especially Qingfeng knew that he was very ostentatious. His reputation was very good. If he died, the reputation of the Fox clan would be affected, and the rule of Zhu Yue would also be affected. At that time, it would be basically impossible to kill him. Even Zhu Yue had to come out to protect him. In this way, Zhu Yue's smile before was hidden. Qingfeng felt that the outside world was too dangerous, and I wanted to go back to the Magic City. Once Qingfeng suppressed Zhu Yushu and stripped off all his clothes and pants and came out alone, his reputation would be suppressed. Other fox clans would think that Zhu Yushu was not the genius rumored. Zhu clan would also be hit. Qingfeng continued to calculate, and his heart was trembling. If Zhu Yue does something in secret, then Zhu Yushu will surely die, and I, Yu Qingfeng, will take this opportunity to appear in front of the public. And the pseudonym that Zhu Yue gave him was definitely not chosen casually. Feng Yexue, his last name is Feng. In this way, not only can he replace Zhu Yushu's reputation openly, but also let everyone think that he is a hidden dark horse. It can also greatly increase the reputation and status of the Phoenix clan. Improve Zhu Yue's dominance. Dig, dig, dig. This, Qingfeng looked at Zhu Yue with some fear. This woman is too cruel. Did she plan it long ago, or did she just think of it? Wait, Zhu Yue said before that there are 9 celestial foxes, one of which has only 7 tails. He looked at Zhu Yue in the half-fox state. Just 7 tails? Qingfeng smiled reluctantly and said, "Are there only 9 celestial foxes in the Fox clan?" Zhu Yue also found Qingfeng's expression funny, said jokingly, "That's good." But Zhu Yue's next sentence immediately made Qingfeng sweat coldly. "Aren't there you?" "Ha!" and laughed happily. Okay, you just need to know. I told you at the beginning, I am the ruler of the 50th floor. Temporary. My sister and others went to the 70th floor to do things, and they may not come back for a while. Although it's the first time to be in power. But the Zhu family and other clans don't take me seriously at all. I have violated my majesty many times and committed insubordination. My sister told me that since the clans are restless, we will naturally use thundering methods, wait for Zhu Yushu to die. Other clans should also behave themselves. If they don't behave themselves, I will send a large army to their homes and frame them. Zhu Yue said it without hiding anything. Qingfeng was stunned. Zhu Yue was afraid that Qingfeng would be afraid of her, so she said, "I won't harm you. I like you very much, not to mention that you are the blood of the 9-tailed heavenly fox. Just join us in the future. The most important point is that our fox tribe likes to stay with humans." "Why?" Qingfeng said it subconsciously. "It's very simple. Our fox tribe used to live in your secret realm, and we were even regarded as sacred beasts by you humans. We are auspicious and a symbol of love." Fog. Qingfeng sweated coldly. The 9-tailed fox did have these meanings in the past, but later it was demonized. But he didn't dare to say it. At the same time, he was also shocked. He didn't expect that the fox tribe was not a creature in the underground city at all, but a native creature of Blue Star. But now information technology is so advanced. Modern people should all know that the 9-tailed fox is demonized. Then what do you like about me? You thought for a while, your soul is very pure. I discovered it when I saw you. One of my magical powers is Jingxinming, which can observe people's hearts. It is precisely because of these magical powers that I am almost a tool for my sisters, who let me observe other people's hearts every day. Other clans, none of them has a clean heart. Especially that Zhu Yushu. Anyway, I won't hurt you. Zhu Yue then made a series of assurances, and Qingfeng's guard was slowly lowered. Although these guards are useless, especially in front of Zhu Yue's absolute strength. Zhu Yue also seemed to know this and kept comforting Qingfeng. "My heart is very pure. It won't be that the system blocked me, and at this time, the God-level selection system also appeared. Choice 1, guess through September and think that she has been harming you. Reward King-level coffin board paranoia. Choice 2, believe in September and make sure that September will not harm you. Reward 2,500-pound platinum crystal bow." Qingfeng was indeed a little too nervous. The system came to comfort him, but it was good that he got a new weapon for free. At the same time, he was 100% sure that Zhu Yue would not harm him. Option 2, "Zhu Yue, I believe you," Qingfeng said. Zhu Yue wanted to laugh when she saw Qingfeng return to normal. Before, Qingfeng looked like a frightened little rabbit who had discovered a big conspiracy. Order, rewards have been issued. Ha! A month passed quickly. During this period, Qingfeng did not dare to practice at all. He was afraid that he would break through accidentally. He just kept playing with Zhu Yue and taught Qingfeng some common sense. Qingfeng knew that although the 50th floor was ruled by Zhu Yue, there were still other races, and the strength of those races was also very high. But none of them was a king. The highest was Ao Shi, but they were also ridiculously strong. There were also kings in their races, but they were all in the lower level. I heard from Juyue that the kings are almost everywhere in the lower level, and there are even those who are better than the kings. There are also some matters about the secret realm and how to absorb the treasures of heaven and earth, which are all unimportant small issues. Qing Feng has a very bold idea about the treasures of heaven and earth. From Juyue's mouth, I learned that a small realm can only absorb one treasure of heaven and earth. If you want to absorb the second one, you must have someone else perfectly transmit it. Only in this way can the effect be superimposed. But if you do this, the consumption can be said to be very large, and the transmission failure is unnecessary. But Qing Feng is different. He is a man with a swallowing system. As long as you choose the swallowing system, it doesn't matter how many treasures you absorb. But this is just speculation. This month, Qing Feng has also thought about how to choose the system. Open the system chat group. Subscribe, a new month has arrived, and I found that I can invite one system. Do you want to invite? Is there only one system that can be invited this time? Yes. God-level sign-in system, LV4, enters the live broadcast room. All systems welcome newcomers. Group manager, newcomers can check the group announcement for information. Godly system, a new system is here, and it's a new month. I don't know who the group owner will choose. The competition is too intense now. I'm not a living being, but I feel the pain of living beings. Add God-level selection system. You've been with the group owner for so long, you should know. God-level selection system, LV4. I do know a little. It seems to be the devouring system. As for the other one, I don't know much. When the devouring system saw that the group owner wanted to choose him, it immediately stood up. Devouring system, is the group owner finally going to choose me? Automatic, no, not really. Devouring system, they clearly talked about me. Take a look at the chat history for yourself. God-level selection system withdraws message. I'm back. I've finally upgraded. Let me tell you, the group leader is so handsome. I really want to be pampered by him again. Sign. The devouring system is successfully bound to the group leader. Sign. The curse system is successfully bound to the group leader. At God-level sign-in system, what function do you have? Me? My function is to sign in, and I can get various items by signing in. That's great. Can I sign in for anything? Yeah, I'll sign in the girls' underwear for you, so don't worry, I can sign in for anything. This system doesn't seem to be very serious. There was a sound of footsteps in my ears, and Qing Feng came out of the system group and took a look. It was September. At the same time, there were great changes in front of him, and each item in front of him had the option of being swallowed. There was also a book in the upper right corner. Qing Feng took out the uneaten silver-level apple from his backpack and clicked swallow. The apple disappeared. Swallowed successfully, silver-level natural treasure, feeding back 10 tons of strength to the host. Wow! Silver-level apples have been useless to him for a long time, and the swallowing system can actually break this limit. In that case, there is no problem with natural treasures. Qing Feng, isn't the apple in your hand for me? Ju Wei looked at Qing Feng dimly. She came in and saw Qing Feng take out the silver-level apple and then put it back. Qing Feng also reacted and explained, "It's for you, I just saw that the quality is not very good." He also took out a new apple for Juyue. She also happily accepted it and ate it. Juyue said to Qing Feng while eating the fruit, "Wait until the token glows, and you will be teleported to the secret realm. This time the secret realm will be open for 3 months. Try to get as many purple treasures as possible. If the ruins have golden treasures, destroy them if you can't get them. And if you meet Zhu Yushu, just fight him." "Okay, I got it." Qing Feng was helpless. At the same time, he felt sorry for Zhu Yushu. After seeing Qing Feng's preparations, Jue also left the wooden house. Qing Feng continued to study another system. The function of the curse system is that book. As long as you write the curse in the book, you will be cursed. You can only curse 3 times a day, no consumption. Qing Feng wrote it down without any hesitation. Character, Blood Mist Sect, Lord of Blood Mist, Curse, unsuccessful cultivation, constipation, choking when drinking water, losing teeth when eating, sugarcane, everything goes wrong. Successful, curse. There are 2 more times. Qing Feng thought carefully. Instantly had an idea. Characters, Fox Clan, Juyushu, curse falling flat, cultivation going badly, encountering a natural treasure and being picked up by you Qing Feng. Falling down will definitely land on your face, and you will make a fool of yourself in front of your confidant. Set, Qingfeng nodded with satisfaction and said softly, "After all, I, Yu Qingfeng, am not a devil, so stop here." At the same time, Juyue just came to a square. There was a huge platform in the center of the square. Below the platform was a mountain of foxes and a sea of foxes. In addition to the Fox clan, there were other races. There was a very high platform on the other side of the platform, which was obviously a grandstand. The various clans sat on the grandstand. Juyue flew to the top and sat on the most gorgeous seat. Although you can teleport anywhere, you still have to have this sense of ritual. Soon most of the people who participated in this secret realm were on top of the platform. The crowd was bustling. Suddenly someone said, "Ju Yushu, Master Ju is here." "Where? Where is he?" "I saw him. As the rumors say, he is handsome and in a purple robe." "Ah," he smiled at me. Ju Yushu was wearing a purple robe, holding a jade fan in his hand, smiling at the people coming and going. He looked at the ring. He frowned, because he didn't see Feng Yexue, and then a smile appeared on his lips. "Don't you dare to come?" He jumped. He made a particularly handsome pose, enjoying the flattery of everyone in the sky, breaking through the spiritual energy in his body. He was on a business trip for no reason and couldn't mobilize it. The direction suddenly changed. He fell into the nearby bushes, his face covered with dirt. When he was blushing and feeling embarrassed, the spiritual energy in his body suddenly revived and flew to his secret love goddess Bai Qingshui with dirt. He looked extremely embarrassed. He was completely different from the high-spirited look before. "Well, I'm late again. I was a little embarrassed when I was late the first time, but I'm used to it now, and I'm not embarrassed anymore. The scene was dead silent, and Juyue hadn't even warmed up her seat when she saw such a wonderful scene. She carefully observed Juyushu's luck and found that it was shrouded by some kind of black air. She knew what it was immediately because she had often dealt with the Lord of Blood Mist. Curse! This curse doesn't seem to be particularly fatal, but it's full of bad luck. Juyue wanted to deduce the curse and find the person who cursed behind it, then thank him in person, but no matter how he deduced, he couldn't find any clues, so he simply stopped deducing. Anyway, as long as he hates Juyushu, he is a friendly force. The audience under the platform didn't know who burst out laughing. This laugh directly led the whole audience, especially the other races. They laughed so hard that they fell backwards. "Ha ha ha, is this the strongest prodigy of Ju clan now? It seems that it is not in line with the rumors." "Ah, right. But this is really too outrageous. Why does he get a stitch in the side when he circulates his spiritual energy?" "Don't say it, my confidence is back." The foxes of Ju clan also lowered their heads. This was the most embarrassing time for them in the past few years. They all looked at Juyushu, who was still lying on the ground with some resentment. Juyushu's status was subconsciously declining. Juyushu didn't dare to get up at this time. This was too embarrassing. Especially now, in front of him was the goddess he had secretly loved for a long time, who had pretended to be 13 in front of him a few days ago. Now the slap in the face is too fast. At this time, other races found something strange. They said loudly, "Huh? Why doesn't Juyushu get up yet? Did he break a bone? I think so. He feels too embarrassed and dares not get up." "Ha ha! Self-deception." These words were like whispers in Juyushu's ears, like the words of a devil. He stood up in one go. When he stood up, he met Bai Qingshui's beautiful eyes. Juyushu couldn't help but look a little dazed and kept giggling. Bai Qingshui saw him stand up and subconsciously took a step back. Then she looked at him, and soon an indescribable smell came over her. What shocked her most was that he was still giggling. Originally, she had some good feelings for Juyushu, but when she saw him like this, her good feelings instantly dropped to the lowest. At this time, the patriarch of the Ju family couldn't stand it anymore. "Yushu, what are you doing? Hurry up and find a place to stand." Just one sentence, Juyushu reacted instantly. He stood directly next to Bai Qingshui and stood very close, as if he was intentionally getting closer. Bai Qingshui frowned, glanced at him, and changed his position. Juyushu was also very embarrassed. He cursed himself for what happened today. Soon the tokens in their hands emitted light, and the next moment, more than a dozen of them disappeared on the spot. Yu Qingfeng was the same. In the secret realm, in a dense forest, a figure suddenly appeared. This figure was none other than Yu Qingfeng. He looked around. He sighed softly. As expected of the Fox clan, they can teleport to the secret realm with the token. If they have this technology, the escape exits will be connected in all directions. Even if the enemy attacks at that time, they can teleport with the token. They can even fight back. Suddenly the ground trembled and a huge beam of light suddenly rushed up to the sky. The beam of light had only two colors, one was purple and the other was blue. These beams of light should be the guide to the location of the natural treasures that Zhu mentioned. The purple beam of light should be the first-class natural treasures. Holy gay. Just do it. Qingfeng rushed to the nearest natural treasure without thinking. It was very smooth along the way. There were no blind monsters attacking him, and soon he found a stream. There was a plant standing in the middle of the stream, and there was a fruit on the plant. The fruit looked a bit like a human, and was surrounded by purple light. Found a natural treasure, a human-faced fruit which can be eaten. Human-faced fruit? It's really appropriate. Just when Qingfeng was about to get up to pick the fruit, the bushes on the opposite side suddenly moved. Is there someone? Qingfeng, who was always cautious, returned to his original position, and even found a more secluded place to hide. With the blessing of lurking mastery, he blended perfectly with nature. He wanted to see what was going on first. If it was a person, he would act according to the situation. If it was a monster, he would come out and kill it. Soon, a figure rushed out of the bush. He immediately recognized who that person was. It was none other than Zhu Xiu. Qingfeng was stunned. It was easy to get it. Did he come to the door on his own initiative? Zhu Xiu was relieved when he saw the human-faced fruit. It seems that I got there first. When Qingfeng thought he was going to pick it, he found that he didn't. Instead, he came to the stream and rubbed his face frantically. What's wrong with Zhu Xiu? What's wrong with him? Qingfeng had no idea that he was the instigator of this matter. The next moment, he saw an even more frenzied scene. Qingfeng saw Zhu Xiu slowly taking off his clothes. He began to take a good bath in the stream. Are all eight-tailed purple foxes so clean? The next moment shocked his three views even more. The originally clear stream water gradually turned into a shit yellow color. How long has it been since he took a bath? There is still a stinky smell. He silently put the prepared Desert Eagle back, took out the anti-material sniper rifle, and aimed it at Zhu Xiu's head. Soon, Zhu Xiu had finished taking a bath. He came to the front of the human-faced fruit and picked it off. When Qingfeng was about to shoot, a huge monster suddenly appeared on the ground and entangled Zhu Xiu tightly. Fog. Fog. Qingfeng said it was an eyesore. Tentacle play? The trapped Zhu Xiu's hand was unstable, and the human-faced fruit fell not far away. What a coincidence that it just fell in front of Qingfeng. Qingfeng looked at the human-faced fruit on the ground and fell into deep thought. He looked at Zhu Xiu, who was still fighting the monster, and left the place with the human-faced fruit without saying anything. Only then did he remember that he seemed to have cursed Zhu Xiu. He also knew why there was a smell of shit and why he was rubbing his face. It must have been very difficult to get here. Wait, since I cursed him, can I follow him and pick up the bargains like crazy? Will this be too miserable? Qingfeng thought so in his mind, but his legs were already on the way back. Soon, Qingfeng found the top of a giant tree. He watched Zhu Xiu fight the monster quietly. After about 10 minutes, the monster was also knocked down by Zhu Xiu. He frantically searched for the human-faced fruit around, but he couldn't find it. Qingfeng was gnawing on the chicken feet on the tree. About half an hour later, Zhu Xiu couldn't find the human-faced fruit, thinking it was washed away by the stream, so he simply went to look for other natural treasures. Zhu Xiu looked at the map and found that there were purple treasures nearby, so he set off immediately. He knew that everyone's teleportation location was random. Maybe the purple treasure was taken away by someone, so at this moment he had to race against time and take all the purple treasures as quickly as possible. Then he would go directly to take the blue ones. He didn't want to leave any for other clans and other races. Especially when he knew that Feng Yexue was also in this secret realm, he felt an inexplicable sense of urgency. After making a plan, he had to move forward. He had just taken a step and was accidentally tripped by a vine. He immediately used his spiritual energy to stabilize himself, but his spiritual energy still gave him a stitch in the side. He fell again. His face just fell on the stone. Qingfeng in the dark was also secretly shocked when he saw this scene. Zhu Xiu stood up, picked up his weapon and chopped at the vine, saying, "Damn it, why do you always trip me? Did I provoke you? And why is there still shit? If I remember correctly, there are only gold-level monsters in the gold-level secret realm. How can there be monster shit in this realm? The key is that I have encountered it more than once. Who is it? Come out! I will chop you to death. Ah, whose shit is this?" Zhu Xiu was angry at the trees, and Qingfeng was speechless. It was obvious that the person was not good enough, and he blamed the uneven road. While he was watching the show, he happened to see a grizzly bear nearby pooping, and it looked like it was enjoying it. Qingfeng smiled evilly. Without any hesitation, he came to the grizzly bear and said all the bad things Zhu Yushu said to him. Although the grizzly bear had awakened its intelligence, it was still only a little bit. It couldn't understand a lot of what Qingfeng said. Although it was a little incomprehensible, when he saw Zhu Yushu getting madly angry not far away, he knew it was definitely not a good thing. He slowly approached Zhu Yushu. Soon the vibrant trees were chopped into pieces by him. Zhu Yushu saw that the trees were like this, and he let go of his anger. When he was about to leave, he bumped into a grizzly bear, and Zhu Yushu felt the breath of the grizzly bear. Good guy. Gold 7 stars. A grizzly bear of this level should be intelligent. Zhu Yushu wanted to quickly seize the treasures of heaven and earth, and he didn't want to fight for a long time. He said to the grizzly bear, "Brother bear, what's the matter with you?" He also released his own momentum. He showed that he was not willing to be outdone. The grizzly bear pointed to the blurred shit on the ground, and then patted himself as if to say, "This is what I pulled. What do you want?" Zhu Yushu was full of resentment, his face was red, and he seemed to be angry, but in the end he held back and gave the grizzly bear a silver-level apple that was no longer useful to him. The grizzly bear didn't embarrass him when he saw the apple. He let him go. After leaving this place, Zhu Yushu, who was on the road, cursed loudly. "Damn it, you all bully me? Wait until I take back the treasure of heaven and earth. I will suffer the consequences." He quickly went to the direction of the treasure of heaven and earth and soon came to a hilltop. There is a cliff here. There is a magical flower on the cliff. It is surrounded by purple airflow. There is a swamp under the cliff. Zhu Yushu smiled when he saw the flower. The previous haze dissipated a little. It seems that no one has come here yet. Gold level cannot fly, but this kind of cliff is a piece of cake for him. When he wanted to get closer, he found that the cliff was very steep. Not only that, but also very cold and smooth. It seems that he can't jump. Zhu Yushu honestly found a good angle and slowly climbed down. Order, found a treasure of heaven and earth. The flower of cold can be swallowed. Oh, since I am by Zhu Yushu's side, how will I pick up the treasure of heaven and earth this time? Last time, there was a monster guarding the treasure of heaven and earth. Will it be the same this time? After a while, Zhu Yushu came to the front of the flower of cold. He picked the flower of cold, and the coldness was instantly transmitted to Zhu Yushu. His hand trembled. He almost fell off the cliff. The cold flower was also blown to the top of the cliff by the air current in the cliff. Zhu Yushu was relieved to see that the flower did not fall. Qingfeng took the cold flower in his hand. He looked at Zhu Yushu, who almost fell. He showed a sunny smile, raised 1 foot, stepped hard, and 346 tons of force. About 692,000 kilograms of force burst out instantly. This step made the cliff tremble slightly. Because of this slight tremor, Zhu Yushu lost his grip and fell down. How unlucky! Soon there was a sound of falling water at the bottom of the cliff. "Ah, damn God, did you do this on purpose?" A scream and roar were also transmitted, and Qingfeng's face was full of pity. If someone asked him if he did it, Qingfeng would definitely deny it, and explain reasonably. "I was just passing by. How could I know what happened? I just saw an ant and wanted to step on it to death. I just stepped on it a little harder. I didn't expect there was someone down there. It's not his fault for falling." Qingfeng found a suitable reason for himself and happily accepted the flower of cold. If Zhu Yue were here, she would definitely suspect that there was something wrong with her magical power, and she would think that Qingfeng's heart was pure. At this time, Zhu Yushu was all muddy and wanted to climb up, but the wall was too slippery. Now he was very anxious, afraid that the flower of cold would float away or be picked up by someone. Moving along the swamp, he found a huge nest. There was a purple light flashing in the center of the nest. Zhu Yushu's eyes lit up. "Am I meeting a treasure?" He quickly came to the top of the nest and saw a purple egg. Is this the egg of some creature or something else? Who was observing him from the top of the cliff saw that he had obtained another purple treasure of heaven and earth, and his face was immediately ecstatic. Look carefully at the egg. Order, found purple treasure of heaven and earth, poisonous saliva. Toad? Saliva? Toad's saliva? While Zhu Yushu was still rejoicing, a huge eye suddenly opened on the wall of the nest, scaring him. Zhu Yushu looked at the eyes carefully. Only then did he realize that it was a toad that was good at hiding. The body was at least 5 or 6 meters long. If you didn't pay attention, you would think it was a huge stone. The huge tongue attacked Zhu Yushu. Zhu Yushu turned sideways and dodged the attack, but the poisonous toad's saliva in his hand fell and was hit by the tongue. It flew straight to the top of the cliff. At this time, Qing Feng was holding the roast duck in both hands and eating it. Suddenly, a black shadow rushed up and just smashed Qing Feng's roast duck. Instead, it was replaced by the poisonous toad's saliva. Fog. I just took out the roast duck. Oh, forget it. Qing Feng naturally put the poisonous toad saliva into the space ring. Calculating the time, it took less than 5 hours from the wooden house to the secret realm, and he got 3 purple natural treasures. It can only be said that Woohoo took off. This curse system is really powerful. If it is the other way around, it can be said to be a blessing system. Qing Feng stood up and looked down the cliff. He found that Zhu Yushu was still fighting with the toad, and he took out popcorn and folding seats again. He ate melons and watched the show again. At this time, Zhu Yushu was completely angry. He turned directly into his original body, and a purple 3-meter fox appeared. The purple light shone in his physique, and there were 3 tails behind him, all of which were blown up. Zhu Yushu didn't use any spiritual skills, and just went up to bite. The toad was not to be outdone. Body slowly secreted venom. Even if he was bitten, he used his tongue to attack crazily. Unfortunately, these attacks did not cause much damage to him. 8-tailed purple fox. The physical body alone is superior to most beasts, not to mention his 1 tail and 1 magical power, which is even more weird. Most creatures will avoid it when they see it. But this toad is not afraid at all. It's not that the toad is overestimating his own strength. The strength of this toad has reached the 8-star gold level. He thinks that even if he can't beat this 1-star fox clan, you can also escape unscathed. The magical power confinement. The magical power inherited from the 8-tailed purple fox appeared, and the toad that was originally jumping around was suppressed in an instant, unable to move at all. The spiritual power could not be used either. Zhu Yushu turned into a half-fox, drew out his sword, and attacked the toad. Soon the toad fell to the ground without any resistance. Qing Feng frowned when he saw this. Is this an absolute confinement? It seems that in addition to confinement, the spiritual energy in the toad's body was also sealed. Is Zhu Yushu strong? Very strong. This is the most powerful genius Qing Feng has ever seen. But if he fights against Qing Feng can beat him violently, but he can't kill him in seconds. It seems that my strength is still not strong enough. Thinking of the opening ceremony of Wuda University in the Magic City, who didn't kill a kid with 1 knife? 10 minutes later, Zhu Yushu finally came up again. At this time, he was in a mess, with holes all over his clothes and a bad smell. He searched for several hours on the top of the cliff, and then searched for several hours at the bottom of the cliff. The 2 treasures seemed to have disappeared. No matter how hard he looked, he couldn't find them. He sat on the top of the cliff in despair and was completely in doubt of his life. At this time, the sound of several people chatting happily came from the east of the cliff. Bai Qingshui and several women came to the top of the cliff with laughter. They were just about to find treasures. They found a person sitting on the edge of the cliff. They looked carefully and found that it was Zhu Yushu. They couldn't believe that Zhu Yushu had become like this in just a few hours. It's hard to imagine that he was still the national male god a few days ago. Several women who had admired him for a long time came to him and began to learn more about the details. Bai Qingshui also came to ask. Zhu Yushu couldn't hold back when he saw Bai Qingshui, but he was also very proud. He couldn't say that he was unlucky. If I told the truth, wouldn't it mean that my Taoism was unstable? Immature? No, I must not tell the truth. Suddenly he thought of something and cried to Bai Qingshui, "It's like this. I met a junior that the 9th princess favored a few days ago, and he is at the same level as us. He was wearing an evil ghost mask. I can't tell you his name. After all, he is the one favored by the 9th princess. I'm afraid I can't compare to him." He also sighed symbolically. Yu Qingfeng, who was hiding in the dark, was confused. Fog Grass, with this acting skill, it would be a pity if he didn't act. When I just came in, I met the human face fruit. I was about to pick it, but it was taken away by that despicable villain, and he even mocked me. Like a jumping clown. What's even more excessive is that he actually followed me. Not only did he take away my winter flower, but he also caused me to fall into the cliff swamp. But I was lucky and found a new purple treasure below. But he still took it away, and left a toad to fight me. He pointed to the toad corpse under the cliff. The girls looked over, and sure enough, the huge toad corpse floated on the water. Yu Qingfeng? What does it have to do with me, although it was indeed him who did it? Yu Qingfeng said that this was slander, absolutely slander. Bai Qingshe's expression was frosty, and she said in a cold voice, "I didn't expect that there is such a despicable fox in our fox clan. It's actually the genius that the ninth princess has chosen. What's his name? I will definitely meet him when I meet him." Zhu Yushu looked hesitant, as if he had something taboo. Bai Qingshe also patted Zhu Yushu and said, "It's okay, I just want to meet him." Zhu Yushu seemed to be convinced and said, "His name is Feng Yexue." Hearing this name, Bai Qingshe thought to herself, as expected. It turned out to be Feng, and she had never heard of this name before. It seems that he is a hidden genius. Since he can force Zhu Yushu to be like this, his strength must be good. But such a despicable fox, I will never forgive him. Zhu Yushu, don't worry, if I meet him, I will definitely avenge you. Zhu Yushu was also very moved. Zhu Yushu chatted with them for half an hour, and then parted ways. The time for the secret realm to be opened is limited. They have to collect enough natural treasures in a few months to consolidate their own foundation. So they didn't chat too much and went to look for natural treasures. Qingfeng looked at the direction Zhu Yushu left and followed. During the journey, Zhu Yushu often fell flat on his face for no reason, so he became extremely cautious. Soon, he came to another place where natural treasures were located. This time, it was not that there was no one, but more than a dozen people gathered. One of them, Zhu Yushu, seemed to be particularly familiar. He came to a man very skillfully and said, "Brother Ji, long time no see." Others saw Zhu Yushu walking towards Ji Mingyuan. They all began to sigh. "Alas, let's go, we can't get the natural treasures here." Yes, one is the first genius of the Ji family, and the other is the first genius of Zhu. How can we compete with them for these natural treasures? Many foxes and other races shook their heads. Many left, but there are still some who stayed where they were. They wanted to see who would take the natural treasures here. After all, these are the two first geniuses. Once the winner is known, it will be good to brag to everyone when they go out. Ji Mingyuan frowned when he saw that the person coming was Zhu Yushu. When he was in Tianhu City, he and Zhu Yushu didn't have a good relationship. He suddenly came to say hello, which was obviously to get close to him. This made him wonder if there was any deeper plan. Author's digression. Justified.jpg. So it's Brother Zhu. What do you want to talk to me about? If it's about the natural treasures, I'm afraid I can't give in. Zhu Yushu smiled awkwardly after hearing this. It's not about this. The natural treasures here are naturally known by capable people. I just came to say hello. Ji Mingyuan didn't believe any of his words, but he couldn't ask directly, so he could only beat around the bush and say, "Then what do you want to talk to me about?" "Brother Ji, we are at the top of the clan after all. Isn't it good to chat with each other to really strengthen our relationship?" Sure enough, he had bad intentions. He didn't think that Zhu Yushu would come to him to keep in touch for no reason. So he just exposed it and said, "I know you have bad intentions. What is it?" Zhu Yushu's smile froze, and he also said directly, "I hope you will give me the natural treasures here." In the end, it was not about this matter. Ji Mingyuan sneered and said, "I've said before, I won't give in to these natural treasures." Seeing him so determined, Zhu Yushu also said, "Okay, I won't fight you for the natural treasures here, so how about we join forces? What natural treasures can't we get if we join forces? I'll help you get this natural treasure, and how about you help me get the next one?" That's right, this is Zhu Yushu's plan. The previous bad luck made him remember it in his heart, and he knew his shortcomings. If he had one more helper, those natural treasures would never be lost. Ji Mingyuan looked at Zhu Yushu in surprise. He found that his eyes were very sincere. For the first pride of the Zhu family, he must disdain to lie, so his credibility is also very high. He thought about it carefully. Indeed, if he really joined forces with him, there would be no natural treasures that he couldn't get. And it would even greatly increase the speed of seizing natural treasures. And he also promised to help him be the first to seize the natural treasures. So thinking about it, it's full of sincerity. "Okay, I agree that you and I can join forces, but the treasures here must belong to me," Ji Mingyuan said. Zhu Yushu was also happy to see that he agreed. Seeing this scene, the others shook their heads and left the place directly. What they said was not a secret. The strength of those who can enter the secret realm has reached the gold level, and it is easy to hear their conversation. This time, the two of them joined forces. The Taikai treasures here will definitely not be taken. Soon, there were only 3 people here. The 2 are naturally Zhu Yushu, and the other one is Yu Qingfeng, who is hiding in the dark. Qingfeng said that it doesn't matter if they join forces, as long as the treasures are his in the end. Time passed slowly. Qingfeng found a problem. That is, Zhu Yushu fell unevenly. In particular, Zhu Yushu himself seemed to know that he was now jumping back and forth wildly on a pile of stones, and he didn't fall down no matter what. He never got tired of it. It was as if he had discovered a new world. Seeing this scene, Qingfeng also understood that a day should have passed. Didn't you expect that there is no night in the secret realm? Since the curse has failed, I will curse again, but this time I won't go too far. After all, I am not that kind of cruel person. Qingfeng turned on the curse system. Sure enough, the countdown of the curse time has disappeared. He thought about it and wrote it again. Characters: Fox Clan, Zhu Yushu, curse falling flat, cultivation is not smooth, embarrassing in front of confidant, suspicious, absorbing genius treasures will definitely fail, often encounter purple genius treasures. Characters: Fox Clan, Ji Mingyuan, curse, when encountering genius treasures, Yu Qingfeng will definitely pick them up. There is still one curse position left. Qingfeng thought about it and left this position to the Lord of Blood Mist. After all, it is too rude not to return some of his curse after being cursed for such a long time. As the saying goes, reciprocity is the best way to get what you want. Character: Blood Mist Cult, Lord of Blood Mist. Curse: unsuccessful cultivation, constipation, choking when drinking water, teeth will fall out when eating sugarcane, everything goes wrong. Sex will definitely fail, sons will not have penises, cultivation is prone to go astray, unstable mind, curse backlash, will definitely be hunted down by enemies. Ambush in the Blood Mist Cult Den in Zhuzhou will be exposed. Balls will be torn when walking. People who see the Lord of Blood Mist will feel unhappy with him. Betrayed. Qingfeng wrote a lot in one breath. Almost a page of curses was written. Seeing that there was no place to write, Qingfeng also shook his head, thinking that it was fine. After all, Yu Qingfeng was not a devil. I only wrote this little, it seems that I am still too kind. It is really a living bodhisattva descending to the world. Stop. Curse successful. Zhu Yushu, who was not far away, was still jumping back and forth, and he was almost moved to tears. Woo! I will finally not fall again. As soon as this thought came to mind, he slipped and fell to the ground again. He suddenly had a bad feeling. Wait, I must have fallen because I was too excited. He stood up again carefully. This time, he wanted to jump sideways seriously, and he fell again. Woo, don't play with me like this. He didn't believe in evil, so he kept jumping sideways and falling down. Ji Mingyuan, who had just come back to find natural treasures, was stunned. He saw Zhu Yushu standing up from a pile of rocks in an open space like a hammer, hitting his head on the ground, and then standing up and hitting his head on the ground. He came behind Zhu Yushu with a black face and said, "Brother Zhu, what are you doing?" Zhu Yushu's heart skipped a beat. He immediately stood up and said, "I." He fell to the ground again before he finished speaking. At this time, a huge crack appeared on the ground. The crack became larger and larger, and suddenly there was a violent vibration. Ji Mingyuan found something wrong and immediately took Zhu Yushu away. The small, open space that was originally good collapsed instantly. A huge deep pit was also exposed. Ji Mingyuan was also stunned when he looked at the deep pit. He said to Zhu Yushu, "You are worthy of being the first prodigy of the Zhu family." It seems that Brother Zhu has already discovered that something is wrong here. He probably hit the ground with his head to listen to whether the ground is hollow. I thought you were idle and had this little habit of falling on the ground. Now it seems that I am still narrow-minded. Brother Zhu is a great talent. Zhu Yushu also showed a very forced smile after hearing this and said awkwardly, "I didn't expect Brother Ji discovered my purpose so early. It's not simple." In general, it was very embarrassing. Ji Mingyuan looked at the deep pit and said to Zhu Yushu, "The natural treasure indicated by the purple cursor should be underneath. Let's hurry up." Zhu Yushu also nodded and jumped down. Qingfeng was also stunned when he saw this scene, and he was ecstatic in his heart. It seems that the curse is feasible. He had seen Ji Mingyuan and his friends searching for this treasure for a long time without finding it, so he simply wrote in his curse, "I often encounter purple treasures." Unexpectedly, it came true not long after he wrote it, but it was fine this way. Qingfeng came to the edge of the collapsed cave and looked down. He found it was empty and bottomless. It was very dark. It seemed as if he could not see the bottom. Qingfeng thought about it and jumped down, but he was cautious. He basically jumped down a little bit and then lay on the cliff to take a look. The moment he landed, he immediately used his lurking skill. The bottom of the cave was not as dark as he imagined. It was dim. There were spider webs everywhere and several caves. When he came down, Qingfeng did not see Zhu Yushu and the others. Maybe they were in these caves. Is this a spider cave? Why are there so many spider webs? It seems that the spider is guarding this treasure. Soon, Qingfeng found that something seemed to be moving in the corner and even emitted a faint green light. He came to the front of that thing carefully. This thing was covered by spider webs and emitted a faint light. Qingfeng recognized it at a glance. This is a spider egg. The reason for the glow may be that it is about to break the shell, and it should be frightened by the collapsed rocks. Buddha has mercy. Qingfeng raised his foot and crushed the spider egg. Just when he turned around, he found that the originally dim cave suddenly lit up. The surrounding walls were the same. Fog grass, are these all spider eggs? Before Qingfeng could think, the spider eggs on the top of the wall exploded like fireworks. Qingfeng immediately ran to the only cave that was not glowing. After entering the cave, Qingfeng quickly destroyed the wall, and countless stones fell to block the cave. What's going on? Zhu Yushu's voice came from the cave. Qingfeng immediately used his stealth skills. Lying on a red stone, Zhu Yushu and Ji Mingyuan soon came to the entrance of the cave. They also found it strange that the cave was covered by stones. It seems that the exit is blocked. It should be that the wall has not stabilized yet. Watch me blast it open. After hearing this, Qingfeng, who was hiding in the dark, also got up carefully and walked behind them. Soon, Qingfeng came to an extremely wide underground cave. There are passages in all directions here. Boom! At this time, Zhu Yushu and the others had cleared the entrance. Qingfeng also ran to the central cave after hearing the sound. At the same time, Zhu Yushu and the others had just blasted open the exit passage, and then they saw a scene that made their scalps tingle. A group of bronze-level glowing spiders were devouring each other. Their strength was also growing rapidly. They saw Zhu Yushu also, stopped biting each other. As if they had found new food, they rushed towards them collectively. Fog. Fog. This is a cave spider! Ji Mingyuan reacted instantly and collapsed the cave again. Just when they breathed a sigh of relief, small spiders dug holes one by one, and they immediately felt something was wrong. They ran to the back quickly. At the same time, Qingfeng found a light in front of him, thinking that he had found an exit, and quickened his pace. Soon he came to the place where the light was. Qingfeng looked forward and found that this was not an exit at all. This place was full of birdsong and flowers, and countless flowers and plants looked like an underground flower sea. In the center of the flower sea, there was a very huge glowing sphere. These lights came from that glowing sphere. Qingfeng felt like he was under the sun under this light. Not only that, there is a glowing plant under the central sphere of the Sea of Flowers, surrounded by purple gas. Order, the treasure of heaven and earth, Sea of Flowers poison buds, can be swallowed. Qingfeng heard the movement behind him and quickly ran to the Sea of Flowers poison buds, picked them up, and then ran to the top of the Sea of Flowers. Find a dead corner of a rock to hide well. At the same time, Zhu Yushu and Ji Mingyuan ran in the cave, passed through this cave, and then rushed out of another cave. The group of spiders were also chasing behind them. In this process, Zhu Yushu was the worst, almost falling down after running a few steps, and falling down after running a few steps. They tried one cave after another and came to the central cave. Similarly, they saw the light in front of them and thought they had found an exit, and ran for their lives, and soon they ran to the Sea of Flowers. They saw that this was a dead end and decided not to run. They took out their weapons. They waited for a long time at the entrance of the cave and found that the little spiders did not come, and they were relieved. At the same time, they were also very curious as to why they suddenly stopped chasing. The two of them walked back carefully. When they arrived at the entrance of the cave, they found that all the small spiders were guarding the entrance of the cave. Zhu Yushu refused to come in no matter how they were provoked. It was as if they had encountered a natural enemy. The two of them were relieved about this. When Zhu Yushu was about to go to the flower sea with Ji Mingyuan, one of them fell down and rolled out of the cave. The spiders outside were stunned. Ji Mingyuan was also stunned. Zhu Yushu was even more confused. He reacted quickly and ran towards Ji Mingyuan. The spiders also reacted at once. Just when they were about to update, Zhu Yushu fell down again. Cave demon spider? Soon the spiders ignored Zhu Yushu. They thought that eating Zhu Yushu's brain would make them sick, or that Ji Mingyuan was normal. Are you polite? He got up and came to Ji Mingyuan safely. Ji Mingyuan was full of admiration at this time and said to him, "You are worthy of being the first pride of the Zhu family. This courage and confidence, as expected, the Wushu family is under the great reputation. Jiushu was confused. What do you know now? Just now, Brother Ju was testing whether they have self-awareness, right? First, they pretended to fall, and then deliberately rolled out of the cave. It must not work once, so Brother Ju, try again. As expected, these cave spiders will not attack. This courage, this majesty, this confidence, am ashamed of myself. He coughed awkwardly and reacted instantly. He said with a proud look, Brother Ji, you can't belittle yourself. I think it's not easy for you to guess these. The title of the first in the Ji family. You are absolutely worthy of it. Jiushu was also calm. At the beginning, he was still a little embarrassed, but the second time, except for being a little embarrassed, he could be said to have completely adapted, even deceived himself. Yes, that's right. It's all my intention. After several commercial blows, they also came to the Sea of Flowers. Brother Ji, we have gone through all the caves before, but we didn't find any traces of natural treasures. Do you think the natural treasures are here? Ji Mingyuan nodded and said, It seems to be here. I know this place. The clan leader once told us that this place is an underground sea of flowers, and the conditions for their formation are extremely harsh. This sea of flowers is not a wonderful place. It can even be said to be extremely dangerous. Jiushu asked curiously, Why? Under the flower sea light ball should be the natural treasures. The only natural treasures that can be generated in the sea of flowers are the flower sea poison buds. Although the flower sea poison buds are not poisonous on the surface, as soon as they are born, they will be targeted by poisonous monsters and demons. That is to say, only the king winner among these demons can become the guardian demon beast. From the spiders we encountered, the flower sea poison buds should have an owner. Once we take the flower sea poison buds away, the owner will sense it. By then we may be finished. We can only crush the token and go back. But fortunately we found it in advance. We just need to return here before leaving the secret realm to pick up the items and take them back. Jiushu also suddenly realized, so that's how it is. This trick is really clever. Qingfeng, who was hiding in the blind spot above, was also shocked after hearing this. Fog. Jiushu and his friends also came to the center, but found that there was no flower sea poisonous bud at all, only a footprint. Damn, someone has been here. The only exit here is that one. It seems that the person should have directly taken the treasure and crushed the token. And Ran retreated. Jiushu wanted to cry a little. He didn't understand. He couldn't, Sister Li. Was it because he was too unlucky? And then Ji Mingyuan was also affected. Just when they were about to leave in disappointment, the ground suddenly shook violently, and something seemed to surge up from under the original flower sea. Suddenly, the two of them felt something was wrong. Soon a giant white spider appeared. The spider was white all over, about 10 meters long, with jade-white branches and white eyes, and looked extremely creepy. They felt the aura and found that they could not feel it at all. What does this mean? This means that the strength is at least half-step platinum crystal, or platinum crystal level. This secret realm can only accommodate gold-level monsters. In this case, it is obvious that this is a half-step platinum crystal monster. Now Ji Mingyuan and the other two are only gold level 1 star. This is a white jade poisonous spider. Its strength is at least gold level 7 star. It's okay. I heard that they have high intelligence, Ji Mingyuan said. Yu Qingfeng, who was hiding in a high place, felt the white jade spider and breathed a sigh of relief. I thought it was very cruel. That's it? Now as long as Qingfeng is willing to devour all the purple natural treasures, he can defeat it without using any external objects. What's more, he still has a bunch of trump cards and weapons that he hasn't used. But Jiushu is different. A drop of sweat obviously flowed down his cheek. He said to Ji Mingyuan next to him, Since he has intelligence, we didn't do anything. He shouldn't embarrass us, right? Ji Mingyuan didn't say anything, just nodded. He seemed to be thinking about something, and he mustered up his courage, stepped forward and said, We are just passing by, and we didn't take anything from you. Do you believe it? The white jade poisonous spider looked at them with strange and creepy eyes, as if saying, Will I believe your lies? The white jade poisonous spider was also a little angry. She just took a nap and tried to adjust herself to the best state, and then promoted to platinum crystal. As a result, she just woke up and found that the natural treasures she was reluctant to eat were gone. Then she found 2 outsiders, or 2 foxes. She wanted them to take it out, but they refused to admit it. How cunning! How greedy! Angry! Without giving the two foxes time to continue explaining, the huge white spider claws like jade attacked them. Ji Mingyuan and Zhu Xiu quickly dodged the attack. Ji Mingyuan quickly said, "White jade poisonous spider, this is really not what we did. How about this? How about I give you all our natural treasures? As long as you let us go." As he said that, he took out 5 kinds of purple natural treasures from his storage space. The white jade, poisonous spider also stopped attacking. She looked at Ji Mingyuan's treasures, and there was no flower sea poison bud. She looked at Zhu Xiu again. Zhu Xiu was hesitant at this time. No matter what, she couldn't say anything. Ji Mingyuan also said, "Give her the treasures. We will enter the ruins when the time comes." There must be a lot of purple treasures in the ruins. Zhu Xiu naturally understood this. But the problem is that he doesn't have any treasures, not even ordinary white treasures. "Brother Ji, I haven't collected any treasures yet." This sentence made Ji Mingyuan speechless. Ji Mingyuan didn't believe any of these words. How could a man with such deep vision and strength be the first in the Zhu family, who had been here for so long without a single treasure? Could it be that he took the flower sea poison buds here? Zhu Xiu was also very miserable. Knowing that Ji Mingyuan didn't believe it, he would definitely not believe it if he encountered such a thing. Seeing Ji Mingyuan's suspicious look, he simply threw his storage space to Ji Mingyuan. After Ji Mingyuan took it, he used his mental power to explore it and found that there were indeed no natural treasures except some valuable clothes and weapons. He turned around in disbelief and said, "Brother Zhu, you really don't have any natural treasures at all?" Zhu Yushu nodded. "Fuck, then you have been here for so long. Are you here for vacation?" "Maybe you are here to find trouble," Zhu Yushu replied without thinking. "That white jade poison spider, these are all the natural treasures we have. Can you let us go?" The white jade poison spider was completely angry. The natural treasures that Ji Mingyuan took out were indeed good things, but there was no poisonous bud of his own flower sea. Another fox tribe was still hesitating. It was obvious that he took it, but he didn't dare to admit it. She scattered these natural treasures and released poison to attack. Ji Mingyuan also took out his weapon and started fighting. A huge amount of energy exploded, and countless flowers here were destroyed by the energy waves. Magic! Zhu Yushu used his magical power to trap the white jade spider. However, this powerful magical power could not be controlled for too long, and Zhu Yushu soon felt the strain. He said to Ji Mingyuan, "Hurry up, let's escape directly from the cave entrance." He said and slowly retreated. They came to the cave entrance, turned around and ran. The white jade spider broke free from control and rushed forward. Soon it became quiet again. Qingfeng, who had been hiding in the dead corner above, saw that they all left. He also jumped down. He picked up the natural treasures that fell to the ground. This curse is really great. After Qingfeng picked up the natural treasures, he also left the cave. When he came outside and looked, he found that the originally dense forest above had become a mess, with broken, damaged, and broken branches everywhere. Seeing this situation, Qingfeng also knew in his heart that it might take a lot of time to find Zhu Yushu, so he simply gave up looking. Qingfeng was originally planning to do them a lot of harm. Forget it. Since there was a curse of picking up leaks, it would be easy to meet the two of them. Qingfeng randomly found a direction to move forward. After walking a few steps, Qingfeng felt something in his pocket seem to move. He reached into his pocket. He touched a soft little thing. Qingfeng took it out and found that it was actually a hamster. Order found an ancient alien treasure-hunting rat cub can be devoured? This little thing is an ancient alien species. In my memory, ancient alien species should all look very ferocious and very large. When the treasure-hunting rat saw that it was discovered by Qingfeng, its body was trembling and dared not move, so cowardly. Qingfeng looked at the treasure-hunting rat carefully and did not find any special features. Its appearance was similar to the hamsters sold by Blue Star. Its hair was black and white, and it was unexpectedly cute. "Swallowing system, since you know this, can you tell me the use of this treasure-hunting rat?" Qingfeng asked the swallowing system tentatively. I thought it would be the same as usual, unable to speak. But the devouring system actually gave Qingfeng an answer. A legendary ancient beast, ranked in the top 5,000 of the beast list, with extremely high intelligence, born with a unique connection to natural treasures and various treasures, looking for various natural treasures to strengthen itself when it was young. It will become a powerful beast when it grows up. Fog, the system actually gave an answer. After several attempts, Qingfeng realized that this was a function of the system. After reading these messages, Qingfeng also understood how this treasure-hunting rat came from. It is very likely that when Qingfeng seized the flower sea poisonous bud, he accidentally let it climb up and put it in his pocket. Good guy? Qingfeng took out his weapon and threatened the little guy, saying, "I will be your master in the future. Tell me about the good things in the future. I will never treat you unfairly after I get them." The treasure-hunting rat saw the dagger in Qingfeng's hand and nodded quickly. Seeing the treasure-hunting mouse nod voluntarily, Qingfeng also nodded and said, "Very good. In the future, we will share the good fortune and you will bear the hardship. I will take 90% of the treasures I have taken and you will take 10%. Qingfeng took out an A4 paper and made a simple contract. Treasure-hunting mouse, please be a decent person. Under Qingfeng's reasonable persuasion, the treasure-hunting mouse also signed the contract. Qingfeng would naturally not treat him unfairly. He took out a silver-level apple from the space ring and gave it to the treasure-hunting mouse. The treasure-hunting mouse was very happy to get the apple and immediately agreed. Qingfeng put it in his pocket and left. Since the loss of Juyushu, Qingfeng felt that this secret realm was very boring. Now he no longer needs to look for natural treasures. Now he has 10 purple natural treasures on him. It is no problem to use one for each small realm. Anyway, if it is not enough at that time, Juyushu's natural treasures will also be his. Ahem, they are all picked up, right? All of them were picked up. Anyway, if they are not enough, you will find natural treasures. Qingfeng found a place to sit down. He also took out the treasure-hunting mouse and put it on the ground. He took out a few silver-level apples for him to eat. Then Qingfeng found an open space, cleaned up the surroundings, and took out the table and other items in the space ring. There were also various vegetarian dishes. In the remaining time, Qingfeng skillfully cooked several dishes, such as spicy crayfish and stewed chicken soup. The treasure-hunting mouse eating an apple on the side was stunned. Qingfeng looked at the rich food on the table and nodded, but he always felt that something was missing, so he took out the grill again and started to skewer the meat. Then he started to grill the lamb skewers. The aroma spread far and wide. Many carnivores were attracted by this aroma. After 2 hours, Qingfeng took out a skewer for the treasure-hunting mouse. The treasure-hunting rat came closer to smell it, took the skewer and took a bite. He was stunned for a moment. His eyes and pupils were dilated, and he looked very cute. At this moment, the treasure-hunting rat seemed to be in heaven. This kind of taste was something he had never tasted in his life. Not only that, as an ancient alien species, he could clearly feel that his cultivation speed seemed to have accelerated a little. The silver-level apple he ate not long ago also improved his refining speed. The treasure-hunting rat came to Qingfeng and arched his hands to him, indicating that he wanted more. Qingfeng saw that he finished eating so quickly and smiled. "Do you still want more?" "Okay, I have quite a lot here. Take it from me after you finish eating." Qingfeng gave more than a dozen skewers to the treasure-hunting rat. The treasure-hunting rat's strength was not very high, only silver 3 stars, and his body was not very big. His small hands holding the skewers that were several times larger than him looked very cute. Qingfeng wanted to tease him when he saw it. At the same time, Qingfeng also found that many animals had gathered here. Qingfeng was in a good mood today and distributed the skewers to them. In this area, the strange beasts were having fun with each other, and many of them caught a lot of rabbits to cook for Qingfeng. Qingfeng was naturally willing to do so. After all, it was free food. A few hundred meters away from Qingfeng, Bai Qingshe smelled a fragrance. As foxes, their noses were naturally very sensitive, and they soon smelled that someone was cooking. And the food was very much. Several girls around Bai Qingshe also spoke up. "Senior Sister Bai, let's go and take a look. He must be a very interesting person who didn't find any treasures to cook here after entering the secret realm." "Yes, Senior Sister Bai, if we go now, maybe we can have a meal. I haven't eaten for a long time." Bai Qingshe was speechless and said, "You have reached the gold level. How can you still eat? I think you are just greedy." "Okay, then let's go and take a look." The girl who was said to be greedy also joked, "I think Senior Sister is also greedy. Are you looking for a fight?" Bai Qingshe said angrily. Soon they came to Yu Qingfeng. At the same time, Yu Qingfeng, who was still happily cooking too, passed the time, felt that there were people around him, and thought it was a new animal. He didn't care. But the next moment, he felt the danger coming from the side. Qingfeng instinctively stepped back and dodged, and an arrow passed by him. He looked in the direction of the arrow with some anger. Qingfeng found several women standing on the branches, and he recognized them immediately. They were the ones who comforted Zhu Yushu on the edge of the cliff. Qingfeng pretended not to know them and bowed to them. "Excuse me, who are you? I don't think I have offended you, have I?" Bai Qingshe looked at Yu Qingfeng coldly and said, "Are you Feng Yexui?" "It's me." Qingfeng did not deny it, and at the same time, he knew why he was attacked. "That's right, I'm going to hit you." Before Qingfeng could continue to speak, an arrow shot again. Qingfeng dodged the arrow and said, "There are so many people, don't you think it's unfair to win? There are so many rules to fight a despicable villain like you," Bai Qingshe said. Qingfeng smiled and said, "You guys started the fight first, brothers. Come on." Is there more than one person here? The next moment, hundreds of golden stage monsters put down their food and rushed towards Bai Qingshe fiercely. They all thought that this fox tribe was too much. They actually attacked Yu Qingfeng, a good man, and they had been wanting to attack him without even explaining it. Now Yu Qingfeng agreed. They attacked without saying anything. Bai Qingshe frowned. "Why are there so many golden monsters? Are they all tamed by him?" Bai Qingshe realized something was wrong and wanted to retreat first, but it was impossible to retreat safely under the attack of so many monsters. She had just retreated when she felt the dangerous breath behind her and immediately jumped up to avoid the attack of a monster. She was suspended in the air and was caught and attacked by the giant eagle that had been circling in the sky. Although the damage of the attack was not very high, she fell to the ground again and was slapped aside by the giant bear that had been waiting for a long time. The women who came with Bai Qingshe were also knocked unconscious. Now only Bai Qingshe was still able to move. Qingfeng smiled faintly and came behind her in an instant. What a fast speed! Bai Qingshe's eyes widened. She was a little bit unbelievable. The next moment, her eyes went black and she fell straight down. Qingfeng knocked her out with a knife. He grabbed the necks of these people and tied them up like tying up hairy crabs. He looked at the beautiful girls and was speechless. "If you want to attack, don't you consider the situation? Don't you see so many monsters around eating my food? Oh, so stupid." At the same time, Qingfeng was thinking about what to do. From his previous performance, Zhu Xiu seemed to have a special feeling for Bai Qingshe. When he was on the cliff, he looked embarrassed and was just bumped into by them. It's obvious that he was cursed. In any case, this person is likely to be his secret crush or his confidant. Suddenly, Qingfeng seemed to think of something fun. The corners of his mouth curled up. The treasure-hunting rat looked at Qingfeng and he suddenly felt that something bad might happen. Qingfeng distributed the food to the monsters again. This time, the monsters ate more deliciously than before. After dividing the food, Qingfeng came to a nearby cave, took out the makeup tools he had not seen for a long time, and then condensed a clone. A person who looked 70% similar to Qingfeng appeared. Qingfeng continued to control the clone and changed the gender to male, from 70% similarity to 60% similarity. Then he opened the makeup tools and operated it. A person with sword eyebrows and star eyes, handsome look, and dressed in white like a peerless celestial being. He tried to make the clone open his eyes. Under the absolute control of the clone, he slowly opened his eyes. Sure enough, the SSS-level supernatural power did not activate. Black eyes as dead as the universe appeared, indifferent to the world and the feeling of dominating the world. "So my eyes look like this." He controlled the clone to put on the evil ghost mask and walked out. The main body hid in the cave. Qingfeng slowly came in front of them and began to think in his heart. Finally, he condensed water and poured it all on them. The cold water instantly sobered them up. Seeing the evil ghost mask close at hand, they thought they were dead and couldn't help but screaming. Only Bai Qingshe looked at Qingfeng coldly. Qingfeng smiled faintly and said, "Why did you attack me? I remember I have no grudge against you. Or did someone instigate you? Humph, you despicable villain. Don't think I don't know the dirty things you did. It's simply a disgrace to our Fox clan," said angrily. Qingfeng pretended to be a little angry and said, "How am I despicable and shameless? It seems that you are the despicable ones attacking me for no reason. How dare you call me a despicable villain, woman? Since I am despicable, can you tell me how despicable I am?" A woman next to Bai Qingshui said angrily after hearing this, "You are harming senior brother Zhu." Qingfeng's mouth curled up slightly. He took the bait. Then he said in a confused tone, "Senior brother Zhu, who is he? What kind of harm do you mean by this harm?" They looked at Qingfeng with even colder eyes, as if they were looking at a piece of trash. "You don't have to pretend. You took brother Zhu's treasures, took advantage of his misfortune, humiliated him, and attacked him. Don't you dare admit it yourself? Now you want to deceive us. If we didn't know the truth, I'm afraid we would really be deceived by you. Qing Feng, who has god-level acting skills, was not panicked at all. Said, I have never done this. Do you have evidence? Or did you see it with your own eyes? I have been staying in this place recently. How could I do such a despicable thing to find your senior brother? I have never seen the brother Zhu you mentioned, and I may not even know him. If you don't have evidence, aren't you wronging me? I didn't expect that there are people like you in the Fox clan. You are the scum. Bai Qingshe was speechless for a moment, and her face was flushed. She knew that Qing Feng was right. They really had no evidence. In the final analysis, it was all Zhu Shuyu's one-sided words, but they believed in Zhu Shuyu's character. One of the women thought for a moment and spoke again. You are still quibbling. Who doesn't know Zhu Shuyu's name? You are still pretending to be stupid here. Aren't you just trying to shirk responsibility? Qing Feng said with a tone of sudden enlightenment. So it's Zhu Shuyu. I know this person, but I only met him once. How could you harm him? I, Feng Yexue, would never do such a despicable thing. As he said that, he untied the ropes for them. He deliberately said, it seems to be a misunderstanding. Meet once? Bai Qingshe didn't want to believe it at all. If it was just a one-time encounter, how could Brother Zhu slander him? But after he untied her, she couldn't help but start to doubt. Is it really a misunderstanding? Qing Feng untied all the ropes and asked them to sit down at the table. He also made a few stools and chairs very enthusiastically. Bai Qingshe looked at what Qing Feng had done coldly, feeling uncertain. She followed Qing Feng's instructions and sat down and said, You said you only met Brother Zhu once? I believe in Brother Zhu's character. Could it be that he, the first genius of the Zhu family, would wrongly accuse you? Yu Qing Feng said without any pressure, Then do you know my character? You are so sure that it was me who did it. Do you have any evidence? You slander me based on my character without any evidence? Seeing Bai Qingshe's embarrassment, his face changed. Since you said you are upright, why are you wearing a mask? Are you afraid to see people? Qing Feng smiled slightly and thought to himself, Here it comes, I've taken the bait. Alas, in the end you still don't believe me. Qing Feng raised his arm and took off the mask, revealing his stunning face. While they were stunned, Qing Feng sighed and said, I think you are thinking, but in fact you are just reorganizing your prejudices. The people who wronged me know better than me how wronged I am. Since you don't believe it, why don't you investigate it and decide the truth? You can also ask the ninth princess. Will the ninth princess use my power for my own benefit? The first time I met Zhu Shuyu, it was when the ninth princess took me shopping. I met him by chance. The rest of the time I was practicing hard in the Sky Island. Qing Feng sneered in his heart. My beauty trap will definitely make you inexplicably extend your favor, plus the words from the moral high ground, the content with reason and evidence. It is simply impeccable. See if you still believe it. Qing Feng's plan is very simple. That is to disintegrate their perception of Zhu Shuyu, then use them to attack Zhu Shuyu's reputation. Yu Qing Feng felt more and more that he was the villain. Bai Qingshe looked at his face and inexplicably felt a sense of favor and closeness in her heart while listening to these words. These words are like stormy waves. She thought about it carefully, and it made a lot of sense. From his previous strength, it can be seen that he is very strong. Since he is a strong and proud person, how could he use such a despicable move? The proud person has the pride of the proud person. That's why she hates despicable people. But if he is really that kind of person, he can crush the token and let them leave the secret realm. But he didn't. Now think about it carefully. If he is really that kind of despicable person, how could he show mercy? To save his reputation? It's completely unreasonable. If it's to save his reputation, why would he take off the mask to show them? It's totally unnecessary. The biggest bug is the ninth princess. How could she keep such a person around? I heard from my mother that the ninth princess seems to have the ability to observe people's hearts. If he is really that kind of despicable person, how could he stay around? Qing Feng put on the mask again, and the contrast of the evil ghost mask instantly made her sober. Suddenly, she thought of something again and was shocked. What a terrifying charm effect. No wonder he always wears a mask. If he doesn't wear a mask in this situation, he will probably be harassed often, right? And judging from Feng Yexue's behavior, he is definitely a gentleman. Is it really Zhu Shuyu who is lying? Then why did he lie to us? I understand. In terms of strength, appearance, and demeanor, Zhu Shuyu is completely inferior to Feng Yexue, who has always been held in the palm of his hand and cared for. He must be jealous when he sees someone better than him. He must be jealous. He wants to destroy Feng Yexui's reputation with public opinion. Let this dark horse be pressed into despair and completely lose his future. I didn't expect Brother Ju to be so scheming. She immediately said to Qingfeng, "Indeed, judging from your previous actions, you are definitely not that kind of despicable person. This is trust in the ninth princess." The sisters around were shocked to see that senior sister Bai actually believed it, although they also believed it very much. The main reason is that the power of appearance is too great. But one of the people who secretly loved Zhu Shuyu hurriedly said to Bai Qingshui, "Sister Bai, do we have to believe this person without evidence?" Also said, "We don't have evidence either." Then, in front of Qingfeng, she told all her previous guesses. They thought about it carefully and it was true. Logical thinking, the degree of rationality was very high. After hearing this, Qingfeng also fell into deep doubt. If he didn't know the truth, he would have believed it long ago. Then the girls clasped their fists to apologize to Qingfeng. Qingfeng was very calm, let it go, and said, it's okay. Misunderstandings are common. Just solve them." This sentence instantly made their favorability towards Qingfeng soar. Bai Qingshui said, "I admire Brother Feng's broad mind. But I'm a little curious. Have you really only met once?" But Qingshui was still a little suspicious, although this suspicion was harmless. But she still spoke out with her heart. Yu Qingfeng said after hearing this, "Of course, I have been staying here since I entered the secret realm. I have never seen Zhu Yushu, and I have not even taken away any natural treasures. I just cook here occasionally and feed these monsters." Just after he finished speaking, a fox with an ordinary appearance came from not far away and came to Yu Qingfeng very excitedly. Then he found that there was someone else. When he came to the girls, he was shocked to find that it was Bai Qingshui. He quickly bowed to the girls and said, "Hello, senior sister Bai." Bai Qingshui looked at the man and asked curiously, "Who are you?" The man said, "I am an unknown junior of the Ji family. Senior sister Bai has heard of your name for a long time." Bai Qingshui lost interest after hearing this. There were tens of thousands of foxes participating in the secret realm this time. How could she remember clearly? The man was also a little embarrassed when he saw Bai Qingshui no longer paying attention to him. He quickly ran to Yu Qingfeng and said, "Brother Feng, thank you so much. There is indeed a purple treasure not far away. I am speechless about this. I will give this blue treasure to Brother Feng." That's right, this person is Qingfeng's third clone. Yu Qingfeng immediately said in a tone that was very familiar with this man, "Alas, it's not easy for you to practice, and I don't want this blue treasure. Now that you already have the purple treasure as a foundation, even if the rest are blue treasures, you will have great achievements in the future. Go, now time counts, find new treasures." The man was moved to tears and said, "Brother Feng, I, Li Erdan, will remember this kindness." Just as the man was about to leave, Bai Qingshui, who had been listening to them, suddenly said, "Li Erdan, right? I want to ask if Brother Feng has been here all the time." Li Erdan nodded and said, "Yes, this is where I entered the secret realm. I met Brother Feng as soon as I came in. When I talked to him, I learned that Brother Feng actually had a secret realm token, and knew that there were many purple treasures in the secret realm. So he didn't plan to compete with us from the beginning, so that ordinary people like us can also have a future. Not only that, he also showed me the way and found a purple treasure. Such a kind and righteous person, I have never heard of him being ashamed. Okay, senior sister, I still have to look for natural treasures, so I'll leave first." Now that the evidence is in front of her, Bai Qingshui is completely convinced. Brother Feng is really talented, but he has such a narrow mind. "I think I am really ashamed," said Bai Qingshui. Yu Qingfeng said tactfully, No, these natural treasures are useless to me. The natural treasures in the secret ruins are what I want. So the natural treasures outside are not that important to me." After saying that, Qingfeng stood up and placed various foods in front of them one by one and said, "These foods are all made by me. If you are not polite, I have a lot here." Seeing Qingfeng's hospitality and not holding grudges, they can be said to have refreshed their favorability like crazy. Bai Qingshui, looking at the extremely tempting food, she couldn't help but take a bite. She was immediately shocked. She could feel that her cultivation speed and physical fitness had improved to a certain extent. She took another bite. Soon she finished the food, and looking at the empty plate, she fell into deep thought. Could this be spiritual food? Or the best spiritual food? She was sure that ordinary exotic animal ingredients would not have such an effect. he grew up eating spiritual food. Now, eating spiritual food doesn't really have much effect on her. It can only fill her stomach at most. But now, eating Brother Feng's food, she can actually feel the changes very clearly. You can imagine how precious this spiritual food is. Brother Feng actually took it out to entertain her without hesitation. You know, not long ago they treated him like that. If you think about it from another perspective, there must be some grudges in their hearts. But Brother Feng actually completely put aside the past grudges. This is a real gentleman. Bai Qingshe is 100% sure in her heart that Brother Feng is definitely not the kind of person Zhu Shuyu said. As for why there is such a perfect person, Bai Qingshe has actually helped Yu Qingfeng to fill in the blanks in her mind. She believes that Yu Qingfeng must have grown up under the care of the 9th princess from childhood to adulthood. He has never heard of his name, so he must be well protected. So it is very likely that he has never been born and has been practicing hard in the Sky Island. The reason why he is so righteous must be that he has never encountered despicable villains and those with dark hearts. A few days ago, the secret realm was about to be opened. In order to satisfy Yu Qingfeng's curiosity, the 9th princess took him down the Sky Island to see the prosperous Tianhu city. As a result, she met Zhu Shuyu. Zhu Shuyu was unwilling and couldn't believe that there was such a perfect person, so she tried to sow discord. Unexpectedly, Zhu Shuyu was so vicious. He must be a hypocritical hypocrite. Her favorability towards Zhu Shuyu deteriorated unconsciously. At the same time, Yu Qingfeng was playing with the treasure-hunting mouse. He smiled slightly when he saw them finish the food, took a few more portions of food, and handed them to them, saying, "Eat more of these foods. They will also be good for you." Bai Qingshe saw Qingfeng handing over the food again, and her heart trembled slightly when she heard those words like a spring breeze. She seemed to have made some kind of decision in her heart, and said to Qingfeng, "Brother Feng, it's a good idea that you didn't fight for the treasures before. But what if there are no treasures in the ruins? I know that Brother Feng is upright, but there are very few people like Brother Feng in this world." Yu Qingfeng was confused at this time. It seemed that there was no such thing in his plan. Could it be that this girl had made up something in her mind? He didn't say anything, but just nodded. Anyway, there was a universal way to deal with it in the previous life. No matter what the other party said, just right was over. It was really that I didn't know how to deal with it, so I gave up. Bai Qingshe's words came again. This time, there are more than a dozen fox tribes that have the quota for the secret realm ruins. There are also many other races. It can be said that there are many geniuses. It is very difficult to wait for any benefits in such a grand occasion. I don't doubt Brother Feng's talent, but this is too unsafe. Yu Qingfeng nodded carelessly and said, Right. But in his heart, he complained that I am not safe. It's so safe. 10 purple Taikai Dibao are completely enough for me to survive the gold. When I get to the secret realm, I will use the system to devour it crazily. What can they do to me then? If they attack me collectively, I can choose not to fight directly and just crush the token and go back. Bai Qingshe didn't hear his carelessness at all, but was a little happy in her heart, thinking that Qingfeng had listened to him. How about this? We will give you 1 or 2 beads of Tiankai Dibao, which may not be useful to you, but this is my apology to you. When saying this, Bai Qingshe was a little shy. Oh, right? No? The other girls were also shocked after hearing this. They all looked at Bai Qingshe in disbelief, and one of them said, "Senior Sister Bai, this is not good." Bai Qingshe put away her immature look and said to her good sisters, "Brother Feng is so broad-minded, he deserves it." Even Yu Qingfeng was stunned at this time. There is such a good thing? How could he refuse it? Anyone who can get something for free is a fool. Although he thought so in his heart, he couldn't do it openly. Yu Qingfeng pretended to think, then shook his head regretfully and said, "Forget it. I also know that there may not be many natural treasures in the ruins. But it doesn't matter to me. If there really is nothing, I can wait until next year to come again. Anyway, the secret realm opens once a year. Compared to cultivation, I still prefer daily life. That kind of carefree life is really desirable. Besides, your natural treasures are also obtained with untold hardships. I would be ashamed to take them." At this moment, Qingfeng looked like a gentleman with noble character, and the righteous and sacred light enveloped them. Bai Qingshe was shocked when she heard this, and her curiosity about Qingfeng became deeper. She looked at him with her beautiful eyes and became more determined in her thoughts. Brother Feng is so talented, such a noble person. I misunderstood him before. I really shouldn't have. Sending natural treasures at this time can be regarded as a social etiquette, and there will be a reason to keep in touch with him more at that time. A man like Brother Feng will surely make a splash in the ruins. When I get close to him, won't we be a couple of gods in the eyes of others? Thinking of this, her face turned red. She looked at Yu Qingfeng shyly, and then immediately took out 2 purple natural treasures. While handing them to Qingfeng, she also said, "Brother Feng, no, people like you are rare in our fox tribe. If you wait until next year, I'm afraid you will fall behind. Brother Feng will fall behind by then. Besides, Brother Feng, you don't have to feel guilty. This natural treasure is our apology for our previous recklessness. Is this okay?" Qingfeng also nodded and accepted it with great reluctance. "In that case, I Feng will accept it. If you need help in the future, I Feng will help you." Originally, Qingfeng's plan did not intend to take the other party's natural treasures at all, but just wanted to worsen their relationship with Zhu Shuyu. But she didn't expect to have an unexpected surprise. Although Qingfeng and Zhu Shuyu do not have any deep hatred, but they have different standpoints. Zhu Yue is so good to him, it is impossible for her to be ungrateful and be an ungrateful wolf. Where does absolute justice come from in the world? Just like in war, there is no right or wrong. In the end, it is just a difference in standpoint. Yu Qingfeng, in order to express his return gift, cooked again and made a lot of dishes to entertain them. A day passed quickly. They also had to look for new treasures and told Qingfeng that they would come again in a few days. After Qingfeng waved goodbye to them, he also began to clean up the leftovers after the meal. Suddenly, he seemed to have forgotten something. "Oh, I haven't cursed today." Turned on the curse system again. He thought about it carefully. This time the curse must not be too excessive. After thinking about it carefully, Qingfeng showed a somewhat weird smile. "Ahem, I said that I, Yu Qingfeng, am not a devil." Characters: Fox Clan, Ju Yushu, curse, falling flat, cultivation not going well, embarrassing oneself in front of a confidant, suspicious, failure in absorbing genius treasures, often encountering purple heavenly treasures, often encountering Yu Qingfeng. Yingfeng will definitely find out when encountering heavenly treasures. Fox Clan, Ji Clan, curse, Yu Qingfeng will definitely find out when encountering heavenly treasures and have an inexplicable desire to make friends with Qingfeng. Blood Mist Cult, Lord of Blood Mist, curse. Cultivation not going well, everything going wrong. Sex will definitely fail, giving birth to a son without R. Cultivation is prone to go astray. Tao, heart is unstable. Curse backfires, will definitely be hunted down by enemies. Ambush in the Blood Mist Cult den in Juzhou exposed. Balls torn when walking. People who see the Lord of Blood Mist feel unhappy with him. Betrayed. All the last conspiracy is exposed. Encounter a life and death enemy. Stop! Curse successful. Comfortable. Every time Qingfeng saw a full page of curses, he felt inexplicably at ease. After cleaning up the garbage, he was a little bored. When he was about to leave to look for natural treasures, Qingfeng felt something strange in his calf. He looked down and found that the treasure-hunting rat was fiddling with it. He grabbed it and put it on the table. Seeing that it seemed very anxious and kept bowing to Qingfeng, Qingfeng also noticed its abnormality. He said to the treasure-hunting rat, "Did you find something?" The treasure-hunting rat saw that Qingfeng finally paid attention to it. He also nodded quickly. He ran quickly in one direction and stopped to look at him when he ran a certain distance. Qingfeng also understood that it wanted him to follow. Qingfeng dissipated his clone and came out of the main body and hurriedly followed the treasure-hunting rat. Soon, under the guidance of the treasure-hunting rat, Qingfeng saw a cave. This cave was extremely hidden. Qingfeng saw it after clearing the weeds outside. Cold wind would blow from the cave from time to time. Qingfeng caught the treasure-hunting mouse and looked at it. The treasure-hunting mouse also stood up, put his hands on his waist, and began to gesture frantically with his hands. Qingfeng watched for a long time before he understood the general meaning. "Are you saying that there are natural treasures here?" Qingfeng asked tentatively. It nodded frantically. Qingfeng looked at the sky and found that there were no signs of natural treasures here. With doubts and curiosity, he also walked in tentatively. The cave was extremely dark and bottomless, but there was a clear sound of running water. Qingfeng took out a fake lighter. Then he took out the gas tank directly. He opened the gas tank and ignited it directly. The huge fire gushed out instantly, illuminating the cave. Qingfeng was not panicked at all, holding the huge burning gas tank. "Don't imitate, it's all for the plot. If it's really done, it will explode." He also said softly, The gas tank is still hot, and it can be used as a torch at a critical moment. Walking into the cave, cone-shaped stalactites that seem to have evolved for tens of millions of years appeared in Qingfeng's eyes. The cave seemed to lead to a deep underground. "Little guy, are there really natural treasures here?" Qingfeng asked, and the treasure-hunting mouse nodded quickly. "Since the treasure-hunting mouse said there must be. Just do it, Oli." As he walked down, Qingfeng found that there were some steps here, and these steps looked a little old. It seems that this should be some kind of ruins? If this is the case, there may really be natural treasures. He glanced at the treasure-hunting mouse again, and the treasure-hunting mouse also looked at him cutely. Qingfeng continued to walk down, and he did not encounter any threats along the way. Soon they came to a seemingly flat place. Under the illumination of Qingfeng's gas tank, Qingfeng saw that there was a flowing underground river in the center, and there seemed to be a road opposite the underground river, connecting the left and right. When Qingfeng hesitated and didn't know which way to go, the treasure-hunting mouse pointed out the answer and asked Qingfeng to go left. He did not hesitate and went to the left. After walking for about 10 minutes, Qingfeng found that there seemed to be light in the distance. He quickened his pace, and the next moment the cave was illuminated by a blue light, and the stones on the ground and the underground river were all clearly visible. What dispelled the darkness was a blue glowing vine. At the same time, Qingfeng also noticed that there was a purple tree on the opposite side, and there were many red fruits above the tree, each surrounded by a purple aura. Order: found a treasure of heaven and earth. Ju fruit. Can be eaten. Fog grass. Fog grass. Are these all purple treasures of heaven and earth? Qingfeng was a little excited, and he grabbed the treasure-hunting mouse and jumped in front of the Ju fruit tree. Qingfeng skillfully extinguished the gas tank in his hand, put it back into the space ring, and then happily collected Ju fruits. The treasure-hunting mouse ran directly to the top of the tree and found a Ju fruit and started to eat it. Yu Qingfeng took the Ju fruit and put it into the space ring. His hand was as fast as the wind, so fast that there was no shadow. The originally full Ju fruit tree was plundered in less than a minute. Just when Qingfeng was about to leave, the ground suddenly shook violently, and the underground river began to surge. A huge giant snake appeared, staring at him with its cold eyes. Qingfeng was not panicked at all. He sensed its strength and found that it was actually a gold 9-star. It seemed that this was the monster guarding the red fruit. It was quite powerful. Qingfeng took out the platinum crystal bow he had obtained before. He condensed a water arrow and shot it at him. This arrow was ordinary, but it was like a raging storm, and it hit the giant snake in an instant. The huge body was also driven and nailed directly to the wall. The treasure-hunting rat hiding in Qingfeng's pocket was stunned. Qingfeng condensed a few arrows again to finish off the giant snake. The giant snake, which was originally as powerful as a rainbow, also died on the spot. It was extremely vulnerable under Qingfeng's platinum crystal bow and arrow. Order: the corpse of the monster was found and can be devoured. Qingfeng raised his eyebrows and came to the head of the giant snake. This is actually a giant viper? Qingfeng was not unfamiliar with this creature. In his previous life, he had heard that vipers were a type of dragon and often lived in water. Now he actually saw one. It was still so big, it should be delicious if it is roasted. Forget it, I'd better swallow it. But since there is a viper, is there really a dragon? The 9-tailed fox has come out, so it should be normal to have a dragon. If I can eat dragon meat, this life will be worth it. I clicked to confirm the swallowing, and soon the huge body of the viper began to slowly dissipate into light. These lights merged into Yu Qingfeng's body. He could clearly feel that his body was gradually getting stronger. A minute later, the several 100-meter-long viper was swallowed up by Qingfeng. Switch. Swallowing successful. Physical strength plus 300 tons. Mental strength plus fog. Is it so fierce? Yu Qingfeng couldn't wait to open the system panel and check his current attributes. This was the first time he added such a high attribute point. Inexplicably excited. Strength, gold 1 to 6 tons. Gold invincible. Speed 460 kilometers per hour, 365 cubic meters. He has now reached the level of gold invincibility. He can beat creatures below platinum crystal without any external objects. Woohoo, take off. Can I now punch a Ju Shuyu? Since swallowing a viper can give such a big improvement, what about the natural treasures? Now take the opportunity to swallow these natural treasures. Qingfeng took out a Ju fruit, threw it to the treasure-hunting mouse, and then left it alone. Sit down on the spot and start swallowing the Zhu fruit. Stop. Found the natural treasure. Zhu fruit can be swallowed. Swallow. Stop. Swallowed Zhu fruit successfully. Gained physical strength plus 120 tons. Spiritual power 50. Stop. Swallowed Zhu fruit successfully. Gained physical strength 120 tons. Mental strength 50. Successfully devoured the vermilion fruit, gaining physical strength 120 tons. X9. Successfully devoured the vermilion fruit, gaining physical strength 20 tons. X9. Successfully devoured the devouring system and upgraded it to level 3. Oh, huh? I only devoured such a small amount of things, and it upgraded? At this time, Yu Qingfeng had only devoured 9 purple vermilion fruits, and there were at least 5 more in the space ring. Qingfeng did not intend to devour all of them. These 5 vermilion fruits were reserved for the treasure-hunting rat. Qingfeng grabbed the treasure-hunting rat that was still chewing the vermilion fruit and returned to the cave the same way. As soon as Qingfeng came out of the cave, he saw 2 familiar figures, none other than Zhu Xiu and Ji Mingyuan. The 2 of them also saw Yu Qingfeng. Ji Mingyuan had an inexplicable affection for Yu Qingfeng, and just when he was about to make friends with him, Zhu Xiu suddenly sneered, "I finally found you. I heard that the 9th princess gave the last spot in the secret realm ruins to you. I hope you will be sensible and give it to our Zhu family." Does this person have a grudge against Brother Zhu? But from what Brother Zhu said, the token of the relic is on him? That's great. He must be a genius. If I make friends with him, we will have a lot to talk about. This is what Ji Mingyuan thought. Zhu Xiu is completely different. Damn, I finally found him. If I get his treasures and token, then the losses at the beginning will not be a big deal. I want to see how strong the person the 9th princess has chosen is. Even if he is ridiculously strong, I am not afraid. After all, we have 2 foxes now. Can't you beat me up? Then take away the treasures and the token of the secret relic. Then crush his token. By then, unless the 9th princess gives him the treasures, he can only wait until next year. It will be impossible to catch up with me at that time. What if the 9th princess gives him the treasures? Zhu Xiu never thought about it. If she really gave it to him, they, the Zhu family, could also take the opportunity to make trouble for the 9th princess, and they could get a lot of benefits at that time. He looked at Yu Qingfeng and found that he was wearing white clothes, which were not stained with dust. He looked proud and noble, which made Zhu Xiu jealous. Zhu Xiu looked at his clothes. The purple robe was already black and covered with dust. It was simply a heaven-defying start. No matter what, I will make you worse than me. Zhu Xiu did what he thought. Pointing at Yu Qingfeng, he said again, "Feng Yexue, quickly hand over your natural treasures and secret realm quotas, otherwise we too will suffer. Isn't it, Brother Ji?" "No," Ji Mingyuan said mercilessly. Zhu Xiu looked at Ji Mingyuan in shock, turned around and said, "Why? Aren't we brothers who share life and death?" At this time, Ji Mingyuan was also very tormented. He wanted to help Zhu Xiu, but for some reason he had a good impression of the man in front of him with the evil ghost mask, and neither side wanted to make enemies. He then explained, "I have no grudge against him, and our robbery is a very shameful thing. How about you, Brother Zhu? Make peace? If you really want to fight, I won't do it." Ji Mingyuan's tone was very decisive, and Zhu Xiu nodded after hearing it. In his heart, he also analyzed why Ji Mingyuan didn't take action. The reason was simple. He and Ji Mingyuan were from different clans. If he is asked to attack a stranger, it is a very unwise decision to make an enemy. However, I must fight this man. If I can't beat him, I will run away. Anyway, it is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. In this case, Brother Ji, don't try to stop him. Zhu Xiu came to Yu Qingfeng in an instant. Just when he raised his hand to attack, Qingfeng raised his hands and handed him the red fruit. This made Zhu Xiu unable to do anything. He took the red fruit in a daze and looked at it carefully. It was indeed a treasure of heaven and earth, not a trap. Suddenly his face became a little playful. He retreated to Ji Mingyuan's side and deliberately said, "Is this the Tianjiao that the 9th princess has set her eyes on? Isn't he really a waste? You are so scared that you hand over the treasure of heaven and earth to me before the fight starts. It is simply a disgrace to the name of Tianjiao. I always regarded you as the biggest opponent in this secret realm. I didn't expect it to be like this." Ji Mingyuan was also puzzled. He didn't understand why Yu Qingfeng wanted to hand over the treasure of heaven and earth to him, but he didn't say anything. "You are such a loser. In that case, I'll just send you, a loser, out of the secret realm." Zhu Xiu, who was about to attack Yu Qingfeng, suddenly slipped. The treasure in his hand fell to the ground and rolled to Yu Qingfeng's feet. Yu Qingfeng picked up the red fruit, then raised his lips slightly and said to Zhu Shuyu with a suppressed smile, "Is this what you are capable of? Nothing more than that. You can actually fall flat on your face. Did I give you a chance just now? I gave you a chance, but you didn't use it. You didn't use it." Yu Qingfeng said again in a ruffian tone, "Maybe you didn't understand the rules at the beginning and didn't adapt. I'll give you one last chance this time. Still the same. I'll let you go if you grab it after counting to 3. The treasures promised before remain the same." Zhu Shuyu looked at Yu Qingfeng. This time he had to grab it no matter what, and he didn't care if it was a trap. Even if he didn't want the treasure, he could leave. Qingfeng put the red fruit in his hand again and said 3, and then took it back instantly, leaving Zhu Shuyu with a confused face. "This?" Yu Qingfeng slapped him again and said, "I gave you a chance, but you didn't use it. It's useless." Then Zhu Shuyu was knocked unconscious again. This time Yu Qingfeng didn't plan to wake him up, but started to strip him naked. He still remembered Zhu Yue's request. Anyway, it was to defeat his heart and then strip him naked and embarrass him. Qingfeng stripped off all his clothes, pants, underwear, etc., and took away his storage space. Ji Mingyuan, who was not far away, saw the whole process, but he didn't dare to speak, fearing that he would be the same as Zhu Shuyu. He hid in the corner and trembled. The strange thing is that he didn't feel angry when he treated Zhu Shuyu like this, but he liked Qingfeng more and more. Could it be that I really hate Zhu Shuyu? Yes! It must be like this. In this case, brother, Feng did the right thing. Yu Qingfeng, looking at Zhu Shuyu, who was completely naked and had nothing to strip, shook his head helplessly and threw Zhu Shuyu into the cave. He didn't want to care about the rest. Anyway, according to his body, it would definitely not be eaten by wild beasts or monsters. It was just that it was not certain whether it would be favored by other animals. Qingfeng clapped his hands and stretched lazily. Ji Mingyuan, who was not far away, came to Qingfeng carefully, then bowed deeply and said respectfully, "Can I go with you?" His tone was a little humble. It seemed that he was afraid that Yu Qingfeng would refuse, but Yu Qingfeng said enthusiastically, "Of course, no problem." Qingfeng had no plans to target other clans. The main target was only Zhu Shuyu, and then to get the golden treasure that might appear. His tasks were these two. Now one has been completed, and the only thing left is the golden treasure. Seeing Yu Qingfeng so easy to talk to, Ji Mingyuan relaxed his inner tension and started chatting with Qingfeng normally. Qingfeng also chatted with him while walking. Unknowingly, Qingfeng and Ji Mingyuan also came to the place where they cooked before. "I didn't expect Brother Feng to be so noble. You must have had no choice to treat Zhu like this before. It's shameful to say that you are the first pride of Zhu family, but you are so despicable that you want to rely on robbery." Yu Qingfeng was also very happy to belittle a few words. Sitting down, while chatting with Ji Mingyuan, he looked at what functions the swallowing system had after the upgrade. After half an hour of exploration, Qingfeng was surprised to find that the swallowing system had an additional function. This function is synthesis. As long as the same level of natural treasures and minerals are fused, the quality and efficacy limit will be greatly improved. If this is the case, can the purple natural treasures be synthesized into golden ones? Yu Qingfeng did it as he thought. Anyway, what he lacked the least now was natural treasures. Qingfeng found the fusion button, and soon a background of an alchemy furnace appeared in the Sea of Consciousness, and 8 slots also appeared. The ancient aura came towards him, and Qingfeng was speechless. In his heart, he was also complaining whether this was considered fooling the host. It was obvious that this function had just been acquired, but the aura was made so ancient and so high-end. Qingfeng took out 4 Zhu fruits, placed them on the slots, and clicked to start fusion. Stop. Fusion in progress. The next moment, Qingfeng's consciousness was bright, and the golden light enveloped his entire Sea of Consciousness. A system sound rushed out. Stop. Fusion successful. Golden treasure of heaven and earth. Zhu fruit. Golden legend. It really worked. Golden Zhu fruit. It only takes 4 to synthesize golden treasure of heaven and earth. It seems that it is not very precious. According to Zhu Yue, as long as you have a golden treasure of heaven and earth, you will definitely achieve extraordinary. Then if I have the swallowing system, can I create extraordinary things? Qingfeng did not hesitate and continued to take out the flower of cold and the human face fruit. Click to fuse. Stop. Fusion successful. Golden treasure of heaven and earth. Cold flower jade face fruit. Upgrade the quality with 2. He had originally planned to take 2 to test the waters, but he didn't expect to be promoted immediately. This seems a bit wrong, right? Did I waste 2 more natural treasures? That shouldn't be possible. If we talk about improving the quality by synthesis, it is very likely that 2 gold quality ones are combined together. If I fuse them again, will other colors appear? Qingfeng put the Hanhuayumian fruit and Zhu fruit into the fusion table and clicked to synthesize. Synthesis, successful. Red natural treasure. Hanyurenmian Zhu fruit, fog, red. Suddenly Qingfeng was a little entangled. He was wondering whether he should devour this red natural treasure or cultivate it to assist in becoming the foundation of 1-star gold. While Yu Qingfeng was hesitating, he promoted the other natural treasures to gold. Now he has a total of 5 gold natural treasures and 1 red natural treasure. At the same time, Qingfeng also found that the red natural treasure seemed to be able to be promoted. After thinking for a while, he put in another gold natural treasure. Order, swallowed successfully. Red natural treasure. Cold jade human face red fruit. It's the top. System, can you come out and answer this? Is red the top natural treasure and cannot be merged again to advance? Order, yes. The system was concise and to the point, and Qingfeng did not hesitate to use the cold jade human face red fruit as the foundation of the gold 1-star. In fact, he still wanted to wait a little longer, but he was afraid that if he waited any longer, he would break through accidentally. After exiting the system, he also hurriedly said to Ji Mingyuan, "Brother Ji, these egg-fried rices are very useful for cultivation. You can have a good meal here. I feel the opportunity to break through. I just happen to have a few purple natural treasures. So I'll excuse you for a while." Ji Mingyuan nodded hurriedly after hearing this. It turns out that the opportunity for a breakthrough has appeared. To be honest, I had a lot of purple natural treasures before, but I lost them. The opportunity for a breakthrough has never appeared, otherwise I would have used them long ago and would not have wasted those natural treasures. Brother Feng, find a safe place to break through. I will protect you. There is actually a free bodyguard. Qingfeng did not refuse. He went to a hilltop, took out the golden tang sword, and chopped it, horizontally and vertically. A cave was born. After seeing this, Ji Mingyuan also secretly admired Qingfeng's exquisite swordsmanship. Qingfeng carved a simple stone bed in the cave and sealed the cave entrance. Came to the top of the stone bed, took out a large number of silver and gold spiritual stones. Suddenly he thought of something. Since natural treasures and ores can be fused, what about spiritual stones? Can spiritual stones also be fused? Qingfeng tried to put the spiritual stone on the fusion table. Sure enough, after half an hour of long fusion, Qingfeng finally merged thousands of spiritual stones into one. The space ring was a bit crowded at first, but it became much emptier in an instant. However, thousands of gold and silver level spirit stones can only be fused into 1 diamond level spirit stone. It seems that cultivation will become more and more difficult in the future. Unfortunately, I am a man who cheats. Qingfeng looked at the